If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today's episode is the case of Molly Bish. Now, Molly Bish's case is actually, of course, a relatively well-known case, if not one of the most well-known cases of the modern era. And a lot of people's introduction to true crime has actually been through this case. Now, MINDSHOCK, of course, known for its logical and comprehensive deep dives into all cases. Obviously, we'll be doing that here. But I do want to also mention something that I don't hear talked about in relation to the Molly Bish case in various documentaries and podcasts. Supposedly, there are theories that link possible cases to the Molly Bish case, and the perpetrator or possible perpetrators involved may have also been involved in other high-profile cases. And of course, that is something we will be examining, as well as every possible theory presented thus far in comprehensive fashion, hopefully bringing justice and closure, because that is the goal of all true crime case examinations, and just to solve all of these cold cases. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. That helps us cover more cases, because the research, of course, does take quite a bit of time to be as comprehensive as possible. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow a device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK to see all of the latest podcasts, as well as our ever-growing back catalog. If you like this particular episode, want to raise awareness in this cold case and other cold cases, make sure you share the podcast across social media platforms. Awareness is the number one way cold cases get solved. The awareness must be kept up. The conversations must be kept going. And of course, like this podcast as well, you can check us out: Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, true crime case requests, other topic requests, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. And any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, thoughts of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, for those who are new to the case, I will do a quick overview as well as the latest developments. So just real quick from the wiki, Molly Ann Bish was born August 2nd, 1983, disappeared June 27th, 2000, age 16, Warren, Massachusetts. Body recovered June 9th, 2003. Molly Bish was a 16-year-old girl from rural Worcester County, Massachusetts, who disappeared while working as a lifeguard in her hometown of Warren, Massachusetts. Her remains were found 3 years later in neighboring Hampden County after what became the largest search in the state's history. The disappearance. In the summer of 2000, 16-year-old Molly Bish began working as a lifeguard at Cummins Pond in Warren, Massachusetts. On June 26th, the day before Molly's disappearance, her mother, Maggie, saw a mustached man in a white car parked in the lot of the beach where Molly's lifeguard post was located. Although he seemed suspicious at the time, she thought no further about him until after Molly's disappearance. And another point to note here, not only should people's gut feelings not be dismissed, because how often do they turn out to be very, very accurate, but this is the mother of the victim. And a mother's intuition, so to speak, should never be disregarded. So we'll be going back to that, of course. On June 27th, Maggie drove Molly to Cummins Pond, dropped her off near the lifeguard station. Maggie reportedly saw no sign of the stranger the previous day or his white sedan. However, another witness reported that he saw a man matching the stranger's description in the pond's parking lot just minutes before Molly arrived. A local worker also reported that he saw a similar car parked at a cemetery. I mean, this is creepy on so many levels. Connected to the pond by a path. So a cemetery is nearby the pond. This guy is spotted not once, but twice by two separate people minimum. We'll be going more into other the sightings later. Maggie Bish was the last known person to see Molly before her disappearance. Several hours later, police contacted Molly's parents, informing them that no lifeguard had been on duty all day and that Molly's belongings had been left unattended at her station. Body discovery, an extensive search was immediately launched. It was to become the largest and most expensive search for a missing person ever undertaken in Massachusetts. Her case was profiled on numerous American television shows: Disappeared, America's Most Wanted, Unsolved Mysteries, and 48 Hours. A hunter had seen a blue bathing suit in the woods on Whiskey Hill in Palmer in late fall 2000. In May 2003, he mentioned this to Tim McGeegan, who contacted police. An intense search of the area soon located Molly's body. On June 9th, 2003, Molly's body was found 5 miles from her family home. Now, this entire issue with the bathing suit and the timeline, I'll be getting into that because that struck me as a little bit odd the very first time I read about it. And also, the Molly Bish case was actually probably one of the first, I think it was the first true crime case that I actually did deep research on. I don't know why, but something about the case, it was just so disturbing, so tragic, and just details where it seems like the details, there's enough there. Where as opposed to, for example, other missing persons cases where no one saw anyone suspicious, let alone 3 different sightings of the similar looking man. And then again, if they're never found or whatever, there's slightly more details in this case, but just under enough to really move it forward substantially. And I guess that's kind of what pulled me in because, like, I think a lot of cases could be solved, and this might be just right on the cusp of being solved. And let's look at the developments since then. So in 2004, Maggie and John Bish founded the Molly Bish Center and Foundation in collaboration with Anna Maria College. And of course, the Molly Bish Foundation has been prominent in a lot of these cold cases and support, and it's well known in the true crime community, and it's done a lot of good. In 2005, a Connecticut resident charged with attempted kidnapping in Connecticut was briefly under investigation in connection with this case. So this is an article from Boston.com. Bish parents speak of impact of arrest. They await word on Connecticut probe. This was Associated Press, November 21st, 2005, West Haven, Connecticut. The arrest last month of a Waterbury man on an attempted kidnapping charge has put on edge the parents of a Warren, Massachusetts teenager who vanished 5 years ago. John Regan, 49, attracted attention in the case of Molly Bish and other unsolved crimes after he was arrested October 31st, ominous, on a charge of attempted kidnapping in Saratoga Springs, New York, where he is accused of trying to force a youngster into his work van. His arrest was heart-stopping thing for us, said John Bish, who spoke about child safety at the University of New Haven Saturday with his wife, Magdalene. Their 16-year-old daughter vanished from her lifeguard post at a pond near her home in Warren on June 27, 2000. Police recovered her remains nearly 3 years later. She came home bone by bone, Magdalene Bish said. First her shin bone, then her skull. In the end, 26 of Molly's bones came home to us. Investigators said they will review Regan's work records to see whether the roofing and siding salesman was in western Massachusetts the day Bish disappeared. He traveled annually to conferences in Sturbridge, Massachusetts, not far from the pond where Bish was last seen, investigators say. Regan has not been charged in the Bish case. His lawyer, E. Stewart Jones, said investigators are overreacting and will turn up nothing. Since their daughter's death, the Bishes have established the Molly Bish Foundation to promote safety and raise awareness of missing children. Their visit to the University of New Haven was organized by a student group that helps victims of crime. The foundation provided the audience with child safety ID kits that include up-to-date photos, a child's fingerprints, information about height, weight, age, and a description of identifying marks. The Bishes said they did not have an adequate identification kit of their daughter, instead providing police with blurry and outdated photos that did not help in the search. We learned painfully the importance of an identification kit, John Bish said. Okay, so this John Regan character, I believe Alden Olson in the Maura Murray case also attempted to possibly connect this guy as well as other issues to even the Maura Murray case. And again, I don't know why some coincidence theorists maintain that it's a complete impossibility for some of these criminals, these killers, kidnappers, for them to either know each other or work together in some capacity. Obviously, there are known serial killers who have worked together, but again, there are certain criminal elements. I mean, what's that old saying? Birds of a feather flock together. Is it really out of the realm of possibility that certain criminals operating in the area might know each other? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they were directly involved with the Molly Bish murder, but it possibly means there's a possibility they might know who was, and they talk. There's a possibility they did other crimes together. I mean, we're talking about just really extreme criminals here who might like to brag. I mean, again, there's quite a few cases that have been solved that way. Okay, in 2009, a new suspect was investigated, Rodney Stanger, a Florida resident convicted of murdering his girlfriend. He had lived in Southbridge, Massachusetts, a few miles from the town of Warren, for more than 20 years. Rodney moved to Florida a year after the Bish murder. Okay, so not quite as suspicious as immediately after the murder, but relatively suspicious. Following the murder of Crystal Morrison, Stanger's girlfriend of 20 years, Crystal's sister alerted the Massachusetts authorities. Stanger was known to have access to a white car similar to the one seen the day before Bish's disappearance. So that alone, again, a lot of people have white sedans. It's not 100% damning. However, he was also known to fish in Cummins Pond and hunt in the woods where Bish's body was found. All right, the coincidence stack's starting to pile. In addition, Stanger closely matched the description provided by Maggie Bish of the man seen in the white sedan the day before Molly's disappearance. Stanger has not been charged in her case. Because here's the thing, though. Let's say he did fish in Cummins Pond. Let's say he did hunt in the woods. And so he would have obviously been there in his sedan quite often. I mean, we would really need a comparison. How often was he sighted prior to Bish's disappearance and after? Because if he suspiciously never fished or hunted ever again after her disappearance, that would be really damning. But if he was there fairly often before, during, and after the disappearance, then it's very possible he had nothing to do with Molly Bish's murder, because there's a lot of murderers out there there's a lot of people there. There's a lot of murderers out there that might have been that were definitely in the vicinity of missing persons who were not responsible for the missing person, but they went on to kill someone else later. Of course, we have to keep all that in mind. And this is just a quick rundown of the developments. Obviously, I'll be doing deep dives into each of these later. In 2009, when Stanger was being investigated for the Bish murder, police also questioned him in connection with the 93 murder of Holly Piranen, who went missing in Sturbridge. Bish and Piranen were the same age in 1993, and Bish had written a letter of hope to Piranen's parents in 1993. And this is really heart-wrenching here, because that's actually one of the it's just one of the most difficult things in the case to stomach, basically, because this Molly Bish was obviously such a kind, caring person and aware of other missing persons. She wrote a letter of hope to Perenin's parents in 1993, and I'll be going down some dark rabbit holes that also center around the connections there to Perenin and all those things. But what really can make your head spin in the Molly Bish case is the potential connections to many other cases. And again, if the perpetrator was connected to, let's say, was acquaintances or friends with another perpetrator of another case, and those two guys were known to each other, and between the two of them, or three or four, whoever it was, they committed quite a slew of famous cases, and that as of yet remain unsolved. So cracking one aspect of this case might crack a lot of cases. So that's why another reason why awareness really should be kept up. But yes, this letter of hope to Perenin's parents is just extremely heartbreaking because she ends up being a victim herself. Stanger was not charged in this case either. In 2012, forensic evidence led authorities to name David Poliot, who died in 2003, as a person of interest in the Perenin case. In November 2011, Gerald Battistoni, aka Confidential Informant number 62, so this is actually on the official Wikipedia page, so they gave away his confidential informant number, for the Eastern Hampden County Narcotics Task Force, was named as a suspect in Bish's death by private detective Dan Malley of Massachusetts. Battistoni served time in prison for repeatedly raping a teenage girl in the early 1990s. He attempted suicide in prison after newspaper articles identified him as a potential suspect in Bish and Perenin's deaths. Battistoni, who had a criminal record dating back to 1980, had been in the area where Molly's body was found and also resembled a composite sketch of the man Maggie saw in the parking lot the day before Molly disappeared. Okay, so the plot is thickening here. So we have two guys that relatively resemble the sketch. Now, Gerald Battistoni was named a suspect in both. So again, this is just what twists of fate if the same guy responsible for Perenin was responsible for Bish, particularly regarding Bish's letter. I mean, it's tough. This is really, really tough. After Gerald Battistoni was named a suspect, private detective Dan Malley and the Bish family asked for DNA testing to be done. Massachusetts State Police sent the DNA evidence to Texas. Gerald Battistoni died at Lemuel Shattuck Hospital in Jamaica Plain in November 2014. There have been no arrests in the case as of November 2020. So regarding the connection to the Holly Perenin case, fellow Massachusetts resident Holly Perenin was murdered 7 years earlier. Her body was also found in a wooded area in Hampden County. Police considered the possibility that the two cases could be related. Poliot is considered a person of interest in both cases. It was discovered that Molly Bish had written a letter to Holly Perenin's family following Holly's disappearance. This is an excerpt from Molly Bish's letter. So this was Molly Bish at age 10. I am very sorry. I wish I could make it up to you. Holly is a very pretty girl. She is almost as tall as me. I wish I knew Holly. I hope they found her. So, a couple more articles here. This is from telegram.com. A break in unsolved Bish Perenin slayings ? So here we have Gerald B. Battistoni Center, two artists' sketches based on descriptions provided by Molly Bish's mother. And so there's definitely a resemblance. This Battistoni character, he looks like a very troubled, dangerous man. This article was written by Kim Ring, Telegram and Gazette staff. Posted November 18, 2011. She was tough as nails, never flinching, as she described how the man she married hit her, asked her to download child pornography for him, and forced her to put on children's underwear. But when she looked at a picture of Gerald B. Battistoni placed next to a sketch of a man wanted for questioning in the murder of Molly Ann Bish of Warren, the woman, his second wife, covered her face, shook her head slightly, and the tears came. The second wife asked that she not be identified. It is the policy of the Telegram and Gazette not to identify victims of sexual abuse. Mr. Battistoni, 49, is behind bars serving 10 to 12 years in state prison for raping the daughter of a woman he dated but never married around 1991. He was convicted in Springfield last August. That charge came last year after licensed PI and former Vermont State Trooper Daniel E. Malley, working on a child custody case involving Mr. Battistoni, tracked down information that Mr. Battistoni had raped a young girl years earlier. And they also made a sketch of the man holding a cigarette, too. It's a pretty good sketch, too. It's not that vague. I mean, there's detail in the face and hair and everything. When he found the victim and asked her about the allegations, she admitted she'd been raped by Mr. Battistoni, possibly 100 times or more when she was between 13 and 16, and except for one of her childhood friends, never told a soul. The teen's mother said Mr. Battistoni plied her daughter with cigarettes, soda, and other things she wasn't always allowed to have. The mother said he seemed to want to protect her daughter, who had been raped before by another man. That's pretty terrible. But Mr. Malley discovered Mr. Battistoni was certainly not protecting the teenager at all. The victim described in her statement how Mr. Battistoni would perform oral sex on her and eventually began having sexual intercourse with her whenever her mother was not home, according to Trooper Brendan M. O'Toole's report. He took her underwear and raped her in her father's home, watching out the window in case he'd returned. When she was 13, she moved to a Sturbridge apartment with her mother, who had a restraining order against Mr. Battistoni. He would sometimes drive by the apartment looking for her. Once, in front of a Sturbridge police officer investigating whether he was violating the restraining order, he told the girl he loved her. Wait, he did this in front of an officer? The officer included that statement in his report. In an interview with the mother, she has alleged Mr. Battistoni had been violent with her. During the course of the child custody investigation, Mr. Malley learned Mr. Battistoni could be linked to the area where 10-year-old Holly Kristen Paranen disappeared in August 93. His rape victim's mother, a real estate agent, had listed a home for rent with her name and photo on the sign in the yard near a home owned by Holly's grandmother, Maureen Lemieux. Holly had been staying there when she vanished after walking to a neighbor's with her younger brother to look at some puppies. A little checking revealed that the girl Mr. Battistoni raped in the early 90s was in 2000 grown and living close to Cummins Pond in Warren when Molly worked as a lifeguard. Mr. Malley learned that Mr. Battistoni had been to Cummins Pond in the past. He'd lived in Warren and was familiar with the area. One of his wives said that when they lived in Ware, Mr. Battistoni often cut over Whiskey Hill to buy drugs from a dealer in Warren. 3 years after she disappeared, Molly's remains were found in a wooded area of Whiskey Hill. So this guy's got connections all over the place. When Mr. Malley compared a sketch of the man seen at Cummins Pond the day before Molly's disappearance, it bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Battistoni. I didn't set out to get involved in these cases, said Mr. Malley, the owner of Allegiant Investigations of Worcester. I was working a child custody case, but there were things here I could not ignore, he said. A review of records by the Telegram and Gazette in Palmer, Springfield, Westfield, Belchertown, and Dudley courts reveals that many of Battistoni's relationships ended with restraining orders and women swearing under oath that they were terrified of him. At every turn, Mr. Malley became more concerned. He worked to get Mr. Battistoni prosecuted for the rapes, and with that done, started taking a closer look at possible connections to the Bish and Paranen cases. With the blessing of the families, no one is paying him. It doesn't matter, he said. It's the right thing to do. Whether he did it or not, he deserves to be looked at. And if he's not the one, then we need to figure that out too. A logical investigator. This is great. Women who'd been involved with Mr. Battistoni described him as initially charming with underlying violent tendencies. In an interview with the second wife, she said she called him a hero because he had fixed her car, a white Chevrolet. On the day Molly disappeared, he told her he had been working on the car and had taken the car out for a spin in the Warren area. I remember thinking that was weird for him to say, she said, adding that Mr. Battistoni did not have a license at the time. The plot thickens. Molly Bish's mother, Maggie, remembered seeing a man sitting in a white car smoking when she dropped off Molly for work the day before she disappeared. When she worked with a sketch artist to produce a drawing of the man, Mrs. Bish talked about the distinctive way the man held his cigarette and glared at her. Mr. Battistoni's second wife said she used to get very annoyed with the way he effeminately held his cigarettes. It used to be one of those things that drove me crazy, she said, holding her hand to her face, her fingers splayed. She also recalled how in the days after Molly's disappearance, Mr. Battistoni took to the couch, rarely moving. He shaved his mustache and went out very little. Uh-oh. So if she's not lying here, so if Mr. Battistoni's second wife is not some disgruntled wife, and keep in mind, it looks like the detective tracked her down, not the other way around, so she's not speaking out for attention or going to police to try to get him in trouble. So, I mean, that would make it more likely that she's telling the truth here. So, if he had a mustache for however long, it would be interesting to know how long, if not the majority of his life. The days after she disappeared, he stayed on the couch and shaved off his mustache and didn't go out much. That's damning. He had access to a white sedan. He dealt drugs in the area where Molly Bish's body was found. I mean, this is damning stuff, and as soon as he's named a suspect, he attempts suicide. I mean, this is damning stuff. From the outside, Mr. Battistoni seemed to be on the right side of the law, working as a confidential informant with a drug task force. Now, the plot thickens even more because in how many of these cases is there a CI connection where someone responsible for certain crimes is protected because they're involved in other cases assisting law enforcement? They don't want to botch that, especially, let's say they're going after some bigger fish, so to speak, or some big cartels or multiple murder. I mean, something that for whatever reason, I mean, you could say that's legitimate. Like, if there's some kind of mob connection where they're killing entire families, some could say, I mean, does the justice for many victims outweigh the justice for one victim? I can't answer that question. I don't think anybody can answer that question. But you could see why law enforcement might be lax to go after a guy like Mr. Battistoni for one or two murders when he's helping them solve many more plus drug plus whatever. And the other reason they might be slow to act is because if he's a CI, they might feel that they have a good handle on him and he's not going to disappear, so they could always go after him later for, let's say, Molly Bish or one or two other people after he's helped them get however many people he's going to get. So that could be the mentality. Maybe it's similar in the Maura Murray case as well as other cases. So he's working as a confidential informant with a drug task force, something police confirmed, and serving as a bouncer, complete with a shirt labeled security at the seedy Wolf's Den bar in Palmer before it closed. But behind closed doors, he changed. In interviews, his wife and girlfriend said he used drugs, was so paranoid he once climbed into the crawl space of a ceiling in an apartment he shared with the girlfriend and barricaded himself inside his home because he was convinced the FBI was coming for him. And again, it might be unclear if he's also using, so again, it might be unclear how much of this is drug use impairment versus genuine paranoia for the things he's done, or a combination of both. He rarely worked a regular job and passed the time watching The Simpsons and Court TV, seeing the same crime shows over and over and never tiring of them. He suffered from various mental health issues, and sometimes he cut out stories about violent crimes from the newspaper, leaving them where whatever woman he was with at the time would see them. 3 of the women he'd been involved with said he told them he'd killed a man in Ludlow, hiding the body, which had never been found, and according to court records and interviews, he threatened to do the same to them. He fancied himself to be, quote, smarter than the cops, end quote, his second wife said, and when they discussed the Bish case, he refused to talk about it, though he once told her, quote, sometimes there's just no evidence, end quote. So if this guy watches a lot of court TV, crime shows, is a CI, knows police officers, perhaps he's in a better position to hide evidence than someone who doesn't do any of that and just some crazy person. So that's tricky information to keep in mind as well. He has a lengthy criminal record that dates to 1980, according to documents obtained by the Telegram and Gazette. His second wife said he'd lecture her and often presented himself as an authority figure. Twice, according to court documents, he'd been accused of impersonating a police officer. On one occasion, he carried handcuffs on a police-style belt and a mag-light flashlight. A Springfield officer wrote in a 2001 report after a bartender called to report Mr. Battistoni was causing a disturbance. Police have theorized that Molly might have been convinced by someone to leave her post at the beach. Her family said someone who seemed to be a police officer might have lured her away. So this guy also has a history of impersonating a police officer. Connections to all of the areas in question. A white car looks exactly like the sketch, and according to his ex-wife, girlfriend, he shaved his mustache after the Molly Bish disappearance and didn't want to discuss it. I'm guessing that's in contrast to other cases that he did like to discuss because he was into court TV and crime shows. While much of what Mr. Malley has uncovered is interesting, none of it means that Mr. Battistoni did anything more than what he's been convicted of. Detective Captain Peter Higgins from Hampton District Attorney Mark G. Mastroianni's office said prosecutors have looked at Mr. Battistoni and vigorously prosecuted him for the rapes. He said the new DA's staff has familiarized themselves with the case and met with Holly's family. We are following up on leads, he said. We did prosecute this case, the rape case, because the evidence was there. The captain declined comment on any possible connection between the Peranian case and Mr. Battistoni. Timothy J. Connolly, a spokesman for Worcester DA Joseph D. Early Jr., said detectives there, quote, continue to investigate the Bish case and look at any information we get, end quote. He declined to say whether detectives believed Mr. Battistoni could be a suspect in Molly's abduction and murder. So that's interesting. That's basically a no comment. So he refused to say whether they believe he could even possibly be a suspect. Usually there's a comment on something like, we can't rule anything out, or we're looking at everybody. That's kind of weird. It looks like there's a CI underlying tone there. While both families have ridden a roller coaster of emotions with possible suspects popping up from time to time and eventually being discounted, neither Holly nor Molly's families have given up. Heather Bish said each time her family hears of a new suspect or a possible break in the case, they're cautiously hopeful, and even if a lead is unfounded, it brings new attention to her sister's case and might someday prompt someone with information to come forward, which is a good point. Keeping awareness up is key. Holly's mother, Tina Harrington, said she also holds out hope and wonders whether Mr. Battistoni might be the one. If he is the guy, it'd feel really good because he's already in jail, she said. It seems like a possibility, and I think they should be looking at him. Mr. Malley has been quiet about the case, but now he believes it's a good time to talk about it. He's talked with investigators in the Worcester and Hampton DA's offices and told them what he's found. He's hoping that with Mr. Battistoni securely behind bars in Walpole State Prison, people with information might feel safer coming forward. Whether they have information about the Bish case or the Peranian case, I want to talk to them, he said. And if they have an alibi for Jerry Battistoni, I want to hear that too. We need to know what happened. Mr. Battistoni's first wife, who also had restraining orders against him, declined to comment for this story. And I wonder now that he's dead if she would comment. So here's a little bit more info from unsolvedmysteries.fandom.com regarding Molly Bish. She was 5'7", 127 pounds, Caucasian female, blonde hair, blue eyes. Case details. Molly Bish and her family lived in the small community of Warren, Massachusetts. They were originally from Detroit, Michigan. However, they moved away after a disturbing crime occurred in their own neighborhood. A young woman had been abducted while walking home from work and was later found murdered. The Bish family felt that Warren would be a much safer place to raise their children. So how tragic is this? We have multiple layers here. A young woman was abducted, later found murdered, which is why they moved from Detroit, Michigan. Then there's the Paranin case, where Molly Bish herself writes to the family, where Paranin was murdered. Now we have, and then she herself was abducted and murdered. I mean, that's just terrible. I mean, I might as well say this now because it's been bothering me a little bit. But it's just the average individual out there seems to just have this blind faith in authority and just overestimates the competency of law enforcement. I mean, I really believe there's enough information combined here to solve a lot of these cases, and they're just not being solved. And so an average individual might think that there's not enough information there, otherwise it would already be solved. And I'm not quite so sure about that. I think there's just about enough information to solve a lot of these cases. So carrying on here, this appeared to be true for the next 15 years. When Molly was 16, she got her first job as a lifeguard at Cummins Pond in Warren. The pond is somewhat isolated, surrounded mostly by woods. On June 27th, 2000, her mother Maggie dropped her off at the pond. 3 hours later, she received an alarming phone call from a police officer. Several people had reported that there was no lifeguard at the pond. She rushed there, where she found Molly's flip-flops, chair, first aid kit, radio, and lunch sitting on the shore. However, there was no sign of her. So her flip-flops were there, which is, again, that's interesting. We're going to continue to examine that because that means she was rushed somewhere before she could put them on, or she wasn't planning on venturing too far from the shoreline there, because you would put your flip-flops on if you're planning to go deep into the woods or into a park or somewhere. So that's an interesting detail there as well. Also, another thing I'd like to note, within 3 hours, there's people looking for her. So that there was no wasted time here, some 24-hour, 48-hour waiting period. So this was a good head start. Police searched the pond and the surrounding woods. However, Molly could not be found. Although there was no sign of struggle at the scene, police and her family were convinced that she was abducted. Maggie now believes that she may have seen Molly's abductor on the day before her disappearance. The man was sitting in a white car in the pond's parking lot when she dropped Molly. She found his presence there uncomfortable. On the day of the disappearance, Maggie did not see him there. However, he was spotted by other witnesses, it says plural here, in the parking lot and at the nearby cemetery. After Molly's disappearance, her family created a website to try and publicize the case. They also set up an email chain to get word out about her. Over 30,000 people received emails about her disappearance. In 2001, Maggie contacted famous sketch artist Jean Boylan. She agreed to make a composite of Molly's abductor. The two met at a local bed and breakfast. For 9 hours, they chatted while Jeannie worked on the composite. Jeannie Boylan. When it was finished, Maggie felt that it was accurate, except it was missing something. She asked Jeannie to update the drawing to include the man holding a cigarette. The next day she updated, Maggie was certain that the composite was identical to the man she'd seen. So this isn't some rushed composite. So this is a 9-hour composite. Despite this and other leads, and Maggie is fairly, it seems certain. So she's very, very happy with the accuracy of this composite. Despite this and other leads, no trace of Molly nor her abductor have been found. Molly's disappearance had turned her parents into staunch child safety advocates. They hope that through their efforts they can prevent children from becoming victims, and it seems like they have done just that because they have brought a lot of awareness to abductions and safety and all of these things to their foundation. So at least they were able to help with that despite their own tragedy. So, suspects on June 26th, the day before Molly vanished, Maggie accompanied her to the pond for her 7th day of work. When they pulled up to the parking lot, she noticed a man parked there. He was smoking a cigarette and sitting in a late model white car. His presence made her feel uncomfortable. She looked at him, but he did not acknowledge her. She escorted Molly down to her post and expected the man to be gone by the time she returned to the parking lot. However, when she returned to her car, the man was still there. The two stared at each other for several seconds. Fearing for Molly's safety, Maggie waited in her car for several minutes until the man finally left. See, this wasn't a quick little sighting. I mean, this is a stare down face-off in the parking lot. On June 27th, the following morning, Maggie again accompanied Molly to the pond. This time, the unknown man was not there. Instead, there was a truck unloading sand for the beach. The sand truck driver reported seeing the man parked in the parking lot just minutes before Maggie and Molly arrived. Later that day, a worker noticed a similar car parked at a nearby cemetery connected to the pond by a path. Police focused their investigation on the unknown man in the white car. A sketch of the man was made and circulated. Despite a thorough investigation which involved examining local sex offenders, no ID has been made. He has brown hair, dark eyes, and was approximately 50 years old at the time of Molly's disappearance. He is possibly a heavy smoker. All right, so what do we have here? I mean, this is an interesting case because this is not a case of, let's say, the day before the abduction. She gets dropped off. No one sees anything. Nothing's out of the ordinary. The same day, the day of her disappearance, no one sees anything. Nothing's out of the ordinary. Quite the contrary occurs. We have this guy scoping out the location, possibly seeing Molly there for the first time, or not even the first time, possibly stalking her, if this is the guy. Or perhaps, I mean, again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. It's possible there were some weird guys staring at a lifeguard. And they had no intent to harm her. They just had nothing better to do. Like the guy like this, that doesn't mean he was particularly responsible. But he could have also been responsible because we don't know. But even on the day, so the day of her disappearance, there's a truck driver unloading sand for the beach. I would imagine the truck driver was investigated as well. And also, I wonder how many other witnesses, how busy was that parking lot? How busy was the beach? Because how did no one see anything? So she's a lifeguard for a beach where there's nobody there? I mean, a lot of these issues, like we're going to examine all these things because we need to know this information. And I'm sure this is all known to the police, of course. Now, we have a worker. It doesn't say a worker. What kind of worker? Noticed a similar car parked at a nearby cemetery connecting to the pond by a path. So there's a cemetery nearby. So did he dump the body in the cemetery? Did something happen in the cemetery and then he dumped the body elsewhere? We don't know. Okay. Results unsolved. June 2003, 3 years after Molly vanished, her body was found 5 miles from the pond at a place called Whiskey Hill. Her bathing suit was also found nearby. Although no cause of death could be determined, the manner of death was ruled a homicide. Her killer has not yet been apprehended, but the case remains open and active. A $100,000 reward is being offered for information leading to an arrest. Although the case remains unsolved, several persons of interest have been ID'd and questioned. In 2007, a sex offender named Robert Burno was named after he tried to abduct and assault a jogger in Brimfield, a few miles from Warren. He also matches the suspect's description. In 2009, convicted murderer Rodney Stanger was named a suspect in Molly's murder. He had lived in the same area as her family at the time of her disappearance. He also lived close to the YMCA where she took her lifeguard certification classes. He was also known to frequent the pond and the wooded area where her body was found. He also matched the suspect's composite. Finally, before her murder, his girlfriend claimed that he may have been involved in murders in Massachusetts. So I don't know, would have to examine him closer to see if his girlfriend just named him in murders, so not necessarily the Bish murder, So he might have killed other people and not Bish, or he might have killed other people and Bish. Surprisingly, in 2011, another sex offender named Gerald Battistoni was named a suspect in Molly's murder. He also resembled the composite and had frequented the area where her body was found. His raped victim also lived near the pond. He died in November 2014. To add to the mystery, a 10-year-old girl named Holly Kristen Paranen, who lived near Warren, was abducted and murdered 7 years before Molly was. Interestingly, Molly had written a letter to Holly's family shortly after she disappeared. Both cases are similar, but Holly's has not been featured in the series. Forensic evidence eventually connected a deceased man named David Poilot to it. Authorities are still investigating Holly's murder, but charges have not been filed. In June of 2016, it was announced that enhanced DNA testing would be applied to 24 pieces of evidence that have yet to be tested. In June 2017, investigators claimed to have found compelling information in the case. The information led to a West Brookfield campground where the car used in Molly's abduction was alleged to be buried. Multiple areas of interest were found using ground-penetrating radar. The information was about a new person of interest who lived at the campground around the time of Molly's abduction. At the time, he owned a white Buick LeSabre, similar to the one seen at the pond. A witness claimed that the man told him that, quote, something bad happened and that he was in the woods all night when Molly vanished. He also allegedly had bloody scratches on his face. However, he denied any involvement in the case, and it is not known if anything was found in the 2017 search. None of the persons of interest have ever been charged, and it is unknown which, if any of them, are responsible. In 2019, new testing began on evidence in the case. Investigators are hoping that a DNA profile can be obtained from it. So, this is very interesting. Just the fact that there's constantly new developments and continued research. So this is the WCVB article. Person of interest in Bish case denies involvement. Tells 5 investigates he had nothing to do with it. This is Kathy Curran. While the man identified as a person of interest in Warren lifeguard Molly Bish's 2000 murder told 5 investigates he had nothing to do with the teenager's disappearance, private investigators were searching a campground a few towns away, searching for a car related to the case. 5 investigates Kathy Curran visited the man who owned a Buick LeSabre similar to the one that private investigators were searching for. Go away, the man told Curran. We want to talk to you about the Bish case, Curran said. I had nothing to do with it, he said. The man, 67, bears a resemblance to the sketch of the possible suspect, answered his door wearing a blue flannel bathrobe. Sources tell 5 investigators that at the time of Bish's disappearance, he owned a white Buick LeSabre similar to the one driven by a suspicious man that Molly's mother, Maggie Bish, spotted when she dropped Molly off for her lifeguard shift the day she disappeared. According to witnesses, the man was staying at a West Brookfield campground, the site of the current search, with his father around the time of Molly's murder. But they say he wasn't at the campground on the exact day she went missing and showed up the next morning and appeared intoxicated. One witness said the man told him something bad happened and he was in the woods all night. They said he had bloody scratches on his face. All of this information came to light during the family's Just One Piece campaign that was launched in 2014 to develop fresh leads in the case. Private investigators say their focus is on the white car and the person of interest. As a mother, you always have hope that something will happen. There will be an answer, Maggie Bish said. Molly was such a good kid, so funny, silly, lovable, that there's got to be an answer. You can't just take somebody's child and not pay a price. You can't just steal somebody's child and then harm her in such a way. There's got to be justice for that. Private investigators put up new posters asking for the public's help, are posted around the corner from where he lives in the hopes that 17 years later, evidence will surface here, bringing the hunt for Molly's killer to an end. Sources tell 5 investigators the person of interest has also given police a DNA sample. Police have focused on many potential suspects, including convicted murderer Rodney Stanger. So again, this guy possibly could have gotten into a fight with somebody, male or female, and had a bad night that day, right? So because a lot of people have white sedans. So again, that's not quite damning, but and what did they find in that search? So apparently, I don't know if that's been announced. Okay, so here's a more in-depth article. This was from masslive.com. Justice for Molly. 20 years after murder, Molly Bish's family continues to search for her killer. By Patrick Johnson. Warren, like everyone else living through a pandemic, the Bish family has been forced to adapt. We're just adjusting to our new normal, Heather Bish said. But nothing has been normal for the Bish family since that day 20 years ago when 16-year-old Molly Bish was abducted from her job as a lifeguard at Comins Pond in Warren. Her remains were found 3 years later by a hunter in a section of Palmer just 2.5 miles from where she was taken. I don't know why they say within 5 miles. It says 2.5 miles here. Since June 27, 2000, the day Molly disappeared, the idea of normal stopped for the Bish family. Her abduction and murder and the knowledge that the killer is still out there and so far has escaped justice has left the family to bear the twin weights of tragic loss and a lack of closure. It's 20 years later, but it still seems like yesterday, Heather Bish said. I'm still living with my sister's killer still being out there. Each year, for the last several years, the Bish family has arranged a public vigil in remembrance of Molly. This year, with people quarantined and practicing social distancing because of COVID-19, the Bish family is trying something new to both remember Molly and remind people that her killer is still at large. On the evening of the anniversary, Heather Bish will drive her parents, John and Maggie, along the route from their home on South Street in Warren to Comins Pond. It is the same route taken 20 years ago when Molly was dropped off for work, just her 8th day on the job. To mark the anniversary, the community is being asked to light the way for the family. Residents along the circular route to and from the pond along Main Street and Crouch Street are being asked to have candles in their windows or outside lights turned on when the Bish family drives by. Also, throughout the day, children and families are invited to make kindness rocks, stones that have been painted and inscribed with an inspirational message, and drop them off at the Bish home on South Street. Maggie Bish will use them to decorate her gardens. It's just a nice way to memorialize Molly, she said. She was kind and outgoing. And people are invited to share their memories and thoughts of Molly on social media throughout the day using the hashtag Justice for Molly Bish. Heather Bish said that the effort is an opportunity to remember Molly and publicize the fact that her murder remains unsolved. But it is also intended as a way for people to show appreciation to her parents for the work they have done as advocates for child safety in the years since Molly's death. John and Maggie Bish founded the Molly Bish Foundation, which has worked to raise awareness of child safety and abductions. The foundation has helped to have fingerprint and photo records of thousands of children. They've helped create the Molly Bish Center for the Protection of Children and the Elderly at Anna Maria College in Paxton, and they have testified before the state legislature about laws involving sex offender registration and notification and redesigning license plates to make them easier to see and to remember. In recent years, as both her parents developed health issues, John Bish had a stroke in 2007, Maggie Bish had back surgery 2 years ago, Heather has taken a large role in carrying on her parents' mission. She runs the foundation and serves as the main spokeswoman for the family in their nonstop mission to find Molly's killer. A disappearance. Maggie Bish dropped Molly off at the pond around 9:45 a.m. as she had each morning during her daughter's week as a lifeguard. About 25 minutes later, the first swimmers arrived and found no lifeguard. So this answers the question so Molly arrived earlier. Apparently there was nobody there. So that just does not sound safe at all. That's a huge problem. So 25 minutes after Molly was dropped off, the first swimmers arrived and found no lifeguard. Her shoes, a medical kit, water bottle, and police radio were found on the lifeguard chair, but Molly had disappeared. Another question, why didn't she use the radio? So was she waved over? Did someone either posing as a police officer or possibly faking an emergency saying, "Come quick." But even then, wouldn't she have grabbed the police radio with her as she ran to the emergency? Then again, if this was her 8th day on the job, she might have been panicking and freaking out as well. Who knows? The initial story in the June 28th edition of The Republican described police searching in the pond, the woods, and trails nearby. A helicopter and police dogs aided in the search but found nothing. So I'm guessing those were scent dogs. In that first story, Molly's absence is described as a disappearance and not necessarily as a criminal act, although the state captain in charge of the search said, quote, "the possibility of abduction is there," end quote. The same article quotes a friend of Molly who said he did not think she should have been working alone. He said a middle-aged man in a white Chevy Corsica that no one knew had been seen hanging around in the parking lot in recent days, plural, staring at Molly. So here we have the number one suspect. Maggie Bish would recall later on the day before Molly disappeared, a man smoking a cigarette was sitting in a white car when she dropped Molly off. One of the unanswered questions in the case is, what if the same man came back the next day and abducted Molly? With the help of a sketch artist, Maggie Bish described a middle-aged man with a mustache and hair combed off his forehead. So they're stating that the car was exactly a Chevy Corsica. So it seems like other witnesses were able to definitively identify this vehicle, which might possibly rule out some but not others. So this white Chevy that Battistoni was fixing for his wife, girlfriend, could they not narrow down? Because this new suspect that stated that he had a Buick LeSabre, so that is not a Chevy Corsica, unless they were mistaken. But if more than one person identified the white Chevy Corsica, that should be relatively definitive. Based on the sketch, police questioned several men. One of them was a man named Rodney Stanger, who used to fish and hunt in the area. Stanger in 2010 was sentenced to 25 years in prison for the fatal stabbing of a woman 2 years earlier. So this guy has a history of violence. Massachusetts authorities have interviewed him several times at his prison in Florida, but he has denied involvement in the Bish case. Heather Bish said that looking back, an abduction was probably the furthest thing from anyone's mind. It was a different time. Heather Bish said police on that first day did not think to preserve the crime scene. Indeed, they did not think at first there had been a crime. They assumed she had gone off with one of her friends, even though she did not take her shoes. So they just assumed she was an irresponsible lifeguard. Today, a teen missing under mysterious circumstances would trigger a different response, perhaps even an Amber Alert, which would broadcast information to police and the media across the region. That's what happened in a recent Springfield case in which an abducted girl was rescued hours later. At the time of Molly's abduction, Amber Alerts were still 3 years away from being rolled out across the country. In 20 years, we have learned so much, Heather Bish said. In 20 years, so much has come out, but unfortunately, not the guy responsible. I'm hopeful it will be solved. The Bish case remains an active investigation in Worcester County, and work is ongoing in trying to find Molly's killer, said DA Joseph D. Early Jr. The Molly Bish case is turning 20 years old, but the tips still come in every week, and every tip is followed up on, Early said. We have had many items tested for DNA over the years, and we continue to do so. This case is very active, and a tremendous amount of work is being done. I'm hopeful it will be solved. He said investigators with his office are continually thinking of the Bish family, saying they motivate us each and every day. Anyone with information about the Molly Bish case should call the State Police tip line 508-453-7575. Heather Bish said, of course, she followed the turn of events in the investigation in the 92 abduction and murder of Lisa Zeigert in Agawam. Zeigert was taken from the shop where she worked, and her body was found in the woods a few days later. The case had been unsolved for 25 years until a breakthrough with DNA led investigators to charge a suspect, Gary Scarra, in 2017. In September, Scarra pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. Heather Bish said she loved the work of the office of Hampton DA Anthony Gulini did to identify and convict Zeigert's killer. She continues to hope a similar breakthrough will emerge in her sister's case. Through the Molly Bish Foundation, she has been petitioning the legislature to change the law regarding how police may use DNA to identify suspects. As it stands now, police run a sample of DNA through a national database to find an exact match. If an exact match is found, it can be used to identify a suspect. Bish favors amending the law to allow police to use partial matches, or what are known as familial DNA matches, when searching through the DNA database. Say, for example, that a DNA sample does not lead to an exact match, but returns a hit on a DNA record that is pretty close, so close that it's likely a family member or a possible brother, cousin, or offspring. With that information, investigators could use the partial match to narrow their search. It's a tool for pointing police in the right direction, Heather Bish said. 14 states allow familial DNA searches. Massachusetts is not one of them. She is hoping the legislature takes up the bill in its next session. Now, 20 years since she last saw her sister, Heather Bish says she is constantly reminded of Molly. She sees her both in the face and in the mannerisms of her daughter, who turns 21 next month. And she sees her in the faces of Molly's friends, who are now all grown up and have families of their own. I miss my sister as much today as I did the day after she went missing, she said. As long as the question of who killed Molly remains a mystery, Heather Bish said, it is as if the family is locked into a story that continues without an end or answer. So, yes, there's a lot more in that article. Okay, so let's get into a couple more details here. Of course, Reddit is a place where true crime is discussed. People go over different theories. So there's also one other thing here. Heather Bish hired a PI who actually searched Whiskey Hill since 2014. He found a pair of plaid boxer shorts buried under a log. The boxers were similar to the ones Molly was last seen wearing with her bathing suit, and the shorts were given to police for testing. So here's an article again, WCVB, Kathy Curran. Team 5 investigates, has discovered there's a possible new clue in the case of 16-year-old lifeguard Molly Bish. This was June 26th, 2014. This new information comes leading up to Friday's anniversary of Molly's disappearance. It was a partially buried bag underneath a log in the woods of Palmer, Massachusetts, that caught a PI's eye a few weeks ago. She was looking in the area, digging around, and something caught her eye, recalled Heather Bish, Molly's sister. Inside was a pair of plaid boxer shorts similar to the ones Molly Bish was wearing on June 27, 2000, when she disappeared during her lifeguard shift at Comins Pond in Warren, Massachusetts. Molly's body was found over many acres. This is a quote from her sister. Molly's body was found over many acres, so it wasn't in one spot. Bones were all over the place. We did only find 26 of her bones, and we only found her bathing suit, so certainly there is a potential to find her tank top and her shorts and any other evidence that would be a part of what happened to Molly, said Bish. The shorts were found near the Nenenemsex Sportsman's Club, across the street from where Molly's remains were found on West Ware Road. Surveillance video obtained by Team 5 Investigates shows Molly wearing shorts and a tank top the morning she disappeared. The video shows the last images of Molly captured about 13 minutes before she went missing. Do you think there could be anything to this after all these years, asked Team 5 Investigates Curran. Absolutely, said Bish. There have been many leads in Molly's murder. Rodney Stanger is a person of interest, but so far all of the evidence tested for DNA has come up inconclusive. So this article is stating that he has not been ruled out, simply that the tests are inconclusive. Heather Bish told Team 5 Investigates the shorts are a possible piece of new evidence that could help lead investigators to Molly's killer. The hope is that this never happens to anyone else and we find the person who did this to Molly, said Bish. Worcester County DA Joe Early wouldn't comment on the shorts that were found, but he did tell Team 5 Investigates that his investigators continue to evaluate evidence and track down leads, hoping to bring Molly's killer to justice. So it's interesting that there hasn't been an official statement regarding this. So this was actually quite mind-shocking for me. This mention in 2014 of the security video, the last images of Molly, because that was not in the Unsolved Mysteries episode. And I actually found the video here. It's part of a compilation, or it's part of a video created by Find the Missing YouTube channel, which is an excellent channel. And this video was actually really hard to watch. It's a 20-minute video on Molly Bish summarizing the case. A lot of really good information and details from different sources in this video, and they also included the security video, which I actually was not aware of this video. There's a WCVB TV logo on it, relatively modern logo, so I don't know if it was released more recently. For whatever reason, they didn't want to release it early on. I actually don't know. Someone who's an expert in this case can chime in on when this video was originally released, but it shows Molly Bish in a convenience store, and you can see what she's wearing here. But the entire video is really, really heartbreaking. It's one of the saddest videos I've actually ever seen. It looks like around 2014 is when they released this video. It is on the WCVB Channel 5 Boston, but I'm not sure if this is the first time they're showing this video. But this was quite mind-shocking for me. So it says here, surveillance video obtained by Team 5 investigates. So this would have been 2014. So it is curious why it wasn't revealed before, or did people not know about it? I don't know. It's kind of weird. The video shows the last images of Molly captured about 13 minutes before she went missing. So another interesting detail here, her first aid kit was opened, so some people believe that this was a ruse. So if, let's say, someone said they were hurt, they needed some bandages, so Molly opens the first aid kit to get a bandage or something, and then runs after them, and then we don't know. And then, of course, so then we have here these boxer shorts that were found under a log. And 2016 DNA evidence was retested, and then again recently. So I don't know if they have revealed anything without that. So a Redditor here comments, this case literally hits close to home for me, as I lived a short walk away from Comins Pond at the time of Molly's disappearance. My mom used to bring my siblings and I to the pond to go swimming in the summer, but I was 6 at the time Molly was abducted, so trips to the pond abruptly stopped, as did playing in the backyard without constant adult supervision. Warren is a pretty rural area with a small town feel, but for a while, everyone was scared of everyone. As a small child, it felt like every stranger was a monster waiting to grab me if my mom wasn't paying enough attention. My siblings and I had trouble sleeping for fear that we would be snatched from our beds in the middle of the night, and eventually my parents had to move to another town like many other parents in Warren did. Which is actually really sad, too, especially if the town, I don't have the crime statistics in front of me right now, but if the town was relatively safe with, everybody's moving out of it to another town which might not be as safe or equally, it's just the emotional damage, of course. That's rough. This Redditor also states this: there are other theories that perhaps Molly had mistaken her attacker for a police officer, and that's what lured her away from her post. Her poor mother, I focused on Maggie and her decision to brush off her intuition, and I can only imagine how deeply she holds herself accountable. I looked into other forums regarding Molly's case, and I was shocked to see how calloused and judgmental other moms were when they realized that Maggie left Molly in an environment that didn't jive with her gut feelings. The thing there is, though, if this is before the pond is open and the guy in the white car is the only other guy in the parking lot, and then in some of these clips, her mother also explained that the following day there was no guy in the white car, and that it was, not only was that truck driver, it was a local company that they knew and were familiar with. So I'm assuming either she felt no danger because the truck was there delivering sand, so Molly wasn't alone. And in an interview, though, again in this compilation video, which was, I mean, it was so creepy because the interviewer asks Maggie, "What was your reaction when you were first told that that Molly was missing?" And was it the guy? Did you immediately jump to the guy in the white car? And she said yes. So we have that as well.
And you got the call that afternoon. It said Molly's missing. Did you say in your own mind, "Oh my God, it's the guy in the white car"?
Immediately.
So the ruse here, if someone needed a Band-Aid real quick and he told her somebody was close by, it's right here, then she wouldn't necessarily put her flip-flops on. And if it was something really quick, she would open the first aid kit to rush to help, but it would the ruse would have had to involve it being in the immediate area, of course. So she left her lunch, her bottle of water, everything there was left. So another commenter here, in an interview with Maggie Bish, Maggie tells the interviewer that police looked at several other outlandish possibilities. One, Molly was abducted and killed by someone associated to her father. Molly's father was a probation officer, so it was possible that perhaps someone who did not like Molly's father attacked him through hurting Molly. The possibility was quickly ruled out after police interviewed people under Bish's probation, and it was made clear that he was well liked despite his role in the justice system. 2, Molly's boyfriend abducted and killed her, another possibility that was quickly ruled out, but would have explained why her belongings remained on the beach. 3, Molly ran away or left with friends. This was a possibility that was dwelled on the longest. The day before Molly disappeared, one of her friends was in a serious car accident, and it was relayed to Molly that there was a possibility her friend would not make it. However, if Molly chose to leave with friends, she would have taken her belongings and found a way to contact her family. I've also learned that as the day progressed and Molly was nowhere to be found, the townspeople arrived at the pond with their kids to go swimming. Parents figured that the lifeguard had abandoned her post, and one parent took it upon herself to reach into Molly's bag and find her lifeguard whistle. The 3 hours between the start of Molly's shift and the time police arrived at Coman's Pond, people tread all over Molly's belongings and compromised potential DNA evidence. Yeah, that's rough. Also, of course, if there were footprints around once everybody arrived at the pond, there goes that. Another post here, and this is all from the Reddit user Ride Myasalin. I've kind of looked into this case from the perspective of several forensic astrologists, hypothetically solving a crime based on symbolism, numbers, and the astrological signs of both the victims and the suspects. Obviously not a reliable form of an investigation, but it does provide new ideas that perhaps haven't been looked at by police. And that's a good point for the non-believers, and I am neither a believer nor a non-believer, but for the non-believers, at least that the imagination there to pursue possible theories that would lead to solid evidence is, of course, there. So to discount that outright could be silly. And, of course, some of these individuals are just, let's say they're smart and they're pretending to be psychic or using some kind of astrology. They, if they're that smart, they could be smarter than the police officer. Again, this cult of authority worship prevented many cases from being looked at in particular ways. So here's their analysis here. A forensic astrologist with a blog named Fat Vox came to a very similar conclusion, that Molly had been lured away from her post by a man that pretended to be a police officer. Rodney Stanger's brother owned a white Chrysler that Rodney occasionally used. From a distance, Molly could have mistaken the white car for a Chrysler Fury, a vehicle that was once commonly used by police officers. If the man in the white sedan did in fact lure her from a Chrysler Fury, it is possible that he hollered to her from the parking lot, perhaps pretending that someone nearby was in danger or in need of medical aid, and maybe she thought it was a police officer in an unmarked squad car, so she rushed to him without a second thought. A man who calls himself Captain Joint allegedly sold marijuana to Rodney Stanger and insists that Gerald Battistoni was the man who kidnapped and killed Molly Bish, and that the police are covering up for him because the department is embarrassed that he was used for illegal raids. Okay, wow. I actually was not aware of this mind-shocking connection between Stanger and Battistoni. So again, this is an alleged claim. We do not know if it's true or not. Obviously, we need to follow up with this. Coincidentally, the police raided Captain Joint's house with the help of Battistoni. So until further evidence is presented to support his allegations, I'm just going to chalk it up to a very bitter guy. The coincidences created that allowed Stanger to possibly cross paths with Bish are far greater than those that would have allowed Bish to cross paths with Battistoni. Maybe not. I don't know how they came to that determination. Stanger was both familiar with the pond where she was abducted and the woods where her body was found. He had access to the white sedan that Maggie had seen, and he matches the composite Maggie provided to the police. But here's the thing, though. Supposedly Battistoni, even without a license, was fixing his girlfriend's white Chevy at the time as well. So, yeah, the Battistoni Stanger connection really needs to be looked at more. And this is what I was thinking too. There's other variables we're not seeing here. Perhaps if there's some strange police connection with police raids, CIs, that could be an issue that prevented certain lines of inquiry from being followed up on. Not that the police didn't want to catch the guy, but if there was other things going on, they simply might have not looked further in certain areas. And also, apparently, there was another murder in the area, or another disappearance in the area that was never found, but this person couldn't remember the name of the other disappearance. I'll try to dig that up. But this Redditor is quite astute regarding where the bathing suit was found and why the body was found, why the bones were found over several acres. The response here is, my guess is that her killer did not properly bury her body. Animals got to it, and that's why her remains were not found in one central location, but over an expanse of territory. An animal may have grabbed a piece of the suit when it grabbed a body part and dragged it to her den. Gross and terrible, but probable. I think that if her body was dismembered by her killer, then at least one of the 26 bones recovered would have some sort of serrated markings on them, right? And I'm not sure where they got the information that there were or weren't markings on them. I don't know. I'm sure that the area in which she was found hadn't been completely abandoned until she was found. Imagine how many hikers and hunters walk through the area without noticing anything. In 2013, some guy bought land on Whiskey Hill and turned it into a motor sports track. The owner of the track has been very sympathetic to the Bish family, but I can imagine how much evidence has been compromised and how possible it could be that her remains have been damaged or inadvertently moved during construction of the track. Okay, so the next suspect, or person of interest rather, we're going to be looking at is Robert Burno. So Burner, of course, I mentioned him earlier. He was arrested for accosting a jogger while driving his vehicle in 2007. The road that this crime occurred on later becomes the very same road where Holly Perenin's body was found. He was also reported living in Agawam, Massachusetts during the period when Lisa Zeigert was murdered. So Burno also reportedly owned an unregistered white sedan at the time of Molly's abduction and was a smoker, and matched the description of the person seen by Maggie Bish at Comins Pond the morning before her daughter's abduction. So Bish called the resemblance frightening but failed to make a positive ID. So some people think that this is all circumstantial, of course, but he has connections to the campground that's supposedly being searched for that vehicle. And here's a link to, so this is on truecrimediary.com, which was published August 13th, 2007, which has some interesting info. The stranger at Comins Pond. When Maggie Bish saw her daughter's flip-flops, she knew something was wrong. Molly didn't like to walk on the beach without her shoes. She wouldn't go in Comins Pond, where she was a lifeguard for the summer, without them because she didn't like the way the, quote, icky bottom felt. So now we have more information here that Molly Bish wouldn't even go in the pond without the flip-flops. So it seems like it would have to have been some kind of emergency situation for her to move without the flip-flop, something that alarmed her, disturbed her, where she wouldn't be in the state of mind. If she was panicked, like, for example, she had to get the first aid kit quickly and she was yelled to come over or whatever, she might have not thought to put them on if she was that mentally agitated. Okay. Now, her flip-flops were on the beach along with her chair, two-way radio, and lunch her mother packed her, but there was no Molly. Maggie had dropped her daughter off at the pond at 10 a.m. A witness saw her at 10:07 a.m., but by the time the first batch of swimmers showed up at 10:15 a.m., Molly Ann Bish was gone. So this is some new information here. So here, I haven't heard this before, so this is an article from September 7th, 2006. It's no longer live online, but you can find an archive of it. It's Conte2006.com on the Bish investigation. This is Justice on Hold, Unsolved Crimes Confound Police Families. It was stunning to see in last weekend's Sunday Telegram the page filled with the names and faces of the more than 90 people who are murdered or are missing from across central Massachusetts since 1970. The graphic presentation was a striking element of the 10-part series on unsolved murders and missing persons in this region. The list began with Donna M. Dana, who was 24 in 1970 when she was stabbed to death in Millbury, and ends with James Notice, 46, who was fatally stabbed August 8, 2004 in Worcester. Some of the cases are well known, including the murders of Candace Scola, Molly Bish, Holly J. Paranen, and John Volungus Jr., and the disappearances of 5-month-old Marlon Divine Santos of Worcester in 98, and Taj Narbonne 9 of Leominster in 81. Others are all but forgotten. Many of the cases were crimes of opportunity, acts of random violence that are very difficult to solve, especially as years go by. But others, as the murders of Miss Scola and of Maureen M. Monahan, 32, and her 4-year-old daughter Jennifer in 73 in Rutland, are the kind of cases that carry every expectation that a prosecution will result. In all cases, it is difficult for the victims' families and law enforcement officials alike to have the certain knowledge that the crime was committed without knowing who committed it, or, as in the case of Taj, Marlon, and other 7 missing persons cases, what exactly the crime was. All right, so there's a lot of cases from the area, but here's the segment on Bish. July 12, 2006, Bish event calls for tougher laws. So this article here, this is a collection of articles here, and this June 29th, 2006 is an article, Molly Bish seen on old videotape. So apparently this was known as early as 2006. John Bish knew that a convenience store video of his daughter Molly Ann was taken minutes before she disappeared. We were aware of the tape but had never seen it, Bish said yesterday. So this is 2006. When he finally saw the tape a few days ago, it filled him with anguish and wanting to see more of his daughter. That's my last vision of Molly, John Bish said. Police believe Molly was abducted from her lifeguard post at Comins Pond, June 27, 2000. That video from Extra Mart in town shows the last minutes of his daughter's life. 3 years later, the teenager's remains were found in a wooded area of Palmer, and the investigation remains open, according to the Worcester DA's office. While Bish treasures the last glimpse of his daughter, it was painful for him and his wife, Magdalene, to watch the video. It was extremely difficult for us to see that, Bish said. It was upsetting for us to look at it. The video shows Molly with her mother, 9:47 a.m. When they leave, it says 9:51 a.m. Molly was scheduled to work at 10 a.m. that day. Why the tape is being released now, on the 6th anniversary of Molly's disappearance, is unclear. Worcester DA John J. Conte did not return calls for comment. It does give us a timeline and gives everyone a vision of Molly, John Bish said. We're hoping it jogs someone's memory. He said the video doesn't show an unhappy child or one at odds with their mother. The video shows Molly leaning over the counter with her mother standing next to her buying water. After the Extra Mart stop, he said the mother and daughter went to pick up the lifeguard radio at the police station at 9:56 a.m. Wait a second, so how is there no video at the police? Shouldn't there be another video at the police station? John Bish said investigators now think the abduction happened within 2 minutes of Molly's arrival at the pond. Investigators originally thought the abduction took place between 10:07 and 10:15 a.m. A boy said he didn't see Molly at 10:07 a.m., and a woman said she was missing at 10:15 a.m., John Bish said. He thinks his daughter walked into a trap of some kind planned by someone who knew she would be alone. The Bishes appeared on Larry King Live Tuesday night, the anniversary of the daughter's disappearance. John Bish said parents must be vigilant and cannot be uninformed or naive when it comes to their children. All right, this is weird. It says investigators originally thought the abduction took place between 10:07 and 10:15 a.m. So did someone originally say they saw Molly at 10:07 a.m.? And then they didn't? Because this is saying here, a boy said he didn't see Molly at 10:07. Did not see Molly. So is this just a case of True Crime Diary being incorrect here? I mean, they initially might have thought that possibly, but it seems like that detail has not been corroborated then. There is a treasure trove of information here, though, that is on this site, including the Molly Bish timeline. Originally, it was reported that Molly Bish dropped off at 9:45 a.m., but obviously it was later. It was closer to 10. So, as early as June 29th, so more than 200 searchers looked for Molly June 28th. And there were suspicious off-road tire tracks. I haven't heard too much from that since. This is June 28th, 2000. These were called, this is originally from TNG staff, Worcester Telegram and Gazette, June 22nd, 2003. So the sketch was distributed July 6th, so quite a while later. But before that, so the 27th, she disappears. The 28th, 200 searchers look for Molly. Police investigate suspicious off-road tire tracks. I haven't heard too much of that since. Okay, June 29th, state police begin questioning 6 or 7 possible suspects. Hotline set up, search area expands. Not until July 6th is the composite sketch distributed. So there were 6 or 7 suspects before the sketch was distributed. Interesting. July 8th, $20,000 reward. August 4th, side search of pond reveals no body. Plans to draw down pond put off. August 16th, Conte announces 13 individuals have been given polygraph tests, including some sex offenders, gives no results. December 4th, legislature approves $250,000 supplemental budget funds to pay for continuing investigation of Bish case. Conte announces reward is up to $100,000. So in 2001, Conte distributes the new sketch, and this is the one by the genie artist that took many, many hours. This is March 19, 2001. So there was a different initial sketch. March 28th, bones found in remote areas of Warren turn out to be animal bones, not human. June 20th, 2001, Conte announces 7 of the 13 lie detector tests given were failed. So the majority of lie detector tests were failed. Of these potential suspects. What does that tell us? I don't know. That's pretty crazy. And then May 19th, Conte announces, 2003, Conte announces finding of a blue bathing suit similar to the one worn by Molly off West Warren Road. New search is triggered. May 30th, headband similar to those worn by Molly found in Quobog River in Warren. I don't remember hearing too much about that either. June 3rd, arm bone found. June 9th, DNA tests prove the bones are Molly's. Teeth found also match Molly's. So yeah, interesting little details there. We'll have to explore those later as well. But let's go back to the True Crime Diary here. So it seems like there was not a witness who saw her at 10:07 a.m., but originally they thought that she had disappeared between 10:07 and 10:15 for some reason, either a misreported sighting or something of that nature. Molly was the feisty, adored youngest daughter of the Bishes, a honey blonde athlete who was fun and full of love, but she was also responsible and conscientious, and her parents knew she'd never leave her lifeguard post willingly. The only clue was the first aid kit that lay open by her chair. Had someone approached Molly seeking assistance for some fake injury? When Molly began rummaging through the kit, her guard down, had he grabbed her? So the counterpoint to that, supposedly there was no sign of struggle, but the people that showed up at the pond, including that one parent that took her whistle, they might, if they weren't particularly looking for a struggle, perhaps they would have noticed. I don't know. Perhaps they didn't want to say because they were responsible for altering the scene. Either way, it seems possibly, I don't know, does it seem more likely that somebody could have called her from a slight distance away and she grabbed some bandage and then ran to them quickly? I don't know. Or was she really grabbed on location right then and there and just happened not to disturb anything? Or at least nothing that was seen. Maggie believed she might have seen the man who abducted her daughter. The day before, when she dropped Molly off at the pond, she noticed a man sitting in a white sedan in the parking lot smoking a cigarette. He was out of view of the pond and without any seeming purpose. That is really creepy. Something about the man made Maggie uneasy. She later said, especially when he stared at her with what she described as a cocky look. She waited in a car until he drove away. In the Unsolved Mysteries reenactment, the car, there was only 1 or 2 spaces in between the cars in the parking lot, which makes it even more creepy because they're relatively close together during this stare down. Investigators agreed with Maggie that the suspicious man was their best lead, especially after witnesses came forward and said they saw a similar white car in the parking lot just moments before Molly and Maggie arrived on the day Molly disappeared. And the other thing to note, in the compilation video on Remembering Molly Ann Bish on the Find the Missing YouTube channel, there is a clip from a news segment or documentary where this white sedan was also spotted at a local car wash and by the cemetery. So there's multiple sightings of this white sedan. A police artist produced a composite sketch of the suspect with Maggie's help. The Bish suspect, despite a $100,000 reward and hundreds of tips, investigators were never able to identify the suspect. 3 years later, in the spring of '03, a hunter discovered a torn one-piece bathing suit in the woods about 5 miles from where Molly went missing. John Bish, Molly's father, said he knew right away his daughter had been found. Searchers recovered the arm bone of a teenager near the bathing suit. More bones. In the end, 26 of them were recovered and later positively identified as Molly's. Molly has come home, the Bish family announced to the public. Still, the puzzle of who killed her remained. In Warren, population 4,700, a rural, closely knit community tucked into Green Hills, talk inevitably turned to another troubling matter that's long haunted the small towns of central Massachusetts. The other girls. For a small area that's relatively sparsely populated, central Massachusetts has experienced a large number of unsolved homicides and abductions of young girls in recent years. One of the better-known cases is that of Lisa Zeiger, 24, who was abducted from her part-time job at a card shop in Agawam, April 15, 1992. Agawam is roughly 30 miles from Warren. Lisa's body was discovered in a wooded area 4 days later. She'd been stabbed to death. A witness reported seeing a blue truck on the night Lisa was killed near where her body was later found. The case remains unsolved. I'm going to have to do an episode on that case as well. But the case that gripped the area, launching a book and a lifetime obsession in at least one retired police officer, is Holly Perenan's. Holly, 10, was visiting her grandparents at their country home in Sturbridge on August 5th, 1993, when she went with her little brother to see puppies at a neighbor's house. It's really tough to get through some of these cases. I mean, what kind of world do people live in when a 10-year-old can't even go see puppies without being abducted and killed? This is really tough. Her brother returned, but Holly didn't. One of her shoes was found on the side of a dirt road. 2 months later, hunters came upon her remains in a wooded area in the nearby town of Brimfield. In an eerie coincidence, the story of Holly's disappearance touched another 10-year-old blonde girl who lived in the area, Molly Bish. And then, of course, that's the letter we discussed before. 6 years later, Molly would disappear just miles from where Holly was found. And her remains would be discovered in the woods frequented by hunters as Holly's were. Mounting similarities between cases led to speculation about a serial killer, but solid leads proved maddening, with investigators chasing promising suspects only to encounter dead ends. That is, until last month when a man named Robert Burno, 54, was charged with annoying and accosting a person of the opposite sex and assaulting with a dangerous weapon, a car, after police said he followed a young woman jogging on Brimfield's Little Elm Road and tried to pin her against a guardrail with his car. That's just, oh man. The victim said Burno passed her several times staring at her and directed his car so close to her that she felt like he was going to grab her. None of this would have been too newsworthy were it not for Burno's appearance. Below is Burno's mugshot next to the sketch of the Bish suspect. Maggie Bish calls the similarities between Burno and the man she saw the day before Molly disappeared frightening. Here's the thing, though. So she saw Burno, and she didn't explicitly state. So she said that his eyes in particular remind her of the man who stared at her in the parking lot when she dropped the then 16-year-old Molly off for lifeguard duty. She stared back, he drove away in a car. Now, wouldn't she know? So she doesn't make a positive idea because she said his eyes are similar, but wouldn't she know if she was that close to him? Now it's a photograph, and this is rough. This is rough because it seems like she did not say it was definitely him, which leads me to be skeptical because so until last month, so 2007, so 7 years, I mean, it's a lot of years. She saw him one time, but it's not like she just saw him walking by and didn't think anything of it. In this type of situation, she saw him twice. Once when she dropped Molly, so they're in the parking lot. She walks her to her lifeguard chair. Then she walks back, and the guy is still there. They have this stare down. It's not like she just saw him walking by and she couldn't remember. So if this was a relatively close quarter stare down, I don't know. It seems like if this was really the guy, she would know for sure. I don't know. I mean, 7 years is a long time, but when you have that kind of a stare down and you feel that this guy's responsible, it's strange that she didn't say. So this is an article by Kim Ring, August 8th, 2007. Suspect evokes memory of Bish. The mother of Molly Ann Bish said yesterday a photo of the suspect wanted in an attempted abduction in Brimfield shows a man with frightening similarities she saw at Comins Pond in Warren the day before her daughter disappeared 7 years ago. Magdalene M. Bish said yesterday after seeing a photograph of Robert R. Burno Jr. that his eyes in particular remind her of the man who stared at her in the parking lot when she dropped then 16-year-old Molly off for lifeguard duty. She stared back, and he drove away in a white car. Like the man she saw that day, Mr. Burno had a round face, wears his hair combed back, and has a mustache. The following day, June 27th, 2000, Molly disappeared. So keep in mind, our other suspect, Battistoni, supposedly also had a mustache, also looked like this guy. And according to ex-wife, girlfriend, he shaved his mustache off after the Molly Bish disappearance, as opposed to this guy who didn't, and this guy who Maggie Bish did not explicitly state, this is definitely the guy. If it were the guy, it seems like she probably would know. I mean, I really don't know, but this is a photograph of a guy she had a stare down with. I mean, I don't know. News of the alleged attempted abduction of a young woman in Brimfield on July 21st and the ID of Mr. Burno, 54, as a suspect in that incident leaves Mrs. Bish somewhat hopeful that police might link the case to her daughters. She is also cautious about being optimistic. Yesterday, as she sat by her husband John J. Bish's bedside at Spaulding Rehabilitation Center in Boston, where he is recovering from a stroke, she said she learned to protect herself from the powerful emotions that come with possible developments in the case. We have had this happen before, she said, remembering a case in Monson where a young girl was grabbed as she walked to work. The victim escaped, a suspect was arrested, and the similarities between him and a sketch of the Bish suspect were obvious. Police later determined he was not responsible for Molly's disappearance and death. State police involved with the Brimfield case said they have not established a link to the Bish case. Meanwhile, neighbors at the West Springfield apartment complex where Mr. Burno lived until December said he terrorized a man twice his size, vandalized cars, and tried to kill a handicapped neighbor with the man's cane. What the heck? And no charges were, well, or maybe there were, but they were glad when he left. Michael P. Gilday, the apartment manager at Myron Court, said he'd started eviction proceedings against Mr. Burno late last year. We wanted him out of here, he said. He had uncontrollable temper. I mean, come on. If this guy's vandalizing cars and trying to kill a handicapped neighbor with the man's own cane, I mean, that's messed up. Donald E. Rogers lived in the apartment below Mr. Burno and agreed. He said Mr. Burno accused him of banging on the ceiling, and eventually the two came to blows when Mr. Rogers tried to explain that he wasn't making noise. He grabbed my cane and he held it like a bat, Mr. Rogers said. He said, "So you want to play?" And his eyes got big. He was looking at the cane, turning it in his hand. Then he said Mr. Burno broke the cane over Mr. Rogers' head, picked up a jagged piece, and stabbed him several times. Police came and Mr. Rogers was taken by ambulance to a hospital. He said he still has a scar on his temple, and he said he wondered during the incident if he'd survive. I told him, "Bob, you need professional help. You have anger problems," Mr. Rogers said. Was this after the fact? So he was polite enough that he's almost killed by the guy, and he's telling him, "Bob, you need professional help. You have anger problems." An assault case on the matter is pending. I mean, that's attempted murder. I mean, how is that just assault? And the guy's handicapped. And Mr. Rogers said Mr. Burno did not show up to his last scheduled court appearance. Now Mr. Burno is wanted on additional warrants for annoying and accosting and assault by means of a dangerous weapon in connection with the Brimfield incident. State police said this week that Mr. Burno drove his black '89 Plymouth Horizon hatchback past a jogger on Little Alum Road several times about 12:15 p.m., again, broad daylight, July 21st, before trying to force her against the guardrail with the car. She was able to escape and provide information that led police to Mr. Burno as a suspect. So apparently he drove past her several times. So again, there's an MO here of surveying and stalking to a certain extent. Police have been looking for him since then, but he has not been arrested. His former neighbors said yesterday that they are uncomfortable knowing he is free. One neighbor said he talked of going to Maine sometime after losing his job at the Agrimark milk processing plant near the complex. State police said Mr. Burno has ties to Ware, and neighbors said he has other relatives in Southwick and Westfield. Mr. Gilday said news that Burno might have been involved in an attempted abduction concerned him. He remembered that Mr. Burno had a light-colored car in 2000, and though it was never registered and eventually towed away, he could not recall if it was ever driven. Others recall Mr. Burno as a loner who, except for family, never entertained visitors. Like the man Mrs. Bish described, Mr. Burno was a smoker. Again, I mean, a lot of people are smokers, but again, whatever. The mounting similarities worry neighbors, even though state police said they have not linked the two cases. Mrs. Bish said she trusts the police will use their investigative tools to see if there's a connection. She said the proximity of Little Alum Road to Comins Pond and also to 5 Bridge Road, where 10-year-old Holly Perenin's body was found, is a concern, but she admits 3 different people could be responsible for the cases. So is she just being overly cautious and not wanting to say, that's definitely the guy? I mean, I still think there'd be more of a positive reaction. Now, her husband just had a stroke, and maybe she's emotionally distraught over that. So I don't know. If your husband just had a stroke, you're shown a photo, maybe she thinks it was the guy, but she doesn't want to say. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like she would have more of a visceral positive reaction if she felt it was really the guy, regardless of whether it was or it wasn't. Holly was taken from a back road in Sturbridge, August 5th, 93. Her body was found weeks later by a hunter, and her case is also unsolved. I have this knowledge now, and unfortunately there are many predators out there, she said. She urged anyone with information of Mr. Burno's whereabouts to call police. Even if he has nothing to do with Molly's case, he has to be held accountable for harming this girl, she said. Fair point. It still doesn't seem like she's 100% or even majority convinced. She said the eyes look similar. That's what she said. I don't know. I would think that there would be more there if she was convinced. But anyway, let's go back to the True Crime Diary article here. While the Bishes and police caution against jumping to conclusions, reminding the public how they've been burned in the past by potential suspects, intriguing pieces of information continue to leak about Burno, raising questions about his connections to not just Molly, but other unsolved murders, the other girls as well. Like the Bish suspect, Burno's a smoker. 2 neighbors in his apartment complex recall him having an unregistered light-colored vehicle in 2000, the year Molly was murdered. 3, one article mentioned that Burno had been staying in Ware with his brother. Ware is not far from where hunters found Molly's remains. A little research and use of an online map shows that Burno's brother lives approximately 3.2 miles from Molly was found. 4, the jogger in Brimfield allegedly resembles Molly. Okay, so now we have someone targeting blonde-haired, blue-eyed young women. 5, before Burno moved to his latest address, he lived in the town of Agawam, where Lisa Zeigert was abducted and killed. Okay, now the coincidence stack is getting a bit higher. See, I wish there was just more information regarding Maggie's reaction to seeing his photograph, because, yeah, it's rough. 6, Little Alum Road, where Bruno attempted to accost the jogger, turns into Five Bridge Road, the road where hunters found Holly Parainen. The following map shows the location where Holly was found, the approximate site of the recent attempted abduction of the jogger, and Comins Pond, where Molly disappeared. From A to B is 2 miles, from B to C is 5 miles. From Bob Ward's blog at myfoxboston.com, Roberto Burno brother John Burno has a seasonal campground at Yogi Bear Campground in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. My neighbor, who used to be a seasonal at Yogi Bear Campground, said Robert used to come down to the campground and my neighbor also talked to him. If that information is correct, that means Burno was familiar with and may have spent time in Sturbridge, the town where Holly was abducted. The campground in question is about 5 miles from the site of her disappearance. Robert Burno is currently in jail under $500,000 bail. Prosecutors say he has a lengthy criminal record, including charges of assault and battery. Whether or not he holds the key to the mysteries that have long unsettled the small towns of central Massachusetts remains to be seen, but comments on local message boards indicate locals are optimistic. Now, I wonder if Maggie Bish would be open to seeing him in prison, because if she saw him face to face, would she be able to definitively state, maybe she has, maybe this was done, I don't know, would she be able to definitively say this is the guy, this is not the guy, because in the presence of his energy, again, using whatever mother's intuition, I mean, there's gotta be, it's weird. It's weird, and also the connections to all these other suspects, there's just so many coincidences here that need to be further explored. This is definitely going to be a series. This is episode 1. I'm going to have to dive deep into all of these. There's just so much going on here. There's some weird comments here from telegram.com. So Burno's family members stated different things. He has an alcohol problem and he will defend himself if he's drinking, Jennifer Burno said. But he would never, ever hurt anybody. And obviously there's that assault on the handicapped guy. But Mr. Burno's daughter said they believe that event might have happened, but they do not think their father would try to abduct a woman. So his daughter said they believe that event with the, referring to the handicapped man where he stole the guy's cane and tried to beat him to death with it and stab him. If he wanted to abduct her, he would have abducted her, Miss Burno said. So that's really weird. I don't know what to make of that statement. So are they admitting that he wanted to scare the jogger? And are they saying that he's that capable and violent that he wouldn't fail at abducting somebody? I don't know. Christy Ross said her father was probably aggravated and upset about being lost the day of the alleged incident. She said the victim, who does not know him, may have mistook his frustration and overreacted. That's kind of weird, trying to pin someone against a railing after driving. So is she saying he was lost in an area he was familiar with? I mean, I'm not following these comments made by his family members, but I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know him. So it's quite bizarre. The other interesting thing, so people entertaining theories. So again, I'm going to go down every possible theory here. Some people believe that Molly left of her own volition, might have had drug ties, wanted to do drugs in the woods. But here's the thing, though. Again, if she really always went everywhere with those flip flops, she would have had them on. Other drug users say that they would have definitely taken their water bottle with them to do drugs, especially if they were, I don't know, gonna hike. I don't know how far, but whatever. But here's the thing, and this is a great counterpoint. If the man in the white vehicle had nothing to do with Molly Bish's disappearance, why didn't he come forward to clear himself? Now, here's the thing, the possible counterpoint. If this was a sketchy, skeezy guy who was just leering at lifeguards or checking people out at the pond, and he just always did that, that's not the type of guy with the type of character that would come forward to clear himself. He would want nothing to do with authorities. He could care less about other people, so why would he come forward, even if he had nothing to do with Molly Bish's disappearance? But it's still curious. If the guy was a normal guy for whatever reason, some people go to wilderness areas or the beach and they don't get out of their vehicle. They just kind of relax, maybe read a book, they don't even get out of their car. The people do that. That's fine. But if it was an upstanding citizen, wouldn't they have come forward and said, oh yeah, that's me. It's not me. I don't know. Unless if it was somebody with previous encounters with the law or another criminal for other crimes, I guess they wouldn't have either. And we do have to also explore, again, the geography here with the cemetery, the other sightings of the white vehicle, which, of course, I'll be going into in the next episode. And then, of course, Battistoni did die in November 2014. Now, that doesn't mean the truth won't come out, but if it was him or he knew who was responsible, obviously that's rough. It's still possible people that knew him, who he might have told, could still come forward. And then we do have DNA evidence, so it's not like this is a hopeless case in any capacity. There's definitely a lot of information here. I think there should be enough to solve this. There's enough little bits and pieces here. But there were also quite a few people who weren't named as suspects who were suspects. Again, the police talked to them. There were failed polygraph tests. And there were, of course, supposedly suspicious off-road tire tracks. Now, whether they were linked to specific white sedans, that'd be interesting, but I actually haven't seen too much information about that. I'm going to close this episode out with I don't know why I found this touching. this entire case is tragic, but I particularly found this touching. This is a comment from a user since deleted on Reddit. I've lived all my life within about 30 minutes of where this occurred. I believe it's been thought that one, or was it two, of the prime suspects are now deceased. But who's to say for sure? I'll never forget the support the situation received here locally. It wasn't uncommon to find spray-painted tagging around nightclubs and beside alleys that said, "Where is Molly Bish?" Even the vandals were concerned. Sad, sad story. I truly wish we can find out who is responsible. So, there you have it. That is the first episode in the MINDSHOCK Molly Bish examination. I'll be getting into more details with this specific case. Also, there is a theoretical possibility that the guy in the white car could be a red herring. Obviously, I don't like to fall for black and white fallacies on the MINDSHOCK podcast. Theoretically, you could say the guy in the white car could have been planning to maybe do something to her, but someone else did it first. In any case, the case is still unsolved, but because of the strong links to the descriptions, there's just quite a few suspects that look like that guy, and they have connections to all these other aspects of her case and these other cases in the area. It's just, I'm not saying that's the lead theory. I'm just saying everything should be investigated, every avenue. This is MINDSHOCK after all. But I think this case is solvable, and just the fact that it's been moving, it hasn't been ice cold like other cases. There's new evidence has been found, new GPR scans, just more new information coming out, the DNA testing and retesting. I mean, law enforcement seems to be pretty tight-lipped about the results of those tests. So, I mean, it's possible they actually do know who did it. They're just waiting on more. Or, of course, they don't. And but apparently the FBI is involved as well. So I think this case is solvable, and I'll be going over more information on the next episode, and then also information that links other cases to the Molly Bish case. Thank you for joining us for another episode of MindShock True Crime. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. Or you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock to see all the latest episodes and the back catalog. If you found this particular episode informing and wish to raise even more awareness in the Molly Bish case and other occult cases, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for true crime cases, topic, and co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are tackling the death of Kenneka Jenkins. Now, this case has been requested, and it has been discussed on the internet to a certain point, but it's not one of these incredibly famous true crime cases. For all intents and purposes, it was ruled as solved, but as always, in typical MindShock fashion, we are going to logically and objectively examine this case and why there are certain oddities and inconsistencies that point to it being closed way too soon, unless the police do indeed know far more than they have revealed. And as always in other cases, and as we see in other cases, police are very, very interested in closing cases, unfortunately more so than definitively solving cases beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what we saw here? Is there reasonable doubt here that Kenneka Jenkins may have met with foul play? Is there reasonable doubt that this was an accidental death? And regardless of what the truth really is everyone not entitled justice and closure, and at the very least, a legitimate, objective, neutral, comprehensive investigation? And that's what we're going to be after here in this episode. If you find the podcast informative and enjoy it, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. It helps support the channel and for us to cover more and more cases, as well as follow-up episodes in our existing series. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If it's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock and check out the latest episodes as they are released, as well as browse our ever-growing back catalog. If you like this particular episode, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Keep up the awareness, not only in making sure that cases that are technically closed were legitimately solved and not just brushed under the rug in some kind of manner for the simple act of closing a case and closing the book on it. So it's not an open-ended case, and I think far too often, if this even happened one time in a case, that's far too often, but we all know this has happened more than a couple times, in the history of law enforcement. So to keep the awareness up and to make sure that cases are really legitimately investigated and everything is verified, share this podcast across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. So, for the quick overview here, this occurred September 9th, 2017. So, past few years, somewhat recent, at the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois. 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins was found dead inside a latched freezer of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois, after attending a party there on September 8th, 2017. The medical examiner's report found Jenkins's death to be accidental. Alcohol and topiramate, sold under the brand name Topamax, is a medication used to treat epilepsy as well as prevent migraines. This was found in her system, thought to have hastened the effects of hypothermia sustained by Jenkins remaining inside the freezer. While the Rosemont Police Department did not suspect foul play, they stated that their investigation was incomplete. And we'll have to examine that statement because it's not often that police jurisdictions admit when their investigations are either not up to par or incomplete or open to mistakes, etc. Jenkins's family and friends criticized the initial police response, and a lawsuit was subsequently filed against the hotel and others. Kenneka Jenkins was celebrating with friends at a party that took place in room 926 of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in Rosemont, a suburb of Chicago. The party started at 11:30 p.m. on Friday, September 8th. An acquaintance who arrived at the party noticed that Jenkins appeared to be swaying back and forth as she embraced him in a hug. Several witnesses reported seeing her drink cognac, but did not see her partake of any marijuana or other drugs. Another witness reported that Jenkins, quote, wasn't acting like her usual self, end quote, noting that she would dance a little but later appeared to be sad and went to go sit down. She was briefly seen with others walking through one of the halls in the hotel. Camera footage later surfaced of Jenkins staggering near the front desk at 3:20 a.m. So, again, that witching hour, 3:30 a.m., About 1 hour later, Jenkins's friends contacted her mother, Teresa Martin, who arrived at the hotel at 5:30 a.m. to assist in the search. So again, we have a pretty good response here. We have people reporting that they can't find her within hours over a Friday night party. How often does that happen? Usually it's the next day. Oh, by the way, they didn't show up here and here, not within immediate hours. She proceeded to knock on many guests' doors from the top floor to the bottom until a hotel employee called 911 to complain. Hotel management stated that they could not provide access to video footage from the night before until someone reported Jenkins missing to police, who officially reported her missing to hotel management 1:15 p.m. Saturday. So that's pretty good too. I mean, that's not a full 24 hours. That's roughly half day. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Family members later characterized the initial police response as lacking in urgency. A first check of camera footage that focused on entrances and exits turned up nothing. But at 10 p.m., police spotted footage of Jenkins stumbling through the hotel. So it seems here that 10 p.m. was when the police were looking at the footage. Her whereabouts remained unknown until she was found in the hotel's freezer and pronounced dead at 12:48 a.m. Sunday. She was found face down, lying on her side with one shoe off. There was no sign of trauma other than a small cut on her foot. The temperature inside the freezer was found to be 34 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius, approximately 2 hours after the doors had been left open. Okay, so there was also some inconsistencies there. But just real quick point here, I just want to bring this up. A lot of so-called true crime aficionados, or just random individuals, coincidence theorists, whatever you want to call them, they dismiss any notion of foul play if someone was either on drugs or they had mental issues or some kind of mental condition. To me, that's the silliest you can get, because these types of individuals, do their odds go up at being met with foul play or possibly being targeted by some kind of a predator when the predator knows they have some mental issues? They might not be able to either think clearly or understand danger as well as someone who's completely in their right mind and completely unencumbered by drugs or alcohol. It's really silly to write off individuals if they have mental issues or possibly some kind of they're on drugs of some kind. It's just really bizarre to just write them off as if there's some kind of magical rule of the universe that states if someone has a mental condition, bipolar, on drugs, whatever the condition may be, or they're just a druggie, that means magically they can't be met with foul play and that nobody could ever murder them, or they can't be met with some kind of an accidental death as a result of another party. So there's no reason to ever search for another party. It's just really bizarre. We see this in the Elisa Lam case, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast episodes on the Elisa Lam case, there's a lot more than meets the eye in that case. And it's just so silly to magically pretend that people with mental conditions or under the influence of drugs or alcohol can't be met with foul play. Just really, really bizarre. If anything, it increases their chances of being met with foul play. So, yeah, I just wanted to touch upon that as if, because there's people out there that think that people with mental conditions or under the influence, somehow they don't deserve justice. Their families don't deserve closure. They don't deserve an honest, objective, comprehensive, legitimate investigation into their death. Really, really bizarre. So let's continue the overview here. The investigation. The freezer, which was on and working, was described as a walk-in freezer with a walk-in cooler and was part of an unused kitchen. Lights were apparently turned off in both chambers when she entered them. Questions remained as to why the freezer was turned on, although it was reportedly being leased out to a restaurant using space in the hotel. Motion detecting security cameras showed Jenkins staggering, apparently intoxicated, through the hotel's hallways, eventually arriving at the kitchen where she rounded a corner towards the freezer. The freezer door itself was out of the camera's sight, which is quite convenient. Also, the other thing people don't really talk about, if someone let's say someone wanted to kill somebody, would they not make it look like an accident? It's really bizarre how so many individuals, coincidence theorists, whatever you want to call them, they can't comprehend that bad people are not always really stupid. Especially if they had killed others, criminal-minded individuals, they might have some experience in making things look like an accident. Again, with the Elisa Lam case as well, they might have left her clothes in the tank, or they might do certain things to make it look like an accidental death to throw the police off their trail, or simply to confuse matters. It's really bizarre how people can't even consider that possibility. It's really weird. October 6, 2017, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office ruled Jenkins' death an accident. The autopsy report found no illegal drugs in Jenkins' system, but her blood alcohol level was found to be 0.112. Traces of topiramate, a drug used to treat epilepsy and migraine headaches, were found in her system, although she was never prescribed this medication. Topiramate taken together with alcohol can enhance the effects of both and hasten the onset of hypothermia, the presence of which was confirmed by lesions found in Jenkins's stomach. Brain swelling was also observed, but this condition was not associated with the cause of death. The Rosemont Police Department issued a statement the same day saying that while no foul play was suspected, their investigation had not yet been completed. Jenkins's friends' stories remained inconsistent as to exactly what had happened after the party. After she went missing, one friend texted another about how Jenkins was drunk and missing. The reply came back, "Find Kenika, and I can't believe y'all lost her." They told Martin that Jenkins had gone downstairs with some people, but they had left her alone to go and retrieve a cell phone from one of the hotel rooms. There's a lot of inconsistencies and bizarre oddities here. So she did not stumble off on her own. She left with people. Now, we would have to assume that the police identified these individuals and interviewed them, but that is not a given, of course. We never know. Litigation. The family's attorney, Jeffrey Feiger, filed a $50 million lawsuit against the hotel and others. He displayed photos of a freezer door showing that it had a lock button from the outside and suggested someone may have inadvertently locked the freezer door. This was contradicted by the security camera, which recorded no other footage since August 30th, nor any after Jenkins's footage. The photo seemed not to be of the actual freezer door, which latched shut but apparently had no luck. A white circular handle on the inside, which would have enabled a person to exit on their own, appeared to be in good working order. The attorney asserted that the hotel had the means to lock off the kitchen area, as it had a pair of plywood doors with a padlock. Now, just real quick, on the point of the motion sensor, the motion-activated security camera. Anybody who has any experience with these cameras, unless this was the most high-end, some kind of top-secret military-grade camera that's used in military installation maybe, regular security systems, even today, so this happened in 2017, so obviously technology is moving forwards, but even today, I know a few different people who install these systems. These are not flawless systems. There's a percent error rate, with certain systems having a relatively high percent error rate, which means that if there was someone else there, that doesn't mean the camera is flawless in turning on and recording them. Now, I don't know what model system that was. If that was a relatively solid system with a low error rate, then we can say maybe that didn't happen. But if it was a particular model, particular brand that's notorious for having a somewhat high percent error rate compared to other models, we cannot exclude the possibility that there might have been other individuals there and the camera simply didn't record them. And then, of course, this is MINDSHOCK, so we'll be going into allegations that footage was deleted as well. So, for example, if someone worked at the hotel, same thing with the Elisa Lam case, there's missing footage. Why is there missing footage? They even censored Elisa Lam's mouth when she was saying something. Why? What was she saying? And her lips could be read. So again, in an open, honest, objective, neutral investigation, there needs to be a certain amount of information available. Withholding the information, now, if there's good reason to do so, that's fine. I'm not saying there wasn't good reason to do so. I'm saying it's impossible to conclude what's going on without the information. That's the point there. So here's just a general article. This was in NewYorkDailyNews.com, October 8th, 2017. Kenika Jenkins, who was found in a hotel freezer, died of hypothermia. A Chicago woman who was found dead in a hotel's walk-in freezer in early September died of hypothermia. Kenika Jenkins' death was ruled an accident. Her autopsy report showed she had alcohol and topiramate, an epilepsy and migraine medication in her system, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office said Friday. The office determined that the combination of drug and alcohol Jenkins consumed, together with the exposure to the cold, led to her death. The 19-year-old's blood alcohol level was .112, significantly higher than the legal 0.08 limit in Illinois. She did not have a prescription for the medicine, according to WBBM-TV. Jenkins vanished from her home after attending a party with friends at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in Rosemont on September 8th. Her body was found in the freezer on September 10th. The temperature measured in the freezer 2 hours after investigators discovered the body was 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Police released surveillance footage showing Jenkins wandering by herself through the hotel, including a kitchen area close to the freezer. Authorities suspected that she accidentally walked into the freezer, and there isn't video of her doing so. The medical examiner's office concluded that Jenkins had no interaction with anyone immediately before her death, and that there was no evidence she had suffered trauma due to abuse. So, interesting points there. So, apparently she left the party with other individuals, but supposedly she was alone immediately prior to her death, according to this particular article and investigators. It's tough. It's really tough, especially when you see these young people, 19, relatively young, and it's also heartbreaking in a different kind of way to hear some of these accounts from her friends that she was not acting normally. So she was sad. I don't know if they're trying to allege that she was suicidal. I'm not sure that's what they were doing, or that there was something bothering her. Now, if there was something bothering her, what could that be? Of course, when a woman goes missing and is met with foul play, I'm not alleging that this was foul play, I'm saying if it was foul play, again, we have to go to the FBI statistics. It's the significant other. It's either the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend, or someone in that capacity. And if it's not the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, it is either a friend, acquaintance, or someone known to the victim. Now, why was she upset at this party? I would guess friends would know, her closest friends, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe she wouldn't say that. Maybe she would. Maybe she had a stalker and she was afraid to make a big deal out of it, so she didn't mention it. I mean, what percentage of individuals don't mention when they have a stalker because they're afraid of ridicule or whatnot? Or if the stalker is friends with the mutual friends and she doesn't think she would be believed, or she would think that they would think she was overreacting or whatnot, that's an issue. Also, when we have to consider that murder happens all the time. It's really weird, these individuals, these coincidence theorists that just think they automatically default to anybody who's on medication, drugs, alcohol, or has mental issues. Oh, well, they just stumbled and died or something. Not that that couldn't have happened. That happens all the time also. That happens also. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying that it's, unfortunately, murder is not rare. People kill people over small amounts of money, over ego, being slighted, revenge, jealousy. This is just typical human nature, basic human psychology. To pretend it just couldn't have happened, no matter what, is quite silly. Now, let's go to another theory here, which, again, the coincidence theorists and the scoffers, they think it's just an impossibility, but unfortunately, in our world, there are humans out there that are not nice people. That's one way of putting it. And human trafficking, organ trafficking, these things exist. So the coincidence theorists, they like to stick their head in the sand. They're not mentally strong enough to face these things, so it's easier for them to pretend it couldn't have happened in some of these cases. And again, I'm not saying it happened in this particular case, but organ trafficking, organ harvesting, the black market for organ harvesting, it does exist. This is just a fact of life. To deny it is quite silly. I'm going to read an article here from the International Business Times, ibtimes.com, written by Maria Voltaggio, published September 19th, 2017. Kenneka Jenkins conspiracy theory says hotel is in organ trafficking ring. Conspiracy theories about how Kenneka Jenkins died ran rampant after she was found dead in a hotel freezer on the outskirts of Chicago over the weekend. The teen attended a party at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in the village of Rosemont, Illinois, but never returned. She was found in the walk-in freezer in a desolate part of the hotel nearly 24 hours after she went missing. Since then, one of the main theories is that Jenkins was set up by her friends, Monifa Shelton and Irene Roberts, to be raped and killed, and that's really dark. Police said there was not enough evidence to indicate Jenkins' death was a homicide and did not name Shelton or Roberts as suspects. Still, the conspiracy theories continued to swirl. The latest rumor was that Jenkins was a victim of an organ trafficking ring. That's why she was found in a freezer, they said. While some people found the accusations dubious, others were convinced. Some of their comments have been posted below. This Kenneka Jenkins situation is deep. People said that the hotel is part of an organ trafficking ring. That's some real-life hostile expletive. Honestly, the most believable theory I've heard on the Kenneka Jenkins story is the organ harvesting one. Okay, so the hotel didn't respond to rumors that they were involved in an organ trafficking ring. Convinced as some netizens might be, it doesn't mean the amateur sleuths are onto anything. There are literally dozens of conspiracy theories that have been offered, and countless people who are attempting to play detective and solve the case as to what happened over there. Gary Mack, a spokesman for the Village of Rosemont, told the New York Times in a Wednesday phone interview. Our police officers are leaving no stone unturned as far as trying to put all the pieces together. Jenkins' mother, Teresa Martin, openly criticized police and said someone at the hotel killed her daughter. They think that she walked into a cooler, intoxicated, barely able to hold herself up, she said about authorities, noting doors to walk-in freezers are heavy and hard to open. I mean, that's a good point as well. I believe it was foul play involved. Martin begged for anyone who knew what happened to her daughter to speak up. Please, please, I beg you, let me know something, she said. Help me. Help me is apparently what some netizens heard Jenkins whisper in a video Roberts posted to Shelton's Facebook page the night of their friend's death. As of Thursday, the clip amassed millions of views before it was ultimately removed from her page. While social media users wanted justice for Jenkins, their amateur detective work was hindering the investigation. It's unfortunate that some of that stuff's convoluting the investigation because all those leads have got to be followed up on. But how is that unfortunate? If this is a possibility and these are real leads, why not follow up on them to rule them out if nothing else? I mean, if organ harvesting is responsible for 0.000 whatever percent of cases, you'd want to rule that out, right? I mean, this is kind of weird. Rosemont Mayor Bradley Stevens said Wednesday, as I'm sure you've seen, there's a lot of different conflicting speculation out there, so police are doing their best to come to a quick resolution, obviously. I think everyone wants to know what happened. Jenkins' mother was shown the surveillance video of Jenkins, but police did not release it to the public. We're trying to be as understanding as we can to the mom and to be as compassionate as we can, Rosemont spokesman Gary Mack told the Chicago Tribune Wednesday. Now that our detectives have had the chance to look at it, we're hopeful it will be helpful to her. Mack wouldn't reveal the contents of the video. It's unclear how authorities found Jenkins' body, and they would not reveal if there were any lacerations discovered. The hotel has offered to pay for Jenkins' funeral. Spokesman Glenn Harston of the Crowne Plaza told the Chicago Tribune Thursday, "Our hearts go out to Kenneka's mother, her family, and friends," Harston said. "We hope covering the funeral costs provides a small bit of relief for them. A cause of death was still pending." Okay. So another point I want to go over here is something else that, again, supposed true crime aficionados, coincidence theorists, or just random illogical commentators on true crime cases, what they never consider the possibility that criminals, their plans don't always go off without a hitch. I mean, and this is really, really bizarre why some people can't consider this. I mean, they fall for some of these basic black and white logical fallacies. If it was foul play, it had to have been executed exactly as envisioned by the criminal. There could never be any crime in progress or crime abandoned. It's really weird how nobody really discusses these things. But let's say if there was someone involved. Now, if one of her friends was in debt, whatever, they set her up for some organ harvesting. Maybe I don't know, maybe they thought she stole someone's boyfriend, or she was involved with somebody they didn't want her to be involved. Whatever the case may be, whatever regular human drama that goes back to the dawn of human existence, as written about by Shakespeare and all these other people, just basic human psychology, basic human drama. There are individuals out there that are just, again, not nice people. That's one way to put it. If they set her up to have her organs harvested for a big payday, either someone knew somebody who knew somebody, and if one of those individuals happens to work at the hotel, who knows? Maybe they have law enforcement connections. Again, how many times, you can call it conspiracy theory, but it's simply corruption investigation. And how often has corruption investigation turned up ties to law enforcement? It's becoming more and more uncovered these days. And then we have to also imagine how much of law enforcement corruption will remain uncovered in decades past, where there wasn't a paper trail, where there weren't security cameras, and it was covered up solidly, and it will never be known. So if the amount that's known now is already so much, it's kind of insane. And by so much, I mean, what would be a lot? I mean, more than zero would be too much, right? But anyway, there's plenty of cases with police corruption. They're coming out in the open more and more all the time nowadays. So is it out of the realm of possibility some higher up at the hotel has law enforcement connections, high up in law enforcement or government officials involved in human and or organ trafficking, organ harvesting, all of these things? But even if not, even if it's a small timer at the hotel involved with this, is it possible her friends possibly, let's say, even killed her, put her in the freezer? If it was someone working at the hotel, they would have known where the camera was and what the field of view of the camera is. So if they did help her along, let's put it that way, and maybe they drugged her with something that didn't show up, but if she wasn't prescribed the medication, did they give her the medication as trying to drug her? Maybe they gave her the wrong medication. Maybe they wanted to drug her with something else. Who knows? Maybe they wanted to roofie her, but it was a different drug. They were given a different drug by a different dealer. Again, even humans are not perfect. Criminals are not perfect either. Drug dealers are not always 100% perfect. Drugs could get mixed up. I mean, this really isn't that mind-shocking. But regardless of how it happened, if they had put her in the freezer for the intention of having her organs harvested, whether they were or they weren't, so if there's some kind of cover-up where they were and we don't know about it, or whatever was not released. But let's say they weren't, but the intention was to harvest her organs, sell them on the black market, whatnot. Something went wrong, people got spooked, someone didn't show up, or they were afraid, or they knew about the security camera, they were worried about being caught, they got cold feet. So whoever was responsible for whatever the first stage was, whether it was her friends or other parties, they completed the first stage, which was either killing her or incapacitating her and putting her in the freezer, and then the second stage was never executed for whatever reason. Is that out of the realm of possibility? Again, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what's happened. I'm just saying it's very strange how some people can't consider the possibility that the plans of criminals might go wrong and might become abandoned. That's my point there. So here's a post by the person that actually requested this case on the MindShock Patreon. I have a soft spot for Kaneka Jenkins Martin. Later, her last name changed to say that it was Martin and not Jenkins, when her father and brother are both named Jenkins. She was found dead inside a freezer. That freezer was inside a walk-in, inside a kitchen that was under construction and out of use. The freezer door was said to have shut behind her, and she was too intoxicated to push the glowing emergency release button to get herself out of the freezer once she felt cold. Which is kind of interesting. I mean, how often do people walk into freezers of all places, though? Like, you'd have to think, if she was out of it, drunk and stumbling, the doors to the freezer are relatively heavy. Not that she couldn't open them, but would you take a path of least resistance if you're drunk and out of it? Would you just collapse wherever? I don't know. Just things to think about. Also, there's a video of an officer crime scene technician opening the door and letting the freezer that she had just been in shut. This door would not shut without pulling it shut from the inside or pushing it shut from the outside. Interesting. She came in with pretty, straight, sew-in hair extension. Very expensive hair, and it's obvious when hair is expensive or cheap. And when she was found, she then had what appeared to be a wig on her head that had bangs that was all chopped up. When the style she had when she was walking to the freezer had 0 bangs, it had then changed from perfectly straight hair to wavy curly, and it looked like it was placed on her head like it was an afterthought, and whoever may have done that so was not even trying to hide the fact that her hair had obviously changed somehow, some way. There is so much more that I found, followed other people, finding and validated for myself as being truthful. It's really sad, in my opinion, because her case gets so little attention from most of the public. The police and their supporters may say accidental death by walking into a freezer and lying down to die, but there is a huge portion of the population that doesn't believe that story for 1 second and can smell something off a mile away. Okay, so interesting points there. There are definitely inconsistencies, and we have to regard the model of the particular refrigerator. We have to regard the model of the motion-activated video security camera and the possibility that that's not flawless, or the possibility that there exists footage that has not been released that shows other individuals. So personally, I, again, don't look at autopsy photos or any of that stuff. That's not quite my cup of tea. I'm into the logical analysis aspect of true crime, so I will rely on other people's descriptions. Here's a Reddit post. Apparently, she was missing one shoe. I can't find here whether or not they found the other shoe. Now, here's a couple of posters that described her partially undressed. I saw a lot of claims that she was partially undressed, but the photos taken of her in the freezer were released to the public, and those settled any suspicions I had of foul play. She has all her clothes, but she may have started to undress because her shoe is missing. You can see it next to her. And she has a cut on her foot. It looks like she probably did that to herself, trying to take off her shoe while drunk and freezing. I heard a lot of stuff about her not being able to open the freezer door by herself, but looking at the pictures, it looks like a regular single-door walk-in freezer with a pull lever. It looks like the typical walk-in freezer at most restaurants. I've worked at quite a few restaurants, and I've never had an issue opening them by myself. Although being drunk and out of it on medication, who knows? Another poster here, it's because she wasn't wearing a shirt. I don't think most people make that comment realize that she was wearing the bra without a shirt to this party. Someone else theorized she took the shoe off to bang on the door of the refrigerator with the shoe for help. Interesting. An assessment of the video footage here. I don't know what I believe. The surveillance footage is edited so carelessly, it's hard not to wonder. It skips minutes, and someone edited the way she walked over the course of about 10 frames because it was obviously warped and it was impossible she moved like that. Alright, so let's take a look at these surveillance videos. So this is one from the kitchen. I mean, one does have to wonder whether she was drugged and who drugged her. So she looks out of it, but she doesn't look that out of it. She does not look completely 100% out of it. In other footage, she looks significantly more out of it, which is also a bit strange. She's actually walking more sober-like in the kitchen than in the hallways. In the hallway, she almost fell over a banister. So, yeah, this is not a state that would give one superhuman strength like PCP or some of these other drugs. This is more of a drunken, stumbling, not knowing where you are, probably loose and relaxed muscles. So it would probably be harder to open a refrigerator door in this state than in another state. And it looks like she doesn't really know where she is. And then there were also conflicting reports of the freezer actually being unplugged. So was it plugged or in or not plugged in? And then also keep in mind, so she appeared relatively normal in the videos with her friends, I believe posted to Facebook prior to the party. Or at the party. So at some point she was drugged. I mean, unless the theory is that she took the drugs herself of her own will, either knowing or not knowing what they were. Her friends just said, "Oh, here, take these," and she took them, or she was drugged against her will. Either way, she was not in this state prior to the party. Although I suppose one could argue if she's on this medication and then she drinks a lot, it would exacerbate this state. I suppose that's also a possibility, but she was not prescribed those drugs, so that is what we know. So pretty tough to figure out. So pretty tough to figure out what to make of this. So we do have footage of her walking as well through the hotel, and she's walking completely normal before either the drugging or whatnot. And she looks like she's completely aware of her. She almost looks like a completely different person in the other videos. So I guess it comes down to either was she already on the medication and a certain amount of alcohol caused that result, or did she take the drugs willingly, not knowing what they were, offered to either by her friends or maybe other individuals at the party, not her friends, maybe friends of friends, acquaintances, who knows. And yeah, it is pretty bizarre, because if you can't see the freezer in the footage, how do they know she wandered to the freezer by herself? I mean, that seems like a little bit of a leap, particularly if they're not releasing certain details where she was with other people as she left the party. Now, clearly in the footage here, she's by herself, but when did that happen? Where did the other people go? And how do we know there weren't either people following her that were aware of where the cameras were? Or maybe they were captured on camera, because we only got a little bit of footage released here. There's not that much footage that has been released here, so what do we make of that footage? It's tough. It's tough, but it seems silly to just completely write off, oh yeah, definitely accidental death. I mean, this is not going to stand up in court. Do we have irrefutable evidence that she herself, by herself, opened the heavy freezer doors made heavier by her current state, and a freezer which may or may not have been plugged in at the time? I don't know. Was it plugged in afterwards? Did someone shut the door after her? Did someone hold the door shut after she was already in for a certain period of time? And she wasn't found for quite some time. Was the freezer plugged in and out? Did they dust for fingerprints? We have to wonder whether this investigation was legitimately done. Some other posts on Reddit here. I do think her friends were up to no good and know more than what they are telling. I think it's possible she was drugged by them and then the freezer accident happened. So yeah, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Perhaps it's possible they drugged her. There was other funny business going on and that she also got into an accident. But again, that accident needs to be proved. Definitively proved. Not theorized based on what cannot be seen on video cameras. A response here, this is what I suspect. That video doesn't prove one way or another what happened. Just that she was able to walk and was in the vicinity of the freezer. It is plenty possible that she was the victim of some other crime, negligence, or prank gone wrong, and honestly, I think the wilder conspiracies obfuscate the more plausible possibilities. And of course, it's kind of silly to pretend to know what's more or less plausible with incomplete information. I mean, that's the coincidence theorists always fall for that one. Now, you can't ask, was the hotel negligent or were her friends mucking around without being shouted down and called a conspiracy theorist, because people are going around talking about organ sacrifices. That in and of itself, I mean, these are straw man fallacies, ad hominem logical. I mean, these are all logical fallacies. Why not objectively, neutrally examine every theory without appeals to incredulity and all these other fallacies? This person asks, as for the organ harvesting thing, if she was killed for her organs, why were her organs still inside her body? Again, not all criminals successfully execute every plan. Criminals are capable of getting cold feet. I'm not sure why coincidence theorists are unable to wrap their mind about that very simple concept. So yeah, there's seem to be issues with her friends, and again, the so-called friends here, if they're into other illegal stuff, drugs, whatever, they can come off as shady even if they weren't responsible for what happened to her here. But that does, we have to keep that in mind as well. Someone else theorized here, I don't know, maybe her friends, while super drunk, dared her to go into the freezer or something. Huh. Another person chimed in here, there have been too many recent stories about female friends drugging other female friends so that they can be raped. It is sick and disgusting, but there are sick and disgusting people in this world. And there are indeed. That's an unfortunate fact of reality, but that's why we can't rule anything out, really, with such limited information. But the dare, that's an interesting theory as well, because if you were the friends of someone who died, would you admit, oh yeah, we were involved in drunken pranks that got our friend killed? Please hold us legally liable, particularly if they have other things on their record, or they're dealing in drugs, whatever the case may be. Someone else chimed in here, I wonder why she couldn't open the door. I worked in food service and used to prop the door open when I went into a walk-in fridge or freezer because of all the TV shows I had seen where the doors automatically locked when they closed. This didn't happen in real life to any of the freezers I have been in, at least. So is she saying there that the door would have remained open? We did, however, lock them when we closed up for the day, as this hotel should have done if they weren't using the freezer right then. If it was locked, she wouldn't have gotten in the first place. I guess if she was weak as a result of being drunk, maybe she just couldn't get the door open, or she assumed it was locked and just kicked at it trying to get someone to hear and let her out. Sad either way. It's kind of bizarre though, because that works both ways. That works in both opening to get in as well as opening to get out. So I don't know. And supposedly the handle, the latch is glowing on the inside for those particular emergency situations. So that way, even a drunk person would notice something glowing. Ooh, shiny object. Another commenter with experience of this particular drug, she was taking Topamax, an anti-seizure migraine medication that has the well-deserved nickname Dopamax because it can interfere with reasoning, memory, and overall cognitive functioning. Combined with alcohol, it pretty much makes you a zombie. Someone else theorized this. If the door was already open, the more I think about this, the more I wonder if it was even closed. Those doors aren't crazy heavy, but it would completely eradicate the argument of her being too drunk or weak to open it. They already skipped protocol by not locking the fridge. Plus it was empty, so it's not wild that they might not even have closed it. Now, this is an interesting theory. If the refrigerator door was open and the refrigerator unplugged, not in operation, that definitely increases the likelihood of a drunk and mentally out of it individual wandering into the fridge. But then that opens the question, would she close the door in after herself? And even if she did, if the fridge is not on, that means somebody would have plugged it in. Now, is it possible there's no foul play involved and the next day someone plugged it in because they just noticed, oh, look, the fridge is unplugged, it should be plugged in, and they plugged it in not knowing she was inside? Is that what happened? I mean, that actually seems to be a more plausible theory than the one being peddled thus far. So that's quite interesting, if that's what happened and it was completely accidental and her friends were not involved in any kind of foul play. It's very, very difficult to make heads or tails of this particular case because of these unknown variables and the missing footage, the way everything was handled. But if that happened, I mean, there needs to be a certain amount of closure. If that's what really happened, and they even know who plugged in the refrigerator if it was unplugged, and that caused her death, I mean, this all needs to be brought out in the open, at least for her family to have closure if they don't want to make it public. I mean, I don't know the legal implications of all those things. Regardless, this case does seem to be a bit less strange than the Elisa Lam case. There's a whole bunch of weird oddities, coincidences, the haunted Cecil Hotel. Those are stacked a mile high. With this one, there are less factors to decipher, but ultimately we still have to decipher them. So here are a couple more comments here that all very possible. Ultimately, I think ending up in the freezer was an accident. But I do think there's at least a fair possibility that she was drugged at the party. Based on the surveillance footage and what I saw of her behavior, availability to teenagers likely lifted from a parent's prescription, and personal and anecdotal evidence of its effects, especially on women and especially with alcohol, I'd say the drug is likely Ambien. Everything I saw in surveillance is consistent with the behavior of someone reacting badly to Ambien, especially the determined, overconfident way she was traversing the hotel and the minimally apparent intoxication. Whether they did it as a prank, sort of let's just see what happens thing, or for another nefarious purpose, and she walked out before they could complete their intended course of action, I can't say. And that's a very astute comment. So, Ambien, not Ambien, whatever, this other drug, Topamax, Dopamax, regardless, if they stole it from either a parent or some other, maybe they just took it from, maybe somebody left it in the hotel room, who knows where they got it, or they got it from a friend, and they were just screwing around. There's two types of pranks. There's the screw around prank, oh, let's give it to her, let's see what happens, ha ha ha, or something far more nefarious. Okay, let's if they wanted to set her up to get raped or whatever, or even more nefarious than that for organ harvest, whatever the case may be. it could have possibly been a more innocent prank because, again, if you think back to being a teenager, early 20s, for some people, possibly late 20s and even 30s, and maybe even 40s, who knows, the screw around, let's see what happens when, spiking the fruit punch bowl. I mean, these kind of pranks go back a long time. Is it really outside the realm of possibility that these young adults, teenagers and young adults, would be screwing around? And she just left. So regardless of whether in the party videos she's out of it, she's unhappy, who knows? And she just walks out of there, but supposedly she walked out with people. I mean, that was what the early statements had said, so she did not walk out alone. I mean, this is what complicates the case. We really don't know, but then she ends up alone somehow? And is it out of the realm of possibility a shady hotel employee would take advantage of a young woman wandering alone, apparently intoxicated or drugged up, not knowing what's going on? It's a little bit strange to deny the possibility that there are predators out there that are looking to take advantage of people in this situation. So are they more or less is a predator more or less likely to take advantage of a young woman who's intoxicated and out of it, or completely sober and ready to scream and fight at any moment? So again, I just really don't see the coincidence theorists, how they just immediately write off any possibility of foul play because she was drunk and or mentally out of it and or on drugs. So there's a few people uploaded various videos here. Someone actually did the full walk from room 926 all the way to the freezer and locked themselves in the freezer. And it's basically just a really easy push button to open the freezer once you're in. It's a bright white, but it does look like the door is swinging closed after it's open. Now, the last point I want to make here, so I did look at a couple of different psychic interpretations and things of that nature. They had some interesting theories as well, that if she could have been dead before being put in the freezer, and that someone else put her in the freezer, either dead or alive, there was another altercation somewhere, and possibly let's say they were trying to get rid of the body, but then someone else came, and then they put the body in the freezer instead to make it look like she either accidentally got in there or simply put it in there to be moved later. And there's still more to go over with this case, so I'll have to do a follow-up episode. There's a couple more theories out there, a couple more inconsistencies regarding the police investigation, but that's the main overview for now. We went over a bunch of different theories. And actually, there's yet another one. I forgot to go over this. Someone chimed in here. Although it may not be the case, I think it's worth noting that a drug like GHB, roofies, may have been undetectable in her system by the time she died. It is processed through the bloodstream very quickly. Not only that, but because it occurs naturally post-mortem in higher levels, it's very hard to test for even if it was present. It's not only used as a date rape drug, it's also being used recreationally more and more. Used with alcohol, it's incredibly dangerous. It also causes profuse sweating, then a coma-like state. Just a theory, but an important drug sometimes overlooked in these types of cases. That's an interesting point, too, just based on the time her body was found, based on it's unknown at exactly what time she was either by her own volition or otherwise placed in the freezer. All this time later, would it be detected depending on the dosage that she got and whether or not she took it willingly or not? And if we couple that with the other medication, the Topamax, what's going on here? It's really, really bizarre. But if she was feeling incredibly hot due to the drugs, would that explain her wanting to go into the freezer? Would she even know it was a freezer in her state? Again, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. And the more I look at the case, I mean, there are some conspiracy theory rabbit holes that go a bit deep. There was an individual known as Zach who apparently died. Some people allege that he was killed after taking a look at the case, and apparently Kaneko was killed by guards or maintenance people that work there. I don't know, quite bizarre. But the friends at the party, the live streaming, there's some people allege that you can hear some kind of an assault in the background. It's all quite bizarre. But there's also a moment in that video where they say that Kanika isn't there. So if they're just covering for it, if somebody was talking on the live in the Facebook chat or whatever, asking for her, she wasn't there. So had she already left? And then of course we have the timestamps in the security cameras. Of course, those are not usually accurate. They're not necessarily in sync with other cameras either. It's all very, very difficult. So I know I was gonna end this a little earlier, but I keep finding some interesting things here as I'm looking through the case. And apparently, so the security people, maintenance people, if this was connected somehow to her so-called friends at the party, if they were gang affiliated and possibly knew people that worked the night shift there at the hotel, does that cover all the bases? Here's a YouTube commenter from a year ago. I think the kids at the party were not her real friends and set her up and had connections with third shift staff, security and maintenance. A reply here. The party was gang infested, so no one will talk. Monifa even lied to Kanenka Jenkins' mom about where they left her at. Why, if no involvement? And this Zach researcher believed she was left in a hallway and then she went looking for a restroom. And then apparently, this could theoretically make sense and cover some bases if she was drugged and if her friends possibly knew someone who was working the night shift or more than one individual. And why did they particularly choose that exact hotel? I don't know if those details were ever released, but apparently the Zach individual, apparently his home was raided and they took videos, either security tape copies that he got. I don't know. Bizarre. Other people believe this was gang retaliation. And here's another comment. Based on other videos and information, I believe this was either a gang initiation or retaliation. Supposedly, Kanika was targeted because she provided information against someone or because of her brother's shady dealings with a gang or gangs. There's a video posted that was filmed prior to the night of the party where Kanika is at a community event attended by alleged gang members. And one can clearly be heard saying, "Shorty dead." Gang culture dominates Chicago like it does in LA, and many people in Kanika's circle have either personal ties to members or their own affiliations. So it is entirely possible and probable that this was a setup for the purpose of either initiation or revenge. The idea that her death was for organ harvesting isn't practical for the simple fact that organs must be taken from a living human body in an appropriate manner to remain viable for transplantation. They would want to keep her alive at least for the time needed to properly procure her organs. If people at the hotel are in cahoots with the biocenter, why would they risk exposure by allowing her to be killed or left there? Why would they kill her without taking any organs? And just the counterpoint on that is they were going to, but they couldn't. It got interrupted. Maybe other people were walking around, maybe even a police officer, who knows, or a security guard, someone that was not part of the crew that was executing this. But the gang initiation theory is interesting, particularly if there were people involved that worked at the hotel, which is why the hotel was chosen. someone possibly with even access to the security footage that could manipulate, edit, delete it if that's what was done. And yeah, if this video prior to that night with other gang members, if that's legitimate, that does open the door to some kind of gang affiliation, gang initiation, gang retaliation options. Theories. Do the police know about this? Perhaps they know all this. Perhaps they did solve it per se. But again, we have cases where police will not press charges for a certain crime because they're going after individuals for other crimes. So if they just wanted to kind of shut this thing down quickly, is that how they would have done it? And they're still investigating these individuals in connections with other crimes, maybe multiple murders, drug travel, all these bigger charges that they don't want to let go. And maybe they will tack on this particular Kanika Jenkins charge at a later time if they're not corrupt or incompetent. Then maybe that is the plan. And one more point here. Again, this is a rumor. Supposedly, Rosemont allowed the night watchman to leave the country. Why have they not confronted that issue? And if I'm not mistaken, he clearly had bruises, a scraped face, and hands, and nothing has been said. I also believe these kids did have something to do with it also, if nothing else, to lure her. I cannot forget the chant those kids did in that room. They set that young girl up on their level and got a few dollars in their hands. When they were done with her, she ended up in a freezer. And these are just YouTube comments. People have done various research based off of rumors. I don't know how much of this was corroborated. Again, I'm not saying any of this is true or untrue. And here's the darkest theory of all that I will close this out with. Another commenter here on YouTube. It was a setup. Her homegirls were the ones that set her up. They drugged her. She was trying to get away from them because she knew something was wrong and she thought she could trust the security. But the homegirls knew the security guard. And they're not messing with those security tapes, overlapping and editing them and deleting them for no reason. So there seems to be, a lot of funny business in this case. I don't think it's a quick open shut case. I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt to the conclusions that have been brought forth. And I think more investigation is needed, and I'll be covering this case more as well. I mean, there's a few can of worms here that I did not anticipate. And this is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we go over cases in comprehensive and logical fashion, trying not to fall for any logical fallacies. Hope you found another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime informative. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You can also just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK. To keep awareness up in this case, and that it may not be as solved as purported, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today, we are taking a look at the Brianne Walgram case. This has been a highly requested case on MINDSHOCK, and it is a case I actually seemingly have never heard of. I do not recall this case before. Coming out of Revelstoke, British Columbia, of the ski resort fame. I believe that's the same Revelstoke. And yeah, it is surprising that this case is not more well known, but it was requested, so we're going over it today in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront in an attempt to discern fact from fiction and what could have happened to Brianne Walgram, a case that is still unsolved. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, want to help support the podcast, bring attention to more missing persons cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, and topics that are not talked about enough, or at least not in a logical comprehension fashion, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also support the channel by becoming a YouTube member. YouTube memberships are now open, so there will be more advanced streams and chats for those that are more well-versed in certain cases and topics. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. So you could also become a patron today. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's jump right in here. This is from findbrianne.wordpress.com. About Brianne. Brianne Ruth Walgram was a soft-spoken, sweet, and attractive young woman. She was just 19 years old at the time of her disappearance. Many people viewed her as shy or timid. Those who were lucky enough to get to know her would say she was outgoing, fun, and absolutely hilarious. She was employed at McDonald's restaurant and the Old Frontier Super Save gas station, both located on the Trans-Canada Highway in Revelstoke, British Columbia. Brianne resided with her parents, Cheryl and Cliff, and has two older brothers, Troy and Todd, who were not living at home during the time of Brianne's disappearance. Like many young women, Brianne spent most of her time working and hanging out with her close group of friends. Her schooling, two jobs, and older brothers led her to make a variety of different friends and acquaintances throughout Revelstoke. Brianne led an active lifestyle, playing sports throughout high school and working out at the gym. She occasionally consumed alcohol at parties but did not smoke cigarettes or do drugs. She had dreams of going to college, traveling, getting married, and having children. Though she was not romantically linked to any particular boy, Brianne did have crushes. Not long before she disappeared, Brianne had purchased a black Acura Integra with gold-colored rims that was her pride and joy. It was in pristine condition, and she made sure to take good care of it. Last summer was filled with Slurpees, rocky beaches, and the loud blaring of Beastie Boys from her new car. The summer of '98 came to a tragic end when our dear friend was taken from us September 5th. Brianne disappeared that evening without a trace. Her family and friends have been deeply missing her for a very long time and are no longer willing to sit around and wait. We are coming for you, Brianne. We love you and will not give up. There's a quote here: "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." A Margaret Mead quote. That's a good quote, actually. It's a very good quote, and quite true. The masses were very rarely on the right side of history. Okay, so let's look at more details here. Vitals at the time of disappearance. So date of birth, March 25th, 1979. Age 19, height 5'2", weight 130 pounds. Characteristics, white female, light brown, curly shoulder-length hair, often worn tied back, blue eyes, birthmark on the back of her right leg. Clothing, blue jeans, white t-shirt, black sandals. Quite generic there. Circumstances, Brianne was last seen between 11 and 11:30 p.m. on September 5th, 98 at the 7-Eleven store in Revelstoke, British Columbia. The thing about the generic clothing, though, I mean, that's what makes things a little bit more tricky, because a lot of people wear blue jeans and a white t-shirt, and even black sandals. But blue jeans, white t-shirt, is that the most common outfit in modern history? I mean, I just did a podcast on the Brandon Lawson case, for those that are not aware. remains were recovered. Allegedly, they are Brandon's. Now, we are working with very limited information, but supposedly the clothes are consistent with what Brandon was wearing. Was he wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt? In which case, is that kind of clothing, what does that clothing consistency mean? Obviously, DNA tests will bring about some more definitive results, but just the comment there on the very generic clothing, blue jeans, white t-shirt that she happened to be wearing, if she happened to be wearing something else that day, something more that would stand out more, obviously that would be more helpful for sightings and such. But continuing on here, circumstances, Brienne was last seen between 11 and 11:30 p.m. September 5th, 98 at the 7-Eleven store in Revelstoke. She was witnessed in the company of 3 young unidentified females. Uh-oh. I think I see where this is going. 5 days later, her abandoned vehicle, not necessarily, 5 days later, her abandoned vehicle, black Acura Integra, gold-colored rims, was found 30 kilometers south of Revelstoke, up Echo Lake Road in the general direction of Acolcolex Falls and River. Her wallet, driver's license, and $200 cash were found in the vehicle. All right, so we are working with some information here because that is a very good detail there. So this $200 cash, I mean, that's not chump change, especially back in the 90s. That is not chump change. I mean, people have killed for far less than that even today. So that is curious. Wallet, driver's license, and $200 cash were found in the vehicle. So does that make it a lot less likely that some random druggie killed her? Now, the other comment I was going to make was about her vehicle. Black Integra with gold rims. Now, obviously, I'm not alleging she's a drug dealer of any kind, but was that vehicle mistaken for a different vehicle? I mean, late 90s, there were a lot of drug dealers running around in those types of vehicles, and especially the gold-colored rims. Now, obviously, there's plenty of law-abiding citizens with those types of vehicles as well, but it's cliched for a reason, because there is also a fair amount of drug dealers that have that kind of vehicle. She had cashed her paycheck that day. So let's look at the most recent update here from the RCMP from 2011. This is the most recent update on this. Well, not the most recent update on this blog, but it looks like it might be the most recent law enforcement update. I'll be going through a couple more updates, but so this was a meeting with the RCMP March 17th, 2011. Constable Jennifer McLean from 10 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. She was very approachable and patient. She stated that she had looked through the file, but does not have thorough knowledge on everything quite yet. Here are her notes. 7-Eleven, unknown girls and witnesses. When looking through media clippings, there are articles contradicting each other regarding the unknown girls that were last seen with Brienne at the 7-Eleven. I mean, that's never good. That's never good. And of course, there's a reason in cases the significant other is looked at first, as well as the friends and family, those close to the victim or potential victim, as well as those who saw the victim or potential victim last. There's a reason for that. I mean, because most of the time that's what happened. Again, I'm not alleging that's what happened here. You just have to, if you're doing a thorough investigation, you do have to investigate all the angles. In the beginning, there were only 2 composites with not enough details for a third. Later, one of the sketches of the 2 girls was used for a third girl. A lot of emphasis has been put on finding out who these girls are. Accuracy is of utmost importance. Please explain. So this was a bit confusing for us to explain verbally. Okay, so they're going to follow up with that. How confident were the witnesses about their memories and descriptions of these girls? I realized they had to be hypnotized in order to come up with the sketches we've all seen. Now, for some people, they don't think hypnosis is reliable, and so they disregard all that. Obviously, on MINDSHOCK, we don't fall for logical fallacies like false dichotomies. Hypnosis might be reliable in certain cases, and in other cases not. Everybody's brain is unique and different. Every hypnotist is unique and different. So we're not going to assume in a silly fashion that the hypnosis was or wasn't reliable. But continuing on here, did the witnesses that were hypnotized know each other in any way? That's a great question. Were they together as a couple of friends or totally separate people? Can you give any witnesses my contact info? Okay. So she was not sure about the accuracy of their descriptions and the method of hypnosis. Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. Okay. There are also two separate media sources that report two seemingly different men seen at the 7-Eleven. One was a man seen filling his white truck with gas, quads in the truck bed. The other was a man in a red truck seen leering at the girls. So this is from CBC. Lee hypnotized a female friend of Brienne's. Under hypnotism, she told Lee of a guy in a red truck that was hanging around Brienne and her girlfriends. He apparently was leering at the girls. The witness was able to help police come up with a composite drawing of the guy in the red truck. What happened to the composite of this man? When and why did these men disappear from the story? Please explain. May I obtain a copy of this composite? So the notes here, I explained to Constable McLean that I had heard that the man in the white truck was found and removed from the equation. She did not remember seeing a male composite in Brienne's file, but we'll look into it. Okay. I mean, these are just all so many unanswered questions here. I mean, this is tough. This is really tough. So how was he removed from the equation, and was he removed from the equation prematurely? I'm assuming they must have verified his whereabouts every step of the way and the 5 days up until the vehicle was found. If they did, and there's multiple points of reference backing up the alibi uninterrupted from when he was spotted at the 7-Eleven, then yes, then of course he can be removed. Like, for example, if he lives somewhere much farther away and there's documented evidence of him going there and staying there, then yes, he should be removed. Also, leering, I mean, when people are trying to solve a case, what's the difference between leering and casually watching? To a young teenage girl, any older guy who's a rough-looking trucker-type character, maybe, or maybe not, just anybody that's a bit older, or maybe not even necessarily older. If they're just looking around, what's the difference between leering and looking? Like, for example, if a female did the same exact look for the same period of time, would they consider that leering or unusual? Or is it because he was a man and they're young women? Again, I don't have the answers to these questions. I am just asking these questions. Is there really no 7-Eleven tape in existence? A 7-Eleven employee that was working there that night states this was an unusual occurrence. See, this is the thing about coincidences. So the 7-Eleven security tape works every night of the year, every day of the year, except that day. I mean, are we really willing to accept that? I don't know. The plot is thickening here. A 7-Eleven employee that was working that night states this was an unusual occurrence. A media clipping describes some of the events that were taking place between these girls and Brienne. One girl leaning on the hood of Brienne's car, another went into the store with Brienne, but they didn't purchase anything. Is that unusual? So did Brienne go to hang out at the 7-Eleven and not purchase anything, or was she or one of her friends shoplifting, or well, what's the case? What's the deal here? Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. The car obtained one photo, also we'll post separately, and was able to view the rest. This photo does show some damage to the front driver's side of the car. I'm still not 100% clear on how this all played out. So Brienne is with her friends, but there's also unknown girls there also. And the friends don't know the unknown girls. Was there some kind of an altercation? Continuing on here, we are allowed to describe the rest of the photos with text. Outside car. Also, Brienne's car is in the RCMP garage. Also, notice here how it was garaged as opposed to, let's say, in the Maura Murray case where the Saturn was just left to rot outdoors for years and years. I mean, that is curious. Is that not curious for those that hallucinate the Maura Murray case is all on the up and up? It's just always curious to look at different cases and how they are handled and why there might be differences in the handling of these cases. Outside the car on the ground, a package of Colts cigarillos, can of Budweiser, empty air freshener package. Inside the car, one yellow, one red air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, beach towel, one pouch of cigarettes on a console between the driver and the passenger seat, looks to be either Players brand or number 7 Blue, 6-pack of Growers Blackberry wine coolers. Visibly, you can only see 2 coolers still in the box. One cooler is open, the other closed. The box is only open on one side. So again, thoughts can always drift to, was there some kind of a party? Did something go wrong? The dash and outside of the car are dusty. The foliage around the car is quite heavy. The passenger door is ajar as described in the media. The passenger window is open. Keys are in the ignition and they appear to be in the off position. So is this how the car was found? The passenger door ajar? The entire car was inspected. Does this include the undercarriage? Was the ignition set to off or on? Were the headlights set to on or off? What gear was the car in? Was the parking brake on or off? Huh. No answers here. Apparently, Constable McLean said that the car inspections are very thorough, but the most they can get, I'm guessing they can't give out that information. I guess they're saying it's would compromise the integrity of the case. Does RCMP think the car was simply pushed down the gully? How long do they figure the car was sitting there, and why? Does the scene seem staged? See, that's a good question. That's a question that needs to be asked in all cases. Again, going back to, for example, the Maura Murray case, where all these triggered coincidence theorists and narrative steers, they just can't handle the very notion that the accident scene could have been staged. But it's a very standard question when you're doing a true crime investigation. So, and here's the answer from Constable McLean. McLean did not wish to give her opinion on how the car was placed in the gully. See, that's a reasonable answer. They're not pretending or hallucinating it was or wasn't staged or hit a tree or whatever. They're stating that she doesn't want to give her opinion. That's a valid answer. And now that doesn't mean there's no conspiracy. I'm not alleging there is or there isn't, but at least that's a valid answer that's not really that suspicious. She did give the opinion that the car was probably there the whole time since Saturday night. I'm sure she would like me to stress this as her opinion. The photos do show the car to be fairly dusty, contrary to our previous belief. Okay, so the constable is stating here she believes the car was placed there on Saturday night and was there the entire time until it was found 5 days later. Continuing on here, there are rumors the car was wiped clean. Is this true or false? Constable McLean did not say, but did state that it is difficult to lift fingerprints from a very dusty vehicle, particularly 5 days later. It is also difficult to lift fingerprints from the inside of a vehicle due to textured surfaces, etc. Dust causes problems when trying to lift prints. Were any strange fingerprints found whatsoever? Apparently there were smudged prints on the coolers, and there was one set of unidentified prints. If so, where were the unknown fingerprints found on the vehicle? McLean did not say. A size 11 men's boot print was found in the dirt close to Brand's car. Do police believe this footprint is suspicious? Apparently no cast of the boot print was taken. Is there a photo? May I obtain a copy? Constable McLean did not say, but did state that it could have been difficult because the area was dry and dusty, or it may have been only a partial print. There could have been dirt moving around the print, making it difficult to tell the make and model of the boot. This may be why a cast was not taken. Huh. So, yeah, it is curious, like, how many random boot prints are in that area in general on an average day. If it's always none, never, then that boot print is very suspicious. Continuing on here, I found more contradictions in regard to the tracking dogs. The dogs picked up Brand's scent just outside her vehicle and at the end of Front Street. One media clipping describes the dogs losing her scent 3 meters from the car. Was it just outside the car, 3 meters from the car? How did the dog pick her scent up at the end of Front Street? What brought them there? Please explain. McLean did not seem to know much about this. MCSC may have more information regarding details on how and why the tracking dogs were used. The RCMP did use their own dogs, and MCSC also had brought some in. I mean, that's good, though, because we have 2 different sets of dogs and dog handlers, so their results can be matched up to see what's consistent, what's not consistent. I mean, if this is released, actually. Was DNA preserved from the coolers? Were any tests done? McLean did not say. Please describe the coolers in Brand's car. There are many different rumors about the details of the coolers. Please explain and clarify. McLean did not say, but I think she will look into confirming details on the wine coolers. There were cigarette butts found in the car. Please explain in better details. McLean did not say, but I think she will look into confirming details. Okay. Search areas. Please detail all areas that have been searched. Mapping would be great. I will ask MCSC and any other third parties for the same information and make a universal map. A new search should be organized when the snow melts. We talked about how the Akol-Kolax area was well searched. Constable McLean mentions that the dam may have been searched, possibly by MCSC divers. Yeah, that's weird. How do they not even know who searched? She doesn't know which areas were searched altogether, but she will find out which areas were searched according to RCMP. Volunteer grid searches were also done. I mean, this does not sound like an organized investigation here. Wow. Wow, we're going to get into MINDSHOCK land here. Miscellaneous evidence. Were phone records of Brand's number ever retrieved and investigated? McLean did not say. How could they not investigate phone records? What? This is weird. Do the police save media footage that has been released over the years? Is there any footage of the vigils, newscasts, etc.? If so, may I have copies of this footage? McLean stated that the news releases by RCMP are saved, and she would look into whether or not she could get me copies if there are any. Wow, this is not looking good. Where was all video surveillance retrieved from? Please list locations in Revelstoke where surveillance was inspected for traces of Brianne. I realized not everywhere in Revelstoke had this type of security back then, but would still like to know everywhere that was checked. McLean was not sure of all locations. She said she would find out. There was video surveillance of Brianne in the Cheers beer and wine store that night. Can that footage be released to better show how she looked that night? I remember Brianne having a characteristic walk. I think this would really give people a great picture of her appearance. McLean will find out if it would be possible for us to obtain a copy of this video. This is really mind-shocking. Did they really not release the last known footage? Huh. Brianne's jewelry. Why was the jewelry Brianne was wearing that night never described to the police? Can we have this information? I received as much detail as Cheryl Walgram could remember and posted on the website. Was a necklace found? Were pawn shops checked? That's a good question. Pawn shops, very, very interesting. In the Scott Peterson case, if you haven't checked out the Scott Peterson series on MINDSHOCK, check that out because supposedly Lacey Peterson's watch was pawned. And that was an avenue that police did not want investigated for some reason. Because if they were just sold on Scott Peterson being the perpetrator, the lone perpetrator, they did not pursue the angles with the bank robbery, with the house robbery across the street, or these pawn shops. So there really should be more of an effort to look into pawn shops, not just in the immediate areas, but obviously pretty wide nets. The longer a person's been missing, the wider the net should be cast for pawn shop investigation. That's something we haven't really focused that much on, but that is a great point. And that is definitely a factor to consider. Because even if the perpetrators themselves would never pawn it, at a certain point, if jewelry gets down a chain of possession, somebody might trade it in, and that somebody could lead to the previous person who might be able to lead to the perpetrator. Or at least, that's an avenue to investigate. Did anyone report seeing Brianne on the evening of Friday, September 4th, 1998? There's a period of time where we aren't sure if she went directly home. A few people think they saw her in the bar, the Rock Pit, on Friday night. Constable McLean said she would look into this. The girl seen by the hunter at Akol-Kolax on the morning of Sunday, September 6th, 1998, she was apparently in the area after having a fight with her boyfriend. This seems odd. Is there a better explanation for her presence out there? Huh. So apparently they did identify her? Wow. Okay, and then also we have to look, how frequently traveled is that Akol-Kolax area on early Sunday mornings? Huh, that's a curiosity. McLean agreed this does seem odd and will look into the story further. Other, Are there any timelines of Brienne's movements made by RCMP on file? May I have a copy? I have a few requests. I have had a few requests for a timeline. McLean did not seem to think there was an existing timeline on file. That's not good. We found some city council minutes on the internet dated February 9th, 2010, moved by Councilor Wheelock, seconded by Councilor Halberstadt, that Sergeant J. Olson provide an update in council in camera on the Brianne Walgram missing persons case within approximately 45 days carried. What was the result of this update? Why was an update given to city council and not the public? We were told this information was open to the public by the city. What was the nature of this update? Please explain. McLean said she would look into this. Okay, the plot is really thickening here. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions here that by themselves, they don't really mean that much altogether. There's quite a few curiosities here. This is an ongoing investigation. I've heard this a few times now. I don't understand what this means. I don't understand this to mean that the case has not gone cold, but it doesn't seem like much has been going on over the last several years. Please explain. McLean stated that the case is technically cold. The case is considered ongoing because over the last 12 plus years, different investigators have gone over the file and will continue to do so. She does plan on better familiarizing herself with the file and will re-interview in the future. She thinks this will take a long period of time. Why was she even given this interview, though? Shouldn't they have used someone who's more familiar with all these details? Huh. An interesting post here by Find Brianne, March 18th, 2011. They wouldn't answer about the DNA, but I think they must have some. Brianne grabbed the wine coolers for the friends she was supposed to pick up from work. Please explain this in more detail. Each of the males observed in the area were solitary males, so who would have driven them back from the remote area in which the car was found? Huh. Another interesting post, maybe the man in the red truck was just a fabrication from the person that wanted any heat taken off themselves. I'm still mind shocked by the fact that if there was security at that 7-Eleven, that was the only night it didn't work. I mean, come on. If somebody's writing a novel or making a movie, if they're trying to explain it as just a mere circumstantial coincidence, nobody would buy that. And are we supposed to buy that in real life? Another post here. The girls who have not come forward, despite all the publicity, may have had a reason, such as some silly boyfriend thing. Normally, of course, I would look toward male perpetrators, even though the only two men noticed in the area seem to have been unlikely candidates. Given the fact that the car was found in a remote area, it is likely a second vehicle was involved. Another great, a good observation here, October 26, 2016, also on this Find Brand WordPress page. One question, who owned the 7-Eleven where she was last seen? Can anyone tell me who the owner was? Also, exactly why or how did the 7-Eleven videotape disappear? I've read that it was noted that an employee at the 7-Eleven said it was highly unusual for that to happen, and that's a huge problem all of its own that doesn't seem to have been pursued, but depending on who the owner is, it sure gives me a clue. In every case in the States where the police dash cam, and now here in Canada too, just happened to be turned off, it has been proven to have been turned off because there were details on it that the perpetrator cop didn't want known. Not that the device malfunctioned. There's an anonymous writer on this site under the gossip column, I think, and his details on what happened at the McDonald's a few nights before Brianne disappeared should be honestly checked out as well, but that involves serious police work. The RCMP need to at least pretend they give a damn. I may know what happened to her, I may not, but the fact that whoever did this wasn't worried about a trifling $200 makes me think I really might know, but without honest police concern and help, equity, no one will likely ever know. Too many questions. Brianne's friends, her parents, her coworkers need to be questioned properly. I went through something nearly as terrible as what I believe happened here, and it's given me an edge. I'm afraid. She's likely never coming back, but her death should not have been in vain, and if the truth comes out, others will be saved. A response here. I also wonder who the man was that talked to her on the forestry road and her saying she had a fight with her boyfriend. Why was she on that road so far from town by herself? I don't believe she would go to a place like that by herself. Something suspicious about that story. I believe the whole investigation was done badly from the start and people involved are keeping quiet because they're afraid of being implicated. From what the response here, from what I remember, Sergeant Kleinsmith told me this was not Brienne and that this girl was camping at Echo Lake with her boyfriend. So if that's true, that does rule out that man, because why would that man in the middle of nowhere say Brienne talked to him if she didn't and cast himself as a suspect? There'd be no reason for him to go to bring forth that information. Another response here. I can't remember exactly, but I think his first name was Neil, the owner of the 7-Eleven. I could ask around and find out his last name. The tape didn't disappear per se. I believe there was either only one tape and that it was taped over, or there was no tape recording at the time Brienne was seen at 7-Eleven. I've spoken with the anonymous writer of the McDonald's experience. All I can say is many of Brienne's coworkers, friends, and family have been questioned excessively over the years. So here's the thing, though. So if these are just a bunch of goofs that constantly tape over the security tapes at 7-Eleven, then that's not that suspicious if that's what they've always done and that's what they always do. But if this was the only night ever that this happened, I mean, that's curious. It's kind of hard to write that off. So actually, that was not the most recent update. Here's an update from March 25th, 2019. The officer in charge of Brienne's case sent me this today. Back in 2013, SEDGIS and additional resources did a 5-week operational investigation in Revelstoke, pursuing all outstanding tasks from the prior investigation, as well as creating new ones from information that had been received past and present. You mentioned that there was a lot of misinformation, which is absolutely correct, and a lot of this time was spent chasing down rumors and finally putting them to rest. We ID'd a couple of individuals who we interviewed, polygraphed, and eliminated from our investigation. We also collected numerous DNA samples voluntarily from individuals that were associated with Brienne, friends, family, coworkers, as well as individuals that had surfaced during our investigation. This was extremely helpful with further excluding individuals that had been named in the investigation. That's actually very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So did police actually ID the supposedly unknown friends and rule them out, or not? Or are they talking about other people? So there's a couple more curiosities here. Trace Evidence did an episode, and they mentioned this detail. When last seen, Brienne was in the company of 3 mysterious women who have never been identified. One witness reported seeing a female on the road near Brienne's car the day after she vanished, but that woman's identity has never been ascertained. So is this not who the hunter saw? Is this another individual with an identity that has not been made public or even known? Because we have the hunter, but was that on the logging road? Is this who they are talking about with the boyfriend? Maybe, or is this somebody else? So the details regarding the McDonald's, here's an excerpt here from missingsouls.com. Disappearance Friday, September 4th, 1998, which was the day before her disappearance. Brienne had worked the late shift at McDonald's, and after she finished work, she went out and hung out with some of her friends. There is not a lot of information about what happened that night, but the following day, the 5th of September, when Brienne went to her shift at the gas station, according to her coworker, she seemed a little bit off. The coworker described her as a lot quieter than usual. It seemed like something may have been bothering her, and at one point during her shift, she broke down and started crying. No one really knew what Brienne was so upset over. She never told anyone. According to Brienne's mom, she had a quick cry about it, and then she got over it. Brienne got off work around, well, how would she know if she hadn't told her? Brienne got off work that day around 7. Her parents were going to a barbecue, which Brienne said she wasn't going to go to because she had her own plans for that night. She was going to go home, take a nap, and then go out with her best friend, Christy Kane. Both girls worked at the gas station, so Christy told her to pick her up when her shift ended at 11:15 p.m. at the gas station, as well as to go and pick up some wine coolers before she came and picked her up so that they could have something to drink that night at a party they were going to. However, Brienne never showed up at the gas station to pick up Christy that night. After waiting around for a little while, Christy decided to call Brienne's house phone to see if she was home or to see if her parents knew where she was. Her parents told Christy that she was not at home, and they were under the impression that Brienne was going to go and pick Christy up. This made Cheryl and Cliff panic and worried. The following day, a missing persons report was filed. 4 witnesses came forward to authorities saying that they had seen Brienne the night of September 5th. The 4 witnesses who knew Brienne personally said they were certain that they had seen her at the local 7-Eleven between 11 and 11:30 p.m. They also said that she was not alone. According to the witnesses, Brienne was seen talking to 3 different women outside of the 7-Eleven. No one was able to identify the 3 women, and to this day, those women have never come forward. Composite sketches were made by all of the witnesses. Unfortunately, there were no security cameras at this 7-Eleven. This meant that the police were not able to figure out how these interactions happened or what Brienne's body language was like. And again, apparently the 7-Eleven did have security cameras. There was just no tape. Or, if there was a tape, did someone take it and say there wasn't a tape? That angle should, of course, be investigated as well. And of course, the problem with the sketches, there's a mix-up with the sketches. I don't know if it's innocent or not, but we went over that before. Continuing on here in MissingSouls.com, the search. 5 days after Brienne's disappearance on the 10th of September, her car, which was a black Acura Integra that had gold rims, was found in a large ditch off Echo Lake Road, approximately a 30-minute drive from Revelstoke. The car had minor damages, but it had seemed to have hit a tree nearby. Inside the car, Brienne's items included her wallet, driver's license, and $200 cash. Outside of the car were a pack of cigars, a can of Budweiser, and an empty air freshener package. I mean, here's just another possible theory. If Brienne got into an altercation with some shady individuals, maybe as she left, they started following her. Maybe she tried to get away. Maybe there was a crash. Maybe she escaped. Maybe these individuals were not responsible for killing her. Maybe they moved onward, which is why all the cash was left in the vehicle. And Brienne went for help. And again, we're going to get into the details with the searches on would her body have been recovered if it was innocent and she just, there was no foul play. She just somehow got lost and accidentally died. Or was a hunter or someone else responsible for her there, even though they were not involved in the original interaction that led her to that area if she was being chased. I mean, I don't know how likely it is to be chased 30 minutes outside of town. Would she have just gone to a police station or somebody's house? I mean, I don't know how that would have played out. Or was it some kind of carjacking where somebody got in the car with her? I mean, again, I don't know. Why is her money and wallet still there? So there's some bizarre oddities here. There are definitely some bizarre oddities. Inside of the car were a yellow and red air freshener hanging on the rearview mirror, as well as a beach towel, pack of cigarettes, 6-pack of wine coolers. Authorities tried to see if they could get the DNA from the car. However, they were unable to because the outside of the car had been sitting in a ditch which had been collecting dust over the 5 days it had been sitting there. They were also unable to collect DNA from the inside of the car because the texture of the seats made it unable for them to retrieve any DNA or fingerprints. A partial footprint was found in the dirt right outside the car of a size 11 men's boot. Authorities have said it was a partial footprint and they were not able to get a cast of it. They couldn't get a partial cast? I mean, if that footprint is right by the car and there's no other footprints, I mean, what does that mean? That's kind of weird. No other information was given out from the police department except for the information provided above. After the car was found, a witness came forward to say that in the early mornings hours of September 6th, he saw a young woman who matched Brienne's description walking up by herself up Echo Lake Road. When she was walking, he said hi to her. However, she did not respond and continued to walk. So is this the hunter? This is not the hunter. Searches took place with helicopters and planes, as well as people looking in forests, the woods, rivers, and bodies of water. There was even a $20,000 reward for any information that would lead to the finding of Brienne. It is important to keep in mind that this particular weekend was Labor Day weekend, and as well as the CP Ball Tournament, the Canada Cup International Softball Championship was held in Revelstoke, which brought so many new people into Revelstoke, which may be the reason why no one was able to identify these 3 women. This is just an extra fact to keep in mind. That's an excellent point. That is a very excellent point, because if there was a ton of new people there, that also opens the door to a lot of shady individuals who are not locals. Wow. Okay. So now it seems okay. So it seems just based on all this information, would it be more likely that something happened to her and then somebody dumped the car? If it was a serial killer, somebody traveling along the highway, would they pick such a location on Labor Day weekend with all of these things going on that weekend with a lot of extra people? They wouldn't necessarily be spotted because there's a whole lot of extra people as opposed to on a regular day. So it was also found on a logging road. So what does that mean? Was it a logger? Who would have known about the location of the road? Now, obviously, somebody looking to dump a car, if they're just aimlessly driving around and they spot some shady road, maybe they would dump it there. Or if it's somebody who already has knowledge of the road's existence. TrueCrimeDiva.com also has a very interesting article with new information that I haven't seen posted elsewhere, so we're going to go over this now. This was posted June 27th, 2020 by True Crime Diva. Brianne Walgram missing since 98 from Revelstoke, British Columbia. Brianne Walgram, 19, of Revelstoke, British Columbia, vanished without a trace in 98. She was last seen talking to 3 unidentified women at a local 7-Eleven. See, the question about whether or not these witnesses who knew Brianne, did they make up these unknown women? These unidentified women, because the 2 men that were allegedly also there, or the workers at the 7-Eleven, did anybody else corroborate this? Because theoretically, again, if there was some kind of plot and individuals harmed her, would they make up other individuals to take the heat off of them? But we're going to examine this because there's some clues in this article that might show that to be unlikely, unless this is a more vast conspiracy. Revelstoke, British Columbia is approximately 410 kilometers directly west of Calgary. It is a picturesque town surrounded by mountains and vast wilderness as far as the eye can see. National Geographic once named Revelstoke as a must-do trip on its ultimate adventure bucket list. Brianne Walgram, 19, grew up in Revelstoke. She was a sweet, soft-spoken young woman who was not afraid to work hard. Brianne held 2 jobs, a part-time job at McDonald's and a full-time job at the Old Frontiers Super Save gas station, located along Trans-Canada Highway in Revelstoke. And of course, this highway does have its share of serial killers, and there's a lot of missing women. So, again, on a Labor Day weekend with events in the area, it's very possible somebody rolled through and harmed her. But again, we have these 3 unidentified women it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of this, so let's continue here. Brianne had worked the late shift at McDonald's on Friday, September 4th, 98, and then stayed out late with friends. The next day, Saturday, September 5th, she worked 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the gas station. Co-workers later said Brianne was off and not her normal self. She seemed quieter than usual. During her shift in the afternoon, Brianne broke down in tears. She had a little cry, and then she got over it, said her mother, Cheryl Walgram, in 2000. Brianne returned home September 5th at 7 p.m. She took a nap instead of going to a barbecue with her family. Around 9 p.m., Brianne called her best friend, Christy Kane, to tell her she would pick her up at 11:15 p.m. when Christy finished her shift at the Super Save gas station. They were going to some parties that were happening over the Labor Day weekend. Christy asked Brianne to pick up some wine coolers on the way to the Super Save. At 11:20 p.m., Christy called the Walgram home asking why Brianne had not yet picked her up. 4 witnesses told police they saw Brianne Walgram speaking with 3 young unidentified girls. Young unidentified girls, so not older. At the 7-Eleven on Victoria Road between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., the witnesses knew Brianne personally. One man said he followed Brianne's car on the way out of town. There were 3 passengers inside. Okay, that is a mind-shocking comment right there. So were those 3 passengers not Brianne? Was Brianne not one of them? So if they did something to her, then they took her car to dump it, but then where did they go if they didn't have a second vehicle? I mean, I guess they could have hitchhiked or called somebody to pick them up somewhere, but I'm assuming in the new investigation that happened, they interviewed this guy. Did they polygraph all these people? I mean, brain fingerprint scans are needed. I don't know why this technology is not widespread. I talk about it all the time. It is what the military and top secret government agencies use Brain fingerprint scanning, there's 100,000 plus reward for anybody that can beat the machine, because this technology, it doesn't care if you're trying to deceive or not. It simply measures recognition responses in the brain waves. So it's completely irrelevant whether someone's lying or not. It's just measuring whether there's recognition of information being presented. So obviously an innocent person would not recognize information if they were not directly responsible with that information, unless maybe they stumbled across the crime scene after, but that's why you have to craft the brain fingerprint scan in a very intelligent way to make sure you can rule those things out. But either way, this is the technology that should be used across the board, not polygraph technology, which is of course not admissible in court. The 3 mystery women have never come forward to identify themselves. 5 days later, Brianne's 89 newly purchased black Acura Integra with gold-colored rims was found in a gully off Echo Lake Road near Alcolex Falls, 30 kilometers away between the 15 and 16 kilometer mile markers. The car had hit a tree on a right-angle bend in the road and suffered minor damage. Brianne's wallet, driver's license, and $200 cash were in the car's glove compartment. Brianne was nowhere to be found. See, here's the other thing. If it really was just some kind of carjacking robbery, if they didn't mean to kill her and they did, in their panicked state, would they have checked the glove compartment? Because if they're just trying to get away with this out-of-control crime that went wrong, I mean, who knows? Again, it depends how panicked they were. If this is not an accomplished, cool-headed career criminal or criminals, perhaps they would just bounce. They would not stick around to try to finish robbing her. Other items found in the car and around the car per findbrianne.wordpress.com. So the Colt cigarillos, can of Budweiser, empty air freshener passenger. Inside the car, 1 yellow, 1 red air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. A beach towel, 1 pouch of cigarettes on the console between the driver and the passenger seat. Looks to be either Player's brand or number 7 blue. 6-pack of Growers Blackberry wine coolers. Visibly, you can only see 2 coolers still in the box. 1 cooler is open, the other closed. The box is only open on one side. So if someone harmed Brianne, did they drink some of the wine coolers? And in that case, DNA would be there. The foliage around the car is quite heavy. The passenger door is ajar as described in media. The passenger window is open. Keys are in the ignition and they appear to be in the off position. So whatever you can glean from that. A man came forward and told police he saw a teenage girl matching Brianne's description walking up Echo Lake Road around the 22-kilometer mile marker on September 6, 98, so roughly a mile, maybe a little over a mile from where the car was. The man said hi to her, but the girl did not respond. The road was not far from where Brianne's car was discovered. Hundreds of people searched the woods, boats scanned the shores of rivers, and planes and helicopters provided air support. There was even a $20,000 reward for information that would lead to Brianne, but no one stepped forward. Brianne Walgram was last seen wearing blue jeans, white t-shirt, black sandals. According to one of the investigators, Rhonda Morgan, there was a big CP ball tournament that weekend. There were lots of strangers in town from all over. And we believe that the 3 young women we are looking for may have been involved in that somehow. In the ball tournament? The CP ball tournament was the Canadian Pacific slow pitch softball tournament sponsored by CP Railway, a local employer with roughly 300 employees and part of Revelstoke's history. Brianne suffered from seasonal affective disorder, SAD, a type of depression that comes and goes with the seasons. Her mother, Cheryl, said she was not experiencing symptoms at the time of her disappearance. Cheryl Walgram has insisted that her daughter would not have taken her own life or run off without letting anyone know of her location. Furthermore, Brianne had a car and bank account and was legally an adult. She had no reason to run away, and she was not suicidal. None of Brianne's personal belongings were missing from her home. Her toothbrush was in the bathroom, and her bank account has remained untouched. Nearly 22 years later, Brianne Walgram is still missing. Every year on Brianne's birthday, March 25th, Cheryl Walgram lights a candle. I put it on the porch window facing the direction where she went missing, and I let it burn all night so it'll guide her way home, Cheryl said in 2010. Anyone with information about Brianne Walgram's disappearance should contact the RCMP or Missing Children Society of Canada at 800-661-6160. Is that too many sixes for some people's comfort? True Crime Diva's thoughts. This case reminds me a bit of the Maura Murray case. I think it's eerily similar, but of course not connected. At the very least, the trio might know what happened to Brianne Walgram. They look suspicious because they never came forward, but there could be a reason for this, like not wanting to be involved. I'm a little skeptical of the three mystery women sighting. If these women were staying in Revelstoke for the tournament, as investigators believe, they may have stayed at a local hotel resort, or maybe they were camping. That would have been easy to check, I would imagine. The three were obviously together. If the police didn't find the girls in any of these places, were they just passing through Revelstoke? Did they live nearby? So here, yeah, there's a couple of points here. I mean, there's quite a few points here, but if these were under 21 girls who wanted Brienne to buy alcohol for them, I mean, alcohol. So here's something that people in the U.S. might not know: the legal drinking age in Canada is 19 years of age. It used to be 18. So that's curious, is it not? So you only have to be 19 to purchase alcohol or drink in a bar or possess alcohol. In Quebec, Manitoba, and Alberta, it's still 18 years of age. Very curious, very curious. So she could purchase alcohol. So if 18, 17, 16-year-olds, if they wanted her to purchase alcohol for them, maybe they were willing to pay her, and then something went wrong and she didn't want to do it. Is this simply a case of not going to buy alcohol for minors rage? I mean, some people believe that that's a viable theory. The curiosity of the 7-Eleven. Who was working there at the 7-Eleven at the time, and what did they say? And what about this guy that followed her car? I mean, I'm guessing he didn't mean actually followed. He just happened to be going on the same road that the car was on. I'm guessing that's what that means. But yeah, it's pretty weird unless law enforcement has identified and ruled out the three women, but they don't want the true perpetrator to know that, so they would not make that public. Is that a possibility? Continuing on here with the article, the sketches. I'm also confused about the sketches of the women. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the original post. You have the one I inserted above. I found this in a 99 newspaper. Findbrienne.wordpress.com explained the pictures. The 4 pictures have been explained as only 2 girls. The caption below reads, composite drawings of 2 of 3 girls last seen with Brienne. The 2 on the left are from one sketch artist and witness. The 2 on the right are from another sketch artist and witness. The 2 witnesses lived in different cities. One was hypnotized in Vancouver, the other in Edmonton. The pairs are similar in appearance, which suggests the 2 witnesses were describing the same girls. Wait a second, so are these witnesses that don't know Brienne, or that do know Brienne, and one in Vancouver, one in Edmonton, so they don't live in Revelstoke, but they know Brienne? How did they know Brienne if they don't live there? What in the hell? So which is it? 4 women, 3 women, 2 women. An October 98 article did mention 4 girls and gave different descriptions for each. Huh. Who are the witnesses who saw these women? I know one was a man, but who are the others? Were they together? How old? I disagree. With all due respect, I do not think the 2 witnesses are describing the same girls. I don't see the similarities except maybe with the ones from Witness 1. At least one of the witnesses went under hypnosis, so maybe that's why we have the different sketches. They were not hypnotized until several months after Brienne disappeared, from what I understand. Why didn't they give the descriptions to the police immediately after learning Brienne Walgram had vanished? That's an excellent question. Honestly, I don't think investigators should use hypnotism in an investigation. A person's memory is not reliable and only lessens as time progresses. Sighting doesn't make sense. The connection between the 3 girls and Brienne's disappearance does not make sense. Why was she talking to the girls? If she left 7-Eleven with them, why? She did not know them personally, or did she? Did she offer to give them a ride somewhere and something happened along the way? Huh. Why would she ditch her best friend to hang out with these 3 strangers? If they told her a story about somebody being, maybe a car broken down and they needed a ride or whatever, did she purchase the alcohol, the coolers, because she was planning on picking up her friend after giving these girls a ride back to their car or somewhere that they needed to go? Did they come up with some kind of sob story that was seemingly an emergency, which is why Brianna tried to help them? Huh. She was supposed to pick up Christy at the Super Save gas station, so what the hell was Brienne doing at 7-Eleven around the time when she should have been picking Christy up a mile and a half away? I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point, because if she went there, if she was already off of the plan by the time she met the three women, what does that mean? If it was to buy the wine coolers, it appears there are other places closer to Super Save, but maybe that was her place of choice, unfortunately. Wouldn't that be able to be clarified, like where she usually went? It sounds to me like Brandon and Christy were headed to a party or parties that night. Where were the parties? Who hosted them? Any of them near Echo Lake Road? I am more likely to believe that these three girls had nothing to do with her disappearance, and some people are covering up for others. Honestly, it just doesn't make sense. What reason would these girls have to hurt someone they don't know? What was their motive? It wasn't a robbery, we know that much. Steal Brienne's car? Well, that didn't work out too well for them. And of course, the other point is, I have to constantly say this, criminals are not always all infallible masterminds. There might have been a plan set in motion, the plan went wrong, the plan was abandoned. I mean, it's really, I don't know why a lot of so-called true crime aficionados, they have a lot of trouble with understanding of the concept. Like, they say, oh, well, why would they do this? Well, that might not have been the initial intention. The initial intention of plan could have been something completely different, then it goes wrong, and that's why it looks the way it looks. So it's not, I don't know, that's just something in the true crime community, there's just a lot of people that struggle with that. The other point here, I really don't even really want to say this theory, but let's disconnect it from this case. In another case, if something happened this similar like this, would a cover-up be traced backwards? Meaning, if there was a best friend and the best friend was responsible, did the alleged victim or the potential victim, did they really pick up the friend, go to a party, something goes wrong, then the friend and those at the party conspire to cover it up, so the friend would say she never got picked up? I mean, I would think that would be easy to verify based on where the friend worked and other people who were working at the time, or was she the only one working there? I mean, these are, I would think law enforcement investigated all of these possibilities. Brienne, what was Brienne crying over on the day she disappeared? What upset her? I found no mention of why Brienne was upset, but that might be a small clue to her fate. Where was Brienne between 9 and 11 p.m. on the night she disappeared? What time did she leave home? I mean, was she supposedly napping at that time? But I don't know. This is so... okay. Yeah, why she was upset, that could potentially be a clue as well. Like, all of these things could theoretically be connected if we're not... If we're not accepting it as coincidence. But if Brienne often cried at work, then, okay, that might not be connected. If she never cried at work, and this was one of the only times she ever cried at work, now it's going to be harder to write that off. So, Brienne's car, it does appear that someone fled from the car because the passenger side door was open. There is mention of the vehicle being a little damaged, suggesting maybe an accident had occurred. But that could have happened when ditching the car. If these people were in the car, there should have been fingerprints all over the place and possibly hair. So did police search her vehicle for physical evidence? Authorities found cigarillos outside the car. Not many women smoked them. So I think a male was in or around Brienne's car. What about cigarettes found in the vehicle? Did Brienne smoke? Were any butts lying around on the ground outside the vehicle? One wine cooler bottle was open. Did police try to get DNA off of it? How well would an out-of-towner be able to find Echo Lake Road late at night? Final thoughts. I believe Brienne was murdered on the night she disappeared and her body buried somewhere around Echo Lake. I think it's possible whoever is responsible for Brienne's disappearance knew her and vice versa. Was there any local who left town in the days following her disappearance? It looks to me that the investigation into Brienne's disappearance is too hush-hush for a case more than 20 years old. Investigators look tight-lipped, and I want to know why. And don't give me that BS about jeopardizing the investigation or conviction if there's arrest. It's been over 2 decades. I guess I just don't believe her disappearance and likely murder was at the hands of a stranger, let alone 3. I think Brienne knew her killer very well, and others are helping to keep that information quiet. Which brings us back to the guy who said he followed Brienne's car with 3 unidentified individuals in the vehicle. How closely was that guy looked at? Alright, so let's go to the subreddit Unresolved Mysteries, a great subreddit for a lot of true crime cases. And let's break this down here and see what some people think. There's actually not a lot of discussion on this, unfortunately. Tabek29 posted this regarding the case 3 years ago. How sad, my grandmother is from there and remember going there in the summer and have been to that very same 7-Eleven and probably drove by her last route and house many times and didn't even know that this has happened there. Such a beautiful, peaceful little town. Unfortunately, the area is very rocky, dense, and wooded. She could be anywhere. There is a dam in here too, not to mention other bodies of water. Recently, they found wreckage of a plane and remains of a couple that went missing last year. It did take them a while, but if you look at the area, finding a small body would be even more difficult, but I hope they do someday nonetheless. Here's a interesting comment by Brandon from the Trace Evidence podcast on YouTube in the comment section. Let me start this off by saying Trace Evidence is my go-to podcast, always to the point, very few assumptions or even opinions. That being said, let me get to the point. There are quite a few important facts that have been completely missed here. These are not in chronological order. First of all, there were 2 other males that were seen at the 7-Eleven that night. One was in a white pickup truck pumping gas. The other was sitting in a red pickup, seen by 2 people leering at the girls. No composite sketch was ever done on either of these 2 men. Do I believe one of them had something to do with her disappearance? No. But I certainly think it's worth mentioning. Second, and I'm not sure how this one was missed here, I mean this as a compliment because Trace Evidence never misses anything, but there was never any security video retrieved from 7-Eleven. Why is that important? Because that 7-Eleven in particular always has a security camera running. When an employee of the store was interviewed and stated that not having any security footage was an extremely unusual occurrence. So what happened to it? Did it get taped over? Was it not on that night? Did someone intentionally destroy it? It's also worth mentioning that witnesses have also stated that they saw Brianne hanging out with these girls outside the 7-Eleven that night. They were getting along, and Brianne did not look to be concerned or under duress at the time. She was seen inside the 7-Eleven with one of the girls, although they did not purchase anything, and another one of the girls was seen leaning on Brianne's car outside. So what does that mean? If they're trying to make, if they're making up these young women, these young girls that are with her, wouldn't they say she seemed a little agitated? Or are these advanced people covering themselves, saying, thinking that would be too obvious if they said that it was agitated, so they said she wasn't agitated to make it seem more realistic? Is that a possibility? I don't know. Okay, now this one blows my mind the most, and I personally feel like it speaks volumes in more ways than one. The hunter in the truck who saw the girl walking back on a back road in a foresty area had actually stated in his interview that he actually spoke to this girl for a minute. And when asked what she was doing out there alone like that, her response was that she had a fight with her boyfriend. And that she was basically trying to avoid him at all costs, rushing to end the conversation, avoiding eye contact, talking so softly that he could barely hear what she was saying. I believe that this is a key to the investigation because, one, if he is telling the truth, then she is most likely, I say definitely, but that's just me, involved somehow in Brianne's disappearance. Or two, this hunter is lying and giving false information to throw off the police and is probably responsible for her disappearance or just trying to get attention. That's kind of weird to me, though. Why would the hunter come forward at all? Because unless someone else witnessed the hunter talking to the girl, why would he offer any, like, it seems kind of weird, which would lead me to believe that he's not lying, unless he is a crazy psychotic, and he is the perpetrator, and he wants the attention. But that seems like a strange way to go about it. I don't know. A few more things. The supposed size 11 boot print was found outside the car, never had a cast made from it. There were several things found inside the car that could be, should be clues. 2 air fresheners, 1 wrapper, 6-pack wine coolers on the backseat floorboard, 2 of which were not opened. The wine coolers that were opened and had smudged fingerprints on them, they also got 1 set of unidentified prints from somewhere else in the car. They also got DNA evidence from the wine coolers that were opened. There were also 2 different packs of cigarettes as well as cigarette butts found in the car. As stated in the video, Brianne did not smoke. Sorry to say this, but it seems like the RCMP either never gave a damn about this case or they're absolutely terrible at their jobs because, and I'm no expert, but this clearly seems like a very solvable case. I even read that they were at one point eliminating people who voluntarily gave their DNA, so they clearly have someone's DNA. This girl deserves to be found, if anything. Another post here. It appears to be some type of trafficking situation to me, starting with an employee at 7-Eleven. It's a group working together. Maybe the girl walking was released for helping. That doesn't seem likely. The thing that makes me question all this is her mood reported from both stores and her crying. Her best friend might have more of an insight on that. Did she have a boyfriend? Question mark. Other posts here, what a frustrating case. How can no one know the identity of at least one of the 3 women with Brienne? Plus, small towns rarely keep secrets, so what happened? I really feel for the girl's parents. Some responses here. I believe on the contrary. It is very easy for a small town to keep a secret as well. Just saying, not trying to imply anything. Another response, small towns are known for keeping secrets. A lot of people know each other and are kin. They don't appreciate prying eyes or ears in their business. They delve out justice many times outside of the law, sometimes with law enforcement's knowledge, just saying they are protective AF of the business, gossip, and secret going on. Just my opinion, having lived in a small town lifelong. Another post, they were probably not from that area. It was probably an out-of-state sex ring. The girls were sent out to get other girls in the clutches of the sex ring head honcho. Wow, interesting terminology there. Yeah, I mean, we didn't go over that aspect of it. Is that possible? A lot of times females are used in the procurement of trafficking victims, which is obviously the reason they do that is because seemingly women would be, or especially young women would be less threatening. Did they entice Brienne in saying there was some kind of a big party with celebrities or something because it was Revelstoke, whatever, Labor Day weekend, tournament in town? Who knows what they did? Were there drugs involved? I mean, this is really one of the things that I have to go to. I mean, how many different groups of people are here? Because you have the 2 guys at the gas station. You have the 3 young women, possibly 4, based on earlier accounts. Then you also have the girlfriend and her boyfriend camping in the area and the hunter. So I'm guessing there was no other sighting on a road. I'm guessing all the references to that were the hunter and this girl who allegedly has been identified. So is it possible? I mean, you know, it's kind of crazy. I don't want to fall for false dichotomies here. Is it possible these 3 young women, if real, were trying to traffic Brienne and trick her? Or maybe not. Maybe they were just going on. Maybe they were good-hearted druggies that just wanted her to party with them. And if Brienne was upset about something, possibly involving a close circle of friends, would she ditch her best friend to go to some kind of drug party, even if she never did drugs prior? If her emotional state was a certain way, would she accept this invitation of seemingly harmless young girls? Something goes wrong later with another individual. Or they do make it to a party, something happens at the party, then the car is ditched. Are the girl and the boyfriend that were camping, are they related to a party that had happened? Was it a camping party? Or was the camping thing just made up that she was camping and had a fight with her boyfriend and she really was one of the 3 unidentified young women, but you would think the police checked it because she was supposedly identified. Did she look at the sketch or did she not look like the sketches? Or was she simply yet another individual at the party? Is that what happened? I don't know. Just judging from all of this, I can't shake the possibility that there's a drug angle here. Did the 3 young girls, they see Brienne's car, you know, a black car with gold rims, did they just assume she could get drugs? I mean, I don't know. There are variables here that are not present in other cases, which does make it a very curious case, and I see why it was requested, because it's another one of these cases with all of these bizarre variables, but at the same time, seemingly quite a few pieces of evidence. DNA on the bottle, cigarettes. It seems like a boot print. It just seems like there could be enough information here to solve this case, but for whatever reason has not been solved. Another post here by Brandon. This case is so familiar to the Brianna Maitland case. Girl disappears one night, car is found. Chances are other females were involved, and there were subtle signs beforehand that they were both upset about something but never said what. The options for both cases seem almost endless, and this one in particular seems far more mysterious in the sense that clues are very few and far between. I mean, that is true. And the Brianna Maitland case, if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast on the Brianna Maitland case, make sure you check that out because that's a case as well where there's a ton of information. To me, what screams a red flag in that case is the guy that committed suicide and wrote the note regarding Brianna. If you want to know more about that, just check out that podcast. I don't know if that was verified definitively on what the note said, but there was a male close to that circle of people. Either he was directly involved or not. Supposedly he committed suicide, and there was a note referencing Brianna Maitland. Either way, Brianna Maitland was in with a bad crowd. She was into drugs, and then she went clean and was leaving that circle of friends. So it seems like motive, means, and opportunity were all there in the Brianna Maitland case. Whereas in this case, it's unclear. Is it the complete opposite? Is it a good girl trying to go bad because of some kind of emotional situation that happened? Or maybe if she was into drugs and her friends and family didn't know, perhaps it wasn't a new situation and she was going to a drug party. Again, I'm not insinuating that is true in any way. I did not know her. I don't know the details of the situation, but it just seems like a drug angle. It's hard to dismiss a drug angle here just based on all the information available and the fact that it was a party Labor Day weekend. So it's actually hard to rule out anything. If there were locals involved and they made up these three women, or maybe they didn't make them up. Maybe they really were there, they remain unidentified, but they had nothing to do with what happened to her. Another post here, I find it odd that she wouldn't have called her friend using a public phone from the 7-Eleven where she was last seen at 11:30 to let her know she was running late, knowing she was waiting for her. If something came up or she was helping the three women, whether she knew them or not, she had the opportunity to call, especially if she felt uneasy. If it really was her at the 7-Eleven, that is. What if she did meet up with friends, either the ones who was supposed to be with, or perhaps ran into other acquaintances that were also going to the party? An accident happened and they covered it up. I know, more what ifs. I hope her family gets answers and peace someday. There's another detail here that just doesn't seem right. She goes into the 7-Eleven with one of these young women and they don't purchase anything. Yeah, that's another detail that a lot of people gloss over that. I think that's weird. Call me crazy, I think that's weird. Did they shoplift, or there's something else going on? Did they go there to purchase alcohol, and then Brienne found out they were underage or something and didn't want to help them? Or they escalated and maybe started talking about drugs, and Brienne changed her mind and stormed out of the 7-Eleven, and then what happened after? Another post here, I believe that those who suspect human trafficking are on the right trail. The unidentified women were used as a lure. Maybe they even offered her money to take them to a bar or a house party because their ride never showed up or their car broke down. The only thing that makes me hesitant is her unexplained behavior at work that day. What had her upset? Another post here, my ex is from Revy, as locals call it. I've been there in both the summer and winter. Due to the outdoor lifestyle, there are many transients living there. Both the McDonald's and the Super Save gas at the Frontier, which is now closed, are right along and near the busy highway. It seems like a good possibility that a transient was involved. Just my opinion. A follow-up post, while it is very true that now Revelstoke has many transients, it wasn't always like that, especially in the 90s. We always knew when someone was new in town, with the exception of the ball tournaments. That's really the only time in Revy in the 90s that you would see a lot of people you wouldn't know. Ever since the ski hill got popular, it's a completely different town with all kinds of sketchy people in and out. But in 1998, we all knew everyone. Someone knows something. An interesting post here, which we haven't gone over this theory. This post by Amy. When I was younger, I would sometimes take long drives to nowhere, in particular to clear my head. The fact that she was visibly at work suggests she was visibly upset at work suggests she had something heavy on her mind. It's possible that she was just driving and thinking, especially considering the road was one that would be only familiar to locals. It may have been the way to a favorite spot to sit and think. If she missed a turn and wrecked, she may have decided to try to walk to get help. After that, she could have either succumbed to the elements, terrain, or been picked up with someone with ill intent. I'm actually surprised it's taken this long for someone to mention that. That is curious, because it's not like this was hours and hours out of the way. This is a half hour out of the way. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could come down to what she was upset about. Is she just going to blow off her best friend? See, if the best friend is involved in something she's upset about, she could be innocent. The best friend could completely be innocent. Let's say, just theoretically, just spitballing. If there's a guy involved and Brienne believes her best friend might be involved with a guy that she's interested in, even if it's not true, let's say it's not true and the best friend really is her good friend, best friend, but for whatever reason, maybe other people were trying to stir up trouble and they told Brienne this information, and Brienne thought it either might be true or she believed them or she didn't know for sure, but it made her upset either way. Did she take a drive of her own volition and then something happened afterwards and the three women at the 7-Eleven have nothing to do with anything? Also, if these three women did want a ride, is Brienne the type of person that would help out three young girls with a ride? I mean, I don't know. I mean, really good-hearted people do get taken advantage of. That's just a sad fact of life. But what's the deal with the guy who said there were three people in the vehicle? Now, if Brienne was seen with 3 or 4 young women, is it possible the 3 or 4 young women were not really together, and there were only 2 of them that were really together that needed the ride, and Brienne gave them a ride, and that's why there were 3 people in the vehicle? But I haven't seen a clarification from the guy that followed the vehicle whether or not Brienne was one of them, or if he couldn't tell. If someone approached her with a weapon, either at the 7-Eleven or somewhere else, I mean, how would that play out? If she thinks it's maybe a carjacking, but then it's a serial killer or something like that, and then something goes wrong later, and if the 3 women really aren't involved, it actually opens the door to more possibilities. An interesting post here by Nina. She cried and was upset but didn't tell anyone why. Her memorial was vandalized repeatedly, question mark. Is that true? That's messed up. Could have been someone she knew and was a local. Maybe they were driving the car into the wilderness to assault her, but she grabbed the wheel and made the car crash on purpose once she realized what her captor was up to. I don't think a long walk would be a problem for someone who is ready to do highly illegal stuff. Maybe someone was following her car and she was rushing, thus crashing. Why would she drive up that way? Isn't likely, but it's possible. Yeah, I mean, a lot of theories here. It's very, very curious, that's for sure. Definitely a mysterious case. Here's another interesting post by Darren. Logging roads here in British Columbia are often used for dumping grounds of stolen cars, usually torched. Also, we partied on a lot of nearby logging roads when I was her age. That's a very interesting comment there. So if stolen cars are usually dumped there, does that mean Brienne was not in the car by the time the car made it to the ditch? Also, there's a lot of parties near logging roads. Is that really a thing? If that's a thing up there, I mean, that opens the door for even more possibilities, drug overdoses, whatever, foul play across the board. Wow. Another sad post from Laura. I lived in central BC and as a teenager traveled the area often in the late 90s. Never once heard of this case. A lot of people actually made comments that they're from the area. They never heard of the case, which is pretty sad. Wow. Okay. Here's another theory we haven't heard, and this is MINDSHOCK, so we're going to go over all of them. This was posted by AudioJack just 11 months ago. My theory: the three women were trying to escape from someone, human trafficking, and convinced Brienne to drive them someplace. But whoever was trying to catch them somehow got on their trail, and a chase ensued, leading Brienne to drive up into the middle of nowhere trying to lose their tail. Then, due to crashing the car, they were caught, and Brienne was taken along with the others. Maybe the wandering woman was one of the other three women who managed to escape. Maybe she was too scared of getting captured to talk to any strangers there. Well, let's take her out of the equation. Let's say the wandering woman, because if she didn't match any of the sketches, or I mean, you would think if this was a proper investigation that woman, she would actually go to the witnesses that saw the three women, and they could actually clearly say if she was one of them. Let's just for a moment take her out of the equation. Let's say there really were camping there, and that was verified, and she really did get into a fight with her boyfriend, and that's the end of that. These other three women, if they were captured, they would never be seen again. So if the three women really are genuine, again, we need brain fingerprint scans for everybody across the board just to solve this case. But if they really were there and they really were never seen again, is it possible Brienne just tried to be a good Samaritan and got caught up with this other issue? And maybe it's not even human trafficking. What if it was a drug deal gone bad? The drug dealer is after those three girls that maybe screwed them over or whatever, and Brienne is with them, and they take her with them. And they kill all of them. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here. Another post, interesting post here, inferred from her little breakdown at work and her friends and coworkers describing her behavior as off. On the day preceding her disappearance, Brienne was embroiled in circumstances involving nefarious people and was in over her head. A, was she involved with some sketchy activity that she kept hidden, which would surprise her family and friends? Examples: drugs, gambling, prostitution, etc. Or B, messed with the wrong woman's man. Yeah, that's a possibility. The other side of that coin is, if people close to her really were responsible for her disappearance, did they make up the fact that she was upset at work? How can that be verified? Just curious questions here. Another great post here by Voracious Viewer. Also, Revelstoke being at the junction of two major highways next to a river and major forest areas, I'd be curious to know what intel RCMP have on that area as a grow spot or as a pass-off zone, say on the logging roads, for cash or other contraband. If she was upset about a boy, I can see, as other commenters mentioned, if she was driving to cool off and seeing something she shouldn't have. Labor Day would be a risky time to engage in such transactions, but it would also be a big weekend for gambling and drugs. And although the likelihood would be much smaller, there is a significant presence of serial murderers predating on that stretch of road. While it perhaps seems strange to us to dispose of someone on a road with only one way out, it means you can control the flow with relative certainty of anyone trying to turn around and leave. I mean, that's a great point. If that's a dead-end logging road, that's a great point. Here's an observation by George here. Seems to me it was an acquaintance who worked in logging. Her money and purse in a glove box indicates she was sitting in the passenger seat. The crash indicated someone was in a rush, hence lost control. Is it possible Brienne went to this party with these three young women and then she, ditched them, and at the party she's with a guy or possible acquaintance who she already knows? This guy, not her, is involved with shady people, possibly drugs, and then they come after him and she happened to be with him. Now what? How would that play out? Here's another post. The road her car was on was the road to Echo Lake, a very common party spot. And camping spot. So it wouldn't be that unlikely that on that on Labor Day weekend there were people camping in the area and that a girl might have gotten into a fight with her boyfriend. So, by all accounts, if that was all verified, see, if it wasn't Labor Day weekend, that would be a little bit more suspicious. But this is a very popular common party and camping spot area. Huh. You know, it would be curious. Did they interview all the people that happened to be in that area that night? This is Labor Day weekend. There's got to be more than just one girl and her boyfriend. Here's another issue pointed out by Leela. This is in my home province. Wow, there are so many missing girls in that area. All unsolved, no bodies, etc. There's something going on there. Most are native girls, and unfortunately, they don't get the media attention they should. Also, how sad is it that I've seen her missing person poster in the park there? So, yeah, so the people scoffing at any notion of human trafficking or young women being used to lure other young women, or just some kind of maybe women escaping a trafficking situation and Brianna got mixed up in it. I mean, it's not exactly unheard of in the area. So, I mean, there is that. All right, the last post I'm going to read here, it's a very, very ominous post by Jerson. I have a feeling that she had a secret life. A meetup with, I have a friend along with me, this type of situation. That the three women are purely evil, one of them more evil than the other two. That their actions to kidnap were just for the hell of it. I've heard of this happening many times. Possibly for the sake of having a good time, maybe for pay for a lonely man or woman, a man or woman with medium income or something valuable, meth lab maybe, the person needed assistance capturing a girlfriend, possibly a mental or physical defect preventing the ability to obtain a woman but has specific features attracted to, way out of their league, maybe obtaining her for a need of fertility or another twisted desire to inflict pain upon. I've heard of these situations too often being the case. Three women plotting for drug money. Nothing is off limits if it's a means to get his or her drug of choice. Probably never collecting because of this man or woman's mindset. He made the request, but paranoia took over. One lady too valuable to lose or just efficient at criminal activity. Maybe one of the three lured two of them to the crime scene by offering a fix or some type of benefit for the man or woman behind it all. Or very, very evil and had a female helper to use as bait, disposing of the two helpers. Bodies buried somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, women that are hardly missed by many, especially not anywhere near that area. If the deed not done by all obligated helpers, one being the lady herself that lacks the ability for pregnancy, I've watched hundreds of true crime cases. I'm sure, like many others here, nothing off limits, nothing too far-fetched. It wouldn't be impossible for investigators to look at every angle and entertain every idea before really ruling something out. Private investigator needs a lot of time and their help unattainable. So many families cannot afford a lengthy investigation. Most families are unable to spend much time approaching every angle while trying to support the family. Volunteering is great, but it's often limited. When popularity dies out, less and less volunteers feel the need to continue, just from our human nature. We spend our days mimicking the actions of other people. We have our own obligations and issues to deal with. We need more and more volunteer groups like Equine Search and another group that focuses on search and retrieval of bone fragments or little slivers often overlooked. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but maybe we need one more government agency that has one focus. Better yet, heavily funded public agencies to do this type of work, independent of government. I actually suggested that many times. There needs to be an agency that has jurisdiction over every other agency just to overcome corruption. Now, obviously, that agency itself could become corrupt, so it would be better a private funded company instead of under government control to lessen that possibility. But continuing on here, distributing tax dollars to the same places, those that always receive funding to the point of expecting it, nothing new, just the same. New projects need funding. We should have more ability to choose where we want tax dollars used on a deeper level. All other areas of crime is funded nearly limitless. Definitely not missing persons. That's a good point. I know agencies exist, but not large scale. Nothing to be taken seriously and have a presence everywhere. Something where investigations are restricting. Losing focus because of resources calls the shots. Having to choose and narrow down so much that recovering a body is always missed. Limited on days even cover ground. Small chance on someone's loved one's killer, they can argue. Services are already available. Some areas and departments do more than others. No matter the department, these cases will never get too far. Low priority is no priority. I mean, a real nationwide agency would not be an extension of something else like groups we already have. Something with less focus on catching the perpetrators, but more for the victim's dignity. More awareness by becoming very familiar because organizations operating around the country with one purpose and the seriousness. This would give the gift of closures for families that lack even acknowledgement, not having a chance. So they understand that someone cares enough and actively searching for loved ones or even satisfied having a few answers. Just providing a real effort would take a lot of the pressure off the mental health system, I'm sure. It will also give lives back to many so overcome with grief they no longer function. So yeah, they just go on with this kind of plea here, but initially they stated this about some kind of an evil individual looking to procure someone. I'm actually going to read one more post by Mika here. Women kill over two things, jealousy and money. We are certainly just as capable of murder as a male, but it's usually driven by different reasoning than the classic crazed man abducts woman for sexual assault. Another thing, sometimes people don't tell friends everything, particularly if it's something that might give them a poor opinion of you. Something like dating a guy who is either married or in a relationship might do just that, and it is something that people sometimes don't disclose, even to very close friends or family. I can't help but wonder if there are people in town who suspect they know who is involved but don't want to say anything. If the sighting of her with the three women are correct, maybe she was either involved with or might have just been too friendly with one of their boyfriends or girlfriends. Sometimes you don't even have to reciprocate feelings that someone who's already in a relationship has towards you, and you're still viewed as a threat by the significant other. That's a good point there. The guy who claims he saw a woman fitting her description on the road is also a little strange. Could just be nothing, but the fact that he added the bit about calling out hi to her out the window is kind of weird if you think about it. If I saw someone walking alone up a logging road, male or female, I wouldn't just call hi out of my car window. I would probably slow down and ask them if they were okay or if they were having car issues, especially if I was a man driving by a lone young woman. Surely she's out there in the wilderness near where her vehicle was found. I would also doubt that a second vehicle wasn't driven up there as well for the person or persons involved to get back into town. Shame they didn't find another set of tire tracks or any physical evidence really worthwhile. Interesting points there by Mika regarding female psychology and possible motivations. However, regarding the second vehicle, it seems like there would not have been a second vehicle or there would have been evidence of that, but who knows. Here's another interesting post by a local. Although Echo Lake Road is remote and mostly only known by locals, it's not uncommon to do the walk from town to the lake. It takes forever, but most teen locals have done it at least once. So it wouldn't be uncommon to see people walking that road, and if anyone took the car there to ditch it, it's not unreasonable that they just walked back into town after ditching it. And if someone ditched it there, they would have had to know it wouldn't take long for someone to find the car. Beside the fact that it's an active logging road, it's also a very popular spot for locals, and at that time of year, you are going to see a fair amount of traffic. This story is so sad. I was in grade 8 when she went missing, but Revelstoke has a dark side. She's not the first person to just disappear. She's just one of the youngest and one of the only ones who's actually reported on. Most often, it's older males, and people just assume they moved on, usually to Alberta for work. Someone knows something, someone always does. Revelstoke is full of secrets, and most of us know better than to whisper those. I do hope that someone someday comes forward with some information that can bring closure to this case. Wow, what an ominous post from a local. Does that make it seem that a transient or serial killer is less likely just because of where the car was left abandoned? Where it was dumped? Because it seems like locals pretty much know the spot, and locals, it seems like he's stating here that it's not really unheard of. It's not like in some of these more industrialized, highly populated areas in the U.S. where people wouldn't walk 7 hours. He seems to say that most people have done it at least once, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that if it was a local, they were thinking they would just dump it there and then walk back. And then also, of course, the Revelstoke secrets, it seems a lot of older males also go missing and nobody talks about it. So there you have it. I mean, we went over a lot of the different scenarios, the known information, the possible unknowns. I mean, very mysterious case, and it seems like it should be able to be solved with the amount of evidence they have. The DNA from the bottles. I mean, I don't know if they confirmed they even had the DNA, but you have to. I mean, how could they not? This is 1998, not the 60s. Or the even whatever the 70. I mean, they have DNA from pretty old cases, so you would think they have it. And then why are they doing DNA tests? Those that volunteered to provide DNA, why would they do that if they didn't have something to match it to? So it seems like the case really could be solved. So hope you guys found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description, and we can get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in cold cases and missing persons cases. Like and share the podcast, keep the awareness up. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. And then also, if you want to become a YouTube member, we do have YouTube memberships now for exclusive access to members-only streams and chat rooms. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. This is the Brianne Walgram case, episode 2, and we are going to go over even more information regarding the Brianne Walgram case. On the previous episode, I did mention the McDonald's customer story, and I was requested to go more into that, so we'll be examining that, as well as other geographical and timeline issues that might hold the key to who was responsible for Brianne Walgram's disappearance and how those circumstances played out. We will be examining everything in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you find the podcast interesting, you want to help support the podcast, help keep awareness up in these missing persons, cold cases, and still unsolved cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. We also have YouTube membership, so you can support the podcast that way and get exclusive access to members-only streams and chats for the more advanced aficionados in true crime and other topics. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. The Brianne Walgram case was actually a Patreon request. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's get right down to it. So what did this McDonald's witness say? So before we get into the exact details, I'm just going to do a quick recap here. Brianne was last seen between 11 and 11:30 p.m. on September 5th, 1998 at the 7-Eleven store in Revelstoke, British Columbia. She was witnessed in the company of 3 young unidentified females, although earlier reports actually could have been up to 4 females, and there were switch-ups with the sketches. Supposedly the sketches might only reveal 2 of the 3 or 4. If any of them were even real, some believe they're all made up for misdirection, as well as two other single males who were there at that gas station. 5 days later, her abandoned vehicle, a black Acura Integra with gold-colored rims, was found 30 kilometers south of Revelstoke up Echo Lake Road in the general direction of the Acolcolex Falls and River. Her wallet, driver's license, and $200 cash were found in the vehicle. So a couple little details. Apparently, she did have an emotional breakdown at work the day of, and then went home. Then there's some unaccounted for time. Then instead of picking up her best friend to go to parties, this is Labor Day weekend, there was a softball tournament in town, so a lot of strangers and transients coming through town that weekend, big party weekend. So she was also sighted at the Rock Pit Bar the night before the night of her disappearance, and I will be going into that. There might be a smoking gun there, a big major mind shock. I will be going into that as well. And yeah, so the circumstances of that night, instead of picking up her friend to go to party, supposedly she was witnessed by people who knew her at this 7-Eleven in the company of these 3 or possibly 4 young women, depending on earlier reports. It is unclear exactly who witnessed her, but supposedly these are people that know Brianne. And it's strange, because are they really good friends with her? In which case, would they approach her? Because she's with these women they don't recognize. Like, what's the deal there? Or are they just distant acquaintances where they know her, they saw her around town so they can positively ID her, but they wouldn't necessarily walk up and engage in conversation every single time they saw her. So these are unknown variables as well. Supposedly these witnesses also had to be hypnotized in order to provide these sketches, which is also unclear because they lived in other towns, Edmonton and some other town. They were not from or in Revelstoke at the time of the hypnosis, so how close of acquaintances or friends were they really of Brianne? There's a lot of unanswered questions in this case. I mean, we went over the law enforcement information from a meeting with law enforcement. Apparently, they would not even reveal if Brianne's phone had been checked, her phone history, who she called, who she engaged with. I mean, these are major red flags here. So, like some of these other cases, it's seemingly there's enough evidence here to solve this thing. And another major mind shock, possible critical point, is that the 7-Eleven security tape supposedly wasn't running, or at least it was not recovered. So, which 7-Eleven employees said was unusual. So if that's the only night of the year where the tape was not functioning or not available, how can we ignore that? I mean, that's crazy. That's really, really crazy. So that's the background there for those people that are new. Make sure you do check out episode 1 so you're caught up on all the exact details. So this is the rumor here, or alleged report, and it was reposted July 26, 2013 on the finebrand.wordpress.com blog. So it is unclear exactly the date that this was posted, but this message is accompanied with this statement about it. It was posted by Mike. This message was left through the site by a person who did not leave a name or email. So this is an anonymous submission. So it is unclear at which time it was submitted, but it was posted here on this site on July 26, 2013. And of course, Brienne's disappearance, 1998. So here it is. I was a frequent traveler in the Revelstoke area from 96 through till 2000. I was working on a project that would bring me to town for supplies several times a week. I used the local gas stations and quite often the drive-through at the highway restaurants. I was on one of those trips a week or so before Brienne was reported missing that I witnessed an event that may be related. I was accustomed to getting coffee for the road late in the evening on the way through town. A girl, whom I believe to be Brienne, was working the window most nights at the local McDonald's at the time. On this one particular night, I drove up to the order board, as usual, and waited for a response. None came for a long time, and I called into the microphone repeatedly, but got no answer. I got tired of waiting and didn't want to miss the last chance to order as it was nearing closing time, so I drove up to the window at an angle where I could see. Near the back, I saw Brienne standing there, crying and sobbing hysterically. Let me read that again. I saw Brienne standing there and crying and sobbing hysterically. There was another girl beside her talking to her or consoling her over something. Brienne was really distraught, and the other girl's attention was focused on Brienne to the point she was ignoring everything else. I sat there for quite some time without anyone noticing me. Finally, a male employee wearing a McDonald's uniform came around the corner from within and upon seeing me sitting there came to the window. He was acting a little strangely, looking back over his shoulder to see what I could see from where I was parked. He seemed to be searching my face to see if he could tell by my expression what I was thinking or how much I had seen. He got me a coffee as quickly as possible to get me on my way, didn't even charge me, and never said anything about what was going on. I mean, it's unfortunate that he doesn't give the employee's age here. Is this a young kid? Or is this like an older employee, possible manager? Either way, continuing on here, I have been through a lot of drive-thrus over the years and have never had anything like that happen before. A few days later, I was again going through and stopped for a coffee at the same McDonald's. The girl who had been beside Brienne the previous night had taken over the job Brienne had been doing and served me at the window. I asked her what had happened the other night, and she, at first, pretended not to know what I was talking about. Let me repeat that line again. I asked her about what happened the other night, and she, at first, pretended not to know what I was talking about. By the time she got my orders, she changed her story and, acting quite nonchalant, said, "Oh, it was nothing," and downplayed the event almost to the extreme. Whenever I went through again over the next while, she never said a word about it again, but I could tell by the second glances she gave me each time that she had taken note of me, of my curiosity, and knew that I had seen enough to make me suspicious. What does everybody make of all that? I mean, that's a little bizarre. The male that came to the window that night had also seemed somewhat concerned as to what I had seen. He was dark-haired, clean-cut, with a distinguishing pair of thicker than average glasses that made his eyes look bigger than usual. He was older than the teens working there and may have been the night manager. So there we go. Now we have details about this employee. He was older than the teens working there and may have been the night manager. So possibly 20s, maybe even, he doesn't say much older, so maybe late 20s, maybe early 30s. It was near the same time when I saw a group of girls matching the description of those in the sketch that was being circulated following Brand's disappearance, hanging out at a gas station not far away. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is quite mind-shocking. Let me go over that again. It was near the same time when I saw a group of girls matching the description of those in the sketch that was being circulated following Brianne's disappearance, hanging out at a gas station not far away. One of the girls, a blonde, slightly heavyset, associating with the others, worked there at the time serving gas. She was acting quite strangely in the presence of the other girls on that day in a manner I had never seen from her before. It also seemed she was asking for help but couldn't talk for some reason. The other girls seemed to be watching her actions. This was the gas station on the opposite side of the Trans-Canada Highway from McDonald's to the right of the intersection if you left the highway going in that direction. I once spoke... Is that where Brianne worked? She worked right around there. I once spoke with some locals involved in the search and relayed this story. Since then, I have heard several more bits and pieces of information that were a little troublesome to comprehend. I heard that the police were likely quite aware who the group of girls were. I heard that the surveillance video from the 7-Eleven was missing for the night of Brianne's disappearance. I heard that when her car was found, there were no prints to be found, not even Brianne's. That's an interesting point, too. I guess that goes to the rumor that the car was wiped down. I heard that a couple of McDonald's employees, one male, one female, had changed their stories about their activities on the night that Brianne went missing. I'm just going to interject here just for a second before I go over the whole thing again after I'm done. But is it coincidental that this was Labor Day weekend? Now, most females are harmed either by their significant other or by someone known to them, friend, acquaintance, whomever, coworker. Someone known to them. We cannot ignore these stats. So is it possible if Brianne was harmed by those known to her, it just happened to be Labor Day weekend? And the Labor Day weekend crowd is not really a factor, and it was an accidental happenstance that worked out in the favor of the perpetrators here if they harmed Brianne, if they were her friends and or coworkers and or acquaintances. Is that a possibility? But continuing on here, given that Brianne has never been found and the strange details surrounding her disappearance, I am left wondering if the incident I saw that night had anything to do with her disappearance. Whatever had happened that night and had caused her extreme distress. I wonder if the investigation into her disappearance was compromised at the time so as to not drag McDonald's name into the investigation. I am sure that would be something that the McDonald's Corporation would hate to have come out if there was anything to it, female employees being assaulted and or kidnapped and or murdered by a male McDonald's employee. I wonder what happened to those two employees since, the girl and her male associate from that night. Are they together as a couple now? Have they moved on to another location? Were there any more incidents wherever they went afterwards? Etc. If the girl and the male employee aren't together, maybe the girl could be set up now to get her talking somehow. Like a story of a huge cash reward for the location of a body, no questions asked. I still wonder if the investigation would not have progressed further without the presence of the McDonald's connection, and I'm sure McDonald's has run into this sort of thing before in other places and possibly has had more pull than anyone knows to thwart any adverse publicity that could result from these types of situations if required. Okay. So I don't know how much of a factor the McDonald's thing is. I mean, I'm sure people have been killed at McDonald's before and assaulted. So, I mean, this was 98, but still, I don't know if that would have played a factor. So I'm not really going to address that much. So let's go over what we think here. So first of all, there's an issue here with the sighting of the girls in the sketches, because if one of them worked at the McDonald's or were hanging out at the gas station at least one or two other times, I mean, how would other people have not identified them unless they did, and they did tell police, and the police kept it hush-hush for whatever reason, either not to compromise the investigation, or if they somehow cleared, even if they didn't deserve to be cleared, if they either through incompetence or however, or competence, they cleared these other people in the sketch somehow. But wouldn't they have said that? Because they didn't really bring up the two single males at the gas station. Apparently they were cleared, so they didn't want to just leave it hanging. Oh, these men have never been identified. Because what if they were and cleared? But yet, they did leave the women in the sketches up in the air, never identified. So, is there a particular reason why if they were cleared, they would not make a statement regarding that? Or just even at least sweep it under the rug like they did for the two single males, but they didn't do that for the women in the sketches here, whether there were 3 or 4 or however. So there's a slight issue here with that sighting, but let's go in order here. So the first part of the story, I mean, it seems kind of weird. I don't necessarily think someone would make this up. I mean, if they're looking for attention, unless they're really smart and they want to make it like a really subtle whatever. I mean, this was anonymous. Now, the owner of the blog here said that they, the parents or the police, they said that they did follow up with this individual, that they spoke with this individual, and their follow-up statement was that Brianne's friends and coworkers were extensively looked into by the police. Now, that doesn't mean anybody was cleared, but basically that's an acknowledgement that there was investigation into this sighting. And obviously the people she worked with, which they would have done anyway, even without the sighting, I would imagine. I mean, that's how the thorough investigation is done. Because again, these are just basic statistics. Females that are met with foul play are usually met with foul play at the hands of either the significant other, or some male interested and known to them, or at least who knows them, or friends, co-workers, acquaintances, family members, someone known to them. So we cannot ignore those statistics. Again, that doesn't mean it happened in this particular case, but in a thorough investigation, that would all have to be examined. Now, is it suspicious if this account is legitimate, or at least the first half of this account is legitimate? Is it possible the second half of the account was embellished? Maybe, and not even unintentionally, maybe this guy was particularly looking for these women and in the sketches, and he thought anybody even somewhat resembling the sketches was them, and it wasn't. And somehow they were able to clear this second sighting. But this person is trying to be a good Samaritan and offer information honestly, so they're saying what they believe to be the truth, especially regarding McDonald's. That seems like a really weird thing to add if you're just trying to get attention. So it seems like this person may very well be genuine, regardless if they saw what they really thought they saw. So regarding the female coworker here, so we do know Brianne was upset. So this does fall in line with the limited information we do have. So she worked at McDonald's. She also worked at the Old Frontier Super Save gas station right there. I don't know if this is the exact gas station because it looks like there might be another one or two right around that intersection. So it's unclear whether he spotted these girls in the sketches. But if this girl in the sketch, or more than one, if he spotted all of them, if they were at Brianne's former workplace, what does that mean? And one of them actually works there? How would people not identify her if she's in the sketch and she works at, or maybe she doesn't work there, if she was only there at the workplace 1 or 2 times, whatever. I mean, you would think people would still identify her. So apparently she worked a shift at the gas station. Coworkers said she seemed upset and broke into tears. So that was the day she disappeared at the gas station. So is this the night before? So this was a week before Brianne was reported missing. So this was not the day before. So this was a number of days prior. So the day she goes missing, her employees at the gas station said she broke down and cried. And then anywhere between a couple days and a week or so, this other individual, this frequent traveler to the Revelstoke area, said he saw her crying hysterically. So not like a little small cry, but completely hysterical. So what's going on here? Has it been going on longer? Is this simply the seasonal depression that happens frequently? But if so, is there an innocent explanation here? I mean, it's kind of convenient that she had this seasonal disorder or whatever. Seasonal depression. Because we're going from the summer season to the fall season here, into Labor Day weekend, end of the summer. I mean, that's, yeah, you know, we need more information there. Did Brienne often have breakdowns at work and cry during seasonal changes? If so, this is all a lot less suspicious. And even the employee that was consoling her, if that always happened, like, how long was that employee working there? How long did she know Brienne? And if this was going on for a year or so, and that happens every seasonal change, and she's kind of used to it, perhaps she would downplay that, because in her mind, it's just Brienne being emotional like she always is during the transitions of the season. Now, her mother said that it was not an issue at that time. So, would her mother know? I mean, again, there's a lot of question marks here. Now, if the second half of this account is true, and he really did see, and same thing with the male, although, see, you know what's weird though? He's saying that these people regarded him suspiciously on his follow-up visits. That's kind of a red flag, because again, these are things people can pick up, because he made it known that he was there, he asked about it, so now they're suspicious of him. Now, if the rumor is true that they did change their story, obviously police would have to verify that. I mean, now we have a case here. I mean, we have a really good case against these individuals, if that's true. Are they connected with the people, or somehow know someone at the 7-Eleven that could have snatched the tape or taped over it or whatever, or made sure it wasn't recording that night? Because again, do we have 100% verified corroboration that it wasn't recording in the first place, or was the tape snatched and it was simply stated that it wasn't recorded? So, yeah, that's suspicious. Yeah, what the most suspicious aspect of here could be their behavior. And you know what's curious? Was there security footage at the McDonald's? If so, it would be curious to see if we can find this guy and corroborate his story and his follow-up visits and the behavior of this female and male co-worker at McDonald's. Because it's not just about the night of. All of this information can prove critical, and as I mentioned in many cases, brain fingerprint scan technology, not polygraphs, brain fingerprint scan technology. This is high-end military technology used for interrogations because it bypasses anything regarding intent to deceive. So it simply is recognizing brain wave responses to information. Either it's familiar or not familiar. Whether the person is trying to lie or tell the truth, completely irrelevant. There's $100,000 or $150,000 reward for anybody who can beat the machine. As far as I know, nobody has beat it yet. It has been used in at least one court case, found admissible, because it's scientific technology, not faulty polygraph technology. That's too subjective, based on whether someone's nervous or not. This brainwave technology, it can solve all these cases, I believe. So all these individuals should have been given a brain fingerprint scan. Now, I don't think that tech was at least not used in the civilian world in '98, but now it is. It was used in the Stephen Avery case. He had, of course, passed it. So anyway, regarding this account, yes, the follow-up visits, if this is all true, if the female and male employee were that shifty regarding this guy in the follow-up visits and that concerned about what he had seen, that's a problem. Was Brienne pressured into some kind of drug situation with the co-workers and she didn't want to be? And they were really, really coercing her, and that had something to do with these other young women in the sketch. Either way, or did they not want her involved, and maybe she stumbled upon or witnessed one of their dealings out of the McDonald's? It would not be the first time McDonald's employees were dealing drugs out of the drive-through window or otherwise, or in the back or whatever. Fast food places have been used for the procurement and dealing of drugs for a very long time. This would not be the first time. So if she stumbled upon something, she didn't like it, and they were trying to get her to keep quiet, how would that play out? Okay, so regarding the second half of the account, he saw a group of girls matching the description of those in the sketch. So did he see every single one of those individuals in the sketch? That's weird, because did he see that and nobody else saw it? So they were hanging out at a gas station not far away. Okay, so Okay, the girls in the sketch were not working at this gas station. He's stating one of the girls who was with the group of girls in the sketches was a heavyset blonde, worked at the gas station, and she was acting strangely in the presence of the other girls in that day in a manner I had never seen her before. So is this the old Super Save gas station that Brienne worked at? But even if not, it's right in that same intersection area. So she knew the other girls that were watching her, so she probably knew something about that situation. I'm assuming this heavyset blonde was investigated to some, or at least questioned by the police, because if she knew these other girls, and at what time did he see her there? Because he doesn't say that. He doesn't say. He said it was near the same time when I saw a group of girls matching the description of those in the sketch, hanging out with this heavyset blonde who worked at the gas station. So was this super late at night and nobody else saw them? Is that why they weren't identified? If this was in the middle of the day, how did nobody call that in when information of the sketches was in the newspaper and all that? So, a lot of curiosities here. There's a lot of questions there, a lot of questions. So, the final point I'm going to go over here is the rock pit. So I kind of glossed over it a little bit. So the night before, so on this WordPress blog, Find Brienne, it was stated that several individuals saw her at the rock pit, which is currently the Traverse. They saw her there the night before her disappearance. So they saw her there on Friday night. So here's the thing. Apparently, there again more than one individual. So this might not have been a mistaken sighting, because if they have several people that sighted her at the rock pit. Now again, this is Labor Day weekend, so it's probably packed. But here's something that we didn't specifically discuss. And that is that the rock pit just happens to be right next to the 7-Eleven where she was last seen the following day. Now, is this too much of a coincidence? So the rock pit is currently the Traverse. It's now called the Traverse Bar and Lounge or whatever, but at the time it was called the rock pit. It's right next to the 7-Eleven. I mean, does anybody find that too coincidental? She's spotted at the rock pit the night before, and she goes missing a stone's throw from the rock pit. I mean, not that many yards. It's just a tiny short walk from the rock pit to the 7-Eleven. It's right there. So, is that another one of these weird coincidences? And if she was at the rock pit the Friday night, the night before, what does that mean? Did someone see her there? Did she become embroiled with certain individuals, possibly the girls in the sketch? Did she meet them the night before at the rock pit? And then she was associating with them again the next night? What happened the previous night at the rock pit? And again, all of this seems to point to possibly a drug connection. I mean, what other possible connections could there be? Did Brienne already know the women in the sketch by that Saturday night? Because she met them on Friday night, possibly even earlier. So again, this is not one sighting. It was reported that a few people, several people saw her. From the findbrienne.wordpress.com site, quote, a few people reported thinking they saw her in the bar, rock pit, on Friday night, end quote. So was it not a 100% positive ID, but several people made a possible ID, not one person? And that's what makes it curious. It's not one person who could have been mistaken. We would have to have several people having been mistaken. So, what's the timeline here? Let's look at this timeline here. So, we have, also, did she go to the rock pit again the Saturday night? Because she's at the 7-Eleven, which is right next to the rock pit. So did she go to the rock pit again that Saturday night, the night she disappeared, and then ended up at the 7-Eleven with these other girls? Did they leave from the rock pit on Saturday night? But did no one report them at the rock pit Saturday night? But the fact that the rock pit is right next to the 7-Eleven and she was spotted at the rock pit the night before, is that hard to ignore? That's kind of hard to ignore. I mean, there's a series of coincidences here. So let's re-examine the timeline here. So if this report from this coffee traveler is true, the week prior she's sobbing at McDonald's. The Friday during the day, is it during the day or is it at night when I think it's during the day when she's sobbing at the gas station she works at. Then that night she's spotted at the rock pit. Then the following night she's spotted at the 7-Eleven and is never seen again. Anyone else think the rock pit might play a factor here? Did one of her acquaintances, co-workers, whomever, introduce her to these girls in the sketch? Does the heavyset blonde that either works at the exact gas station Brienne worked at or right next to it in that same intersection area, did she introduce Brienne to these other girls? I mean, what can we make of all this information and this timeline? So Brienne, it is reported as fact that Brienne was upset on Saturday. So she's upset on Saturday. Okay, so it was during the afternoon. That was an afternoon shift. Then that night, she made plans with her best friend, Christy Kane, to meet up at 11. But after 11, she's at the gas station, whatever it is, 11:15, 11:30. She's at the gas station with these other girls. So she blew off her best friend, or did she not blow off her best friend, and Christy Kane knows more than she has said? So again, regarding the information here, Christy Kane called her mother, Brienne's mother, at 3:30 a.m. Again, the witching hour. Is that another coincidence? Heart pounding. So she was driving around town looking for Brienne's car and couldn't find it. And then she started calling family and friends. So that afternoon, she's crying at the gas station she works at. She was upset, broke down into tears. Later that evening, she's making plans with Kane to meet her at 11 p.m. Now, it would also be curious. The other thing that's kind of ominous is right next to the rock pit is a liquor store called the Last Call Liquor Store. At least that's what it's called today. Is that another ominous sign? And then right adjacent, right in that intersection is the 7-Eleven. It's right across the street from the Last Call Liquor Store, which is right next to the rock pit. She could have also been getting liquor at that liquor store. Now, supposedly there is footage of her in the Cheers liquor store. There's two Cheers. One of them is right next to is closer to the 7-Eleven area. One of them is on the other side, closer to the McDonald's and the gas station. I don't know which one is the one where Brienne allegedly was that night, where there is alleged footage of that has never been released. And what does that footage show? So, in our timeline here, Brienne might have been upset and hysterical if this traveler's information is true. Several days later, she's upset the afternoon at the gas station where she's working. Or several days later, she's spotted at the rock pit the night before. Then the day she disappears, that afternoon, she's breaking down crying during her shift. Then she's last seen at the 7-Eleven right next to the rock pit. So is there surveillance at the rock pit? How much investigation was done? Rock pit owners. I mean, this is bar, club, whatever. Again, another hot spot for drugs. Possibly also human trafficking. Allegedly, there's a lot of people that go missing in the Revelstoke area. Again, Labor Day weekend. What is going on at the rock pit? And are the clues? Is the smoking gun at the rock pit? Would be curious to know if there was surveillance, but even if there was no surveillance in the actual rock pit, I mean, there's gas stations all over the place. There's another gas station right there. There's another liquor store there. This is 1998, not 1970. There's got to be other security footage all over town. Her car could be tracked. Who she's with could be tracked. And the night before. If a proper investigation was done, it seems like there's enough evidence here to solve this case. Why has it not been done? So again, I cannot stray from the possibility that there is a drug connection here. Final post I'm going to read here. This is again relating to a possible drug connection at the rock pit or elsewhere. This is a Web Sleuths forum post posted by Linda, December 28, 2015. No idea how I ended up here, but I just read an entire forum on another site about her. I came here to see what Web Sleuths were saying. What a strange case. It could have been drug related if she went off with these girls and they offered her drugs and maybe she died from a reaction or something and they panicked, dumped her car, and left. It's odd the money was untouched, which seems to show it's definitely not a robbery. And why else would some strange young girls want to murder her? It makes no sense other than an accident. So, on that note, there's quite a few theories here and quite a few possibilities that could stem from that. So, Brienne did cash her paycheck that day. So, if somebody was looking for a simple robbery and they knew that she cashed her paycheck, wouldn't they take the cash? Unless they didn't know she had the cash in her wallet. Maybe they would rob her if they thought she had money, but they assumed she didn't. Because she either worked at a gas station or McDonald's or whatever, they assumed she just didn't have a lot of money on her. If these are people, again, druggies, maybe there was a drug overdose, maybe not, but they just never bothered to check to see if she had cash on her. Does that explain that, as opposed to they did check, they saw the cash, and they left it there anyway to misdirect? Because if they're getting out of Dodge, why wouldn't they take the cash? I mean, criminals are criminals. Why wouldn't they take the cash? Because if they're not planning to be caught, like, what's the harm in taking the cash? It's not like that would increase their chances of being caught. Or just take her entire wallet or a purse, whatever. They just take it all. It's kind of, I mean, isn't that kind of weird? So is it possible they didn't even know it was in the glove box? Or if there was more than one individual involved, one of them was tasked with just dumping the car, so that, again, they didn't even know that the wallet was in the glove box. If they did, would they take it? They probably would have taken it. So there's a lot of possibilities on that angle. And if it really is it possible that her seasonal depression, or whatever they called it, is not related to her disappearance? Again, just given the timeline, is it another coincidence where all of these episodes where she's upset are not related to maybe she went to a party and OD'd or whatever, and it was covered up and her car dumped, and this was not an intentional murder? Or if it's far more nefarious and it is some kind of drug trafficking situation. Now, it's this testimony from this traveler, this coffee traveler, it seems that connects some dots. If this individual is truly telling the truth, he needs to be brain fingerprint scanned, of course, because if these individuals at the 7-Eleven really were involved and they really did show up to where Brienne worked, or right next to it, with this heavy-set blonde worked at the gas station who was acting really nervous with them around, there's more than meets the eye here then. Because why, let's say they were druggies or out-of-towners, why would they go to her workplace and try to intimidate her coworkers, especially when they knew police would probably be around investigating? That just does not seem likely, unless there's far more going on here. And if these really were just people passing through for Labor Day weekend that maybe were responsible for her, maybe not, for her death, if she's even dead, of course, we didn't really go over the possibility that she's not dead. We probably should, but who knows? Either way, her car got dumped. So if they're not responsible, would they really go to her former place of work, or right next to it? And what of these employees at the McDonald's? Were they just really that nervous that they thought they'd be connected to her disappearance, if they're innocent of whatever happened to her, but possibly guilty of drug dealing or whatever? Or even not. Maybe they're just nervous type people. They don't want the extra attention. Is that a possibility? But when trying to fit all of these variables together, it's really difficult. Because it's hard to rule out the rock pit if she really was sighted there the night before she disappeared, and then she's right across the street at the 7-Eleven the next night. That leads me to believe that there might be a rock pit connection. So, yeah, and then again, why the case hasn't been solved. Again, I didn't throw this out in the first episode. I usually do throw this out. If there does happen to be corrupt law enforcement possibly involved in the trafficking of drugs, which again, this wouldn't be the first time it ever happened, would they downplay the investigation and make sure it didn't get solved? Just throwing that out there just to cover all the bases, or simply, as some people believe, the police just didn't really care that much. So, a lot of possibilities here. A lot of avenues to explore. If there's any further information, I will, of course, do a follow-up episode, but I believe I covered just about all the information available in the Brienne Wahlgren case. All the MindShock listeners out there, feel free to add your thoughts, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, want to support the podcast, want to keep up awareness in this missing persons case, cold case, and others, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive members-only streams and chats. And, of course, like and share to keep the awareness up. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. A lot of those benefits are also available on YouTube memberships. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for notifications so you can get updates when we drop the latest podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
This is MINDSHOCK True Crime, and you are listening to Jessica Chambers, Episode 1, A Heinous Crime. One of the most appalling and shocking crimes in recent history. The burning murder of a 19-year-old cheerleader, Jessica Chambers. And we will be going over all the details of the case and what is known and less known about it, as well as the mistrials and all of the court issues that are ongoing. I am your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page, and you could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. All right, Maxwell, so what do you know about this case? Have you heard about this case? This was December 6th, 2014, when Jessica Chambers was set on fire in Cortland, Mississippi, and died several hours later from her injuries.
Yeah, I heard about it in the news, and a recent article. It's it's pretty bad.
So what do you think? Overall, I mean, I can't really think of too many cases more heinous and appalling. I mean, that's got to be one of the worst ways to die, to just get burned.
Yeah, and I was wondering if it was suicide at first, but I guess it's not because she said something.
All right, let me go over all the details, and then we will dissect it. So once again, yes, this was Cortland, Mississippi, very small town, December 6th, 2014. This is from the Unsolved Mysteries Wiki. Case details. At 8:10 p.m. on December 6, 2014, 19-year-old Jessica Chambers was found burning next to her car, which was also on fire. She suffered burns on all of her body. A flammable liquid had been poured on her body, down her throat, and up her nose. Early the next morning, she passed away as a result of her injuries. Jessica's car keys were later found along a road near the crime scene. Her cell phone was examined by authorities in order to determine her movements on the day of the murder. They determined that she had spent the morning with two friends. She later went to her mother's house where she took a nap. Later in the afternoon, she left after receiving a text from someone. She told her mother that she was going to get something to eat and clean out her car. At around 5:30 p.m., she went to a gas station about a mile and a half from where her body was found. This was the last time she was seen alive. Location data from her phone showed that she went to nearby Batesville around 6 p.m., but returned to Cortland around 6:30 p.m. It is not known what she was doing in Batesville. About 15 minutes later, she called her mother. Her mother noticed that it was unusually quiet. At 7:30 p.m., she drove to the area where she was found about a half hour later. Authorities have yet to identify any suspects, and the case remains unsolved. Suspects, none known, as she was being treated by first responders. She allegedly said that someone named Eric or Derek attacked her. However, no suspects were found with that name. Nearly everyone from the area with those names was questioned, but they were all ruled out. Her boyfriend was also questioned and ruled out, as he was in jail at the time. Results unsolved. In February of 2016, Quentin Tellis was indicted on a capital murder charge in Jessica's death. He had prior convictions for burglary, drug possession, and fleeing from police. He had also been arrested in 2015 for the murder of another woman, Meng Chen Xiao, whose credit cards he was caught using after her death. In Jessica's case, investigators connected him through cell phone and text records. The two had known each other for a few weeks and allegedly were romantically involved. He was also the last person who texted her before her death. Tellis changed his story about the day of the murder several times. Initially, he claimed to have only been with her during the morning. He claimed that he had gone to a store in Batesville around the time she was murdered. Surveillance video showed him at the store at 8:26 p.m., more than 15 minutes after the fire was discovered. However, location data from their cell phones showed that the two were together until around 7:30 p.m. He had traveled to and from Batesville at the same time as her. When told of this, he changed his story, saying that he was with her until around 7 p.m. He claimed that a friend of his picked him up that night. However, when authorities questioned Tellis's friend, he said that he had gone to a football game in Nashville that night. His attendance at the game was confirmed, disproving Tellis's alibi. When confronted with the discrepancies, Tellis changed his story yet again. He said that Jessica picked him up that night and the two went to a Taco Bell in Batesville. He claimed that the two went back to his house and sat in his driveway listening to music. He claimed that she left his driveway at 7 p.m. However, her phone's location data and surveillance video from a gas station next to his home indicate that she left at 7:30 p.m. and drove to the area where she was later found on fire. Authorities felt that it was extremely unlikely that Jessica encountered someone else in the 30 minutes between leaving Tellis's home and being discovered on fire. A sample of his DNA was taken, which was found to match DNA taken from her car keys. It was discovered that her keys were found along a path between the crime scene and his sister's home. Surveillance video showed a vehicle believed to be his sister's stopping briefly at his home at 7:50 p.m. before driving towards the crime scene. Surveillance video also helped show that Tellis had changed his clothes 3 times that day. Wow, that's kind of weird. How often have you changed your clothes 3 times in the same day?
I've done it a few times.
Like going back when you're going out back and forth? I mean, you have your home outfit, you have maybe a casual outfit and a less casual outfit. I mean, that would be 2. 3 times? That's kind of excessive for a man, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, you work out, change, and then you work out again, or go swimming, and then go to an outing or something. I don't know.
Well, from the context here, it seems like we're not talking workout clothes or swim clothes. We're talking just walk around street clothes. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know. But if it's, if you're going to go to the store, you're going to go change, go to another store, go change, go out again. Within an
I see.
hour of Jessica's death, Tellis had deleted all communications with her from his phone and stopped checking on her, even though they had been in constant contact in the days prior. I mean, this is all looking pretty damning to me. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
The deleted messages showed that in the week prior to her death, he repeatedly asked to have sex with her. Each time she denied his request. The messages also showed that she had denied him sex 4 times on the day of her death. Prosecutors believe that while in Tellis's driveway, he tried to have sex with her. However, she resisted. They believe that he became enraged and suffocated her until she was unconscious. In order to distance himself from the crime, he then drove her car to the area where it was later found. He then ran on foot to his sister's home nearby, took her car, picked up gasoline from his home, and then returned to Jessica's car and set it on fire with her inside. Tellis's defense claimed that the person whom Jessica identified as Eric or Derek was the real killer. Tellis told police that a sex offender named Derek Holmes was stalking Jessica. Residents claimed to have seen the two together. However, he was ruled out by investigators based on his alibi and several interviews. Furthermore, doctors and other experts noted that it would have been difficult for her to say anything properly due to the injuries in her mouth and throat. Furthermore, Jessica did not use her phone to talk to anyone named Eric or Derek in the 30 days prior to her death. In October of 2017, Tellis went on trial for Jessica's murder. Initially, the verdict was read as not guilty. However, it was discovered that the jury misunderstood the instructions, as many of them had voted for guilty. I don't understand how you can misunderstand instructions. What the heck? An hour later, the jury returned and said that they could not reach a verdict. A mistrial was declared. A new trial began on September 24th, 2018, in a different county. However, during that trial, a mistrial was once again declared. Prosecutors are deciding whether to retry Tellis a third time for the murder. He still faces murder charges in the death of Meng Chen Xiao. Okay, there's quite a few weird things here. So, let's say Quentin Tellis didn't kill her, but he knew who did. Maybe personally, maybe through mutual friends, if he's a drug dealer criminal who also kills other people, and he didn't want to be implicated, would that be why he deleted all communication? Because he knew that Jessica was involved with someone else and maybe was in the air. I mean, it's kind of hard. I'm trying to think about this from all angles. Initial impression, it looks really, really, really bad for Quentin Tellis, but there's quite a few problems and anomalies that we of course have to go over because this is Mind Shock and we have to go down every rabbit hole because we don't know for sure. We weren't there. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, if he's also, let's say he's a pathological liar. I mean, if we're dealing with a drug dealer with a low IQ who also happens to be a pathological liar, I'm not saying he's any of these things. I'm saying if he is, could that explain his behavior without him being guilty of Jessica Chambers' murder?
Yeah. Mm, yeah.
The other thing I find weird is why would he burn her? I mean, that doesn't seem to be the go-to method for killers. It's strange. I mean, why, I don't know.
The thing I'm thinking of is I'm thinking he believed or thought that if he burnt her and the the vehicle, I guess fingerprints and like semen or I don't know, whatever.
But they have his DNA on her keys.
Oh, jeez.
But I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. I didn't really consider that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. So he thought that was the best way to get rid of all the evidence. That's kind
I'm
of
thinking. I'm thinking because like I don't know. Maybe he panicked. He killed her by accident, or well, actually he wasn't killed yet. But was he? Was there damage to her besides the burning? Because it's. I mean, there was no struggle before. No evidence of struggle before the fire. It's kind of. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Like there was just poured gasoline and she just burnt next to her car.
All right. Let's try to get some more details here. Here's an article, Clarion Ledger. This was published September 26th, 2018, written by Teresa Apel. When asked Eric who, Jessica Chambers replied, no. What does that mean to the case? A Panola County deputy who spoke with Jessica Chambers the night she was burned alive said that when he asked her Eric who, she replied no. I don't know if she was saying no, not Eric, or no, I don't know his last name, said Deputy Chuck Tucker from the witness stand Wednesday in the retrial of Quentin Tellis in the 2014 burning death of the Cortland teen. Tellis's first trial last year ended in a hung jury. We couldn't understand anything she was saying. The questioning of first responders who were at the scene the night of Chambers' attack continued from Tuesday into Wednesday. As they spoke, most of them said what Chambers had said when asked, who did this to you? Sounded like Eric. Emergency medical technician Bradley Dixon took the stand and testified that Chambers' face was severely burned with skin hanging off her lips and coming out of her nose. She was hard to understand, raspy. It was terrible, he said. We couldn't understand anything she was saying. Dixon said Chambers spoke 3 words to him and that they were all distorted. OHL, which he interpreted as cold, Ursi, which he interpreted as thirsty, and Ewe, E-H-W-E-H, Ewe. Quentin Ewe? I don't know. Eric was the name that closest resembled what we heard, he said. She was only speaking 1 word at a time, not full sentences like us. Chambers' skin and beneath were so burned that they couldn't put in an IV, paramedic Josh Perkins said. He went on to say that Chambers was not actually answering questions at times, and when nobody was talking to her, she was staring straight ahead. What it amounted to, he said, was that she was in shock. Both Tucker and Deputy Daryl House testified that they asked Chambers if her attacker was black or white, and she told them he was black. She could barely speak, House reiterated. I asked her if it was her boyfriend, and she said no. When Tucker echoed House's story that Chambers had identified her attacker as black, defense attorney Alton Peterson was quick to ask him how he was sure that she said black, but he wasn't sure that she said Eric. Black and white are 2 different sounds, Tucker said. Processing the scene. Lieutenant Edward Dixon, no relation to Bradley Dixon, took the stand to testify about processing the scene. He told the jury he found Chambers' cell phone not far from her burning car. The back was separated from it, as indicated in pictures entered into evidence. Here's another thing, though. If the cell phone was close by, why didn't, if it was Quentin or whoever the murderer was, they could have picked it up real quick. We also don't know the exact logistics of, did he knock her out or hit her in the car and then drive her to the location? I mean, how did that all work? Because the cell phone was not far from the vehicle. Why didn't he take it or smash it? I don't know. Why didn't he do it? Because he knew if he's deleting his own text messages and communications, why is he leaving her phone there? Because obviously, even if he's not thinking about police warrants and all of that, going through all the cell records, if he's just thinking physical on his phone, on her phone, why leave her phone? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It's almost like,
Yeah.
again, I don't want to immediately start jumping to a frame up job, but if somebody was trying to frame Quentin Tellis, they would want her phone to be there, right? So that they could see that she talked to him last, right? That looks pretty bad. That looks
Yeah, I
real
guess.
bad. If they knew about that. I don't know. There was also burned clothing found at the scene, he testified, sent shortly thereafter to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives for analysis. Lieutenant Dixon said he didn't know what happened to the clothing or to the report that would have come back from the lab. On redirect, District Attorney John Champion got Dixon to explain that he was not the lead investigator, simply an investigator assigned to collect evidence at the scene. Peterson hammered on the investigator, asking questions about how much of the scene he had roped off and had he included the area from which Chambers came when she approached first responders, an area about 30 feet from where the car was. Dixon explained that it was hard to process the scene that night because of the continuing chaos, but that he had taped off the entire area and had returned to the scene the next day to scour it in the daylight. Dixon also described photos to the jury that showed the interior and exterior of the car after it was towed to the Panola County Sheriff's Department impound lot. It was noted several times that the passenger side seat was reclined. So I suppose that means that someone was in the vehicle, although does that mean they were in the vehicle recently? I don't know. Strange hitchhiker. During questioning of the firefighters, both the prosecution and defense dwelled on a call of a smoked up house that came just before the call for Chambers' car fire. On Wednesday afternoon, the reason for that call became clear when a new witness testified for the prosecution. Sherry Flowers, a Cortland resident, had just been to a funeral and repast for her cousin on December 6, 2014. When the weather started to get cold, she packed up her grandchildren to take them home to get coats. On the way back, Flowers noticed a man flagging her car, presumed to be Tellis. She pulled over thinking he was a family member. He told her his aunt's home was on fire and he needed to get there to check on her. Flowers asked him who, and he said, Julia Chambers, no relation to Jessica Chambers. Wow, there's a lot of coincidence here. A lot of these people have the same last names. This is weird. Do you think that's weird, Maxwell?
It's okay.
Flowers knew Julia Chambers, who used to be her hairdresser, and told him she'd give him a ride even though she didn't know him. At the intersection of Old Highway 51 and US 51, not far from Julia Chambers' home, she asked him where she needed to drop him off. He told her this will be fine, she said. Julia Chambers' daughter, Carrie Hinson, testified that she is related to Tellis and that he did not stop by to check on Julia Chambers that night. Julia Chambers took the stand next and said that to her knowledge, Tellis never reached out in any way to check on her. Authorities said that means the hitchhiker, presumed to be Tellis, already knew about the fire at Julia Chambers' house, which put the time that Flowers picked him up well within the time frame of when Tellis would have been trying to get back to his sister's house from the scene of Chambers' death. Also, Flowers, who lives at... Wow, they really put her address in this article? That's messed up. Picked up the hitchhiker believed to be Tellis just after leaving her home. And Deputy Tyler Mills testified earlier that Chambers' keys were found not far from Flowers' house. So what does all this mean? Does Flowers not positively identify Tellis as the hitchhiker? This is kind of weird to me. This is weird. Why is this not noted? Okay, medical discussion. Former Mississippi Deputy Medical Examiner Aaron Barnhart conducted Chambers' autopsy and walked the jury through the startling pictures of the damage done to the teen's body. The cause, she said, was thermal injuries and soot and smoke inhalation. During Barnhart's testimony, Ben Chambers covered his ears and looked at the ground so he wouldn't have to hear or see what had happened to his daughter. His wife, Debbie Chambers, was crying audibly at one point. Assistant District Attorney Jay Hale and Defense Attorney Darla Palmer both talked back and forth with Barnhart about the nature of Chambers' injuries, with the defense to clarify their position that Chambers was not badly burned enough not to be able to speak clearly. The prosecution tried to show that she was by having Barnhart explain Chambers' burns, both inside and out. Palmer stuck on a statement that Chambers' tongue was atraumatic, but Barnhart explained that that term means that the muscles are uninjured. Her tongue was burned and swollen, as were her vocal cords, which were covered with soot as well, Barnhart said. So what does all that information tell us?
I don't know.
Were you paying attention?
Well, she died of smoke inhalation and forgot the rest.
That was the last sentence of the article. You didn't hear anything else?
I did, but I forgot.
That's messed up. That's really messed up. So I spent all that time reading and you couldn't pay attention?
I heard it, but I can't remember it.
All right, so I can't find any evidence whether they specifically mentioned that they did a rape kit. So, all right, here's an article with more details. This is from WREG.com. Jury selected in Jessica Chambers' case. Trial begins Tuesday. This was posted October 9th, 2017. Jury selection began Monday in the Jessica Chambers murder trial, and District Attorney John Champion confirmed around 4 p.m. that jurors had been selected. Champion said the jury is made up of 7 men, 5 women. The trial was started at 1 Tuesday afternoon. Prosecutors said Quentin Tellis doused the 19-year-old former high school cheerleader with a flammable liquid, set her ablaze, and then left her to die beside her burning car along a back road near a North Mississippi tree farm nearly 3 years ago in Cortland. The 29-year-old man has pleaded not guilty to murder charges. What we know, in December 2014, surveillance video showed Chambers was at a gas station less than 2 hours before she was found. Wearing a sweater and pajama pants that looked like sweatpants, she put $14 worth of gas into her car, more than the $5 or so she usually purchased. Allie Fidel, a clerk at the gas station, told the Associated Press in the days after her death. I asked her, why are you putting in so much gas? She said, I'm going somewhere, Fidel said. On her way out, Chambers got a call on her cell phone, Fidel said. At around 8 p.m., firefighters discovered Chambers was set on fire and left to die beside her burning car. She had burns to over 98% of her body. She died several hours later at a Memphis hospital. The main question investigators tried to determine early on in the case was where Chambers was between the time she was spotted at the gas station at 6:30 p.m. and when fire crews discovered her on fire at 8 p.m. While they have not revealed anything specific, Champion said they have absolutely filled that hour in. The prosecutor has not revealed to reporters what Chambers told firefighters when they found her. That, along with other information on how that day unfolded, will be revealed in court. Investigators early on because they received no information from street sources, leading them to theorize that the killing was committed by one person who told no one what happened, Champion had said. More than 20,000 telephone numbers as part of the investigation. More than 150 people were questioned, and investigators traveled to Iowa and Chattanooga, Tennessee. Although Champion said he believed it was a personal crime and not related to drug or gang activity, 17 suspected gang members were arrested as a result of the investigation. Criminal history. Tellis, a reported friend of the victim, was indicted in February 2016, more than a year after Chambers' death. In 2010, he was sentenced to 5 years for burglary and a felon fleeing authority. He only served about a year. In 2012, shortly after he got out of prison, he was back in trouble, charged with another burglary, and sentenced to 8 more years. He was released from prison in October 2014, 2 months before the Chambers' killing. WREG investigators found other incidents on Tellis' record, including DUI, larceny, and even a simple assault where he was charged with beating a woman. The woman's family said what happened to her was brutal after she refused his advances. We got a history of behavior here. She called and told me about 7 people jumped on her, and Quentin was one of them. She said she had asked for a ride home. They gave her a ride home. They tried to sleep with her, and when she didn't sleep with them, they tried to rape her, said Emma Reeves Nelson, the sister of the woman attacked. Tellis never served time on that 2009 attack. It was a misdemeanor. That's kind of messed up. What the heck? There's 7 people. So it seems like they were, I don't know if they were all men or not, but even if only some of them were men, 7 people, Quentin is one of them, are beating up a woman and he doesn't serve time on that? Does that seem weird to you or what?
Mm, yeah, how old was he? I mean, it depends, I guess, on that age.
It doesn't say. He must, I mean, going back that many years, it doesn't say, but 2009. So if he was 29 in 2017, yeah, so he would have been what, 20?
Okay.
So he would have been an adult. So that's all you got? You don't think it's weird? I asked you if it was weird.
What's weird?
Oh man, Maxwell Army getting crazy. If there's 7
Oh, the
people beating up a
the
woman,
7 people. Yeah,
and
yeah,
one of them is around a 20-year-old Quentin Tellis,
yeah, yeah.
and he just gets away with it. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's
Huh.
bad enough if it was just him beating her up, but I mean, you have that many people beating up one person, one woman. I mean, that's just messed up, man.
Yeah,
Messed up.
that's crazy.
But if he's got a history of beating up women who are refusing his advances, that really doesn't look good, does it?
Nah.
And he's also got another murder charge. Tellis faces another murder indictment in Louisiana, where he's accused in the torture death of Meng Chen Xiao, a 34-year-old Taiwanese graduate student at the University of Louisiana at Monroe. That indictment alleges that Tellis probably stabbed Xiao more than 30 times in her face and body with a knife to get her to reveal her debit card's PIN number before killing her on July 29th, 2015. Wow, so that would be about a half a year after Chambers. He was extradited to Mississippi from Louisiana in June after pleading guilty to fraudulent use of Xiao's card. What in the heck? So if he's pleading guilty to using her card, how did he get her card? Tellis faces life in prison without parole if convicted, according to an April 18th court filing in which state prosecutors disclosed that they wouldn't seek the death penalty. All right, so obviously not looking good for Tellis, huh?
Yeah, no. And I think he wasn't found guilty, right? He was let go.
Mistrial. So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Mistrial. Yeah.
all right,
Huh.
let's look at some more info. So this is an article by Catherine Townsend. 5 key facts about the Jessica Chambers murder case. Why was the small town cheerleader burned alive? Jessica Chambers suffered an agonizing death. Firefighters saw her walking towards them wearing only her underwear and burned over 93% of her body. On December 6, 2014, a beautiful 19-year-old cheerleader named Jessica Chambers was set on fire in the small town of Cortland, Mississippi. Despite suffering from smoke inhalation and having been severely burned on almost her entire body, Chambers managed to escape. Tragically, she died the next day of her injuries. The murder case shocked a small town and made headlines around the nation, and the man accused of killing her, Quentin Tellis, ended in a hung jury last fall. Legal analyst Beth Karras, who worked in the New York District Attorney's Office and appears in the upcoming Oxygen documentary Unspeakable Crime, The Killing of Jessica Chambers, spoke to Crime Feed about the case. Race and the missing white woman syndrome. Some commenters have pointed to Chambers' murder as an example of missing white woman or beautiful dead girl syndrome. That is, the idea that an attractive white female victims in general tend to get more attention from the public and from the media. But Karras said that for her, the murder is most memorable due to the horrific nature of the crime. It was a terrible crime. I don't know if I ever had covered a case where a person was burned alive, Karras told Crime Feed. By all accounts, Chambers suffered an agonizing death. Firefighters responded to a report of a torched car, saw her walking toward them wearing only her underwear, and critically burned over 93% of her body. Some commentators have pointed out that Jessica's murder stoked racial divides in the town, Armchair detectives took to social media and sleuthed various suspects in the town. BuzzFeed got the story, and it seemed like the entire internet was trying to answer the question: who set Jessica Chambers on fire? Ironically, Chambers' friends and family say that she was a person who befriended people of all races. She had black friends and black boyfriends, including boyfriend Travis Sanford, who was incarcerated at the time of Chambers' killing. Kara said that she understands why the jury was undecided. I understand the indecision because it's a reflection of the community, Kara said. Even after seeing all of the evidence, people remained unconvinced. The other murder. Tellis is a suspect in a second killing, the torture and murder of Meng Chen Xiao, an international graduate student at the University of Louisiana in Monroe in 2015. Xiao's body was found at her apartment on August 8, 2015. Police believe that the 34-year-old had been tortured and stabbed more than 30 times, according to KNOE TV, in order to force her to reveal the PIN code to her debit card. Police found her body 10 days later when a neighbor called about inactivity at her apartment. Tellis has not been indicted by a Louisiana jury in connection with Xiao's death, but circumstantial evidence links him to the crime. He was caught using Xiao's debit cards after her murder, and police have obtained cell phone and ATM data that they say places him at the scene. Now, hold on a second, Maxwell. You said he was worried about his DNA possibly being left in the vehicle, and that's why he burned the vehicle and Jessica Chambers. So this is a half a year later. So whether you want to call it older and wiser or whatever, but this is a criminal here who has a history of crime. 6 months later, he's gonna use the debit cards, like why of someone who died. Why would he do that? Oh, that's a little strange. That I mean, ooh, that's kind of weird. That almost, yeah, it's rough because if he found it, or well, how would he know the pin? So yeah, he would have had to get the pin. So it's not like he just found a credit card. And they have, yeah. So if they have the ATM video and he's using her ATM card with her pin, and he knows that ATMs have video. I mean, explain that one, Maxwell.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, at least wear a mask or something.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, once again, if his IQ isn't that high, he might be kind of just doing whatever. But yeah, it's a little weird. Karras notes that Xiao's murder investigation in Louisiana originally led Mississippi detectives to Tellis. The trail was going cold in Mississippi when he got locked up in Louisiana, she said, adding that Mississippi investigators got a break when Louisiana police called and notified them they had someone in custody from their country. Jurors in the upcoming trial for Chambers' murder could potentially be influenced by evidence from the Xiao case, but Karras pointed out that none of the evidence from Xiao's case will be admissible. The Eric Derrick debate. A key piece of evidence in the case occurred when at least 8 first responders testified that Chambers claimed a man named Eric or Derrick had set her on fire. This piece of information obviously helped Quentin Tellis's case, since defense attorneys pointed out that she knew Quentin's name. Tellis's defense attorney, Darla Palmer, accused District Attorney John Champion of allegedly trying to pressure another client of Palmer's, who was charged with capital murder in another case, to testify that Jessica Chambers used to refer to Quentin Tellis as Eric. That's kind of weird. According to an affidavit, Palmer accused Champion of numerous ethical violations, prosecutorial misconduct, and potential criminal violations. Karras said that the judge concluded that any potential prosecutorial misconduct by Champion was not prejudicial to Tellis. The cell phone evidence. Intelligence analyst Paul Rowlett testified that Chambers' and Tellis' phone data, and claimed that phone data put Chambers and Tellis together at the same location just before or possibly even during Chambers' murder. The defense team had questioned Rowlett about the accuracy of the data. Hold on a second. If they have Tellis' cell phone, wouldn't they know if he was that mysterious hitchhiker going to his aunt's house or whatever?
I see.
Or I guess they do know. It's just, for some reason, none of these articles point that out. Another troubling point for the defense is the fact that Tellis deleted all the texts and calls between he and Chambers after her death. Tellis, who has always maintained his innocence, stated that he deleted the data because he did not want a dead person's information in his phone. But didn't they say he deleted it right after? So was that before everyone knew she was dead? I don't know. The cell phone data appears damning, but according to Karras, cell phone tower pings and other related evidence are not always conclusive, especially in rural areas where there are only a few towers. In these cases, she says, experts have told her that the location of the cell phone can only be narrowed down to around 2 to 10 or 20 square mile area. That's a big difference between 2 to 10 to 20. I mean, that's almost useless information. The new witnesses. After the mistrial, prosecutors immediately announced their intention to retry the case. The jury selection for the retrial is set for September 24th. According to Karras, the first jury came from Pike County and was sequestered, while the new jury will come from Oktibbeha County. Oktibbeha County, and there will be new witnesses, including a speech expert. The prosecution has given notice of a speech pathologist, she said, who could potentially testify to the effects of severe burns on speech. All right, so here's some more info. Article published October 16, 2017. Everything you need to know about the day Jessica Chambers was burned alive. Tellis claims the two had sex in Chambers' car. Prosecutors say they never had sex, but something happened inside the car to where he rendered her unconscious. And this is an article by Emma Kerr. The last thing the jury heard before entering into deliberations Sunday was a possible timeline for the night Jessica Chambers was murdered. The jury has now deliberated for approximately 6 hours and continues that process Monday morning. While prosecutors argue that the evidence points to Quentin Tellis, 29, as Jessica's murderer, defense attorneys said investigators failed to make the pieces of the puzzle fit, leaving out key details. Quentin Tellis has pleaded not guilty of the murder of Chambers. Prosecutors used cell phone records, a gas station video camera, and witness testimony to lay out a timeline for December 6, 2014, the day Chambers was killed. They say she woke up around 9 a.m. and texted Tellis, who said he had also just woken up. Chambers is seen on camera pulling into a nearby gas station and then pulling into Tellis's driveway to pick him up. For the next hour or so, they rode around together with Chambers' friend, Kesha Myers. Several times that morning, the three passed the area on a rural road where Chambers would be found severely burned that night. It says several times that morning. Prosecutors argued this showed Tellis knew that rural road. Chambers dropped off Tellis at his residence before noon. Chambers and Tellis continued to exchange text messages. He wrote, "I need you." Chambers responded, "What you need." Tellis wrote, "Some lovin'." She wrote, "Oh Lord, can't." Prosecutors say this was the fourth time that week Tellis had asked to have sex with Chambers, and she turned him down each time. According to testimony from Chambers' mother, Lisa Daugherty, Chambers took a nap that afternoon and her phone goes inactive. She is woken up by a call from Tellis, and by 5 or 5:15 p.m., Chambers left home. At 5:30 p.m., Tellis calls her to have her pick him up, according to Tellis' own 2016 statement to police and phone records. They went to get food, then returned to Tellis' house, where Tellis said they were smoking weed. Though Tellis' statements to police changed over the course of questioning, here, Tellis' statements and prosecutors' assertions differ. Prosecutors say Tellis lied about when and if he and Chambers had sex. State's attorney John Champion said the state believes they never had sex at all, but rather that it was this time Tellis may have tried to have sex with her, reclining the passenger seat, but instead something happened inside that car to where he rendered her unconscious. At 7:10 p.m., cameras captured a car leaving Tellis' driveway. Tellis said in previous interviews that car is a family member leaving. Prosecutors say it was Tellis and Chambers. Is this her car? They said captured a car. At 7:50 p.m., video from a store across the street shows what appears to be headlights pulling into the Tellis family driveway and staying there for 90 seconds. Near the driveway was a shed where Tellis told police he kept a 5-gallon gas can. Wait, Tellis told police that? Why did he tell police that he has a 5-gallon gas can next to the shed? Or in the shed next to the driveway? This isn't looking good, man.
I wonder, how many gallons was used, do you think? Or did they say, or did they estimate? Or
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Doesn't say in this article, but he kept a 5-gallon gas can. I mean, I don't know if they can get it down to the gallons, but I mean, I would think it would have to be more than one, right? Or more than half of one. You'd have to douse the whole
Yeah,
car and
yeah.
her. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. At 8:07 p.m., a passerby called in a report of a car on fire. First responders headed to the scene where they discovered Chambers covered in second and third degree burns, over 93% of her body. Multiple responders said they heard her say Eric when asked who did this to her. Chambers was taken to a nearby church parking lot where she was then airlifted to a hospital in Memphis. Between 8 and 9 p.m., Tellis traveled north to the town of Batesville, where he made stops at a Piggly Wiggly and Fred's before returning to Cortland. He was captured on video finally at the store across the street from his residence. At 7:42 p.m., Tellis texted Chambers that he wouldn't be able to see her that night. Prosecutors believe she was already incapacitated at that time. Phone records indicate that Tellis deleted all of his text exchanges with Chambers once he learned she was dead. Okay, that text message is the worst ever because, I mean, that's the most incriminating because if they've already corroborated to have been together that night and he's texting a cover up text as if somebody's going to check saying that he's not going to be able to see her that night.
Huh, that's funny.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say funny, but yeah, it's messed up.
That's interesting.
Is that going to be your next mug? That's interesting.
It might be.
All right, so it is not looking good for Mr. Tellis here because yeah, it's rough. All right, I'm going to do one more article. Obviously, this is heinous crime, really really bad, and these people were all traumatized by the crime as well. I mean, these first responders, they'll probably have nightmares for the rest of their lives. I mean, this is just so horrible. This is from USA Today. Her hair was fried like it had been stuck in a light socket. Rescuer traumatized after seeing Jessica Chambers. This was published October 11th, 2017 by Sarah Fowler. 3 years after a 19-year-old woman was burned alive on a road in rural Mississippi, about 60 miles south of Memphis, a man that she had reportedly had a relationship with is facing the death penalty in connection with her killing. In the first day of trial for Quentin Tellis, now 29, first responder Cole Haley said he was so shaken by his encounter with the badly burned Jessica Chambers that he was traumatized for months. She had her arms out saying, "Help me, help me, help me." Haley testified Tuesday, wiping away tears. Her hair was fried like it had been stuck in a light socket. Her face was black and her body was severely burned. Haley and two other firefighters had responded to a truck driver's call about a car fire December 6, 2014, on Heron Road just outside Cortland, Mississippi. He saw Chambers in the middle of the road, clothed in her underwear and no bra. The former chief of the Cortland Volunteer Fire Department said his first reaction was to get a blanket to wrap around Chambers to help conceal her. After wrapping a blanket around her, Haley walked Chambers to the back of his fire truck. When she couldn't go anymore, he laid her down and she reached out for his hand. He asked her name and she responded, "Jessica Chambers," with her mouth just charred black. Haley said he realized she was trying to say Jessica Chambers. A coroner later would say that Chambers had burns over 98% of her body. Haley told the 7-man, 5-woman jury that he knew Chambers before that night, but the two were not friends. Cortland has about 500 residents. The trial is happening in the Panola County seat here, less than 10 miles from the scene of the crime. Because of worries that Tellis, a black man, 8 years older than the white teenage Chambers, would not receive a fair trial amid all the publicity in the unsettling case, the jury was selected more than 200 miles south in Pike County, Mississippi, and transported Monday night to Batesville. In a written statement to investigators hours after the crime, Haley said Chambers told him that someone named Eric had set her on fire. On the witness stand, he backtracked, saying he was in a daze when he made his initial report. I was face to face with her and you could barely understand her, he said. She kept asking for water. I did not personally hear her say Eric. A lawyer on Tellis's defense team, Darla Palmer, is using Haley's initial statement as a foundation of her client's defense. In Palmer's opening statement Tuesday, she said at least 8 first responders in the trial, expected to last 2 weeks, will testify that Chambers had said someone named Eric had set her on fire. You know what's weird? I would like to know that, Palmer or some of these defense lawyers, does she really think Tellis is innocent, or is she just kind of fulfilling her duty? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you heard the details of the case. This guy changed his story a bunch of times, deleted his texts.
Well,
Like,
wait. You're saying like who do you, I mean, I don't know what to think of it.
do you understand the question?
Um, you're saying like why you don't think it's weird for someone to think that he's innocent?
No, I'm asking. I wonder what his defense attorney, Darla Palmer, what she's thinking. Does she really think he's innocent or not?
I see.
Like, look at all the evidence. Is she just fulfilling her duty as a lawyer and in
I
court,
see.
or does she really think he's innocent? Or yeah, I don't know. It's like the evidence is pretty damning against him.
She's probably just doing her duty and then just trying to figure out how it turns out.
Several first responder witnesses called to the stand Wednesday said she appeared to say Eric, but she was difficult to understand because of her charred mouth and the loudness of rescue equipment in the background. Tellis, who graduated from the same high school as Chambers, was in Batesville buying a prepaid debit card for his girlfriend in Louisiana at the time Chambers was attacked, Palmer said. Prosecutors believe that Tellis intentionally went to the store after Chambers' attack, creating an alibi for himself. On Thursday morning, jurors will visit the site of the fire, M&M Grocery, where security camera footage last recorded Chambers that evening, and Tellis's home nearby, said Major Barry Thompson, lead investigator for the Panola County Sheriff's Department. The field trip will give the Pike County jurors a chance to see firsthand the sites that prosecutor John Champion said will be tied together via cell phone records. Do you think that's customary for juries to go to all these locations? I haven't really heard of that happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tellis was indicted in February 2016 in connection with Chambers' death as he sat in a Ouachita Parish jail in Monroe, Louisiana. What the jury doesn't know, at least not yet, by July 2016, Tellis was charged with first-degree murder in another case, the July 29, 2015 death of Meng Chen Xiao, 34, of Taiwan. The University of Louisiana Monroe exchange student had been stabbed 34 times until she gave out the personal identification number for her debit card, according to a warrant filed in July 2016. Previously, Tellis had been in the parish jail accused of using Xiao's debit card 3 times after her death. Wow, not once, not twice, but thrice? What the heck? Or I guess he's just trying to empty the account and there's a withdrawal limit? I don't know. In Louisiana, Tellis had also been charged with 1 count of possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, a charge he pleaded guilty to in May 2016. Tellis won't return to Monroe to face trial in the Xiao case until the conclusion of the Chambers trial. In Mississippi, Chambers' best friend, Kesha Myers, told jurors Tuesday that Chambers was selling drugs every day. Chambers' mother told the court that she last spoke to her daughter at 6:48 p.m., about 90 minutes before the truck driver made his call about the car fire. Lisa Chambers said her daughter left the house about 5:15 p.m., saying she was going to clean out her car and get something to eat. Jessica Chambers died at Regional 1 Health Memphis, where she had been airlifted about 4 hours after being lit afire. The prosecution's case in Mississippi will hinge largely on cell phone data that placed Tellis and Jessica Chambers together much of the day she died. Tellis previously told investigators that he had been with Jessica Chambers for part of the night she died, authorities said. Champion said Tellis and Jessica Chambers had sex in the passenger seat of her car, then Tellis smothered her and set her car on fire. You know what's kind of weird? If they check the cell phone data and it matches when they were seen on the surveillance video, that could give us a clue to how accurate that data is, right? Because if they're saying it could be 10 to 20 miles off, if it's not an hour earlier or that morning or whatever, I mean, that would point to it being pretty accurate, right?
Yeah.
The timeline of him at the store is also weird. All right, so what do you think? I mean, this is obviously a brutal murder, but what are the chances that it wasn't Tellis? And if they're saying she's selling drugs, which is also, I wanted to touch upon that. If she's just selling marijuana in small amounts, I mean, I don't know. Obviously that doesn't necessarily, she could be involved and have friends who are of a fairly criminal element, but not necessarily, the worst of the worst gangsters or things like that of that nature or street gang members. If it's just, random teenagers or college kids that want marijuana, I mean, I don't know. Do you think it could have been some rogue drug dealer that just set her as on fire for whatever reason? If there was a money dispute or something, it doesn't explain. Like Tellis's behavior is very strange. You have prior history. He beat a woman who refused his advances before, and he also has a murder charge of a victim whose debit card he used 3 times. I mean, it doesn't look good, does it?
Nah, his record definitely doesn't look good.
So, what do you think? It was him?
Um, uh, I I don't know. There's no one else as bad as him, and the text messages. I don't know. It just
All right, let's
yeah.
let's examine this Eric info, and we'll see if there are other suspects. So I think the task force and the Oxygen show on this case. I think the task force said that they actually interviewed like 30 or 40 Erics and Dereks in a very large area. So I mean, they definitely did some homework, and there was definitely a pretty big investigation. And real quick, the other thing we didn't really talk about is the racial issues in this case. I mean, there were some who were critical because the case wasn't covered on media anywhere near as much as, for example, like police brutality against a black person, because this didn't really fit the agenda of media to cover a white woman killed by a black criminal or whatnot. So there were people that were unhappy with the coverage of this case, and yeah, it was definitely in the background of this case the entire time. But all right, I mean, do you have any thoughts on that or no?
Um, I don't know. I'm trying to understand the psychology behind a person burning another person. It doesn't seem efficient. So I don't know, man. It's just I don't understand it.
I mean,
So
it really does seem like it's more likely to be some kind of a gang thing, right?
yeah, because like I can't imagine if someone's like you know desiring a girl and burning her up. It just doesn't sound.
All right, well, let's get to other suspects. So, like I said, the task force interviewed a bunch of Erics and Dereks. Supposedly, they ruled all of them out. That's what they said. Now, we don't know exactly what constituted ruling them out. I mean, was it a definitive alibi, or was it, someone who said, "Oh, I was at this person's house, and that person is their friend," and they corroborated the alibi, and that was the end of that, and they didn't research further, and they considered that ruled out. I don't know. But here's something really really weird. So Some people think that a man named Eric Hill is the real killer of Jessica Chambers. Here is an article in the Clarion Ledger. Court document. Tellis's victim tortured to death. Meng Chen Xiao of Taiwan was stabbed over 30 times in her Monroe, Louisiana apartment before she gave her debit card PIN to her killer, a law enforcement officer said in court record. And this was published July 7th, 2016. Teresa Apel. Monroe Police Detective Dwayne Cookson's affidavit also stated that killer is one known to Mississippians as being the suspect in one of the most notorious homicides in recent years. Quentin Tellis, who was charged in the 2014 Panola County burning death of Jessica Chambers, has been accused of torturing Xiao to death on her bedroom floor. He was indicted in the Mississippi homicide as he sat in jail in Ouachita Parish, Louisiana in February, and then an arrest warrant for the Louisiana homicide was filed on Thursday as he sat in jail in DeSoto County. After gaining possession of a debit card, he brutally murdered her by repeatedly stabbing her and letting her body rot and decompose until being discovered, read part of Cookson's statement included in the Louisiana arrest warrant. The homicide allegedly took place on July 29th and her body was found August 8th. As authorities worked the death scene, Tellis was celebrating his wedding to Chiquita Jackson. While they weren't immediately connected, police knew Tellis knew Xiao because they were seen together on a Walmart security video, and a neighbor also provided a license plate number of a man who gave her a creepy feeling. She told police that man, whom she later identified as Tellis, had been in Xiao's apartment July 27th and 28th. She had heard them arguing. Oh, it just keeps getting worse and worse for Tellis. Xiao had friends and neighbors nearby, but her family was in Taiwan. It was 10 days before her body was found inside her apartment. Someone had made an attempt to clean the crime scene, the warrant stated. Police said that means there's no DNA to tie Tellis to the crime scene, but authorities held that the data trail and witness statements were enough to arrest him. Other evidence included a receipt for 7 cents from a local gas station paid with Xiao's card found in Tellis's bedroom. Search warrants for phone and bank records showed calls to Xiao's bank from Tellis's phone on the day she died. And GPS records showed Tellis more than likely was inside Xiao's apartment. Withdrawals from a Vicksburg ATM coincide with phone records and statements that Tellis and Jackson were there that day. A pair of tennis shoes was found in an outside storage shed, and then they had been spray painted white, according to an affidavit. Under the paint were dark stains police believed to be blood. Did they not test them? What the heck? Jackson told police Tellis didn't work but stayed home and watched her son. When he wasn't doing that, she said, he was with her cousin, Eric Hill. So Eric Hill is Quentin Tellis's wife's cousin. Hill initially told police that another man named Curtis Lemons had allegedly told him he had stabbed Xiao until she gave up the PIN to her debit card. Hill then picked Lemons out of a phone lineup but wouldn't initial it. He then looked at another lineup that included Tellis and said he didn't know anyone in it. The plot thickens, Maxwell. The plot thickens. Court documents stated Hill told police Xiao was stabbed and sliced in various ways meant to inflict pain until she gave up the pin, and that not all the wounds were meant to kill her. Details only the killer would know. So that's what Hill told police. That's kind of weird. Don't you think police would become suspicious of Hill?
Yeah.
If he's
Wait.
talking about how Xiao was stabbed and sliced and that they weren't and that those wounds weren't meant to kill her, that's kind of weird. Or unless he said that the killer confessed to him. Yeah, he said that some guy named Lemons or whoever Yeah, Curtis Lemons told him he had stabbed Xiao, so he had information direct from the killer. And then he didn't initial it, and then he said he didn't recognize Tellis in the lineup, even though obviously he knew who he was. Lemons was cleared. When police confronted Hill with the fact that they knew he was Jackson's cousin and associated with Tellis, Hill admitted he knew the details because Tellis had told him, and that he had wanted to frame Lemons. Hill told police he and Tellis were telling war stories about their criminal histories, even trying to one-up each other. That's messed up. That's pretty dark. When Tellis told him about going to a lady's house where he robbed her of her credit cards, beat her up pretty bad, and stabbed her. Meanwhile, Tellis faces arraignment in Mississippi in Chambers' case on July 15th. All right, does this change your opinion at all, Maxwell? Is it possible that that the cousin of Quentin Tellis's wife, or future wife, Chiquita Jackson, where was Eric Hill on the night of Chambers' murder?
Yeah, I don't know where he was.
Does this cast some doubt? So some people actually think that since Chiquita Jackson, who's Tellis's wife, I mean, I'm sure they interviewed her, but it would be interesting if they did some kind of brain fingerprint lie detector scan on her, because did Tellis tell her something? And then how is this Eric Hill character? He obviously knows Tellis and they share war stories. So if Tellis did kill Jessica Chambers, Eric Hill would know, or Eric Hill might be involved. What do you think? Does this change any of your perception of this case?
Um, yeah, because, wait, but Tellus had the card, right? It wasn't Eric, right?
Correct, correct. But Eric knew all the details, so did Quentin really tell him what happened? Or we don't know. If they were friends, what if is it
Ah,
possible? Is it possible Eric they were friends and Eric Hill gave him the debit card with the ATM info? I mean with the PIN code. But here's
I
the
could
other,
see it.
if they were both, if both Eric Hill and Quentin Tellis were seeing Xiao, because there were people who said they saw Quentin Tellis there, it'd also be interesting if they had ever been questioned and asked about Eric Hill, if Eric Hill had also been in Xiao's apartment. Because it seems like it is a fact that Tellis was somehow involved with Xiao. They were on video in a Walmart camera, and witnesses place and Tellis' cell phone info place him in Xiao's apartment. So she might have been involved with him, but was she also involved with this Eric Hill character? What if Eric Hill killed Xiao, and then he framed Tellis? Keep in mind, this is 6 months after the Chambers murder. So they could have also both possibly killed Chambers. We don't know.
I see.
And it seems like Shakita Jackson would definitely know something. I mean, I don't know. Like that would be, or Chiquita Jackson. Hmm.
I don't understand the Jessica Chambers 14-gallon purchase of gasoline.
So normally she purchases 5 gallons. Like so it's like a routine thing.
Yeah.
And on that particular afternoon she purchased 15, so she purchased 3 times the amount, which suggested that she was going 3 times the distance that she normally went. And she said she was going somewhere.
That's interesting. So I'm thinking maybe she had plans to meet with someone to go somewhere far.
Eric Hill?
Well, anybody, because being burnt at a location that's only like 30 minutes. How long? How
Well,
far
the
away was it?
location was pretty close by to where, to
It was like
Chambers.
2 miles, a mile or something, right?
It was close by.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So,
She went
well,
somewhere else first, yeah.
yeah.
They went there. But here's the thing, yeah.
So she was probably duped to be going somewhere far and then met there.
And
I
did
don't
they
know.
knock her out and drive the car back? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It seems like it was close to Tellus's sister's place. So what does Tellus's sister know? Does she know something? And he just happened to keep gasoline there? And Tellus admitted that. So there's a lot of missing pieces here. Why would Tellus admit that he keeps a 5 gallon gas can in his sister's shed?
Yes, that's crazy.
He's got an ever changing story. If they were, here's the other thing though, if they were friends and then they weren't, so 6 months later, Eric Hill gives up Quentin Tellis. Why does Tellis, if Hill was involved in the Chambers murder, do you think Tellis would have gave him up or no? Because if he had an accomplice, they might lessen the charge. Or did they attempt to do that and they wouldn't bargain, so that's why Tellis didn't say anything? In any case, I mean, this Hill character is kind of interesting, right? Because this is his future wife's cousin. Is that just a coincidence? I mean, I don't know. Here's the other thing, though. Supposedly, Tellis had his phone on when he was killing Xiao in her apartment, and that matched the location. You know what also messed up? If they, I don't know. Like, yeah, so it seems like Hill probably didn't kill Xiao unless they killed her together. I don't know. Because you can't, I mean, are you going to trust their words? You're going to trust Hill's word? I mean, this is a criminal who is exchanging criminal stories. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we could take any of their words at face value. What do you think?
No, no.
Some people also think that there's something weird going on with some of the locals. Of course, in all these cases, there are anomalies. So tell us his family, his sister, other people. They know what happened, and it possibly involves other people as well. So, but I guess nobody's really said anything. We're gonna have to dig a lot deeper into all of these loose ends. So, yeah, for whatever reason, if there was some kind of a weird drug connection to something and Eric wanted to kill Chambers and they kind of used Tellis to do it, possibly even threatened Tell. I mean, I don't know, just coming up with various theories. Since she knew Tellis, she had hung out with him that morning. What else was going on? And there seems to be a lot of, yeah, just not hard looking at Eric Hill. And these connections are a little bizarre. And we also have to confirm the hitchhiker. I mean, I would think that that Flowers woman would have positively identified Tellis, don't you think? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So, a lot of loose ends, but yeah, we'll have to be going down quite a few rabbit holes in this tragic, and horrible murder. I mean, it's bizarre, but yeah, just really, really terrible. So we hope you enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. And feel free to share this across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, share your theories or thoughts of any kind, leave it in the comments section. Make sure to like our Facebook page, and you can also catch us on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are taking a look at the Tyler Davis case. Tyler Davis is a missing person out of Columbus, Ohio, who was last seen February 24th, 2019. This is an incredibly baffling case. It was one requested by one of our patrons, and it is truly mind-shocking, and we will be examining every angle and every theory in typical Mind-Shock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock or youtube.com/Mindshock True Crime. Like and share this podcast. Keep up the awareness in this missing persons case as well as other cases. You could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Alright, so we are actually going to be taking a look at a few different sources here to try to get all of the information available in this case in one place. So this is from the Disappeared blog, disappearedblog.com, on Tyler Davis, updated November 18th, 2020. Last seen February 24th, 2019, Tyler Davis. Case information: 29-year-old Tyler Davis went missing from Columbus, Ohio, February 24th, 2019. He was last seen around 3 a.m. near the Hilton at Easton Town Center in Columbus. On February 23rd, 2019, Tyler and his wife Brittany traveled to Columbus, Ohio to celebrate her birthday. After dropping off their 20-month-old son at his parents' house, they drove to Columbus from their home in Wilmington, Ohio, about a 90-minute trip. They checked into the Hilton Hotel in front of the Easton Town Center around 5 p.m., met up with a friend who lived nearby, Sean Hughes. Around 8:30 p.m., the three of them left the hotel to walk around the shopping center, visiting some bars and clubs. Around 3 a.m., they took an Uber back to the hotel. On the way back, Tyler fell asleep in the car. When they arrived back at the hotel, he was confused and frustrated, according to Brittany, and said he was going to go for a walk. Brittany went back into the hotel to charge her phone while Sean left with Tyler on foot. A half hour later, Brittany came back outside but couldn't find either of them. She called Tyler's cell phone and he called her back at 3:30 a.m., saying he would be right back. A few minutes later, Sean came walking back to the hotel, but Tyler wasn't with him. At this point, Brittany tried to call Tyler again, but he wouldn't answer. At approximately 4:10 a.m., Tyler called her back, telling her, "I see the hotel. I'm walking through the woods. I'll be right there." He hung up and called back immediately, but when Brittany answered, she only heard 4 seconds of silence before the phone went dead. She called him back, but his phone was off and has been shut off ever since. At 4:30 a.m., their friend Sean, who lived about 10 minutes away from the hotel, decided to go home. Brittany went inside the hotel and started calling friends, asking for advice on what to do. Tyler never came back to the hotel and hasn't been seen or heard from since. At 9:30 a.m., Brittany called Tyler's parents to let them know he hadn't come back. At 10:30 a.m., she reported Tyler missing to the Columbus Police Department. Right off the bat there, there's some red flags there. Sean, unless they did really go all around looking for him, at which point would you stop? I don't know. And the fact that he's continually calling her back, and also at this hour in the morning, it's very possible the phone went dead, because when was the last time he charged it? So there's a lot of factors here we have to consider, but let's finish with the write-up here. Investigation. Authorities, as well as several search and rescue organizations, have conducted multiple searches of the area, but haven't found any evidence. Tyler's phone indicates he was walking around Abbott Labs at 3:53 a.m. near the intersection of Stelzer Road and Morse Crossing. Stelzer Road and Morse Crossing. This is his last known locations. Authorities don't believe Tyler went missing intentionally. They released audio from his phone showing that he was asking for directions to the hotel and intended to go back. His case remains unsolved. Appearance: Tyler Davis is a Caucasian male, born June 30th, 1989. He has brown hair, brown eyes, stands 5'9", weighs 170 pounds. He has a red birthmark on his right arm that goes up to his neck. Tyler was last seen wearing a blue and green flannel, a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and Nike shoes. Investigating agency. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Tyler Davis, please contact the Columbus Police Department, 614-645-2355, or Central Ohio Crime Stoppers, 614-461-TIPS. So this is an article from 10 TV News, WBNS. Police release audio in search for man who was last seen near Easton. What happened to Tyler Davis? That's a question Columbus police are still trying to answer. Written by Angela Reihard, October 3rd, 2019, updated October 22nd, 2019. What happened to Tyler Davis? That's a question Columbus police are still trying to answer. It's been more than 7 months since the Southwest Ohio man disappeared from near Easton Town Center. Now police are making a plea to the public hoping for new leads. We need answers, said Detective Jason Bramer from Columbus Police. On February 23rd into the early hours of February 24th, Davis and his wife were celebrating her birthday along with a friend. A night of dinner and drinks took a turn when Davis walked off from Easton Hilton where they were staying. It's been a really long time and our family deserves answers, Brittany Davis said. On Thursday, officers released audio from the night he vanished. Police said you can hear Davis ask his phone for directions back to the hotel.
Give me the Eastern Suites. Give me the Eastern Suites.
Huh, interesting. What it showed me was intent, Bramer said. It showed that Tyler wasn't trying to go sneak off and have a life somewhere else. That shows me I want to get home. Police mapped out the route Davis took that night using digital forensics. His last known location was 3:53 a.m. near Stelzer Road and Morse Crossing. Police pointed out a swamp they've searched in the area several times. We have not found any evidence yet, Bramer said. That doesn't mean that we have stopped looking for evidence because we still are. While there are theories on social media about what happened, police remain tight-lipped, saying they are not ruling anything out. It's doing a disservice to this investigation if I lean in any direction, Detective Bramer said. I have to go where the evidence is taking me at this point. If I had it taking me in a certain direction, we wouldn't be standing here. I would be elbow deep in what's going on, but I'm not. I'm here still asking the help from the public. So, quite interesting. So he's admitting they got nothing, which is quite curious. Usually the police don't do that. And it's also curious that it took them this many months to release this audio. I mean, I guess they thought it wasn't relevant. Why is it relevant now? I don't know. But let's get some more details here. This is from wherearetheypodcast.medium.com, The Unsolved Disappearance of Tyler Davis, posted by Jennifer, March 17th. Information is obtained from the Where Are They podcast and other sources as noted. Is it possible one can wander off in a populated area and disappear into thin air? What if I told you they wandered off at 3:30 a.m.? Again, very ominous hour, the witching hour in the occult. The story of Tyler Davis is exceptionally puzzling. Tyler and his wife, Brittany, were enjoying a rare getaway at the Easton Town Center complex in Columbus, Ohio, February 23, 2019. They had treated themselves to an overnight stay at the Hilton and had a couple's massage scheduled for the next day. After a night on the town, an Uber driver dropped them off at the Hilton just after 3 a.m. on the morning of February 24th. Travis suddenly felt disoriented and confused and claimed they were not where they supposed to be. He said he wanted to take a walk around the block and think. Brittany needed to charge her phone, so she headed up to the hotel room and the friend would go check on Tyler. Tyler would never be seen again. Where is Tyler Davis? That's weird. Disoriented claimed they were not where they're supposed to be. I mean, in what sense? Was that kind of metaphorical? Or was it physically he thought they needed to be at a different hotel? Tyler Davis was a 29-year-old man in 2019, married to Brittany, and together they have one child, Aaron. Aaron was born in 2017 and was just 2 years old at the time of Tyler's disappearance. Honestly, Aaron might be the biggest victim in all this tragedy. It is unlikely he has any memory of his father at this point. Tyler met Brittany at their fast food restaurant in 2013. They didn't begin dating, however, until 2016. In 2017, they would have their son Aaron, and they would marry later that year. Tyler was a fast food manager working at a Wendy's in a little town outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. He often worked nights, and Brittany occasionally worked as a bartender, so the two were self-proclaimed night owls. Money was tight as a young family, but they vowed to have at least 3 nights out a year: Brittany's birthday, Tyler's birthday, and their anniversary. February 24th was Brittany's birthday, and they had planned a nice little getaway up in the Columbus, Ohio area, 3 hours from their home. So again, we have conflicting information here, so anywhere between 90 minutes and 3 hours, depending on which source you're looking at. They chose to stay at the Hilton in Easton Town Center. Easton Town Center is a large, very nice shopping center. Actually, more like a town in itself. Over 270 shops and stores, 75 restaurants and bars, and a few condo townhome complexes, all located in the Easton Town Center premises. There are several hotels in the general vicinity, but just the Hilton and the Courtyard Marriott are considered to be located within Easton Town Center. On February 23rd, 2019, Tyler and Brittany took their son Aaron to Tyler's parents' house before heading up to Easton. They checked into the hotel at 5 p.m. Shortly after, a friend of Tyler's meets up with them at the hotel. Their friend Sean Hughes would be hanging out with them for the entire night. They hit up some local restaurants, checked out the area. Brittany said she had never been there before and was excited to see what the area had and kind of plan out what they wanted to do the next day. They had a couple's massage booked for that Saturday, but the rest was going to be just doing whatever they wanted. Most of the restaurants and bars within Easton were closed around midnight, but they weren't done drinking and hanging out. They found a nearby gentleman's club, the Dollhouse, and took an Uber over there, where they would remain until close. Near the end of the night at the Dollhouse, Brittany went to use the bathroom. When she came out, she said she heard Tyler and Sean arguing with someone and noticed the lights were now bright within the club. The bouncers were telling Tyler and Sean they had to leave, but Tyler insisted he had to wait for his wife who was in the bathroom. The plot thickens. There's some kind of an altercation in the club. They soon got an Uber and made the 20-minute drive back to the Hilton. Here's where things start to get strange. I'm going to detail the order of events and then we will discuss them and if they make sense or not. Brittany said Tyler was dozing off in the car. But when they arrived at the Hilton, Tyler woke up and was agitated and confused, saying they weren't where they were supposed to be. Brittany and Sean tried to talk to him, but he kept insisting they were in the wrong place. Finally, he said he needed to take a walk and clear his head. He got out of the Uber and started walking away. Brittany didn't know what to do, but she had to pee again, totally believable as a consequence of drinking all night, and her phone was almost dead and she wanted to go charge it. Sean said he would follow Tyler and make sure he was all right and that she should go up to their room. Brittany did just that. So from the description here, Tyler and Sean weren't arguing with each other. They were arguing with someone else, and then the bouncers were telling them to leave. Interesting. Sean might hold some answers here in regard to this. After charging her phone for 10 minutes, she came back downstairs and found Sean walking back in. He said Tyler would be right back and he was just taking a short walk. Is that really true? Brittany tried calling Tyler, but he didn't answer. He did, however, call right back. It was 3:37 a.m. He said he was just walking around the block and he'd be back soon. At 4:10 a.m., he called her again and said he was in the woods, but he could see the hotel and he'd be there in 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, Brittany's phone rang again. It was Tyler. When she answered this time, she only heard a few seconds of empty air when the phone cut off. She tried Tyler back numerous times, but at this point, his phone was either off or dead. At 4:30 a.m., Sean said he was going to head home. He lived just 10 minutes from the Easton shopping area. Brittany, panicking, says she called friends for advice on what to do. Everyone told her to just wait it out. Tyler would be back soon. 8 a.m. comes and Brittany is desperate. She called a friend of hers, someone that from what I read was a former roommate of hers, and he lives in the Columbus area. He shows up and the two go off and search for Tyler. So Sean didn't go and search? So he just came back and said that Tyler would be right back, then he hung out for a little bit, and then he's just like, I'm going home? This is really weird. Sean definitely knows something, because they got into some kind of argument with someone else, and about what we don't know. Is it possible Tyler was drugged for some purpose? I don't know. That's what's jumping out at me now, but let's continue here. Brittany later would say that she just thought he probably passed out on a bench or somewhere. Certainly logical, since he had been drinking all night. However, February in Ohio isn't exactly warm, especially at night. So even if that was true, they definitely should have been worried. They looked all over the Easton Town Center area but found no sign of Tyler. Finally, at 10:30 a.m., the morning of February 24th, Brittany called Tyler's parents and then called the police to report him missing. She said in an interview she was terrified to call his parents. She really wanted to find him first. He was very close to his parents, and she knew that when Tyler did return, he would be really upset that she had called his mom and worried her. She was at her last option, however. She had already called the hospitals and the jails and was getting nowhere. The police showed up 12:30 p.m. She met with the officers in the parking lot of the Hilton Hotel. The first thing the police officer said was a man has a right to go missing. And since Tyler wasn't elderly or a child, they couldn't really do much for about 72 hours. And of course, the first 48 are the most critical. Brittany was frustrated as she knew that something was wrong. At 5 p.m., Tyler's dad told Brittany to go back and get her son, and they would keep looking. Brittany also repeatedly said the detective wasn't very forthcoming with her and wasn't very nice to her during the initial conversations. That Sunday evening, the night of the 24th, Brittany went back to Easton with some friends and they searched wooded areas and all areas they could think of. She spoke to the manager of the Easton and they started reviewing security footage. Brittany had very little sleep but seemed determined to find her missing husband. Easton security told her they saw Tyler walking back to the Hilton around 4:15 on camera, which made sense to Brittany based on when she last spoke to Tyler. However, it would come that this footage wasn't Tyler, but someone else, possibly Tyler's friend Sean. The footage was dark and grainy, but looked to be Sean. Also, it's 4:15 in the morning. There aren't a lot of people out just walking around. Brittany said it was probably when she and Sean were walking back and forth up and down looking for Tyler. So they did look for him. This didn't mention that at the beginning. It said Sean came back, said Tyler would be right back, and then he said he was leaving. So they did look for him. Okay, that's less suspicious. The cops conducted their first official search on Tuesday, February 26th. Afterwards, they called Brittany and let her know they searched some bodies of water and some woods, concentrated on the area where his phone pinged. They brought out search dogs, and they did say the search dogs hit on the area of one of the ponds. The police have said all the nearby bodies of water have been searched multiple times. And again, when you only search it once, you could say, okay, they might have missed it. Okay, twice they missed it. Okay, 3 times. Did they miss it all 3 times? How many? What is multiple times? Is it 2, 3, 4, 5? I mean, you would think it would be at least 2 or 3, in which case, in this day and age, what technology were they using and how did they search? I mean, if they're using sonar and advanced technology, I mean, this isn't the backwoods of some place. This is Ohio, although some people might call it that. It seems like he probably is not there if they searched it multiple times. There were 0 signs of Tyler anywhere. The police do obtain some records from Tyler's phone and found some interesting clues. They do verify these calls to Brittany. They also find a record of him searching his Google Maps for directions back to Easton. How far did he go? That's weird. Interesting, we can definitively verify that Tyler was out and about, but wanting to get back to the hotel, so then why didn't he? At first, police don't release much information. Most people on social media and in the community find flaws in Brittany's story. And I don't think it's that they find flaws so much as there are so many questions left unanswered. It would be months before police would release surveillance footage. Again, let's compare and contrast to other cases like the Maura Murray case where it's been decades and more than a decade and they're still withholding a lot of footage, UMass, the liquor store, etc. Quite interesting. It would be months before police would release surveillance footage and information that they were able to confirm through this phone GPS that he did indeed walk away from the Hilton alone. They can tell he walked through the nearby Huntington Bank complex on Stelzer Road and then asked his phone for directions. How disoriented was he? Because this isn't that far. They can also tell via phone GPS records that he was near the Abbott Labs complex at one point, which is interesting. While not far via a car ride, it's at least a mile from the Hilton Easton. The police also didn't release the name of the friend, Sean Hughes, right away, so a lot of initial speculation was centered around him. Was there a dispute with them all that night? Why did Tyler go from napping in the car to needing to clear his head? And while something doesn't seem to be adding up, what is confusing, at least to me, is that we can verify he walked away on foot alone, and he did call Brittany a few times before disappearing. Sean supposedly left at 4:30 a.m. to go home, Brittany was obviously upset and said she never slept all night looking for Tyler and calling people for help. Why did Sean leave her like this? Also, why wasn't he more worried about Tyler? There are a lot of names brought up in the days afterwards as people searched for him. Friends, family, and even some of his employees from Wendy's. But Sean's name isn't mentioned as being there at all. If he lived 10 minutes away and this is a good friend, shouldn't he be all over the search? Especially since he knows the area very well. Huh, interesting. Or did he leave at 4:30 and pick up Tyler from there? A lot of people are picking apart Brittany's stories in her interviews, but what about Sean? Of course, it is possible he was drunk and stumbled off and had an accident somewhere. Not too long ago, we heard the story of a drunk man leaving a bar and climbing in a dumpster and falling asleep. Then he was killed when the trash collected and compacted the contents of the dumpster the next day. Yeah, but then they actually found out about that, though. Searches and searches and searches have been done with no sign of Tyler, no wallet, no phone, nothing. It seems this story has a lot more theories than it does evidence. Easton is very built up. Populated area, certainly no heavily wooded areas. There is, however, a small patch of woods about a block away that is a barrier between Stelzer Road and Highway 270. There are also 2 small bodies of water on the side of the trees, but to my knowledge, those have been thoroughly searched. And it's a pretty small area, so it would certainly be an easy area to cover. It's also unfortunate that we don't have more surveillance footage considering the hundreds of businesses there. But Easton is built up to be very nice and park-like. Many shrubs and landscaping shield the sidewalks from the stores. So even if he did walk by the sidewalk, it might never be picked up on camera. So what are the theories in this case? Theory 1. Tyler walked away, had an accident, or even succumbed to the elements. He was drunk, there isn't exactly any evidence pointing to foul play, and it's been known to happen. I think it's quite odd that no sign of him has surfaced, however. I mean, even if he had an accident and fell somewhere, you would think someone would have found something. His phone, wallet, shoes, something. Also, he had first called Brittany at 3:37 a.m. while he was out walking. She heard from him again just after 4 a.m. How far could he have gotten? He might have been more than a mile away from the hotel at that point, and yes, he did say he could see the hotel during his last call, but was it really the hotel? Theory 2, Tyler fell victim to foul play. Was he taken out of the area? Is that why there has been so little evidence recovered? And did he meet foul play at the hands of a stranger, or even more sinister, someone he knew? I mean, they're leaving out a few. If he did want to if he changed his mind at whatever point, if he's not in his right mind. So let's say he was trying to get back to the hotel, everything added up, and then at whatever moment something struck him and he decided that he'd be better off with a different life. One possibility. Another possibility, if Sean knew where he was or found him, did he help him get out of the area? Is that what he said he wanted? Or was there some argument or falling out with Sean that he neglected to mention? Was the argument at the nightclub really between Tyler and Sean? Maybe it involved the third party, maybe it didn't. Huh. In a lot of cases, we also talk about people walking away and starting a new life. Nothing says that to me in this situation. He had a 2-year-old. He and Brittany were supposedly doing well. He was very close to his parents. Why disappear, and where? These are the same reasons I don't believe suicide is a theory. So there is footage, there's surveillance footage showing Tyler walking away from the Hilton. We have a fair amount of data on the night he went missing, meaning a timeline we can follow at least to a certain point, and then nothing. Okay. Alright, so let's go to Reddit for some astute commenters and theories here. This one's from Fearless Bed 4156, just 3 months ago, on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit. Once again, one of the best subreddits for true crime. February 29th, 2019, Tyler Davis and his wife Brittany dropped their 19-month-old son off at his parents' house, headed to Easton Town Center for an overnight getaway to celebrate Brittany's birthday. They arrived at Hilton Hotel, Easton Town Center in Columbus, Ohio, around 5 p.m. a friend of Tyler's that lived nearby met them at the hotel, and they headed out to the shopping center for some food and drinks. Easton Town Center is a large shopping complex with over 270 stores, 75 restaurants, a movie theater, 2 hotels, and even some condominiums. It is a very nice upper-scale part of town. When the bars closed around midnight, the 3 decided to head off to another open venue, a gentleman's club, and took an Uber over to the Dollhouse. They stayed there until closing time, took an Uber back to the hotel around 3 a.m. When the Uber pulled up to the hotel, Tyler began acting confused, stated a few times they weren't in the right place. He decided to go for a walk, clear his head. His friend said he would go check on him. Brittany would head up to the hotel room to use the bathroom and charge her phone. 20 minutes later, Brittany comes downstairs, wondering where Tyler was. She saw the friend walking back into the hotel, and he told Brittany that Tyler would be back in a few minutes. And it's curious, so I'm assuming he did meet up with Tyler, and Tyler told him he'd be back in a few minutes, or he made that up because he never actually caught up to him after that moment. Again, unknown. At 3:37 a.m., Tyler then called her and said he was just taking a walk, he'd be back soon. At 4:10 a.m., Tyler called again and said he was in the woods, but could see the hotel and would be back in 5 minutes. They were in a shopping center and busy metropolis area, no woods. Actually, there are patches of woods. The friend would leave for his home a few minutes later. Brittany didn't know what to do, called some friends for advice. At 4:30 a.m., the ones she reached told her to just sit and wait it out. Tyler would be back soon. 8 a.m., Brittany reached a friend that didn't live too far away from Easton, and he would drive up to the hotel, help her search for Tyler for a couple hours. They suspected that he was drunk and probably passed out on a park bench somewhere. I mean, that's not the worst theory. 10:30 a.m., after still no sign of Tyler, they called police to report him missing. Police would see Tyler on surveillance walking away from the Hilton alone just after 3 a.m. They would also verify phone records and were able to tell that he used Google Voice to pull up his GPS and ask for directions back to the Easton Suites. Tyler would never be seen or heard from again. No clues have surfaced in the search for Tyler in and around the Easton Town Center area. What happened to 29-year-old Tyler Davis? Did he walk away, become lost, and succumb to the elements? Was Brittany and the friend involved in his disappearance somehow, or did he possibly meet with foul play at the hands of a stranger? And another post here forgot a very important detail. Tyler hadn't slept much and was exhausted in addition to being drunk. And this kind confection user who posted that also posted this. I remember coming away from the True Crime Garage podcast feeling like the wife knew more than she was letting on, and that the friend might have been a bit friendlier to her than Tyler. Maybe someone could chime in here. There was something else that happened after hours at the club. Maybe Tyler got into it with a bouncer or something. I can't remember and could be totally wrong. It had something to do with the bouncer at the club asking Tyler and his friend to leave because they were loitering. They were just waiting for Brittany to come out of the bathroom or something like that. I remember her being hesitant about sharing a few of the details, like that it was a strip club specifically that they were at. So I feel there might have been some drug use going on. The acting confused, plus going for a random walk at 4 a.m., certainly suggests drugs to me. Whether he took them intentionally or was drugged remains to be seen. Could be that. Also, as mentioned above, he was exhausted and hadn't slept much. The effects from lack of sleep are akin to being drunk or drugged. Confused, disoriented, unbalanced, etc. So he was working 10 to 12-hour days, 6 days in a row. Interesting. Another post here by Hungover Dejan. Perhaps he knows a thing or two about hangovers. Could just be blacked out drunk. They had a 19-month-old son. Could have been their first time binge drinking in several months. Blackouts definitely create confusion and very random behavior depending on the person. Blackout drunk and passed out drunk are totally different. During blackout, you remain conscious, but you don't remember anything or very little. Cocaine or other stimulants will keep conscious and drinking to help you get to blackout drunk. Happened to me only once, and coke was involved. This is from someone named Rocky. Another poster here, PCH Fusionist. I used to party a lot before I settled down. Nobody's going to be 100% fine in a blackout state. Fortunately, I was calm drunk and able to function in a passable way even when blacked out. I used to call it my autopilot. I could converse, text, pay my bar tab, give clear directions home to the cabbie, lock my front door and go to bed without any problems, all without remembering a blessed thing. If his wife's story is true, Davis probably wasn't blackout drunk. My guess is that he was sleep deprived, which combined with alcohol will do about the same job on someone as drinking excessively. I also wonder how much he had to eat. That's a big factor too. I don't think that focusing on Davis's alcohol consumption is going to be useful here. First, we have only his wife's account. Second, people function very differently when drinking and sleep deprived and when blacked out drunk. Interesting. And Hungover Degen responded here, if it's typical behavior for that person, I would say so. Also, keep in mind the other two were likely also highly intoxicated. It's hard to understand the actions of the people in this case if you have personally never blacked out or been around blackout drunks. The only way to prevent an aggressive drunk from, in this case, going on a walk is by physical force or calling law enforcement. But why do that if he's just going for a walk? The actions of the people in this case may seem pretty normal to me for a night of binge drinking in your 20s. My personal theory is his phone died and he hitched a ride with the wrong random stranger at 4 a.m. Interesting theory indeed, but here's the thing. I still can't shake the issues with his wife and the other friend. It seems like there's something more there. Not necessarily that there's something between him and the other, his friend and his wife. Not that there's a cheating love triangle going on, although that happens. I mean, again, this is Earth, and humans have been known to be involved in love triangles, just saying. But whether or not that's true or not, there seems to be missing information, as if there might have been a fight over something or someone, or some kind of an altercation in the club with another individual. Do we have any more information on that account? Were they really going to be booted out for loitering, especially if they were spending money? And they're just waiting for someone to return from the bathroom? Unless that individual is, and if she was in the bathroom for like a half an hour and they're kind of like leaning in the hallway waiting for her. I mean, even still, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to, again, are there security cameras in that club? In like the hallway area or even outside in the, just the entrance to see what kind of state they were in coming and going, to see maybe if they were angry, body language clues. Again, there seems to be a lack of information, and it's frustrating in a way, because in this technological age, there's still so much missing. Another response here by Ms. Opinionated. I think they intentionally used something, because I think if Brittany suspected he was drugged, that would have been made public in order to emphasize how vulnerable he was out there on his own. But if she admitted to voluntary drug use, some people would have had the attitude of, oh well, it's his own fault for getting lost while he was high. Huh. Interesting. That is very, very interesting, and an excellent point in terms of why she may or may not reveal certain things. Another poster here by I Like to Build. Let me break this down as a lifelong Florida man and frequent poor decision-making late-night titty bar ending up person. More likely than not, drugs were involved. How do I know this? I live in Florida, where the second largest industry to tourism is titty bars. Everyone goes to titty bars because if you are gonna drink, you might as well see titties. The girls and wives go out to titty bars with us because they like titties also. Now, if you are pre-gaming or looking to burn time after dinner before going home to a sitter, you may be at the titty bar sometime before midnight. That's just chatting with friends, looking at titties, maybe shooting pool. Totally harmless, probably not on drugs. If you're at the titty bar at 3 to 4 a.m., you are wrecked. Your whole crew is wrecked. Your night is more bad decisions than good decisions. You decided after the bars closed to get cash and go to a titty bar. Now, you may not be on drugs. Maybe you couldn't score, maybe it's a Wednesday, or maybe you're with your drunk-ass old lady who thinks you gave up blow after that big fight back in January. But it's far more likely someone in your group has a little something to toot on, so you can stay conscious enough to keep drinking at 3 a.m. And a response here is, wow, you make a lot of sense. Everything points to the let's party, and yes, by 3 a.m. a person is wrecked. Another response here, I want you to write a book about life in Florida. I would read it. Here's another interesting theory by B-Town Girl 74. And I'm thinking, if he was that drunk, he wanted to find something to help snap him out of it, in parentheses, blow, and so he somewhat secretly went off to meet up with a connect or something. This would especially make sense if he had little sleep, implying maybe uppers were involved prior to the night out and drinking. My ex from 20 years ago had a small habit, and whenever he'd get really drunk, he'd get the urge to use coke to help level him out or wake him up. So it wasn't unusual for him to wander off at 3 a.m. to score something. I'm not familiar with the case, but I think law enforcement would have been able to pull surveillance from the area and see whether he met up with someone. Wow. That is mind-shocking. That kind of makes sense if he had a habit that his wife didn't know about. Or he just didn't want to share and he wanted to score some more. And this deal... Now, here's the thing, though. Why would he disappear, though? Because if this dealer... Unless he was maybe meeting up with someone who he didn't normally know. I mean, he knew people from the area, obviously. He's got the other friend that they were out with from the area. So he knows people in the area. It's curious. It's curious. Does his friend know who this person was? But he doesn't want to get in trouble. Because this is a very, very shady dealer who's been known to kill people, and is that what's going on? That would explain the situation quite well. Another post here by Dog Wallop. All very good points. The only thing I could see is that Tyler was slipped the mic, after which someone, possibly the friend, managed to lead him away from known CCTV camera coverage and disposed of him. Otherwise, it may just be that he became disoriented, wandered into a dodgy part of town, and got mugged and killed, and his body now languishing the basement of an abandoned building. A response here, I feel like this is the most probable scenario. Yes, Easton is a nice area, but a few blocks away, not so much. Also could be an accident, then a cover-up. He was drunk. What if he stumbled into the road, got hit, the person freaked out, and did the wrong thing? And again, that would not be the first time. As valid a theory as ever, I suppose. Another response here by Masawal. I live in Columbus. Easton is nice, but with gigantic air quotes. It's pretty common at least a few times a year that there are either pretty big fights between groups of teenagers or shootings. I used to work right down the road from Easton on Cleveland Avenue, and it's pretty rough end of town. Well, I think a lot of the theories about the wife or the other friend being involved are pretty dumb and don't cite any actual evidence for why they would be suspect. I do believe there is a very good chance he met with foul play either by being in the wrong part of town, everything directly around Easton is pretty sketchy, or he got hit by a car on accident and the driver dumped him somewhere. The fact that he was clearly using his phone trying to get back to the hotel just doesn't lend much cadence to the idea that he was deliberately murdered by the wife or the friend. The sad truth is that this story has been shaped more by bored internet sleuths looking for a juicier story than it has been by any actual evidence. Another interesting theory here is the coyote theory. Another post here, within 30 minutes of walking, there's both Sharon Woods and 2 other nature preserves. You have many wooded areas all around Easton, a simple half-mile to 270, and you have 3 within a 2-mile radius. I think he got lost and probably passed out or fell. I know this is hard to believe, but having lived there in the area my entire life, we have coyotes. A bunch of them. It's one thing for them to approach a human while they're awake, an entirely different matter if one were passed out. Another response here, girl walks into Star. I live in Worthington next to High Street and just saw 2 coyotes a couple weeks ago run through a small strip of trees in my apartment complex. It was the middle of the day, and they even did the coyote howl. I'm originally from Michigan and have never seen a coyote in real life. I couldn't believe it. Another response here, coyotes will definitely attack someone if they look injured or compromised. Could even follow him until maybe he passed out, since they will stalk you for hours. Interesting theory. A few more curiosities, but supposedly he was 0.8 miles away from the hotel when he asked his phone for directions, but Abbott Foods Abbott Nutrition, which is a lab, is 2.5 miles from the Huntington Bank complex and back past the hotel. So there seems to be some strange points here that are hard to rectify. Actually, apparently that was not accurate. It's 2.5 miles, so his cell would have put him last known was just east of Stelzer Road and Morse Crossing. The Hilton is on the northwest corner of Easton Crossing and Easton Loop East. So this is maybe a 15 to 20 minute walk. The Huntington Bank complex is right next to Abbott. Another interesting point here by Pinwibble, totally random thought in this direction. I didn't initially think about this, but he asked for directions back to Easton Suites. Google does not give directions to the Hilton if you ask that. Instead, it directs you to the Holiday Inn or the Marriott. That could definitely lead to getting seriously lost and could definitely widen the area a lot. I was thinking that since he had said he was in the woods and could see the hotel, that it was the correct hotel he was seeing. But if it wasn't, and he got to the wrong hotel, then realized it and wandered off again, who knows what could have happened. Now, here we're getting somewhere. That might be what happened, because then the search could possibly be directed elsewhere, and who knows how thoroughly they searched at a wider net. Another poster here, Virtual Anomaly 8. I've been there at night and the 2 hotels look very similar. I do think he saw the lights of the other hotel instead of the hotel he was staying at. A lot of the streets have similar names as well, so it would be very easy to get lost. One of the hotels is on Easton Loop W, and on the other is on Easton Loop E. Easton Loop West, Easton Loop East. It's kind of easy to get lost there at night, especially when drinking. I've done it myself while visiting friends. Once I took an Uber to the Holiday Inn, forgetting that I was staying at the Hilton at the time. What gets me about this case is that, yeah, anyone can get lost anywhere, but this area in particular would be fairly unlikely to not find a body in. So I tend to think that in his confusion with a non-operational phone, he huddled up somewhere like a dumpster or someplace weird where he wasn't found. That's curious, because supposedly, again, the bodies of water were searched multiple times. Again, it's obviously there could have been some crevice or something strange for whatever reason he wasn't found and he is in the area, or he's simply not in the area. Another poster here, C. Busen. I'm familiar with the area. I've been familiar with the area for over 14 years. The only significant wooded areas nearby would be along Alum Creek and a few acres of uncleared land. Is it possible that he wandered towards there and his body hasn't been discovered? Sure, it's possible, but definitely closer to unlikely. Those are not dense wooded areas, and most have walking trails going through almost all of them, where Tyler could have most likely wandered through, even if you consider directly along Alum Creek. So that is a 14-plus year local saying that. So it seems like it's more likely something else could have happened. Okay, so here's someone posting this. There was another post on this a while back, proposed by Hop on Pot. I'm going a bit out on a limb, but I can't help but notice that if you compare his final cell phone ping on the map the police provided with the walking directions he would have gotten back to the hotel, either the Hilton or the other Easton Suites across the street, it would make sense for him to cut across the grass to Stelzer Road instead of taking the long loop around the driveway. If he did that, he would be walking right past the sewer grate and manhole embedded in the grass, almost exactly where the trail goes cold. It's not impossible to think that a work crew accidentally forgot to cover one of those grates up. He fell in it, and then they returned sometime later, obviously not knowing there was a missing person in the area. They sealed it back up without thinking. A similar situation happened recently in New York City. And this was actually in the New York Times, October 15th, 2019. Dead man found under manhole cover had been there for 2 weeks, and there was actually surveillance footage of this. Interesting. Someone also wrote, it happened in Belfast too, a young boy called Noah. Huh. And it's curious. It's curious, so nobody has gone down there since that whatever they were working on in the sewer there. So that's a curious theory, because if you look at the cell phone pings, that might explain it. Huh. Very interesting. Another poster here, wouldn't be surprised if someone followed them from the dollhouse. That place is absolute trash. An ex of mine had a stepsister who worked there who had awful things to say about it. Also have a family friend who won some money at the casino, went to a strip club, and woke up the next day with an empty bank account and concussion. Expletive does happen. I know he had a large amount in cash, and that was all gone with all of his belongings too. Either way, this guy could have been flaunting money and followed back. I'm actually surprised more people hadn't really brought that up. I mean, criminals do that fairly often. Fairly often at this point, between the possible uncovered sewer grate. I mean, is it possible he was abducted on the road by someone who followed him back from the club and it just happened to be next to the grate? That's also a possibility. I mean, we really don't know. Another poster here, this is I Like to Build again. Several of times after the titty bar, my friends woke up with concussions and drained bank accounts. But they were victimized. They got drunk, spent all their money on dances, and then fell down and hit their heads. Huh. So I guess he's considering it not likely. Another poster here. Also, it is owned and operated by Russian mob. They don't give an expletive kind of people. I 100% would not put it past them to follow someone who caused a commotion earlier in the evening. Huh. Has anybody tracked that down? Is it really a Russian mafia establishment? And what was the exact commotion they were causing? Another weird... So, I still can't shake the issues with the friend. Someone else pointed this out. Salty Babe. The satellite photo clearly shows several acre or two-sized patches of wooded area. He saw some trees and said it was woods. I'd trust my husband to wander around on his own, but yeah, after like 45 minutes max, I'd start to freak out. I'd definitely be texting him after 20, regardless of the temperature. I do think it was a bit weird the friend left immediately after the call. A response here by Topher Marlowe, yeah, that is weird. The guy just called and said he'd be back in 5 minutes. Why leave right then instead of waiting with her? Maybe she'll need help with getting him upstairs and into bed. It's after 4 a.m. already. What's another few minutes at that point? Another response here, maybe he was super annoyed. Wouldn't blame him. A response here by Hello Kitty and Pizza. Apparently, he originally had planned to stay with Brittany and Tyler in their hotel room. This was according to Brittany's interview, because he was probably going to be too drunk to drive. But then Tyler goes missing, and the friend just leaves. It's definitely strange. So I already thought it was strange without that. Now we're going to compound that. This friend, also possibly drunk, and he's actually planning to stay at the hotel in their room because it's too dangerous for him to drive drunk, but he leaves anyway after planning not to leave when Tyler's supposedly going to be back in a few minutes. Anyone else find that strange? Another good post here by Florida Dumpster Fire. Did surveillance pick up the friend following him? Sounds like he came into contact with Tyler but came back alone to give the wife assurances. Then he leaves right after. It's possible, I'll bet slim, when considering other possibilities, that the incident was was a ruse the friend was in on, so the two of them could go score drugs in the area without the wife knowing. I'm not familiar with the area, and neither was Tyler, but the friend lived around there and might know where to go to buy. The follow-up calls to the wife could have been continued assurances. Ultimately, something happens to Tyler, like ODing, and the friend keeps his mouth shut for fear of criminal charges for drug possession. Admittedly, it's a far-fetched theory when compared to Tyler getting lost and ending up in a hit and run or falling and drowning in a drunken state, but you'd think the body would turn up in those cases by now. And furthermore, what if their contact was someone they made contact with at the shady club? And they wanted to score from this shady individual, and they came up with this plot to keep the wife in the dark. And then it all goes sideways, and the friend is just too scared to come forward with it because of these Russian mobsters or whatever, if that's true. Someone else posted this. Okay, maybe the friend leaving isn't suspicious, in parentheses, I think it is, but the fact that he didn't come back the next day or the day after to help search is super sus. And this was posted by Gold Code. Huh. Yeah, if that's corroborated that he never came back and helped search, that is weird because he's local. I mean, again, would that point to him knowing something? Another poster here. Now, dumpsters have been brought up before. This is a pretty good post about that by Sunshine. Throwing the dumpster theory in the ring here, assuming it was cold in Ohio on that February night, a confused, drunk Tyler was probably cold and may have climbed into a dumpster for warmth. There are probably countless dumpsters in that complex. He either froze to death and was taken away to the local dump via garbage truck or was crushed to death by the garbage truck. Was the local dump searched? Curious. And then how many dumpsters are not in view of CCTV cameras? I mean, I'm assuming competent investigators would have nailed all that down. Another poster here. Have they looked at his credit cards? Do Abbott and Huntington not have CCTV? What do they show? And you would think Abbott Labs would have CCTV. I mean, I don't know. This is also strange. Now, what else could be the result here? If Abbott Labs had something to do with it, were they looking for test subjects for labs, and they abducted him and then scrubbed their CCTV so police could find nothing? Or is there some kind of deeper conspiracy where they're in on it with the local police? And why would that happen? I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that, I mean, this is a completely far-fetched, outlandish theory, but again, if they don't have CCTV footage, or if it's showing that his phone is in the area that would be visible to CCTV footage and it's not, I mean, how is that explained? Someone else posted this. Tyler was listening to a comedian on YouTube minutes before he disappeared. So law enforcement have this information? Huh. Interesting. Does that point to foul play? Someone else posted, maybe he went back to meet a stripper from earlier. Huh. And this will be my final theory here before we wrap this up. Is it possible that there's some kind of scam going on with the strippers feigning interest in a customer if they see them flashing a lot of cash? And they're in on it with other guys in the club? Could that have been a situation? And she told him to contact her later. But then why is he listening to a comedian? I mean, I don't know. And then he's still trying to get back to the hotel? That doesn't quite add up either. I mean, nothing really adds up. The sewer, if he got stuck in the sewer, that's a possibility. That obviously needs to be searched to examine that theory. And then also exactly what happened at the club. I mean, what do security cameras show? And then are there no cameras at the lab? It's all very, very strange. Actually, there's another post here I wanted to go over by Auntie Av. I wonder if the Uber driver has been looked into. Drops off a bunch of drunk people, maybe they had a lot of cash on them, coming from a strip club and all, later sees one of them wandering alone and tries to rob him. That's another interesting theory. Someone else responded, as I recall, the Uber driver story has been corroborated and he is clear of any suspicion. And so if that's true, then okay, then that theory can be ruled out. But that's interesting too. I'm sure there's not 0 Uber drivers out there that would commit a crime. There's another detail I'm guessing from the True Crime Garage podcast. She originally said so this is the wife, she originally said one of the girls at the strip club brought them water while they were waiting for their Uber. But she just posted on the Facebook group that a man brought them the water. It's a small detail, but it's like question mark. Which one was it? I could be wrong. I need to double check that. She said it was a girl, but I'm almost certain. Someone else responded, I also think if they are bringing you water at a strip club for free, then someone is messed up. Huh. What was in the water? She also said she was playing wingman for the friend. So another response here by 80s Boo this is on the True Crime Garage subreddit. Remember, she kept saying she was playing wingman for him all night. So she was helping him find girls. Where was Tyler when she was doing that? And what exactly was she doing? Wingman could also refer to her helping him not attract certain girls, possibly by acting like his girlfriend. Maybe that got a little out of hand. And she doesn't say that her and Tyler were both in on playing wingman. It was just weird that she kept referring to that. Another response here by UB Fired. What I thought too. I was thinking she might be saying that in order to make people think she wasn't interested in him. Where if the truth is they thought Tyler was more out of it in the cab than he really was, they start messing around and he wakes up. If she's leaving that out of the story, telling everyone she was playing wingman could just be her way of trying to get people to not think they had something going on the side. Also, why'd she wake the friend up in the cab first? And plenty of married women have chimed in here saying that they would obviously wake up their husband first. Another analysis of this by Zetify938. Yeah, I think her recounting of the story is BS. Some of this may sound presumptive, but I think a little closer to what was going on. 1, she frequently used the term a couple of drinks. Very rarely is it a couple of drinks. Everyone in this group was hammered or more. Would also explain the illogical thinking as the night came to a close. She makes it seem like it was just a chill night. BS. Anyone who has ever dropped the kids off at the grandparents and got out of town is looking to cut loose. I find it hard to believe that one of the only nights of the year where they get to be adults was spent just chillin'. She mentioned that he liked to get shots and sip on them. Totally. Because people order shots of vodka and tequila to just have a nice toddy. Bull. He was crushing shots. He was out on the tow, a day off from a hellish job, kid-free with an old buddy, and they were getting drunk. Just say that. 2. The two had a blow-up argument at some point in the night, I think at the strip club. I've heard many stories where an SO, significant other, is totally cool with going to a strip club once they're there, and then, once they're there, the boyfriend-husband gets a little too chummy with a dancer. Jealousy plus booze equals a blown-up night. Also, it sounds like she's playing the cool wife card a little too hard. This explains why they were asked to leave the strip club so abruptly. It also explains why Tyler stormed off and needed to cool down. I get that Tyler probably gets cranky after getting woken up, but to just storm off like that was brought on by something more. That's curious. This person's pretty astute in their analysis here. This is Zetify938 on the True Crime Garage subreddit. And is that what happened? We actually didn't go over that possibility. If his wife just really got pissed off because of some situation with the dancer. 3, she either really hates or really likes Tyler's friend. This could have also added fuel to the fire for their big fight. She could have been too chummy with the friend and that pissed Tyler off, or she could have hated him and that could have pissed Tyler off. That's a really good point there. Because that would explain why he didn't stay at the hotel, and then if he actually got pissed off at both of them by the end of the night, he just wanted to get out of there. 4, what happened to Tyler is still a mystery here. I don't buy the murder plot theory. If they were going to do that, there would be much easier ways to dispose of someone than the entire night of events. Could be an overdose. They both work in kitchens and at odd hours. Anyone who has worked in a kitchen for any length of time knows how easy it is to score anything you might need. Might also be a reason for the big fight. Tyler wanted to score some drugs to keep the party going, and she didn't. He could have got a hold of some drugs with someone cut with something else and overdosed. Another post here by Hello Kitty and Pizza. There's nothing wrong with a couple going to a strip club if that's their thing. However, I loathe the cool wife-girlfriend card. It's so fake, and who are you trying to impress, and why do you need people to see you this way? This is in general, not just applicable to this case. Also, did you notice she said Tyler never gets angry? But he got in at least 2 fights that night with the bouncer and after the Uber. A couple of drinks was at least 8 to 10 each of them by my tally, and I'm betting that's actually the low end of what they actually drank. So, a lot of issues here. So, yeah, quite a few curiosities in this very, very perplexing case. And just oddities. I mean, how often... It's weird. If they got kicked out of the club and someone felt bad that they got kicked out, would they bring them water while they were waiting for their Uber? I mean, how often does that happen? I don't know. Or was there a fight? Or was were they flashing that much cash that the dancer was in on it with Russian mafioso in the club? Were they followed back? I don't know. Or was it simply the sewer grate that was left uncovered? Has that sewer been searched? So, yeah, there's so much to go over. If you have your own theories on what happened, or you want to give your own thoughts, theories, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also like and share this podcast to keep awareness up, not only in this missing persons case, but in other missing persons cases. And you can like and share on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon, or other social media. And you can also support MindShock by becoming a patron. And patrons do have priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are finally tackling one of the most mysterious disappearances in modern history, that of Brandon Swanson. Now, Brandon Lawson gets a lot of attention, but this other Brandon Swanson, even though his disappearance is possibly much more baffling, doesn't get quite the same media attention. Of course, if you haven't checked out the Brandon Lawson podcast on MINDSHOCK, we have a series on that case as well. Check that out. But here we're taking a look at Brandon Swanson. This is also one of the most requested cases on MINDSHOCK. Some people believe there's a paranormal or supernatural element due to the nature of his vanishing. And again, this is MINDSHOCK, where we go down every avenue and every theory, but let's exhaust the more conventional theories and avenues first, so to speak. In typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support MINDSHOCK, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in missing persons cases and unsolved cold cases. That's what gets them solved. Awareness. A like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. And, of course, make sure you're subscribed to the channel to get the latest updates. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's jump right in here. Let's do the initial breakdown before we get into more details here. The disappearance of Brandon Swanson. Right from the wiki, shortly after midnight, May 14th, 2008, Brandon Swanson of Marshall, Minnesota, drove his car into a ditch on his way home from celebrating the end of spring semester with fellow students from Minnesota West Community and Technical College's Canby campus. Uninjured, he got out, called his parents on his cell phone. Unsure of his exact location, he told them he believed he was near Lind, and they drove out to pick him up. They were unable to locate him. Swanson remained on the phone with them until he went silent 47 minutes later, exclaiming, "Oh, expletive." He has not been seen or heard from since. So this was May 14th, 2008. In Porter, Minnesota. So, 2008, relatively modern times, so we will be examining all available information pertaining to the cell phone data and otherwise. Continuing onward here, in the morning, his parents reported Swanson missing to police, who advised them to wait, as such behavior was not uncommon for young men his age. Really? Being on the phone with your parents, yelling out in an expletive, and then the phone going dead or whatever, and then disappearing and never leaving a trace, that's not uncommon? Wow, talk about bumbling. I mean, wow, this is one of the cases where I'm not sure police corruption is appropriate to ascribe here, but police incompetence, perhaps. Perhaps. It's not like he just didn't come home and he was at a party. I mean, you can maybe make the case. Of course, this is a case-by-case basis. I mean, certain kids, regardless of age, they would never do that unless something happened to them. And then other kids, of course, if they have a history of doing that, they might do that if they're party animals, whatever. But in this case, he's on the phone with them and then he disappears. I mean, that's not common at all. I mean, how often does that happen? Later that day, the circumstances of his disappearance became more complicated when his cell phone records showed he had been near Porter, 25 miles from where Swanson had said he was, in a different direction. That information led to the discovery of his car near Taunton. It is not known whether Swanson was aware of the discrepancy when he talked to his parents. Foul play has not been ruled out, but it also has been proposed that he might have accidentally fallen into the Yellow Medicine River near where his car was found and drowned, although extensive searches have not found a body. Land searches with dogs have continued in the area for several years. His parents successfully lobbied the state legislature to pass Brandon's law, which requires the police begin investigations of missing adults promptly. And he was 19 years old here, so again, I mean, it's rough. I mean, this is a teenager. This is with the critical detail here. He's on the phone with his parents. It's not like he just went to a party, got drunk, and, crashed at a friend's place. So, yeah, this is a unique situation, no doubt. Background here, a native of Marshall, the seat of Lyon County in southwestern Minnesota, Swanson graduated from Marshall High School in 2007. He then chose to study wind turbines for a year at the Minnesota West Community and Technical College campus in Canby. Classes at Minnesota West ended for the academic year on May 13th, 2008. Swanson stayed in Canby for the evening to celebrate with friends. At 2 different parties, he was observed to consume some alcoholic beverages, but his friends said not enough to make him seem visibly intoxicated. Okay, now what can we garner from these statements from the friends? So, if his friends were responsible for his death, now again, males that are met with foul play, the statistics there's more of a chance they could have been met with foul play at the hands of a stranger as opposed to a female. Females are usually abducted, harmed, killed, disposed of by people known to them, usually the significant other, or friends, or acquaintances, or coworkers, someone known to them. Whereas with males, the statistics are more skewed, where it's more plausible that a stranger could have harmed a male. So, but if his friends were responsible, wouldn't they say he was drunk? I mean, because then he could have just stumbled somewhere. Why would they say he wasn't? So if they were really his friends and they're telling the truth and he didn't appear to be intoxicated, then they would say as such. So this definitely does not make anyone lean suspiciously in the direction of the friends by this statement. Disappearance. Also, we have to figure out what his parents said when he was on the phone, whether or not he sounded drunk or not. Disappearance. Swanson left Canby for the 30-mile drive home before midnight. Just before 2 a.m., he called his parents on his cell phone, telling them he had driven his Chevrolet Lumina off the road and into a ditch from which he could not remove the car. He was not hurt and asked them to come to where he was and pick him up. Annette and Brian Swanson got in their pickup truck and drove out to where they thought he was, keeping him on the phone despite occasional hang-ups and drops. Brandon stayed with his car and tried to signal to them by flashing his lights on and off, but they saw nothing, nor did he see them do the same. Brandon finally gave up and told them he was leaving the car to walk towards lights he could see that led him to believe he was near Lind, a small town roughly 7 miles southwest of Marshall. He told his father to head for the parking lot of a local bar and wait for him there. Brian began driving there, talking to his son as he did. Shortly after 2:30 a.m., 47 minutes into the call, Brandon suddenly interrupted himself on the phone and said, "Oh, expletive." He was silent for the remainder of the call until his parents hung up and attempted to call back. Brandon has not been seen or heard from since. Okay, so the phone call apparently did not terminate when he uttered that statement, possibly being attacked or whatever happened. So, some people believe he fell into the river. If so, if the phone fell into the river, would it not terminate? Would it continue being connected? Would it not fry? So, I mean, that's interesting there. But if somebody hit him, if somebody didn't see him and hit him with the car, what would they do then if they were so panicked? Like, let's say this is not a serial killer, an experienced criminal. Let's say this is just a panicked individual, possibly drunk themselves. They hit him. Are they going to dispose of the body? In which case they take the body and they don't hang up the call. I mean, we're gonna examine that theory and others in a moment. I just wanted to add that there because that's the first thought I had there. We have to make it clear. Apparently, the call did not terminate at that moment. His parents hung up and tried to call again. Investigation at 6:30 a.m. His parents reported Brandon missing to the Lind police. They were told at first that it was hardly unusual for young men that age to stay out all night after the last day of college classes. I mean, again, yes, if they're not on the phone with him specifically trying to pick him up. I mean, this is just insanity. Annette Swanson specifically recalled that one of the officers said it was Brandon's right to be missing. Later that morning, the Lind police did start a search but found no trace of Brandon in the town or outside. They requested that the office of Lyon County Sheriff Joe Dahl assist them. To better focus the search, the sheriff's office obtained Brandon's cell phone records, which revealed that Brandon had been calling from the vicinity of Taunton along State Highway 68, the main route to Canby, northwest of Marshall, 25 miles from Lind. Okay, I have to interject again here. What verification is there? I mean, is it possible there was a glitch in terms of the cell phone tracking? I mean, again, we'll take a look at it to see if they can trace the towers, like, let's say, the past 24 hours of the cell phone activity, and if it's relatively accurate. But, I mean, this is 2008. Is it not beyond the realm of possibility that there might be some glitch that told them that the cell phone was at a location that it wasn't actually at? I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, look at 2022 with all the advancements of computers, etc. There's still crashes and glitches. I just want to know, was it just checked like one time, or did they go back and verify all of those pings with a dedicated advanced level team instead of the normal, the cell phone company said it pinged here, boom, they report it to the police, that's it, nobody questions it or verifies it in any kind of thorough investigation of the technical data. So, again, I think that should definitely, because in a certain percentage of cases, all these missing persons cases or whatever, how many pings would cause erroneous or glitchy data? In all of the history of cell phones, I mean, there's obviously going to be a couple, probably a lot more than a couple. Now, I'm not saying that happened in this case. I'm saying if it happened in this case, that might be a clue there. But let's continue. And then, of course, we do the car in the ditch that does match his story. Now, is it possible that the criminals were just, I mean, would they really get his car out of a ditch and put it in another ditch somewhere else? I mean, I don't know. That seems, I don't know how often criminals would do that. But let's continue here. Searching in that area, deputies discovered Brandon's abandoned car in a ditch off a gravel road along the Lincoln County line a mile north of Highway 68, bringing the office of that county sheriff, Jack Vizecki, into the investigation as well. He told the media that the Lumina had gotten hung up on the top of an incline at the edge of the road, not seriously enough to damage the car, but enough to keep the wheels from touching the ground on that side. There was nothing else found amiss with the car, and due to the grass and gravel in the area surrounding it, there were no tracks and thus no way to tell what direction Brandon might have started walking. Okay, so based on the forensics of the car here, it seems probable that it was not restaged it was not restaged. I mean, I don't know, because if they see that there was no other damage, and they can tell that it didn't also go into another ditch elsewhere, I mean, again, going down every single possible theory, I can't put a lot of credence into the theory that the car was restaged. But again, we have to examine every possibility. His cell phone call has been routed through a tower at the intersection of County Routes 3 and 10 near Minnesota, another town along Highway 68. By May 15th, the call had been determined to have come from within 5 miles of the tower. Searchers were concentrating their efforts there. Since part of that circle included Yellow Medicine County to the north, authorities from that jurisdiction also took part. Dahl noted that from the area, a red light atop a Taunton grain elevator could be seen. He thought that it was possible that the red light Brandon had seen had led him to believe that Lind was within walking distance. Ground searches were being complemented with a flyover by an aerial team. Search dogs were also brought in from the Twin Cities. A team of bloodhounds from the nearby Codington County, South Dakota, picked up a 3-mile scent trail that largely followed the fields west-northwest to an abandoned farm, then along the Yellow Medicine River to a point where it appeared to enter the stream. Okay, so this is clearly stating that there is a dog track going directly into the stream. Brandon had mentioned passing fences and hearing nearby water, his father recalled. On the theory that Brandon might have drowned, boats from the state's Department of Natural Resources were deployed along the river and gates were installed. In some areas at Lincoln County, the water had been 10 feet deep on the morning of the disappearance, but had gone down since then, Dahl noted. Deputies also walked the river's banks, and horses and all-terrain vehicles were deployed in the surrounding area. However, Dahl ruled out a more organized, extensive ground search. I mean, what are the logistics here? Like, again, just based on basic physics and the current of the stream. I mean, there's obviously only a certain distance a body could have gotten. I mean, this isn't rocket science. I mean, that particular stream has certain particular currents. You can add a margin of error, and you could really find how far the body could have been carried. So apparently there were gates installed, extensive searches here. Now, Dahl ruled out an extensive ground search. So it looks like they did an extensive search of the river, but just not in all the surrounding areas on the ground. Later searches, or at that time, let's see what the follow-up here is. Later searches after the original search found no sign of Swanson, most efforts were discontinued. Sheriff Vizaki continued to walk the 2 miles of the Yellow Medicine in that area every day for 30 days. Okay, so is anybody really going to claim police corruption here when the sheriff himself, again, if this is verified, he walked that 2 miles every day for 30 days. I mean, this sounds like a guy who wants to figure out what's going on. The Swansons left their porch light on all night, every night, as a symbol of their hope that Brandon would eventually return or be found, and still do. Searches resumed late that fall after fields planted shortly after the disappearance had been harvested. Dogs on those searches continued to follow scents of human remains into an area northwest of Porter that had not been searched earlier. Efforts picked up again in the spring after snow melted, but before planting, a cycle that continued through 2011. By that time, 122 square miles had been searched. I mean, how plausible is it that he made it outside of that search area? Unless, again, there was a hit and run and disposal of the body. Or somehow being met with foul play at the hands of another individual, either in a vehicle or not. In 2010, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension took over as lead agency. It set up a tip line. By 2015, 90 leads had been reported that way. By that point, when official searches resumed, the area of interest had moved towards Mud Creek, a tributary of the Yellow Medicine north and northwest of Porter. Okay, alright. So is it possible he fell into the river, which is about 10 feet or so. He got carried a certain percentage of the way and then exited the river and then walked another distance and then possibly fell and drowned in another portion. That's why the dog track was lost at the initial point where he fell into the river, but he didn't die there because he would have been found there. So is it possible he somehow made it out elsewhere, continued walking, and then possibly fell in another area? Just by all the information here, it seems like they thought that might have been a possibility. Theories. While the trail followed by one of the dogs went to the Yellow Medicine... Okay, so it was only one of the dogs? The other dogs did not track him there? Okay, if that's the case... Because, I mean, dogs are not infallible. I mean, they're really good, but they're not infallible. You do want verification. You do want multiple dogs to be able to follow the same track just for verification. So if this is true and only one dog had this track, that's tough. That's tough to put 100% faith into. Despite her son's last known words, Annette Swanson does not think he drowned there. After following the scent to the water, that dog continued up across the other side and along that riverbank to another gravel road where it continued north towards the Yellow Medicine County line and ended. Okay, now why didn't they mention that detail earlier? I mean, this write-up is kind of weird. There really is nothing to indicate that he's in the river, she told CNN. Brian Swanson also recalls that any alcohol his son had consumed earlier in the evening notwithstanding, he did not seem disoriented or confused during their phone conversations. Okay, so he does not appear drunk on the phone. Interesting. If Swanson is still alive, there are other possibilities, although they appear remote. He could have intentionally disappeared, but his parents do not believe he would have done that. Vizecki said he could not rule out foul play, even though there was no evidence of it. Someone could have been in the shadows, and they got him that way, he speculated. Interesting. So Vizecki, not only did he say that he couldn't rule out foul play, even though there was no evidence, he went further and quoted, someone could have been in the shadows and they got him that way. So he went a step further and even postulated a scenario where there could have been a foul play instead of just leaving it at that there was no evidence of it, but he couldn't rule it out. I mean, going further, I mean, is that what he really believes then, just because he went that step further with that comment? Brandon's Law. After the searches, Annette Swanson was still struck by the initial response of the Lind police that her son had a right to be missing when she told them how old he was. I'm his mother, and I knew something was horribly wrong, she recalled later. And again, mother's intuition. A lot of people don't put stock in that, and obviously it's not 100% accurate, just like a tracking dog. People put stock in tracking dogs, but they don't have a 100% accuracy. Same thing with mother's intuition. There could be some confused signals there, but I would say in most cases, mother's intuition is pretty accurate. Not necessarily that they would know exact details of anything, just a general intuition or a general sense. She and Brian began lobbying for changes in state law that would require an investigation into the case of a missing adult to begin as soon as it is reported, much as was already required in cases of possibly abducted children. Annette met with Marty Seifert, minority leader of the State House of Reps at the time, whose district included Marshall, in a local restaurant. The two talked about the problems that she had experienced with police when she reported her son missing. She knew it wouldn't help in her son's case, but that it could help others in the future, Seifert recalled in 2015. Seifert introduced a bill called Brandon's Law that would make the required change by amending the laws governing the state's existing missing child program to change the word child to person. He recalled considerable resistance at first. I mean, at least up to the age of what, like 25-ish, or at least 21. I mean, you could, because again, I mean, college-age students, I mean, they're not exactly the most logical, responsible people. I mean, sure, some of them might be, but most of them are not, especially with all the drugs and partying in a large percentage of that college-age population. I mean, again, I could understand why they might not necessarily want to do that for like a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old. But up to 21 or even 25, I mean, that just seems common sense. He recalled considerable resistance at first from this state's law enforcement community as it was developed in committee. Part of it had to do with privacy, especially regarding cell phones, he told the Marshall Independent. Technology was emerging then, so then there were discussions about privacy and when they can ping you and when can't they. Dennis Frederickson introduced a companion bill in the state Senate. After it passed both houses, the House unanimously in May 2009, Governor Tim Pawlenty signed it into law, with the Swansons and their daughter Jameen in attendance at the ceremony. The effect of the change also required that police, in addition to determining in their preliminary investigation if the reported person is indeed missing, determine whether the person is potentially in dangerous circumstances. They must, like, broken down in a car or walking along a road. They must also notify other nearby law enforcement agencies promptly. Brandon's Law also clarifies that the agency taking the report is the lead agency investigating the case. The absence of that distinction had created some problems in the later phases of the initial search when 3 different counties were involved. Police were no longer allowed to refuse a report based on initial belief that no criminal activity was involved. The brevity of the interval since the person was last seen, the possibility that the person may have intentionally disappeared, or the lack of a relationship between the missing person and the reporter. Following the Gov's signature, the law took effect at the beginning of July 2009. 4 other states have passed similar laws. Seifert left the legislature in 2010, but he still has the pen Pawlenty used to sign the bill into law. I consider it one of the most important bills I authored in my 14 years. It will save lives. And nothing prevents common sense police officers from taking a report seriously and investigating it in the first place, even if there was no law against that. Okay. So let's get more into specific details here. So Grunge.com, of all places, has an interesting write-up here. The Biggest Brandon Swanson Theories, What Really Happened, by Jennifer Dushman. October 22nd, 2021 was the date of this article. On May 13, 2008, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson completed his first year at Minnesota West Community and Technical College. Later that same evening, he and his friends were celebrating at a home in Canby, where they were also having a send-off party for one of their classmates. According to witness reports, there was alcohol at the party, and Swanson had at least one shot of whiskey. However, as reported by the True Crime Files, Swanson's friends said he did not appear to be intoxicated when he left the party just after midnight, May 14th. Swanson reportedly planned to drive from Canby to his parents' home in Marshall. The drive would have taken around 30 minutes. At approximately 1:15 a.m., Swanson's vehicle got stuck in a ditch. The True Crime Files reports he initially attempted to call his friends for help. However, nobody answered his calls. At approximately 1:54 a.m., Swanson called his parents and told them his car was stuck in a ditch off a gravel road. However, he was not entirely certain of his location. During the call, Swanson assured his parents he was not hurt and that he would wait with his car. However, when Brian and Annette Swanson arrived at their son's expected location, they could not see him or his vehicle. As reported by True Crime Files, Brandon and his parents agreed to flash headlights in an attempt to find each other. Unfortunately, they still could not see each other. Brandon Swanson was on the phone with his father when he vanished without a trace. Brandon Swanson said he could see lights in the distance, which he believed were coming from the town of Lind. He told his parents he would walk the rest of the way and meet them in a parking lot of a Lind tavern. Brian said he stayed on the phone with his son while he was walking. As reported by True Crime Files, Swanson planned to take a shortcut through some fields as opposed to staying on the main road. During the call, he told his father he passed several fences and gravel roads. He could also hear water running in the distance. Brian said he and his son talked for approximately 47 minutes before Brandon exclaimed, "Oh, expletive," and the call was abruptly dropped. Brian said there was nothing after that. Brian believes his son may have slipped and fallen. Another point here, some people believe like he could have maybe been shot by somebody for trespassing and they covered it up. But apparently, how would that gunshot not be heard? You would think it would be heard unless it happened at a moment, because it said that they were dropped. The service was not excellent here. So there were dropped calls and stuff, so they had to call each other back prior to that, though. But this is a 47-minute call. I mean, some calls have dead spots. It would be curious to know if this call... I mean, everybody's been on the phone where, I mean, sometimes you have up to 5 to 10 seconds of just dead air and you can't hear the other person. So unless a gunshot or some kind of scuffle occurred at that time, it seems like his father would have heard something. The other thing I want to point out here is that, so this is a guy talking on his phone, so if there was some kind of criminal-minded individual out there looking to kill somebody, they would have heard him from a pretty decent distance if he's talking on the phone while walking. So that would bring attention to him, that otherwise just a random person walking in the middle of the night through fields might not necessarily be heard from someone from a distance if they're not talking and just walking normally. Depending, of course, on how crunchy the ground is or whatever. Either way, talking on a phone, particularly if you're in an agitated state and the connection is bad, maybe he's talking a little louder than normal, but either way, someone would be able to hear him at a certain distance that otherwise they might not. I think that's an important point to keep in mind. Brian and Annette attempted to call their son back numerous times. However, their calls were never answered. By the following morning, the calls were going directly to voicemail. The True Crime Files reports Brian and Annette continued driving around looking for their son, but they did not find any signs of him or his car. At 6:30 a.m., they called authorities to file a missing persons report. However, authorities said to wait, as it is not unusual for men his age to go missing without contacting their parents. I mean, a 19-year-old, are you going to call a 19-year-old a man? I mean, maybe a young man. I mean, a 19-year-old's a kid. Brandon Swanson's vehicle was located, but he was never found. Later that same morning, a review of Swanson's cell phone records revealed he was just outside Porter, Minnesota, while he was talking to his parents. The town he saw in the distance could not have been Lind, as he was 25 miles away from where he thought he was. True Crime Files reports he was walking along Highway 68 between Canby, where he attended the party, and Marshall, where his parents lived. Okay, I just had another thought here, too. Is it possible something traumatic happened at the party? Not necessarily that the friends were involved in disposing of him, although who knows, because how would they have found him? But if something happened, he could have been in a certain state of mind. I mean, you would think his parents would have picked up on that, but maybe not, because what state of... Would he normally be confused about where he was if he's from this area? I mean, I don't know, like, obviously if somebody's distressed or drunk, I mean, or was he really just that drunk, but he's able to cover it up in conversation? I mean, I don't know, would a 19-year-old be able to do that? I mean, someone older, obviously, with experience doing that for many years, I mean, there are people that can do that. Would a 19-year-old kid be able to do that? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of questions here. But if he was in some kind of state of mind, he had to have been in order to not know where he was. Unless, of course, he's faking this as his disappearance, but... If the friends were involved in helping him fake his disappearance, would they say he wasn't drunk? I mean, I don't know what to make of that either, but... True Crime Files reports he was walking along Highway 68 between Canby, where he attended the party, and Marshall, where his parents lived. Authorities began their official search for Swanson shortly before noon. At approximately 12:30 p.m., his Chevrolet Lumina was found in a ditch on the borders of Lincoln and Yellow Madison, just over a mile from Taunton. Lincoln County Sheriff Jack Vizecki said the vehicle was positioned in a way that Swanson would not be able to get any traction to get out of the ditch. However, as reported by the True Crime Files, there was no visible damage to the vehicle and no signs that Swanson was injured in the incident. In the months following his disappearance, law enforcement personnel and volunteers searched the region on horseback, on foot, and using all-terrain vehicles. They also utilized search dogs and scoured several bodies of water. Unfortunately, no trace of the missing man was ever found. As reported by the True Crime Files, the search dogs led their handlers to the edge of Yellow Medicine River, which caused authorities to conclude that Swanson likely fell in the river. But I mean, the other source was saying that the dog picked up the search that scent again on the other side and continued elsewhere, and disappeared not in a body of water. Authorities believe Brandon Swanson fell into a river. I mean, did they really, though? As the river was searched and Brandon Swanson's body was never found, the authorities believe he made it back out of the water and continued walking. However, he likely died of hypothermia, as the temperature was just 40 degrees that morning. They do not believe foul play was involved. The True Crime Files reports the search dogs also indicated that there were human remains near Mud Creek north of Porter. However, authorities never actually found any remains. So this is kind of weird. So how thorough of a search did they do? Because without knowing that, like if this was truly an absolutely thorough search, I mean, did they even use ground penetrating radar, whatever? Because if the dogs, I mean, is there more than one dog? It says here, search dogs, plural, indicated that there were human remains. So apparently only one dog picked up the track or led the track into the river and then out. But were multiple dogs hitting on remains near Mud Creek? And they searched it very well and the body wasn't there? So does that mean a body was there and it was there for a certain period of time and then moved? Is it possible he really did die of hypothermia and he fell there, and then someone just took the body and moved it for whatever reason? Either a psychopath, maybe a landowner that didn't want to be sued. I mean, I would think they would have investigated that, but who knows? So someone who wasn't responsible for his death in any way, but simply moved the body for whatever reason. Does that explain the hits with the dogs and yet the body not being there? I mean, this is curious. It's definitely curious. I mean, the temperature does match up with hypothermia, and if we believe that initial dog track, and he did fall into the river, then got out of it, walked a certain portion, because, I mean, it seems like they really did do a thorough search of that river. I mean, they installed gates and all that, so, yeah, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't have, unless they're all completely incompetent, but... Authorities said Swanson could be anywhere within a 122 square mile area. Well, that's weird. Why not 123? 10 years after Swanson vanished, Yellow Medicine County Sheriff Bill Flated said, "It's a huge area. If you take that immediate area where the car was, and then the time frame when he was walking on the phone with his parents, who knows what direction he went and how far he traveled." Volunteer firefighter Darren E. Delzer said he has another theory about what happened to Swanson based on several things he noted about the case. In response to an article by Angelo Marcos, Delzer said Swanson was legally blind in his left eye and always wore glasses. However, on the morning he went missing, he left his glasses inside his car. I mean, this is a really important detail. It's weird how it's not even on the wiki. Delzer also noted that Swanson said, "Not another fence," right before saying, "Oh, expletive." Another interesting detail. Delzer suggested the teen may have fallen into an unmarked cistern or well, which are not uncommon in rural areas. But I mean, come on, how many of those really are there? Because if they match up with the dog track, again, if the dog track is wrong, okay, whatever. But let's assume that the dog track is accurate first. Can they really not search all of the fences and cisterns and wells just in the area of the dog track first? And if they did do that and he's not there, then expand it to other wells and cisterns in the area. I mean, how many could there really be? I mean, even if there are hundreds, I mean, it's been years. Other theories about Brandon Swanson's disappearance. Another theory suggests Brandon Swanson may have orchestrated his own disappearance. As explained by Minnesota's Unsolved Cases, it is possible that the teen left the area on his own and is now living under a new identity. However, it is not likely. As he had attempted to call his friends and was attempting to meet up with his parents, it is far more likely that he wanted to be found. It has also been suggested that Swanson may have had some kind of mental breakdown. However, his parents both said he seemed to be lucid when they spoke with him on the phone, and he did not have any history of mental illness. The theory that he fell into the water and either made it back out or drowned also has been criticized, as his phone seemed to be working after the call with his father was disconnected. Minnesota's Unsolved reports that if the phone were submerged in water, all of the calls would have gone directly to voicemail. Although it is plausible that the phone fell on the ground while Swanson fell in the water, it was never found near any of the bodies of water in the region. Although he may have sought shelter in an abandoned building, most, if not all, of the abandoned buildings in the area were searched, and neither his remains nor his personal belongings were ever found. And then they go on to talk about Brandon's Law, which we already went over. Okay, I have another theory here. I don't know if I'm going to dub this the McGuire theory. I don't know if anybody's ever thought of this, but here's my initial thought right now after reading all of this new information about the that he's blind or legally blind or partially blind in the left eye and doesn't have his glasses. If he did injure himself on a fence and fell or something, possibly enough to knock him unconscious or at least incapacitate him to the point where he couldn't grab the phone or didn't think to grab the phone. Is it possible? Now, again, I'm not saying he was attacked. I mean, that's another theory, because if he was attacked at that point, I mean, you would think there would be something heard. But here's what I'm going to dub the McGuire theory in the Brandon Swanson case. If he injured himself by falling, either in the water, I mean, yeah, the cell phone not being recovered, I mean, that's tough. But whether he fell in the water, then got out or not, or simply fell next to a fence and either hit himself on a rock or whatever, if another party, possibly a criminal-minded party, stumbled upon an injured individual, this could have been an hour later, so the phone is not on now. Or even a half an hour. I mean, they stayed on the phone for however many minutes before hanging up and trying to call again. So, and I'm assuming they continued calling throughout the night, but either way, that phone could have been taken by a criminal-minded individual who also took an injured human being. Perhaps there's a certain population of criminal-minded scumbags. Perhaps they're too cowardly to attack people under normal circumstances. Perhaps there are serial killers more of the scavenger mindset that would only act on their sinister urges on an injured party. So if they find this injured teenager, what would they do? An extension of this theory is perhaps if a good Samaritan stumbled upon him, you would think they would take the phone, call police or whatever. They wouldn't just try to help him. I mean, that's more of an outlier theory because even if they were a good Samaritan who happened to be a criminal and didn't want to have anything to do with police, or maybe some kind of tax evading cheat, a non-violent criminal, would they not contact? I mean, it still seems like they would drop him off at a hospital or something. But so it seems unlikely that they would have had him first and then another evil third party would have got him. But on the basic level of this theory, did he injure himself? And did another individual somehow do something to him after he injured himself, taking the phone with him? Because if Brandon himself was trying to crawl out of there, wouldn't the phone... It seems like the phone should have been recovered at some point through all these searches. Unless he got really, really far outside of the search area, how plausible is that? I mean, I don't know. But that's the McGuire theory I'm outlining here in the Brandon Lawson case. Perhaps he got injured, and only due to that... Or perhaps, was he being tracked? I mean, some serial killers love to operate off of roads, particularly on disabled motorists with disabled vehicles. Did they follow him from the road? So this is 2008. I'm going to drop another Echelon Spy Satellite System reference, because this is 2008 and not 1970. Obviously, a lot of these spy agencies, the NSA, all these other agencies, they do have spy satellite systems. Obviously, they work with other agencies and third-party satellite companies, etc. But they clearly monitor pretty much all of the United States. 24/7 surveillance. So, wouldn't they be able to find something now? It was dark, okay, yeah, sure, but they could at least trace him from the party to a certain area, and they could at least zoom out a little bit to maybe track all the vehicles that were in the area. Because if there was another party involved, they might be able to track vehicles and at least rule them out. I'm not alleging that the satellites would be able to monitor activities, under the tree line or whatever. But in terms of vehicles and tracing movements, I mean, it would still be very, very helpful. Also, looking at some of these photos of the searches, I mean, the grass and these fields are really tall. I mean, they're almost as tall as a person. So you could see how he might not be found by a human, but with all the dogs searching, you would think they'd pick it up. And over so many years, I mean, it does seem like it's not unreasonable that they wouldn't have found him immediately, just due to the nature of the terrain. But with this many dogs employed and so many searches over the years, it seems like they should have found him by now. Unless there were private properties that didn't allow searches, I mean, I don't see a record of that anywhere. So, if there was, that'd be curious. I mean, in the Brandon Lawson case, supposedly there was a landowner possibly connected to the sheriff who did not allow his property to be searched, which is nearby, but that doesn't make sense either, because supposedly they found remains with the clothes that Brandon was wearing, but there were helicopter flyovers that went over all the properties, so that doesn't make a lot of sense in the Brandon Lawson case. I talk about that on that podcast, so you can check that out if you want more information on that. And they did helicopter flyovers here as well, although that would be less helpful than a desert, because here we have these extensive fields of tall grass, so if he had fallen in the field, he wouldn't necessarily be viewable from helicopter. Other reports state that the Yellow Medicine River is between knee-deep in some areas and 15 feet deep in others. So it didn't really have a uniform depth. So 15 feet area, I mean, obviously that's super dangerous. But if it's only knee-high, if he's not drunk, it seems like he would not have drowned in that situation. Also, from some of these photos, it does look like there are some really big drop-offs in certain areas. I mean, not quite cliffs, but clearly, I mean, 10 to 20 foot drop areas where if you don't, at night and you don't see where you're going, it's just a drop. And I mean, some of it's right into the river, some of it's near the river. But again, supposedly all the areas of the river were searched, so. And especially if he was injured in some kind of fall, how far could he have gotten on his own? Does the McGuire theory come into play where a third party possibly did something to an injured Brandon Swanson? Also, another theory people bring up is that Brandon took shelter in some kind of an outbuilding of a random farmer. Now, people discount this theory because they would think that the farmer would eventually find him in their outbuilding. Now, here's a darker theory. What if some of these farmers, what if one of them had some kind of evil intentions and he did something to Brandon, in which case he would never come forward? So, how thoroughly have all of these farm owners been investigated? Again, there's nothing really to suggest they did anything, but has it been ruled out? I mean, after all these years, we do need to expand and start thinking in more than one direction. Yet another theory, if he did stumble into an outbuilding and died of hypothermia, would a farmer really come forward? Like, let's say they find him already dead. They don't want to be liable. He died on their property. I mean, in an age where burglars are suing homeowners for houses they're burglarizing and winning lawsuits, I mean, is it beyond the realm of possibility that one of these farmers, they just might have just not wanted the trouble and they disposed of the dead body? They found a dead kid in one of their buildings. What would they do? After thinking about that actually just now, though, I think I might have to call that the McGuire theory. That seems a little bit more plausible than some random psycho. Although, I mean, I don't know exactly how much more plausible. Obviously, we don't know what happened, so hindsight's of course 2020, and the body hasn't been recovered yet, and we don't know what happened to him yet. So yeah, it's really tough, but I think I might have to call that the McGuire theory instead. That a farmer found Swanson either on their property somewhere or in one of their buildings and just didn't want the headache, and it's as simple as that. Now, on the paranormal side, just for a brief moment, if there's some kind of interdimensional rift and he fell into some kind of interdimensional wormhole and the phone was either left behind or taken with him, the only thing I could see that points to that is if there was absolutely no noise on the phone. Because when you drop a phone, I mean, there could be a rustle from the leaves nearby or whatever, or just the phone bounces a few times, animal noises, I mean, wind noises. Was it completely dead silent? And if so, I mean, was the phone broken at some point? Like, if part of the phone got damaged, that could be a non-paranormal explanation if there was no noise at all. But I don't know if the parents were ever asked if there was any kind of noises. They just said that Brandon wasn't speaking. So, and then the father said that it sounded like he tripped and fell. I don't know what that means. That was his impression, or he specifically heard some kind of a stumble. But then what was heard after that, if anything? Another theory is that he said, oh, expletive, because maybe he saw some headlights, so he was going to run to a car. If he's taking a shortcut, there's a fence, and the road is a little bit of a distance away, would he yell, oh, expletive, as if, oh, look, there's a car, I'm going to go get help, and he rushes after the car, and then he gets hurt, falls, whatever, and he's not able to make it? Or if he did fall into the river at that point, I mean, where's the phone, though? I mean, it's rough. I mean, if they really searched well, you would think they would have searched well where the dogs were. So if the dogs really didn't have his scent, then okay, the phone might still be out there somewhere. But you would think if the dogs really did have his scent, they would have picked up the phone. Now, if Brandon lost the phone and then stumbled into some outbuilding for shelter while he was dying of hypothermia, would the farm owner who possibly disposed of him, he might actually go out and make sure that he didn't drop anything so it wouldn't be found. So if he did find the phone and confiscated it, I mean, that's my new McGuire theory right there. Because out of all the farm owners in the U.S., there's got to be at least one that would do something like that. Now, whether or not that happened in this case, again, I'm not saying that it happened. I'm just saying that's one theory that might explain why he hasn't been found or his phone might not have been found. So, other people speculate that he really was drunk and that's why he was taking back roads. Also, he visited at minimum 2 parties. So he might have been more, but I believe the witnesses said he was at 2 different parties. So he's party hopping. And did he really just get confused? Or is he taking back roads to avoid a possible DUI? And that's why he even went off the road into a ditch, because he was drunk. Or maybe on some kind of drugs that wouldn't cause him to slur. if that's the case, and these roads are really poorly lit, so, I mean, definitely curious there, definitely curious. Another interesting detail I found on Reddit, supposedly, there were cadaver dogs that hit 2 to 4 miles from his last position, according to the cell phone data. And the searcher said that the dogs hit on a piece of farm equipment. And it was near one of the fields, but that particular farmer did not give them permission to do anything further. Now, the plausible deniability aspect comes in here because all of these extensive searches might ruin the crops and the farmland. Now, there is a particular time of year where it wouldn't, so it's not clear why wouldn't he give them permission on a part of year, there's at least several weeks a year where they're not actively doing crop work or whatever, that could possibly do a search without too much damage, but it's unclear whether this permission was ever given. And if the dogs really did hit on a piece of farm equipment, what does that mean? Was a piece of farm equipment used to maybe bury the body or something? I mean, that's kind of weird. And this information is about a year old. Some people speculate that the farmer simply shot him, but maybe not. I already went over that. But in the McGuire theory, perhaps he actually went up to a farm owner and talked to him. And then who knows what happened after that. Other people further speculate that perhaps the farmer might have been involved in some kind of illegal activity, drug activity, whatever, and having some kid stumble upon it. Again, nobody's saying these things are likely. I mean, these are definitely unlikely scenarios, but how do we know that this unlikely scenario isn't what happened to Brandon Swanson? That's something that the coincidence theorists really have a hard time with. Nobody's saying it's likely. I mean, we're going over outlier cases. Whatever the likelihoods, tripping and falling and dying, his body would have been found or drowning in the river. That's a likely scenario of somebody that had an accident. Those likely scenarios are the cases that are solved. So the cases that are unsolved, sometimes a certain percentage of them have unlikely outcomes. This isn't rocket science. Another possibility is if this farmer himself was a drug user, he might have thought he was being attacked by some random kid just walking through his field. So if he's high on drugs, he doesn't know what's going on. He accidentally kills him or whatever. He kills him in a drug stupor. Then the next day, he's like, wow, what have I done? He would clean up his own mess. Someone well-versed in farm equipment apparently said this: plenty of documented cases where individuals have killed and disposed of bodies on their own property. Farmers have heavy equipment too, so he's probably about 20 feet down in soil thanks to a backhoe. Gotta stay on the road, kids. And is this a backhoe that cadaver dogs hit on? The other thing too, if the McGuire theory is true and the farmer just stumbled across the body at whatever point in the morning, did they then just use the backhoe or whatever equipment to bury him deep in the field just, to avoid the mess? I mean, is that more likely than an alien abduction? Would also be curious if the farmer would allow some kind of ground-penetrating radar or a non-disruptive search, because obviously they don't want their crops ruined digging up all the fields and everything. But if they're innocent, would they object to ground-penetrating radar that wouldn't disrupt the field too much? And then, of course, brain fingerprint scanning is something I talk about as well. Obviously, polygraph tests, not admissible in court, not that reliable, but brain fingerprint scanning, this is what was used on Stephen Allen Avery of Making a Murderer fame, where there was no, it basically just measures whether or not there's a familiar response in the brain. So the state's case, there was no such response in Stephen Avery's brain, so everything the state said about what happened is not recognized by Avery's brain. So he has no idea what they're talking about. So even if he did kill Teresa Hallback, it's definitely not in the manner that he was convicted of doing. That much is clear. Nobody's fooled the brain fingerprint scan technology. I think there's $100,000 or $150,000 reward for beating it because it bypasses any intention to deceive. It basically just measures if there's any recognition in brainwave responses to information being presented. This is what's used by the CIA and the upper government agencies in interrogations and such because it is so accurate. I think it was used in at least one court case, but then everything's kind of gone quiet on the brain fingerprint scan side of things. Is that by design? Because a lot of corrupt politicians, corrupt law enforcement, corrupt judges, they don't want it being used against them, so they just want to outlaw it outright. I don't know. But if this farmer consented to a brain fingerprint scan and consented to ground penetrating radar used on his field, then we can rule him out. But if he's opposed to all this, because obviously it's very valid that he doesn't want his crops destroyed, you know? I mean, that's his livelihood. And he might think of it as a wild goose chase because they have no idea where this kid is. So if they come up with these scenarios that doesn't disrupt his livelihood or his fields, or if there is some kind of good Samaritan billionaire out there that wants to pay him for all the damage and then some, there's really no reason for him to decline this. Someone else also posited this, if it was some kind of farming accident. Let's say, because I don't know the schedule on the farm, someone could clarify this in May. Let's say he did fall in a field somewhere, dead or alive, maybe he's still alive, and a farmer runs him over with some farm equipment, killing him. Or if he's already dead, simply runs him over and freaks out and then just covers the whole thing up. Is that a possibility? Because we do have to rectify, these are a lot of searches being done. This isn't the 70s. This is 2008. There's a lot of advanced equipment. That people aren't complete morons, you would think. So why hasn't his body been found? Here's an interesting write-up from a Redditor. Whole bunch of hyphen and underscores with an A and a J. My thoughts, he was plowed over. From a perspective of someone who grew up in a similar rural area, farm equipment is huge with poor sight lines. It wasn't uncommon for us to get a dead deer caught in the corn head during harvest, even with a corn reel. I forgot what crops were nearby, but there is decent growth by the time he went missing to hide someone who died of exposure and is just laying there. I wouldn't want anyone trampling my fields looking for some missing young adult, as the farmer likely assumed it wasn't Dyer, and he wouldn't have noticed him in his field. When harvest came around months later, the farmer running the equipment might have not noticed the decomposed body at all, especially if the ground is rocky and uneven, so he has the corn or bean head a bit higher, and the body would be all torn up and crushed by the combine running it over. Probably enough for the farmer to not notice it's a person. When he went out again to disc the fields, or he thought it was just another deer and kept on with the same result. Or he did realize it was the kid's body at harvest time and felt so bad that he denied them the search, and that he tore him all up and that he just buried him in a hole. If any above is correct, there really isn't a body to find. He could have ended up in an abandoned well or stayed in the river too, but this idea accounts for the dogs. Drunk and lost, car is stuck, walks the wrong way, steps in the river, expletive, drops phone, can't find it or it's dead, wanders more in the dark. Cold, wet, dies of exposure in the field, no one noticed. Farmers don't want crops trampled for nothing, decomposes all summer, gets ripped up and crushed by a combine, plowed over, done. Okay, wow, that's actually very interesting. Because if the farmer really has no idea that the kid's body is on his land, he denies the search, doesn't want his field torn up, and then there's two scenarios here. Months later, he plows over the body thinking it's either a deer or whatever, doesn't give it a second thought because it's so many months later, or he does realize it's the body and covers the whole thing up. But is it plausible the farmer didn't even know that he plowed a body and it got all torn up? I mean, that's, I don't know, again, someone with more expertise in the equipment and how much of the clothes would have been. Although if the clothes got completely shredded, he might not have put two and two together. He might have just thought it was clothes that were abandoned and then in a separate area, a dead deer or a dead animal. So he might not even have known that he plowed over a human being. That's another interesting theory. And then in that case, he would pass a brain fingerprint scan. But again, and there would be no remains to find if it was completely shredded. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of the bone breakdown would occur in these farm machinery. But apparently, the cadaver dogs did pick up his scent on a piece of farm machinery and the general area. They did not reveal exactly which farm this was on, but that's curious because that seems to fit all the variables here, and we don't need to invoke aliens or interdimensional rifts. And if the phone is still a curious issue, though. We do have to account for the phone location. Is it possible an animal, I don't know what kind of animals are out there, is it possible an animal would grab a phone in its mouth and possibly carry it somewhere? So let's say it fell next to the river. Is it possible it fell next to the river and then later, as the river banks got more water, it was washed into, like if it fell on the edge of the river, that way it didn't go dead, it continued ringing for a short time, but let's say an hour or 2 or 5 hours later, even 10 hours later, whatever, before the searchers looked at the spot where the phone was, regardless of where it was, is it possible the phone did get carried into the river at that point and the current took it far enough to where it was never found? Or is it possible that an animal picked it up in its mouth and carried it somewhere else and the phone is somewhere? But I mean, it's a lot harder to find a tiny little phone than it is a human being, so I don't know. But this farm equipment theory is, this seems to be the leading theory at the moment from everything that I'm looking at here. I mean, the only other thing that might be a possibility, apparently the dog trail did continue to a gravel road, so is it possible someone picked him up and gave him a ride off that gravel road? So if he did go into the river, then he made it out of the river, then he made it to the gravel road and someone picked him up and took him elsewhere then. I mean, that theory and the theory of being run over by farm equipment, I mean, these seem to be the only real ones that account for all the variables here. I mean, the phone issue still. Yeah, I mean, if he got picked up in a... I mean, I don't know. The phone... Yeah, I keep getting stuck with the phone. But the phone could be explained by simply falling at the very edge of the river, and then it could have rose enough to sweep the phone in, regardless of what happened after. Alright, some final points here to round out this episode, just to make sure we cover all the bases. Supposedly, again, I haven't seen this verified, supposedly all of the car doors were unlocked and open when it was found, which is kind of weird. So, some people say, oh, well, somebody stumbled upon the car and searched the car completely and then left all the doors open. I mean, that's kind of weird in the middle of nowhere. Why would somebody have done that? I mean, was that just an opportune thief who doesn't even know who Brandon Swanson is, and they just searched the car looking for valuables? I mean, was anything reported stolen from it, or if there was nothing to steal from it? I mean, that's just kind of weird. And then also, Brandon Swanson's case is on the FBI's VICAP. And again, they usually don't put cases on there unless there is foul play suspected or some kind of crime, as opposed to just missing with zero evidence of a crime. So who knows? I mean, who knows why it's on there? So, I mean, FBI VICAP itself stands for Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. And, of course, Maura Murray's case was famously just added several months ago, randomly out of nowhere. So, is this related to the farm equipment theory, where there was a violent criminal, the farmer, even if it was an unknowing violent act? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless they have more information. So, the final theory I'm going to go over here, there's really there's no evidence for it or anything. Is it possible that Brandon Swanson was followed from one of the parties he was at? Not even necessarily by a party goer, but let's say, see, people say, oh, it's unlikely that Swanson just stumbled upon some kind of serial killer. Now, or a violent criminal in the middle of nowhere in the fields. Well, here's the thing. If there's a lot of parties going on, the semester's ending, there's a lot of parties going on, would a violent criminal and or serial killer stalk certain parties where there's a lot of people maybe looking for someone to kind of get alone, because that's certainly much more plausible than a violent serial killer just randomly wandering around the fields and bumping into Swanson. Because if there was someone following him at a pretty good distance, I mean, who knows how experienced this criminal may have been, did they stumble upon his car first and then went looking for him and found him and then something happened? Again, I think all of these avenues do need to be explored. Not necessarily that this was one of his friends or someone who knew him. Again, males are much more likely to be met with foul play at the hands of a stranger than females. But maybe it wasn't a stranger either. I mean, did they truly rule out every single individual at every single party? I don't know how thorough they did that investigation, but it didn't even necessarily have to be someone at the parties. It could have been possibly some older guy just kind of hanging around at a distance, just monitoring certain parties, and he happened to follow Swanson. Again, I am not alleging that this is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I actually found one more post that's very relevant by Ture. I'm new to the case, but after reading, this is what I think happened. Given the missing 2 hours in the timeline and the drinking at the parties, I believe he was heavily intoxicated. He probably felt fine when he departed, but a short time later he got on the road and he fell asleep while driving and slowly came to rest at the top of the hill. This would explain the lack of damage to the car, the reason why there is a 2-hour gap between the time he left the party and the time he called his parents, and his confusion on his location. Given the 2-hour nap, he may have been successfully able to hide the fact that he was inebriated, he was underage, and may not want to admit that to his parents. His state would also explain why he would leave the gravel road. The light is believed for him to see was a singular light, not light pointing toward a small town. This alone proves he was confused and not of his faculties. From there, I believe the O expletive came from him slipping in the water. His phone was lost to the river and he continued on the other side. His scent was tracked to another road. I sadly believe he continued on and eventually died to his exposure. An open space at night can be extremely disorienting, even more if you are inebriated. I wish the family could get some closure. Of course, this person does not account for the body not being found, but in terms of the 2-hour gap, I don't know if we went over that. So apparently there's 2 hours missing from when he left the party to when he called the parents. Interesting. So where was he that whole time? Was it really just a nap? A drunk nap? Other people stated that the reason why nothing was heard on the other end of the phone if he accidentally hit mute on the phone, or if he's bumping into a fence and he drops the phone and the phone is on the other side of the fence and he can't find it after that, so he just continues on. I mean, I don't know. But this 2-hour gap is curious. Another thing I found on the Brandon Swanson subreddit, supposedly users here have stated that there was extensive searching with metal detectors. So the phone was never found. So they specifically looked for the phone as well as Brandon. So that's something that's very, very curious. Very, very curious indeed. So that's it for now. All the MINDSHOCK listeners out there, leave your own thoughts and theories on this very baffling case. What you believe happened, why or why not, and what the evidence tells us, what the cell phone issues tell us. If you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. And make sure you subscribe to the channel to get the latest updates on cases. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are looking at the case of Tara Lee Calico. Tara Calico, made famous by the photograph, a Polaroid photograph discovered that supposedly shows her and another boy bound and gagged. I mean, this is the stuff of nightmares, the stuff of horror films, and it's quite unbelievable in many respects. The case is still officially unsolved, although there have been some developments in the past decade that, there was about 2 decades with nothing. So this occurred September 20th. She disappeared September 20th, 1988, and then there really nothing until 2008 other than the Polaroid. So we'll be examining this case. There's a lot of oddities here. Some people believe, for all intents and purposes, it is solved with the guilty parties named. And we'll be getting to those theories as well, but one step at a time. We'll be going over one of the most infamous cases in true crime. Any true crime follower has at least heard about this case in passing. I mean, it is probably considered one of the top 10 true crime cases, and we will be dissecting it in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, careful not to commit any logical fallacies or biases in examining this case, just like we do with all the other cases. If you enjoy the podcast and want to support it, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If that's still not working, you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK to manually check for the latest updates or peruse our ever-growing back catalog. Like this podcast, shared across social media platforms, cold cases and missing persons cases often only get solved if awareness is kept up. These victims may be gone, but they are not forgotten. So spread awareness far and wide. A lot of social media platforms you can share on. You can also find MINDSHOCK on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So the Tara Calico case this has been a pretty well-requested case, so we're finally getting to it. And this will be thorough, as always. So the first thing that stands out is this Tara went on a daily 34-mile bike ride. Now, I don't know how many individuals ride that kind of mileage daily, but that is not the majority of the population. So already here we have an outlier factor. Again, that's not the most unusual thing in the world. I'm just saying most people do not bike this kind of distance every morning. So she went 17 miles out, then 17 miles back. And let's do the quick breakdown here. So she was 19 years old on September 20th, 1988, when she disappeared from Belen, New Mexico. She's been missing for 32 years, 4 months, and 23 days. And when you say it like that, I mean, it really hits. Tara Lee Calico, born February 28, 1969, is an American woman who disappeared near her home in Belen, New Mexico, September 20th, 1988. She is widely believed to have been kidnapped. In July 1989, a Polaroid photo of an unidentified young woman and boy, gagged and seemingly bound, was televised to the public after it was found in a convenience store parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida. Not that close to New Mexico. Family friends thought the woman resembled Calico and contacted her mother, who then met with investigators and examined the Polaroid. She believed it was her daughter. After taking, quote, time, growth, and lack of makeup, end quote, into consideration, and noted that a scar on the woman's leg was identical to one that Calico had. Scotland Yard analyzed the photo and concluded that the woman was Calico, but a second analysis by the Los Alamos National Laboratory, is this where Bob Lazar worked? Disagreed. An FBI analysis of the photo was inconclusive. So here's the thing. We'll be getting into the photo analysis because I know a lot of people want the MINDSHOCK take on the photo, especially when there other information from investigators, law enforcement surfaced that apparently this Polaroid was the photo of some kind of a prank, of some kind of family or friends prank where they just tied people up and took a photo as a prank. Now, and then a lot of coincidence theorists simply said, oh, well, guess that's that. Never need to look at that again. That settles that. Without actually looking at who the individuals were and how they determined that was a prank. But moreover, anyone looking at the photo, there's definitely a haunting element in the eyes of these individuals. They do not look happy. So the only way that this could possibly be a prank is if it was some kind of prank, a coerced prank against the will of the participants, but it looks even more sinister than that. Again, just going off of vibe. It's so tough to just write this off as a prank. But we'll be getting into extreme detail with the whole backstory with that supposedly being a prank. Also, we have a lot of people believe that often parents want to believe there's some kind of a clue or lead to find their child, particularly if they're alive. So in this photo, they're alive. So it's kind of like holding on to false hope, etc. But I will pose this, because on MINDSHOCK, we're all about being logical, taking into account statistics. Statistically, what are the chances that within a year of going missing, less than a year, a photo surfaces of someone believed to be kidnapped in a photo tied and bound with a scar that is very similar to an individual that was kidnapped? Now, I don't know if we have, we'll be doing photo comparisons, but I don't know. Basically, they're stating that the scar was absolutely identical, not somehow blurred, similar, not in exactly the same spot. So how many two young women have the exact same scar on their leg, statistically, and how many, in how many cases was one of them apparently a missing persons? Now, here's the thing. If this other individual is never identified, how do we know that it's not her? And if it isn't her, what are the chances a young woman goes missing? Within a year, there's an unexplained photograph of another young woman either also kidnapped or involved in a prank that happens to be approximately the same age, same facial features, and the same scar. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, of course, but I'm just saying that's a heck of a coincidence. That is a heck of a coincidence if it's not her. Again, factoring in the time frame, if we add a couple years, let's say the photo was found another couple years later, age harder to determine, that's a little different. So yeah, it's rough. It's really, really rough. And we'll be getting into the young boy in the photo as well. And there's been some identification issues there. That seems to be a little bit more difficult to connect, particularly what kind of an area are they photographing? And then also, yeah, we'll be getting into that. So Calico's case received extensive coverage on television programs such as A Current Affair, Unsolved Mysteries, and America's Most Wanted. It was also profiled on the Oprah Winfrey Show and 48 Hours. As of 2021, no arrests have been made and the case remains open. So the disappearance on Tuesday, September 20th, 1988, Calico left her home at about 9:30 a.m. to go on her daily bike ride along New Mexico State Road 47. She rode that route almost every morning and was sometimes accompanied by her mother, Patty Dole. However, Dole stopped riding with Calico after she felt that she had been stalked by a motorist. So, okay, now we're really entering outlier territory here. And coincidence, I mean, the coincidence theorists probably will love this case as well. Okay, how many people ride this kind of an extensive bike route every morning? A certain percentage. That's not the strangest thing in the world. How many people ride it with their mother? Much smaller percentage. How many people have had their mother stop riding the route with them because they were stalked by a motorist? Okay, now we're in some minute numbers here. So this is it's really tough, but she continued letting her ride alone. This is tough for me to understand, but again, let's continue with the wiki here. She advised Tara to think about carrying mace, but Tara rejected the idea. And of course, if she was hit by a vehicle, obviously the mace might not have helped. But regardless, on the morning of Calico's disappearance, she had told Dole to come and get her if she was not home by noon, as she had plans to play tennis with her boyfriend at 12:30. When her daughter did not return, Dole went searching for her along Tara's usual bike route, but could not find her. She then contacted police. The other thing that's a little bit strange here, she told Dole to come and get her if she was not home by noon. So does that mean she thought she might get tired? And that Tara thought she might get tired and just sit down and take a break somewhere along the route? And then, I don't know. That's kind of weird. And if she does this route almost every day, I mean, it's not like she's adding extra miles and she's out of shape. I don't know. That's a little strange, that detail as well. And again, she's playing tennis with her boyfriend at 12:30. So that's, again, she can't be that out of shape if she's doing this kind of bike ride and then she's going to go play tennis right after. So what prompted her to tell her mother to come and get her if she was not home by noon? Was she planning to meet up with people and didn't want to rush and talk to them? She just wanted to hang out somewhere? Come and get her. When her daughter did not return, Dole went searching for her along Tara's usual bike route, but could not find her. She then contacted police. Pieces of Calico's Sony Walkman and a cassette tape were later discovered along the road. Dole believed that she might have dropped them in an attempt to mark her trail. Several people saw Calico riding her bicycle, which has never been found. And we'll actually get into those details of the bike as well. No one witnessed her presumed abduction, although several witnesses observed a light-colored pickup truck, possibly a 1953 Ford, with a camper shell following closely behind her. And does that photograph look like it's taken inside some kind of camper shell? Okay, so the photographs here. On June 15th, 1989, a Polaroid photo of an unidentified young woman and a boy, both gagged with black duct tape and seemingly bound. And they're saying seemingly because if you look at the photo, if their arms are not bound, it looks like they're pretending they're bound, because why would somebody randomly lay down on their arms like that, or lay down sideways with your arms, both arms behind you? That's probably not the most comfortable position. I don't know why they're using the word seemingly, unless they're going with the story that this is some kind of a prank and they were faking it. But if you're going to fake it to the extent that you put duct tape on your face, why would you not tie the wrists if you're just faking? I don't know. It's really bizarre, but it's a very unsettling photograph, and I can't even look at it for that long, because the look in this young woman's eyes is just not good. It's very, very disturbing. The woman who found the photo said that it was in a parking space where a white, windowless Toyota cargo van had been parked when she arrived at the store. She said that the van was being driven by a man with a mustache who appeared to be in his 30s. Police set up roadblocks to intercept the vehicle, but the man has never been identified. Now, you have to applaud that gumption, because how often do police set up roadblocks off a dropped Polaroid where it's, it does look like these are kidnapped, bound individuals, but I don't know if that happened today. Would they set up roadblocks for that, or would they just put up like a short little news alert? I don't know. According to Polaroid officials, the picture had to have been taken after May 1989 because the particular film used in the photograph was not available until then. So that would mean that it was, so again, is that a little strange? So between May and June, so this film was only being sold for approximately a month. So that's interesting, because that means whoever took the photo would recently have had to have purchased the film and not using some kind of older stock that was just lying around. They specifically would have purchased new film for possibly the purpose of taking this photo. For what, though? It's really bizarre, because what's the point? Did they drop the photo accidentally? Are these photos part of their own private sick collection and they accidentally dropped it? Or did they want to leak it for whatever reason, just to screw around and cause some trouble? Cause public panic, whatever these criminals do, that they like to feed off of this panic and fear. The photo was broadcast on A Current Affair in July, and Dole was contacted by friends who had seen the show and thought the woman resembled Calico. Relatives of Michael Henley, also of New Mexico. So again, let's add this to the probability stack. So if this other boy had gone missing farther than New Mexico, but this is the same state, you have two people abducted in the same year. He disappeared the same year. We don't know. I guess theoretically you could say they weren't definitively known to have been abducted. So he disappeared April 88. She disappeared September 88. They disappeared within a few months of each other, and both of them, people who, if it's not them, people who look like them, a boy and a girl who look like them, surfaces. I mean, statistically, what are the chances here? I mean, even the coincidence theorists have to say it's a possibility. It's a possibility it's them. Now, the issue, of course, is with Henley's remains that were found, but we'll be getting to that. So relatives of Michael Henley, also of New Mexico, who had disappeared in April 1988, saw the episode and said that they believed he was the boy in the photo. Dole and Henley's parents both met with investigators and examined the Polaroid. Dole said she was convinced it was Calico. She also noted that the scar on the woman's leg was identical to one that Calico had received in a car accident. And again, with the resolution of these photos, it's actually difficult to see the scar clearly. In addition, a paperback copy of V.C. Andrews' My Sweet Audrina, said to be one of Calico's favorite books, can be seen lying next to the woman. Scotland Yard analyzed the photo and concluded that the woman was Calico, but a secondary analysis by the Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed. An FBI analysis of the photo was inconclusive. So Scotland Yard says yes, FBI says maybe, Los Alamos, possibly involved in some alien UFO activity, says no. Okay. So, again, statistically, so we have her favorite book. Now, that book was relatively popular. However, it's not everybody's favorite book. So again, when we're doing this coincidence stack, statistically, we have a young woman happened to be abducted, a young boy happened to be abducted from the same state within months of each other in 88. A Polaroid surface of them looking like they're bound and gagged, like pretty conclusively bound and gagged. I don't know how I mean, I guess theoretically you could say it was a prank, but if it was, they do not look like they're acting. At least the female does not. The boy, it's a little harder to tell, but again, at that younger age, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Either way, her favorite book is right next to her. Now, would she have said it was her favorite book? Because why would she have had her favorite book with her? Which is strange, unless she did. But that would be unusual. What else did she carry with her? We'll be getting into that. But in conversation, so this is almost a year later. Again, did they simply ask if it was her favorite book? Did she overhear her talking to Michael Henley or the boy if it's not him, if it was her? Again, the coincidence stack is quite high. Again, I would say it's if we take each individual factor by itself, like if there was that book just happened to be in a van. That's not unusual. 1989. It's a relatively popular book. But when you add all of these other variables, missing female from New Mexico, missing boy from New Mexico, their parents say it looks exactly like them. Okay, well, and the scar on her leg. It's not just that, it's the scar. So it's tough. It's really, really tough. So yeah, to write it all off it's bizarre. It's bizarre. But again, if you were writing a movie, if you were making a movie and you just say, oh, by the way, somebody dropped a Polaroid, it would, I don't know, it would seem a little unlikely. It's bizarre. Henley's mother said that she was almost certain it was Michael in the Polaroid. Okay, so there's a difference here. Henley's mother says almost certain. Tara's mother is convinced. So Tara's mother is certain. Henley's not 100%, but relatively certain. So that's an interesting point as well. The identification of the boy in the photograph as Henley is considered highly unlikely. His remains were discovered in June 1990 in the Zuni Mountains, about 7 miles from his family's campsite from which he had disappeared and 75 miles from where Calico disappeared. Police believe that Henley wandered off and subsequently died of exposure. So, okay, obviously it's possible the boy is not Michael Henley and the girl is Tara Calico. That's a possibility as well. But to exclude him, again, the boy in the picture, roughly the same age. Similar in appearance. Now, his head is smaller and he's farther from the camera. So it's going to be obviously a little bit harder to identify him because the duct tape is taking up more of his face. But it's still tough. But is it beyond the realm of possibility that he was dumped, his remains were dumped there however long after? So I wouldn't consider it out of the realm of possibility that that's Michael Henley. However, it's more likely that the female is Tara Calico than the male is Michael Henley, particularly when his mother was not 100% convinced. She said almost certain, and you have to appreciate her honesty because as I mentioned before, a lot of parents or family members, they just want that false hope so much. They say, yeah, it's definitely them, investigate more. She didn't do that. She made that caveat, almost certain. She was not 100% certain. Okay, other photos. In 2009, 20 years after the Polaroid photo was found and shared by the media, pictures of a boy were sent to the Port St. Joe police chief, David Barnes. He received 2 letters, postmarked June 10th and August 10th, 2009, from Albuquerque, New Mexico. One letter contained a photo printed on copy paper of a young boy with sandy brown hair. Someone had drawn a black band in ink on the photo over the boy's mouth, as if it were covered in tape as in the 1989 picture. The second letter contained an original image of the boy. On August 12th, the Star newspaper in Port St. Joe received a third letter, also postmarked in Albuquerque on August 10th and depicting the same image of a boy with black marker drawn over his mouth. The boy has not been confirmed to be the same one as in the previous photo. None of the letters contained a return address or a note indicating the child's identity. making the officials there believe it may have something to do with the disappearance of Tara Calico. The letters were sent at the same time that a self-professed psychic had called about Calico, saying that she had met a runaway in California with whom she worked in a strip club. The girl was eventually murdered. The caller said she had dreams suggesting the runaway may have been Calico and that she may be buried in California. Searches did not lead to any discoveries. The photos were given to the FBI for further investigation in hope of finding fingerprints or possible DNA evidence. 2 other Polaroid photographs, possibly of Calico, have surfaced over the years. The first was found near a construction site in Montecito, California, and is a blurry photo of a girl's face with tape covering her mouth and light blue striped fabric behind her, similar to that on the pillow in the Toyota van photo. It was taken on film that was not available until June 1989. The second photo shows a woman loosely bound in gauze, her eyes covered with more gauze and large black framed glasses, with a male passenger behind her on an Amtrak train. The film used was not available until February 1990. Calico's mother believed the first one was Tara, but thought that the second may have been a gag. Her sister stated they had a striking, uncalming resemblance. As for me, I will not rule them out, but keep in mind our family has to identify many other photographs, and all but those 3 were ruled out. So another point to make here. There was a whole bunch of other photographs, and they all ruled them out, said it wasn't her. So another interesting point there. And another quick point, according to other sources, Tara only took her Sony Walkman, her headphones, and a cassette tape of the band Boston. So apparently she did not take any books or any other items. And regarding the comment to come pick her up, apparently that was sort of joking, as if she might get a flat tire to come pick her up. Just extra context there. And the ride usually took about 2 hours. Okay, regarding the 2 additional Polaroids, the one in the train, just, I don't know, the guy in the photograph looks like he's joking around. I can't tell. And then, of course, the woman's face is away from the camera, so it's really hard to tell. But would they be sitting on it? Would he have her hands bound like that in a public train? I mean, that's gauze, but yeah, that just looks like whatever. I mean, she could break through that easily, right? If it's gauze and on her legs. There's just the picture it just seems weird, super weird. And I guess there's really no reason to believe that would be her. The second one, actually, so here's the thing. With the pillows in the background and the stripes, it looks like the spacing on the stripes is a little bit different than in the original Polaroid to me. But even if it's not, however, the woman in the image does look a little similar to the woman in the Polaroid, possibly a bit older version. But just another remark from looking at photos of Calico, her eyebrows look like they arch slightly more than the young woman in the photograph. The nose is similar, shadows on the nose similar, facial structure similar. If you look at the spacing between the hairline and the eyebrows, very, very similar. I just noticed, I mean, again, if she's trying to smile in her photographs or doing half smiles, her eyebrow, I mean, that might affect your eyebrows slightly, but they look almost horizontal in the photo. And then there's other photos of Tara where there's more of an arch there. And in this Polaroid photo, they look almost completely horizontal. I mean, it is a low resolution. When you blow it up, there's a tiny little bit of an arch coming off of it, as most people have. But it just doesn't seem as pronounced as in other photographs. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough. She also possibly could have lost weight, or maybe not. The unidentified boy with the with the marker over his mouth. I don't know. It's hard to tell if it could be him or not. That the boy is kind of a little bit more of a generic look. Tara doesn't necessarily look like every other person walking around. She's got some more unique features. The boy at his age with his haircut, he looks a little bit more nondescript. So it's pretty tough. But let's get into the later developments. In 2008, Rene Rivera, the sheriff of Valencia County, reported that he received information that two teenagers had accidentally hit Calico with a truck, panicked, and subsequently killed her. According to Rivera, the boys who knew Calico drove up behind her in a truck and some form of an accident followed. Calico later died, and those responsible covered up the crime. Rivera stated that he knew the names of those involved, but that without a body he could not make a case. He did not release the evidence that led him to the conclusion. Calico's stepfather, John Dole, said that the sheriff should not have made these comments if he was not willing to arrest anyone, and that strong circumstantial evidence should be enough for a conviction. Here's the thing, though. In terms of a conviction, yes, usually people don't want to pursue cases, prosecutors don't want to pursue cases that they don't feel have a good chance of going through. But in a certain but to a certain degree, just even putting the case forward, that might bring about a certain amount of investigation and awareness where even if it's not those particular guys, it might lead to a more definitive ruling them out as opposed in the maybe category. So it might still be worthy to pursue a case even without a solid chance of conviction. And who knows what might come up in the interim as well. In October 2013, a 6-person task force was established to reinvestigate Calico's disappearance. As of 2017, no arrests have been made and the case remains open. On October 1st, 2019, the FBI announced they are offering a reward up to $20,000 for precise details leading to the ID or location of Tara Lee Calico and information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for her disappearance. And that's a decent amount of money, but come on, again, all the billionaires out there. I mean, even the millionaires. There's so many millionaires out there. Millionaires can't put up, I don't know, a certain amount of money to help families of missing loved ones, to put up rewards to assist in the closure of these cases. I mean, it's mind-boggling, mind-shocking. And furthermore, the FBI is offering this reward, but what about all these hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars going to all these other countries? Now, I'm not talking about programs that feed and clothe and house children. I'm talking about weird propaganda campaigns, making fake videos, like things the U.S. government is involved in, like creating TV shows like Pakistani Sesame Street or whatever was in the budget, where there's these millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, are going into this nonsense when it could be used to help solve these cases. Again, sorry for that short aside. It's tough to think about. So regarding the Polaroids, if it's not Tara, so is this another young woman who has been abducted, who just happens to have a scar on her leg and happens to bear a relatively striking resemblance? I mean, people don't look 100% like each other, like themselves in different photographs. So to expect her to be dead on 100% when she's clearly been, if she was abducted and this Polaroid is legitimate and it's her, she'd been miserable for however period of time, possibly starved, who knows. To expect her to look 100% exactly like in all her other photographs, it's tough. It's tough. And again, looking at anybody's, all the listeners out there, look at your own photographs in different periods of your life, not even a couple months apart. You could look completely different days apart. Different clothing, different state of mind. You can look different. So it's hard to conclusively rule her out, especially with the scar. But if it's not her, so there's a Polaroid found in Florida. Then there's a Polaroid found in California, and she was abducted from New Mexico. So is this just a cross-country road-tripping kidnapper psycho? because there's a lot of back and forth here, because the problem is we do have more information because we have what the dated film here. So if this information from Polaroid is accurate, which we have no reason to believe it's not accurate, they should be able to know when to test the film and know when it came out. It'd be nice if another independent photography expert lab corroborated the information put forth by Polaroid, just to be 100% sure. I mean, I would think it would be done. It'd be nice to have another one or two sources, not from Polaroid, just to 100% confirm that this film was not on sale and could not have been purchased before the months that they allege here. So it's really, really bizarre that this photo is showing up months later in Florida. Then there are these two other photographs. So the first was near a construction site in Montecito, California. Could have just been some guy playing around with gauze. I mean, it's weird. It doesn't match. Whereas the second Polaroid, that's super blurry with the bound female that happens to look like she could be Tara. And so it was found near a construction site. And it's not stated where the second Polaroid was found. The phrasing in all of these articles that 2 additional Polaroid photographs have been found since her disappearance. The first photograph was found near a construction site in Montecito, California. So that means they were not found together. So it doesn't say where the other one was found on the Amtrak train, which just doesn't, something seems off about that. It just seems like people wouldn't, why would they do that in public, in full view? It just doesn't make any sense. Whereas the blurry one, again, there's something seems off about it. Something just screams wrong. Whether it's Tara or not, it's just very disturbing. It's very, very disturbing. I'm going to go through a couple details here on the FBI website on Tara Lee Calico's page. And it says here, that's really weird. They put her at 5'5" to 5'7" at the time of her disappearance, so they don't know how tall she was. Weird. So she's between 5'5" and 5'7", and she's 115 to 120 pounds. Looks like she'd be closer to 5'7" then. But it also says under her scars, she has a large scar on the back of her right shoulder. And yeah. It's very unfortunate that in the other Polaroid that it didn't show that part, because if she had both scars, I mean, one scar on the leg and the exact same scar, exact same spot, exact same size, I mean, that's relatively conclusive. But if she had both, I mean, there'd be no question. Unless that's not accurate and it's the scars on her leg, I don't know. The reward here, the FBI is offering a reward of $20,000 for precise details leading to the identification or location of Tara Lee Calico and information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for disappearance. Calico was last seen riding a neon pink Huffy mountain bike with yellow control cables and sidewalls. She was wearing a white t-shirt with First National Bank of Bellin on it, and she was a bank teller. Size medium, white shorts with green stripes, white ankle socks, and white and turquoise Avia tennis shoes. Calico was also wearing a gold butterfly ring with a diamond insert, a gold amethyst ring, and half-inch gold hoop earrings. Details: Tara Lee Calico left her home on Brugg Street in Belen, New Mexico to go on a bike ride 9:30 a.m. on September 20th, 1988. She rode her mother's bicycle as her own was damaged. So I guess that explains why her mother couldn't go with her, because they only had one bike. She was last seen riding along Highway 47 in Valencia County approximately 11:45 a.m. Calico biked this route daily during her routine 36-mile ride. She was 19 years old at the time of her disappearance and was never seen again. And they do not mention the Polaroid here. Certain investigators believe that it's not her in the Polaroid. I don't know if that's 100% official, but let's go over the review here on the Unsolved Mysteries wiki. That's strange. It says occupation unrevealed, but it does list her as 5'7", 120. And here we have more information. So brown hair with a cowlick, green eyes, large scar on the back of her right shoulder, brown birthmark on the back of one leg, large scar on her calf. At 9:30 a.m., September 20th, 1988, 19-year-old Tara Calico left her home in Belen, New Mexico on her normal 34-mile bike ride. She was last seen riding her neon pink Huffy bike with yellow control cables and sidewalls on her usual route along Highway 47 when she vanished. So, depending on the source, they're saying it wasn't her bike or it was her bike, with a suspicious vehicle following her. Tara's bike has never been recovered and she has never been found. Her Sony Walkman was found by her mother, Patty, the next day. Again, we have to go through some of these sources because, again, there's always these conflicting details. Was it the day or the following day? And although there were several reported sightings of her in southern U.S. in 1988 and 1989, none of them could be confirmed, and her case remains unsolved. And as always with most missing persons cases, there are usually a couple sightings somewhere that, it may or may not be her, but in a lot of cases, let's say the cases that the person was known, eventually their body was recovered close to where they were found and it was determined that they died soon after they went missing. Obviously, the far and wide sightings could not have been this individual, simply mistaken. But of course, we have no way of knowing for the people that are still missing whether or not the sightings are legitimate or not, same as in this case. On June 15th, 1989, a Polaroid showing two bound and gagged teenagers, the boy's doesn't look like a teenager, was found in Port St. Joe, Florida. It was found near a convenience store where a white Toyota cargo van had been parked. The girl in it was believed to be Tara. The boy next to her was believed to be another New Mexico youth named Michael Henley. Factory analysis determined that the photo was recently taken. The FBI had not been able to determine if the children in the photo are Tara and Michael. However, a forensic artist compared pictures of the missing teenagers to the photo and was 85% sure that they were the ones depicted. That's kind of interesting that he was 85% sure of both, not 90 for one, 80 for another. Suspects: there are no known suspects, but witnesses report seeing a dirty white or light gray colored 1954 Ford pickup truck with a white handmade shell following her. Results unresolved. It was later proven, in quotations, that the boy in the photo was not Michael Henley. Authorities believe he was not the victim of kidnapping or foul play, but instead died from prolonged exposure to the wilderness after getting lost in the forest on a camping trip with his father and a family friend. His remains were found in 1990, just a few miles from the campsite in New Mexico where he was last seen. His disappearance is no longer considered connected to Tara's. The Calicos moved to Florida in 2003. Patty died in 2006. Tara's biological father died in 2002, but her stepfather, John Dole, is still alive and hopes that she will be found. Two other photos believed to be of her have surfaced in the years since her disappearance. However, the last one, showing a woman with bandages over her face on an Amtrak train with a man sitting next to her, is believed to be a prank. Investigators no longer believe that Tara was the girl in the photo. Instead, they have learned from witnesses that she was most likely killed on the day of her disappearance. A man named Henry Brown made a deathbed confession to police. He said that shortly after her disappearance, he had been in the basement of a man named Lawrence Romero Jr. While there, he noticed what appeared to be a young woman's body, wrapped in a blue tarp and buried in a makeshift grave. Romero, a man named Dave Silva, and another man with red hair told Henry that the body was Tara's. They said that on the day of the disappearance, they, along with a man named Leroy Chavez, these names are all right out of a movie, were in a truck when they noticed her riding her bike. They struck her with their truck and abducted her. They took her to a grave pit and raped her. When Tara threatened to go to the police, Romero stabbed her to death, while Silva, Chavez, and the third man held her down. And does that story ring true? If you were just assaulted in this fashion and violently, would you threaten to I mean, again, if you're in an emotional state and you're scared, they're not, maybe if you're thinking they're not going to let you go unless you threaten to go to the police, I don't know. Again, it's hard to put yourself in that kind of situation that is just so tragic and emotional. And this is a 19-year-old. Off the bat, it seems like it might be smarter to not threaten to go to the police. I mean, a lot of times, victims of crimes make the opposite plea. They say they won't go to the police if they let them go. So I don't know. But this is this guy's story. When Tara threatened to go to the police, Romero stabbed her to death while Silva, Chavez, and the third man held her down. They originally hid her body in a nearby bush. However, as searches began for her, they moved her body to the basement. Henry told investigators that they threatened to kill him if he went to the police. He also said that they got away with the crime because Romero's father, Lawrence Romero Sr., was the sheriff at the time. He also allegedly helped cover up the crime. He apparently found a note written by Romero Jr. confessing to Tara's murder and destroyed it. Henry also told investigators that he believed the men later placed Tara's body in a pond near one of their houses. He also said that her bike had been disposed of at a junkyard. Another man also came forward and told police that one of the suspects had confessed to him as well. Unfortunately, all were deceased by the time this information came to light. Sadly, Tara's body has never been found. Recently, a friend of Tara's, Melinda Esquivel, had created a podcast and started her own investigation into the case. She is also working on a documentary about it. In October 2019, the FBI offered a $20,000 reward in it. So there are a few missing pieces here. Of course, if multiple people corroborated the story, the other thing that I'm thinking here, if he was that scared of them that he only made this as a deathbed confession, but did he know they were already dead, or did they die after the deathbed confession? When did all this information come to light? But this Henry Brown character is stating that shortly after disappearance, he had been in the basement of a man named Lawrence Romero Jr. And so Senior was the sheriff. What was he doing in the basement with the sheriff's son? And why would they allow him into the basement if they randomly had if they just had a body there and also told him who the body belonged to? Were they involved in drug deals and that's why, and they wanted him to keep his mouth shut? But would someone expose themselves like that? But if this is the sheriff's son and he thinks he has some kind of immunity, he wouldn't care and he'd be that reckless? Possibly. If he wasn't the sheriff's son, maybe he wouldn't be, and they wouldn't be allowing random people in his basement and telling them he's got dead bodies in there. Now, he said it appeared to be a young woman's body wrapped in a blue tarp. So what does that mean? Is it possible it wasn't any kind of body? What if they lied? What if he's telling the truth and these guys were screwing around? There's always people with these bizarre, sick, twisted senses of humor after tragedies. When people go missing or are killed, they make jokes about it. So he's not claiming that he saw her face or even that he saw that this was any kind of body. It looked like a young woman's body wrapped in a blue tarp. So if it was completely wrapped, is it possible it wasn't a human body? I don't know. I'm just trying to examine all the options here. But if he was convinced that it was, and he was that terrified of these men, then perhaps he would keep the secret. Now, a lot of people doubt this story because supposedly there's really not that many ponds in that area. And after this information came to light, it would seem that they would have searched ponds and areas, and nothing has been found, of course. But we don't know that for sure, obviously. But it's an interesting story. He named names, so it's not super vague. There was only one guy that he didn't know the name of. He named all these other guys, and then we have this story that Lawrence Romero Sr. helped cover up the crime and found a note from his son confessing to the murder and destroyed this note. Interesting. So Here's a great article on this case, Medium.com, the True Crime Edition by Kim L. Pasqualini. Published July 13th, 2020. It was September 20th, 1988, a beautiful sunny day in Belen, New Mexico. Tara Calico, 19, decided to go out for her daily bike ride at approximately 9:30 a.m. that morning. Normally, the beautiful teen would ride with her mother, but there had been an incident where her mother had felt they were followed by a motorist, and she no longer felt comfortable going along. Again, there's a conflicting statement here in the FBI website. The FBI is stating that her mother's bike was damaged, which is, her bike was damaged, so she took her mother's bike. And this incident is it possible this incident with the motorist was imagined by her mother? Or maybe not imagined, maybe they were just being obnoxious, like some motorists are, but it wasn't necessarily nefarious. There wasn't an actual real plan to stalk and abduct. Or what if there was? In which case, wouldn't that be connected to her disappearance? She encouraged Tara to carry mace, but Tara told her mother no. The ride typically took 2 hours. Joking, Tara asked her mother, Patty Dole, to come and get her around noon if she got a flat tire and had not returned. Tara had plans to play tennis with her boyfriend 12:30 p.m., giving her plenty of time to finish the ride. Tara took her mother's neon pink Huffy mountain bike and left their house to ride her regular route on New Mexico State Road 47. The only thing Tara took with her was her Sony Walkman, her headphones, and a cassette tape of the band Boston. When Tara did not return, Patty went out to look for her, driving Tara's usual route. When she returned home and Tara was not there, Patty called the Valencia County Sheriff's Department and made a missing person report. Later that day, officers found pieces of Tara's Walkman. So again, we have another conflicting. Her mother found the cassette tape that day, or the next day. Now we have officers found pieces of Tara's Walkman along with the cassette tape scattered along the side of the road. Tara and her bike were missing, so it was later that day. An extrovert, an avid reader, and physically active, Tara worked as a bank teller and was studying to become either a psychologist or psychiatrist. She was highly motivated and would never leave without telling her mother. Witnesses came forward and said they saw an older model white or light colored pickup truck with a camper shell in the area of New Mexico 47. They said they saw it following Tara on the return leg of her trip. Witnesses even said the passenger was the 18-year-old son of an influential law enforcement officer. So it's curious here, very, very curious of the timeline. So if the original reports at the time fingered the same guy who's the son of the sheriff, that leads a lot of credence to these later stories. But let's continue here. In 2008, News Bulletin's article, Valencia Sheriff Rene Rivera said several witnesses had told him that the two young men in the truck had been following Tara, trying to talk to her while grabbing at her, and the truck hit the bicycle, knocking her to the ground. From there, the individuals took her, Rivera said. There have been other reports too. In November 2013, a police report was filed detailing a dying confession of a witness who had identified 3 men, including the officer's son, as being involved in Tara's disappearance. The bicycle was reportedly thrown in the Belen junkyard and Tara's body thrown into a pond by the young men. So if these are all different reports coming in at different times, some of them at the time of the disappearance, some of them decades later, and they're all naming the same guys with the same story, and this deathbed confession matches up with all that, I mean, for all intents and purposes, what does that mean? There had also been reports that Tara had been raped, stabbed to death, buried, and covered with slabs of concrete. I mean, that's a common one in almost every missing person's case. In another story, Tara had been placed inside a freezer. All heartbreaking and traumatic for Tara's parents to hear. Police have dug up possible grave sites around Balin and in Valencia County with no results. According to an Albuquerque Journal article, the son of the officer died at age 21 during 1991, the result of a suicide or playing a game of Russian roulette that went awry. However, the father of the young man told the Journal he believed his son was murdered. Okay, all right. This is really bizarre. So, what are the options here? This story is true, and Lawrence Romero Jr. and his buddies, or whoever he was with, acquaintances, drug business partners, whoever these individuals are, they hit her, they abducted her, they murdered her, and in 1991, either he committed suicide, either it was an honest game of Russian roulette, if you could call it that, or he was murdered and made it to look like a suicide or game of Russian roulette. And Senior, who possibly helped him cover up the abduction, rape, and murder of Tara Calico, is stating that he believes his son was murdered. Wow, what a mess. And of course, he could be murdered, because if he runs with these kinds of individuals, he's a criminal himself, a murderer himself. It's possible he was. So we have the gauntlet run here of possibilities, and it seems difficult to rule out any of them. Because also, if he had a crisis of conscience, I mean, this is only a couple years later. He's 21 years old, so he would have been Tara's age. This is really, really tragic across the board here. Polaroid picture found, June 15th, 1989. A Polaroid picture of an unidentified young woman and a little boy was found in the parking lot of a convenience store in Port St. Joe, Florida. In the picture, both victims were gagged with duct tape and bound with their arms behind their backs. The color photograph was in good condition, but both victims faced the camera and appeared to be in the back of a van in obvious distress. Police consulted with Polaroid, who told investigators the picture had been taken after May 1989 because the film had not been available before that date. And again, hopefully they did verify that. Also, I mean, it could be obviously a factor, depending, but that means they were being held for a certain period of time. The woman who found the photograph described the vehicle as a white Toyota cargo van without windows that had been parked in a spot before she pulled in at the store. Investigators reported the woman remembered the man driving as being in his 30s with a mustache. Port is a smaller community of only 10,000 people in 1989. Police set up roadblocks, but the man has never been identified. I'm assuming that means they never found the vehicle, because all of these articles are stating that this man was never identified. Does that mean they did stop a white van and nothing was in the back and it wasn't this guy driving it? So then, I don't know. In 1989, the photograph made national news and broadcast on the show A Current Affair. After it aired, friends who had seen the show called Patty and told her they thought the girl in the photo resembled Tara. Relatives of Michael Henley, 9, also saw the episode and thought the little boy in the photograph resembled Michael. The little boy had been missing since April 1988 from New Mexico as well. Tara's and Michael's parents met with detectives. Patty left the police department convinced the young woman in the photo was her daughter. She noticed a scar on the unidentified woman's leg was identical to an injury Tara had sustained in a car accident. In addition, a paperback book of V.C. Andrews' My Sweet Audrina was lying next to the woman and Tara's favorite author. Scotland Yard analyzed the photograph, concluded the woman was Tara, but a second analysis by the Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed with Scotland Yard. The FBI's analysis of the photo was inconclusive. Michael Henley found. Michael Henley had gone missing while turkey hunting with his father in 1988, about 75 miles from where Tara was abducted. And again, regarding that distance of 75 miles, that is not a gigantic distance for possible transients or kidnappers who are driving around the country kidnapping people. Just an interesting point there. I mean, anything within the state that should be considered possibly not coincidental. His mother and father were convinced the Polaroid was of their son. However, that is now considered highly unlikely. His remains were eventually discovered in June 1990 in the Zuni Mountains, about 7 miles from where he vanished. Other photographs surfaced. 2 other photographs have surfaced over the years, and Tara's family has had to try to identify each one as if in a bad nightmare. And I already went over those. In 2009, okay, and we already went over the photographs with the boy and the marker over his mouth, which, I mean, that is really bizarre because these were postmarked from New Mexico. But this was in 2009, so this is now 2 decades later. Is someone just screwing around 2 decades later? I mean, this whole case is really bizarre. I don't know. So the article states that authorities in Port St. Joe believe the photograph of the young boy has something to do with Tara's abduction, but it remains a mystery. Supposedly, authorities in New Mexico do not believe the 2 are related. Interesting. Tara's family vows to find her. Tara's mother, Patty, and her father, John Dole, have since passed away. Before her death, Patty suffered several strokes and would stare out of her window in the Florida retirement home where she lived with Tara's father. She would wait each day for her daughter to ride by on her bicycle. I'm assuming this is Tara's stepfather the author is referring to. Even though they were living 2,000 miles from where Tara had vanished, Patty would look through her window and wondered if the women riding by were her daughter. I'd have to try to explain to her that it wasn't Tara, that this was a person too old or too young, John Dole told the Albuquerque Journal in 2006 when Patty had passed away. Patty was looking for Tara right to the end. With Patty's passing, it seemed like the end of the search for Tara. Patty and John had been forced behind the continued search for Tara, even becoming deputized so they could conduct their own searches and send out thousands of flyers throughout the country. Patty worked with the National Center for Missing Adults and appeared on several national television shows raising awareness of her daughter's disappearance. According to the Albuquerque Journal, in 2013, a 6-person task force of local and federal law enforcement officers was created to re-examine the case of the University of New Mexico sophomore. A year later, the task force dismantled. It would also be curious to know if it was confirmed, so it was rumored that Lawrence Romero Jr., the son of the sheriff, senior, knew Tara Calico. Did they go to school together, high school, college, or did they know each other through other means? And also sad that after a year, this task force was dismantled, unless they definitively found out what happened to her and they found the people responsible and they felt that they couldn't get a prosecution and all these people are dead. So, I mean, it's still bizarre because you would want some kind of official closure here. That is when Michelle Dole, Tara's younger sister, took up where her mother had left off, teaming up with Melinda Esquivel, who had known Tara as a member of the Balin High School marching band. They started a new journey together with a common goal: to find Tara. My mom had sent me an article from Valencia County News Bulletin in 2008 about how Tara had been missing for 20 years, and I just started crying. Melinda told Rosalie Rayburn of Albuquerque Journal. That happening had traumatized the community and kind of changed how we felt about safety in our community. We couldn't wrap our minds around what happened to her. Melinda lived in Los Angeles and worked in the entertainment industry and was intrigued by the case, keeping Tara's memory alive. During Christmas 2008, Melinda went home to Balin and had dinner with old friends where she brought up Tara's disappearance. She was jolted by the response. They said, "Oh, Melinda, the whole town knows who did it," Melinda told the Albuquerque Journal. Her friends were referring to the young boys who had been driving the truck and the son of the prominent law enforcement officer. At that moment, Melinda realized she had to do something to find Tara. Melinda began working on a documentary about Tara's disappearance and launched a podcast called Vanished, the Tara Calico Investigation, that has been downloaded over 1 million times. In addition, Melinda and Michelle also launched a website and Vanished, the Tara Calico story on Facebook that has nearly 7,000 followers. Melinda and Michelle are realistic. After so many years have passed, both women know officials are unlikely to further investigate the case without a body. However, they both set out to finish what Patty Dole started, to bring Tara home for a proper burial and to receive the justice she so deserves. The FBI announced a $20,000 reward in 2019 for specific information about the location of Tara. Okay, a couple more details that Henry Brown, the deathbed confession, his neighbor was Lawrence Romero Jr. I don't know why it's not stated in these other sources. So it's his neighbor's house. So if he's friendly with his neighbor, the son of the police chief, Lawrence Romero Jr., of the sheriff, the police sheriff, I guess if they have that kind of relationship where they just go into each other's basement all the time, I suppose he could have just wandered in not knowing the body was there, and then that's when everything hit the fan and they threatened him. And so basically Brown told the police that Lawrence Romero Jr. and several friends openly discussed killing Tara on the day she went missing. So is he alleging that this was the same exact day that he spoke to them? And they were openly discussing it, which is also, I mean, that's its own level of insanity. And for the people who think this is all dubious, these are all police records and they are public. You can download them from scribd.com, SCRIBD.com, New Mexico State Police Tara Calico. And here you can see the exact police reports. And they have here various documents, information on the gravesite, and all of these things. Okay, since this is MINDSHOCK, we have to go over all the details. And I actually don't remember this being featured in any documentaries or reports, but pieces of Tara's broken Walkman were found at the entrance to the John F. Kennedy campground, 20 miles away, northeast or so of where there were bike tracks where she veered off the road, where Tara's cassette tape, pieces of the Walkman, and oil slick tire tracks and beer cans were found. This is the location people believe that she was taken at, which is roughly a third of her way to the one-way stop. So she would go down 47 to the end of rail tracks and then turn back. So she was relatively close to home when where this spot was. It's about 4 to 6 miles from her house. And then we have miles northeast. There was also a spot found. There was also pieces of her specific Walkman found between Gallo Peak and Capilla Peak at this campground. So now here's an interesting thing. If whoever took her, if they're visiting campgrounds, is it that much more unlikely that they were in the Oso Ridge, Blue Water State Park, Zuni Park area, Zuni Reservation area, where Henley was taken? Does pieces of Tara Calico's Walkman being found at a campground increase the chances of Michael Henley being in that photograph? So, yeah, it's bizarre. Let's not fall for false dichotomies. Is it possible there was no intention to kill her? Is it possible that Lawrence Romero Jr. did in fact know Tara Calico? Did in fact want to run her off the road, possibly even assault and rape her? Is it possible that one of these associates, possibly the unnamed one, took over from there and she actually wasn't dead? And he just took her body? And then he went to this other campground and these other campgrounds and also kidnapped this boy. I'm just thinking outside the box, because how do we connect all these pieces? It's quite curious indeed. Here is a really, really detailed write-up on unresolved mysteries, a very interesting subreddit for true crime. This was posted by West Kendall Jenner 3 years ago. The disappearance of Tara Calico. This is my first part in the series on the disappearance of Tara Calico. Like many of you, my introduction to this case was when I came across the infamous Polaroid several years ago. She has been discussed here several times, but I wanted to do a very comprehensive write-up of her disappearance, and there is so much I want to cover I can't do it in one post. Who was Tara Calico? Tara Lee Calico was born on February 28, 1969, to Patty and David Calico in Albuquerque, New Mexico. A gifted student, she began taking college classes at the University of New Mexico's Valencia campus in her senior year and majored in psychology. After graduation, she took a job at Balin's First National Bank, where she worked for 11 months before she quit in August 88 to attend school full time. Interesting point there, because she quit in August, less than a month. She's a month later. She's abducted. So here again, we have these timeline issues of irregularities. Now, irregularities aren't good. That is interesting. Her mom, Patty, was a longtime employee of the Santa Fe Railway, who started out as a clerk in Kansas City before moving up to an assistant train master for the BNSF Railroad in Balin. Now here's another issue with this. So the other Polaroid that is seemingly the goof Polaroid, like whatever, the prank, gag, whatever, that's taken place on a train, and the mother of a missing person who's alleged by some to be in this photograph, just another coincidence. And again, I'm not saying there are no such things as a coincidence. Every case usually has around one. Once you get two or more and go into dozens and dozens, like the Maura Murray case or the Stephen Avery case, you have to say something is afoot. You can't be that much of a brainless coincidence theorist. But in this case, for example, in that shot, you can't see the female's face very well, so that could very well be the coincidence in this case. Maybe it's the Walkman being found at the campground trailhead. I would assume they would have searched that area thoroughly, but again, if it is her in the photograph, what happened afterwards? They went to California after that? I don't know. This is tough to put all these pieces together, the anomalies, the coincidences. So back to this right up here, her mother separated from David in January 1975, and while working in the railway yards, met a fellow employee named John Dole. So he works for a railway company as well, who she quickly hit it off with. Like her, John was divorced in his early 30s, had 2 children from a previous marriage, and had worked at the railroad much of his adult life. Patty and John married in June 1975, and John quickly fell in love with feisty 6-year-old teeny Tara. By all accounts, Tara was a responsible, kind, organized, and independent teenager. The very independent child who began cooking her own breakfast before she was even big enough to reach the stove. She loved animals and had bought her stepdad a Rottweiler for his birthday 10 days before she disappeared. Her gut feeling about a male coworker led to her best friend getting married, and she herself was described as the type of girl you'd want to bring home to your mother. Tara was also highly athletic. She was the popular manager of her high school track team, enjoyed track and tennis, and took a long-distance bike ride almost every morning when weather permitted. It was on one of these bike rides that she would disappear, September 20th, 1988. And this Walkman was found on September 24th, 1988, at the entrance to the John F. Kennedy campground, a number of miles to the northeast. New Mexico State Road 47 is a 59.6-mile long highway that passes through Bernalillo, Valencia, and Socorro counties before ending at the intersection with US 60. Tara would cycle along the lower half of 47, a mostly straight line southeast of Rio Communities, down to the railroad tracks near Diablo Road. That's ominous. Before turning back home. It was roughly a 36-mile ride through the lonely rural territory, with miles of desert and sagebrush on either side, with the occasional ranch dotting the roadside. Patty had ridden her bike on this route before, but stopped after one incident earlier in 1988 when she was frightened by a man following her in his car. She tried to get Tara to stop riding that route, or to at least carrying start carrying mace with her, but Tara didn't feel the same danger her mother did and brushed it off. Okay, so that's a little bit better of an explanation. So her mom apparently, I guess, kept telling her it's too dangerous, don't go there, go somewhere else, and Tara simply didn't listen. She's 19 years old. Again, that doesn't seem that strange upon this explanation. Tara woke before 9 a.m. on the morning of September 20th, 1988. She laid out her tennis attire and school books on her bed. She had a match with her boyfriend at 12:30 p.m. and then class at 3:30 p.m. and asked Patty to come pick her up if she wasn't back by noon so she wouldn't be late. Because her own bike had a flat tire, she took Patty's bike, a neon pink 10-speed Huffy with yellow control cables and sidewalls, and left. All right, there we have our explanation. The first half of Tara's ride was perfectly normal. She biked 17 miles to the railroad tracks before heading back home to get ready for her tennis match. At 11:30 a.m., 2 ranch hands saw her biking north towards home. At 11:45 a.m., 3 men driving south on their way home from a hunting trip witnessed something unsettling. Tara pedaling along on her mom's pink Huffy while an older off-white pickup truck followed closely behind. She had her headphones on and appeared to be oblivious to the car behind her. Then another man driving south saw the same car still following an apparently unaware Tara at a spot 4.5 miles from Rio Communities. There appeared to be more than one man inside the vehicle. Inside the truck, the pickup truck. This was the last known sighting of Tara Calico alive. All right, so basically, these 3 men driving home from a hunting trip, they don't decide to investigate. They see a car driving dangerously close behind a female bicyclist, and they don't, at least, I don't know, not just them, but then another man saw the same scene. So that's 4 individuals who saw her at this approximate location at 11:45 a.m., shortly after 11:45 a.m. This is bizarre. I guess it depends on how closely they were behind her, because if they were just semi-close, I mean, we've probably all seen that scene where we thought it looked a little strange, but if they're right up on her, that, I don't know, what would people do? I mean, I guess most people didn't have cell phones at the time, but would you turn around and follow and make sure everything's okay? Would you call the police to have them check? If they had done any of those things, would this have not happened? At 12:05, Patty Dole set out to look for Tara. That is a doting mother. I mean, she's supposed to be back by 12. She only gives her 5 minutes before she leaves. That's a pretty good response right there. Most people would probably wait at least 10, 20 minutes, maybe even a half an hour or an hour. She drove the whole way down to the railroad tracks and then back up again twice, but couldn't find her. Thinking she might have had an accident, she called the local hospital, but was told that nobody matching her daughter's description had been admitted. She enlisted a few of Tara's friends to help her look later that afternoon, but when they too could find no sign of Tara or the bicycle, Patty called the Valencia County Sheriff's Office. Lawrence Romero, who had been the sheriff since 1976, immediately suspected foul play. Quote, "We feel this is an involuntary disappearance," end quote. "We understand from talking to her parents and friends that this is totally out of character for her to turn up missing," end quote. Okay, what are the chances here? If his son is responsible for her disappearance, possible rape, possible murder, what does this say? That the sheriff, at this time, if he doesn't know that his son is responsible, or maybe he does and he's putting up this front, what are the chances when in all these other cases where it's obvious that foul play should be suspected, and then sheriffs just write it off, oh, she's probably, the missing person's probably at a friend's house, or they ran away, no reason to suspect foul play. But in this case, what are the chances that if his son is responsible, the sheriff is saying this? Yeah, this is definitely a unique case. The next day, on the west side of the highway, just 4 miles from Rio Communities, police found a set of bike tracks that veered off the side of the road. So According to this, it was the next day, not the day of her disappearance. Police found a set of bike tracks that veered off the side of the road into a soft shoulder and led to a spot 100 yards away. 100 yards from the road? Where they discovered some tire tracks and fresh oil slick. A brief trail of footprints led to a spot where they found something even more ominous. Tara's Boston cassette tape and the front plastic window of her Walkman. So it was just the front plastic window. The rest of her broken Walkman was found 20 miles away on September 24th near the entrance of the remote John F. Kennedy campground at the foot of the Manzano Mountains. More than 300 land and air searchers scoured the mountains and the river Bosque over the weekend, but nothing else was found and the effort was scaled back on the 27th. I mean, these sound like extensive searches. Does that mean she was in a camper van and she got taken away, or in another vehicle and she was taken away from that area? Or if this was Lawrence Romero Jr. and his buddies, or other individuals, possibly known to them, possibly not, if they had taken her to a basement or dumped her in a pond or whatever, did they just want to dump the Walkman there to get everybody looking in the wrong direction away from town if she was buried somewhere in town? And this is all quite tragic because if this is 100 yards from the road, so if they bumped her with the truck or scared her in some kind of way, if they were grabbing at her on the road. See, other witnesses said they were grabbing. In this article, in this write-up, it doesn't specifically say that, just following close behind. In other articles, apparently there were, I think, 7 individuals who spotted her. Not sure if they also spotted the truck, though. So other individuals might have simply seen her riding back towards home. So, I mean, it's all quite tragic because Lawrence Romero Jr. also lives relatively close to her. So this isn't a case of her biking all the way out to Diablo Road, something happening out there where no one sees anything. She's actually getting relatively close to home, and there's plenty of witnesses that see this incident with the truck. It's a shame they couldn't remember the license plates or part of the license plate of this truck to be tracked down, because that would be the smoking gun, I would believe. Because what are the chances that this kind of situation can happen and then someone else kidnapped her and not the men in this vehicle? So if they ran her off the road and then there's footprints, she's trying to run away, and then they grab her, it's haunting to even think about that. Meanwhile, detectives were following up on other leads and interviewing people up and down 47 who might have seen Tara on her bike. They turned up 7 witnesses who saw her, 5 of whom also saw the suspicious pickup. At least 4 of these witnesses underwent hypnosis to mixed results. So they couldn't get the plate. They also ruled out any connection to the case of Deborah Lansdale, a 29-year-old nurse who had disappeared from Baylen under suspicious circumstances on September 21st, 1985. So that's a couple of years earlier. A bike water bottle found discarded in someone's yard was initially thought to be Tara's, but later turned out not to be hers. A disturbed patch of earth by the side of New Mexico 47 was dug up but yielded nothing, and so did a field that was excavated after a woman called to say she heard digging there the day after Tara vanished. So they sound like they're being relatively thorough. They're digging up all these areas and everything. Detectives also questioned 3 men who they found sitting in the back of their pickup drinking beer, but the beer didn't match the cans found at the scene where Tara's cassette tape was found. These men were drinking Bud, not Old Milwaukee. On October 25th, Sheriff Romero announced that they believed at least 2 men were involved in Tara's abduction. Based on the witness who came forward to say he saw 2 people in the pickup at 11:45 a.m. The suspect driver was a 35 to 45-year-old white male with reddish-brown hair. Is this one of the guys described by the deathbed confessor, who was between 5'9" and 6 foot and weighed 190 to 210 and had blue or hazel eyes with deep wrinkles between his eyes and by his temples? The car was white or off-white, mid-50s to early 60s Ford pickup with a camper shell. Chrome wheels, oversized tires, and a Ford emblem with crushed red glass letters. It bore New Mexico plates that began with WBY or WBZ and ended with the number 6. The sketch generated over 100 phone tips and 4 interviews, but no arrests. I cannot believe they could not track this vehicle down. They got a partial plate either. I mean, if this is brought up through unreliable hypnosis, it doesn't state here. I mean, we have a sketch. The sketch is fairly generic. The only thing you could tell is that there are pronounced wrinkles around the eyes. But if this partial plate is accurate, if they have the beginning and end of the plate, if that's accurate, and again, if they're saying it's 6, I guess if it was far away, I mean, it possibly maybe could have been 5. What else looks like 6? Maybe even 8. They could have obviously, mixed and matched because this is an off-white truck. They know it's mid-50s to early 60s with a camper shell. Not every pickup truck has a camper shell. So you would think that people could possibly have remembered seeing this in the area because is this vehicle just passing through? Or is it someone that's local? If it was local, you would think they would have been able to find it. So there were over 100 phone tips and there were 4 interviews. So does that mean that someone resembling the sketch was interviewed? But again, it's fairly generic sketch. The photograph, we already discussed that. I won't get into that. And Michael Henley disappeared 5 months before Tara, so not immediately before. 1989 onwards, in 1991, Patty and John Dole became authorized deputies in order to do their own search for Tara, pursuing leads on their own and using the sheriff's office copy machine to print out over 80,000 flyers. You know what else is really sad? They're working very, very closely with Sheriff Romero. Did Sheriff Romero help his son cover this up, or did Sheriff Romero not even know his son was responsible for whatever period of time? I mean, yeah, this is right out of a movie. It's really weird to think about that. They had been critical of the police investigation in the case almost since the beginning. For example, they said that 3 potential suspects killed themselves before police got to them and had wanted to do their own search. This is 1991. Wow. Is it possible they didn't kill themselves and this was Sheriff Romero going around making sure this cover-up stuck? Because if his son was either suicided or killed or actually committed suicide in 1991, did he just tie up all the loose ends? Because what if he unwittingly was forced to help somehow? If he overheard them talking or something of that nature and he didn't really want to, but on the other hand, maybe because of ego, he didn't want to be known as the sheriff whose son had done this while he was investigating under his nose, basically. I mean, how would you react if you're in that situation? It's easy to talk about it from the sidelines, but if you really try to put yourselves mentally in these individuals' shoes, it's very difficult. How many sheriffs would have their ego get the best of them and cover something up like this instead of being known as the father of the murderer if you're the sheriff? It's just really bizarre to think about. If that's true, of course, this is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over information reported here. Contract investigator Jay Eschenberg of the district attorney's office told the Albuquerque Journal in November 1996 that Tara's abduction was a violent crime, a crime of opportunity, that led to her being raped and murdered. Detectives had always assumed that she was kidnapped by more than one person due to her physical fitness, and Eschenberg identified a trio of suspects that he strongly believed worked together. It is unclear if his 3 suspects belonged to the group of 4 boys mentioned further down. The case went mostly dormant until September 2008, when the then sheriff Rene Rivera announced to the public that he knew what had happened to Tara Calico 19 years earlier. According to him, 4 boys who knew Tara accidentally hit her with their pickup truck while she was biking along 47, threw her and the bicycle in the back of their truck, and took her to a gravel pit. When she threatened to make sure they all went to jail, they killed her and disposed of the bicycle in an undisclosed junkyard. Okay, so just a quick point here. If there was no rape, if she knew these, if she was acquainted with the boys, and what did she think they were trying to do? They were going to dispose her of the bicycle. If she knew them and was fairly, I guess she would have to know them fairly well to threaten to go to the police without fearing that they would kill her. I'm not sure there. Maybe they just, I don't know what they were saying this whole time, because I don't know. That's tough to think about also. It was sort of an open secret that they had murdered Tara, and their parents aided in the cover-up, but without Tara's body, Sheriff Rivera said he couldn't press charges against anyone. This angered John, who questioned why he would publicly say this if he wasn't going to arrest anyone with the circumstantial evidence he had said. So how many of the overlap between these suspects are these other suspects that committed suicide, and possibly another different trio by Jay Eschenberg of the DA's office? So he had a trio of his suspects in mind, and then there was this other group, which may or may not also be part of a group that committed suicide early on in 91, by 91. Yeah, this is not a simple case. The photograph bounced back into the news summer 2009 when Police Chief David Barnes of Port St. Joe received two strange photos of a sandy-haired young boy, one an original photo of the child and another with a black marker scribbled over his mouth to resemble tape. The first was postmarked June 2nd, the second August 10th. 2 months apart. Both were mailed from Albuquerque with no accompanying note or return address. August 12th, 2 days later, from the second one, Port St. Joe Star received another letter showing the same boy with black marker scribbled over his mouth. The boy in these pictures has never been identified, and it is unknown whether it's the same child as the one in the Polaroid found in June 1989. So in 1989, okay, no widespread use of internet, at least not comparable to anything in 2009. 2009, widespread use of internet among all law enforcement agencies, civilians, everyone, and they can't identify this kid. That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. The latest news in Tara's case came in 2013 when a task force consisting of 6 local and federal agents reopened the investigation. A documentary produced by Melinda Esquivel and R.J. Mitt of Breaking Bad fame is supposedly in the works, but the project appears to be in limbo and there hasn't been an update in 7 months. In November 2002, Tara's biological father, David, was walking home from a bar in Albuquerque when he was mugged by 2 men who stole his wallet, 2 rings, and his heart medication. He went home, went to bed, and died of a major heart attack in his sleep. Patty and John moved to Port Charlotte, Florida in September 2003, and Patty soon began suffering from a series of strokes, which she passed away from on May 11, 2006. Tara is listed as a survivor in her obituary. John Dole is still alive today. This was 3 years ago. So just jump across to another theory that I haven't seen mentioned before. This is on culturecrossfire.com. Unsolved Mysteries and Scary Stuff. Tara Calico, Michael Henley, and Joan Gay Croft by Andrew Lutsky, June 25th, 2015. Sheriff Rene Rivera stared at the small array of reporters in front of him. He knew that their public outreach was perhaps the last chance to solve a cold case. He needed a whistleblower. He believed that somewhere in the Arizona desert there was a young woman's body, by now nothing more than bones. However, this skeleton contains vital DNA that may hold clues as to what happened to Tara Calico. The article mentions a few more details about the Henley case. Henley was a 9-year-old boy who went on a camping trip to the Zuni Mountains with his father and a family friend. April 89, within 20 minutes of arriving, Henley had disappeared, and the search for him by family and the police turned up nothing. And then the article goes on to go over the photos that we already went over. For the next 20 years, the case lay cold. Sheriff Rene Rivera, in charge of the county where Calico disappeared, came in front of the press and revealed that the investigation of the past revealed that two teenagers were riding in the pickup truck in question when they saw Calico riding along the highway. Does that mean they did find the truck? How could they have the teenagers and not the truck if they had the plate and the exact type of truck? They began to mess with Calico, and in the process, the truck accidentally hit Tara's bike. She made threats to call local law and report the teen's behavior, which prompted them to abduct Calico, murder her, and hide her body in the vast nothingness of Arizona. That actually makes more sense along these lines. If they're riding next to her and tugging at her, pushing at her, if she knows them, nothing bad has really happened there. Nothing super bad. They're just kind of being super annoying and obviously endangering her, but nothing, this isn't a rape or murder at this point. It's some kind of an assault, and she's threatening to go to the police with this kind of behavior because they're grabbing at her while driving next to her and she's riding her bike. It's super dangerous. And at this point, they make the decision because they don't want to get in trouble for that, and then it spirals out of control. That makes a little bit more sense than her bringing that up after they already rape her or hit her and run her off the road. Without her body, Sheriff Rivera wasn't comfortable making an arrest. Two other teens are suspected of participating in the cover-up of the crime. So apparently these are not the individuals that committed suicide then, because this is in 2009. Now here's a 2016 update with information I haven't seen. Police records now indicate that a few boys, including an ex-boyfriend of Calico's, plotted out her kidnapping, rape, and murder. No arrests have ever been made. A documentary crew who is in the process of funding a film on this case went to Arizona and reported that some in the town where Calico disappeared from were definitely hiding something. So how many groups of suspects are there, and how many of them committed suicide? So the ones that committed suicide, they didn't do it, or were they acquainted with the ones that did it? Are these overlapping groups of people is the question now. Witnesses who may have info on the teen's disappearance have been threatened and harassed by persons unknown, and it seems the perpetrators plan on making sure Calico's case remains cold. Tara's biological parents have since passed away. Her stepfather still lives in Florida and has publicly stated that Sheriff Rivera should have remained silent if he wasn't planning on making any arrests. The true identities of the children in the infamous photo remain unresolved to this day. Interesting. So someone is naming Tara Calico's ex-boyfriend as part of this plot? Apparently this was a plotted out kidnapping, rape, and murder, according to this update here. And then, of course, we can't dismiss the individual that apparently was made her mother feel uncomfortable and stop biking with her. Who was that individual? And is it just coincidental? Is that situation another coincidence there? So the story with Lawrence Romero Jr.'s death is also weird. So this is the son of then Sheriff Lawrence Romero. According to this West Kendall Jenner guy that wrote this write-up on Reddit that we started earlier, he ostensibly died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, possibly while playing Russian roulette. His friend says he went to the bathroom and was in there only a few minutes when he heard the shot, ran out to see what was wrong, and found Junior lying dead on the floor. However, Sheriff Romero believed his son was murdered and accused Valencia County PD of doing a shoddy investigation. So the sheriff is criticizing the county PD. There's a whole list of things pointing to the friend's guilt, including a neighbor who heard them arguing less than an hour before the shot was fired, a whiskey bottle found in the bathroom sink that he could not explain, and the bullet trajectory being inconsistent with a normal self-inflicted wound. The suspect was tried in court for evidence tampering, a fourth-degree felony in New Mexico, in relation to the case, but was acquitted. The thing that's weird, though, who goes to the bathroom to randomly play Russian roulette? Is that some kind of a weird tick, where every time you go to the bathroom, you leave a handgun there and you just pull the trigger, and then you spin and pull the trigger as often as going to the bathroom if you have a death wish or something? That doesn't make a lot of sense at all. Okay, here's another Reddit post which actually predates the other one. This is 4 years ago, posted by Coriolis. Tara Calico, about as resolved as it can get. Also from Unresolved Mysteries. I wanted to make a write-up on the case so I can have something to link to every time someone mentions the Polaroid. Tara Calico is known by most people as a possible match for a tied-up girl in a Polaroid left in a parking lot in the 80s. She went missing on September 20th, 1988, last seen taking a bike ride along a state road. Pieces of her Walkman and a cassette tape were found on her usual route. And also, so it was just the glass that was found near the road, and then the rest of it was found at the campground, 20 miles away, 20 miles northeast. What most people overlook are the case documents in the public record. I'm attempting to summarize them here and separate the wheat from the chaff, since it's a lot of content, and this person said this thing in an interview. Dying man Henry Brown requested an interview with Deputy Frank Methola that is detailed in the case docs, date not included, but I assume it had been many years after her disappearance. Brown stated that he hung out with some troublemaking teens. One of them, Lawrence Romero Jr., son of the sheriff Lawrence Romero Sr. Jr. dealt drugs and was also interested in Tara, but she was dating another guy, Jeff Abeda, who also happened to sell drugs. So these are druggies and neighbors, and wow, if this is true. Brown was partying with Junior and his buddies at Junior's trailer, specifically the makeshift basement under it. So this isn't a real basement, it's a makeshift basement trailer. Part of the party talk included Junior and his friends talking about how they hit Tara with their truck, then raped and killed her. They hid her body in the bushes, and when the search intensified, moved her under a tarp in the makeshift basement and then later to a pond. A man named Donald Dutcher also came forward in late 2013 to say one of the suspects confessed to him. The problem with this investigation, well, first off, one of the prime suspects was the son of the sheriff. Second of all, speculation that Deputy Sheriff, later Sheriff Rene Rivera, was a dirty cop who had their backs. But then why would he come out with information later then? Thirdly, all of the suspects are now deceased. Junior either committed suicide or played a game of Russian roulette, depending on who you asked, in 91, and supposedly left a note confessing, which was not entered into evidence by Deputy Rivera. The docs are vague on who the other suspects are, so I'm not going to name the names, although there are plenty. So again, it's unclear which sheriff covered this all up. Because wouldn't it be more likely that Senior disposed of the note and covered it all up? Or maybe a combination of both. Maybe Rivera gave Senior the note, then it goes missing, Rivera doesn't ask any questions, but years later, he wants to make it public. None of this really makes any sense. I mean, can't they do some kind of radar tests for skeletal remains, or is that too difficult to do? They'd have to drain all these ponds, but how many ponds could there possibly be in that specific area? And people chiming in here on these theories are stating that there really are not that many ponds around that area. Other people also bring up sonar equipment, which can show the bottom of ponds quite accurately. Also, some people believe that the bike went in the pond with the body, in which case would the bike be easier to spot with sonar? Other people also keep discussing the Polaroids. Some parents actually said they couldn't even notice their own kids depending on certain photographs. So it's, there's obviously a wide range on the spectrum of how easy it would be. A few other commentaries also list here that Patty believed that the clues were left behind by Tara in an attempt to mark her trail regarding the Walkman that was recovered near the John F. Kennedy campgrounds. Interesting. I didn't see that tidbit before. Other theories, of course, that she was sex trafficked, and of course Florida is a hub. So if they're going back and forth to Florida, is it possible they're going back and forth then to California again? It's just curious how these Polaroids were found. So a couple more details about Donald Dutcher. This was posted by the Gemini Tiger on imgur.com. Donald Dutcher had a presence among Tara Calico's class in high school, particularly among the group of boys suspected in her disappearance. Back in the day, 28 years ago, he'd park his car at his friend's laundromat and eventually attract a crowd of neighborhood kids. That's how he became acquainted with a number of the locals and learned a little bit about everyone. Tara Calico was described by witnesses as an intelligent, athletic, and attractive young girl throughout high school. Donald elaborated she wasn't the party type. She was more interested in staying focused on schoolwork and her various responsibilities. John Dole, her stepfather, said she had always been focused and self-sufficient as a child. Dutcher knew one of the boys suspected of being in the truck. Charles Houghton was a known drug dealer, a known drug user among his friends and locals of Balin. Throughout high school, he was constantly skipping school and smoking weed with his friends. His drug addiction eventually led to heroin later in adulthood. Houghton confessed to Dutcher, claiming he couldn't live with the guilt. Unfortunately, it was around the time that Dutcher spent some time in jail in another state and was unable to forward this information. As if you can't forward the information through... I mean, what do you mean he can't forward the information? That's weird. Agents from the task force questioned him on other people that may have been suspects, and from what I was able to verify, it seems Donald's memory of the events and the information seemed reliable. Of all the witnesses interviewed, I was the most impressed by his statement. Dutcher mentioned another boy who seemed to be the main person of interest, Lawrence Romero Jr., but didn't quite know him as well as Houghton. And these interviews were recorded on video with a video camera, according to these case file documents, which are public. Bizarre. Henry Brown, an older gentleman at the time, lived up the street from Romero. He was associated with the boys and the overall scene in a number of ways. One being he was a worker at the high school they attended, and he also relied on Romero for his drug fix. So it looks like these are all a circle of drug users and drug dealers. According to Brown, Romero lived in a trailer on his father's rental property. He had built a makeshift basement under his trailer, and that's where he partied with his friends and sold drugs. So Romero, the son of the sheriff, is a drug dealer. Sometimes after Calico had disappeared, Brown went to visit Romero, who was partying with friends, and saw a grave wrapped in a blue tarp in the basement. So he's not seeing specifically a body necessarily. He's seeing a grave wrapped in a blue tarp, possibly in the shape of a body of a young woman. That's when Romero and his friends began to open up about the case. And I guess if they were high on drugs, whatever, they might just say whatever, right? If they were completely sober, maybe they wouldn't, but I don't know. Again, these are all variables we have to keep in mind. Allegedly, Romero was driving an older model truck at the time, the 1950s F-100, as seen by witnesses. What? So why is this allegedly? So nobody in town knows what he's riding? How can this not be nailed down? I don't understand why this is so vague. Apparently, everyone knew that Calico rode her bike through town and down the highway and major streets. It was easy for them to track her down. That's an interesting point, because if these are friends with an ex-boyfriend or whatever, and they're friends with friends, and people see her while they're driving, whatever, so it's known that she rides her bike almost every morning on that stretch. So this could be a targeted attack here. It doesn't have to be a crime of opportunity. Romero then hit her with the truck and threw her in the bed along with the bike. The discussions became graphic when one of the boys claimed to have raped her inside the camper. Brown then claimed the boys took her out to the gravel pits where they continued to rape and sodomize her in seclusion. She got ballsy, Romero said among his friends, describing a moment when Calico stood up to defend herself and threatened to have them thrown in jail. That's when a couple of boys held her down and Romero stabbed her to death, and they discarded the body in the nearby bushes. The motivation behind all of this was believed to be a malicious and violent act of jealousy. There may have been some kind of violent feud between Romero's gang and Calico boyfriend at the time, Jeff Abeda. Okay, here's a couple points here. I suppose it's possible they could have accidentally hit her. If they were drunk or high, maybe they noticed her, they knew it was her, they just wanted to screw around and they accidentally hit her and killed her there. And they just told this tall tale about her threatening to go to the cops and all the rapes. I mean, any combination of this could be true, because we don't know, of course. We're not going to take the word of drug dealers and criminals as gospel. Maybe they did rape and murder her, but she didn't get ballsy as he alleged. They were just making up stories, and part of it was true, but not all of it. Curious. When the search began, they got nervous and moved the body beneath the trailer, and that's when Brown saw it. The boys, so he saw them moving the body under the trailer? The boys threatened his life. If you ever say anything, we'll come for you next. Brown has only come forward with this information now due to failing health, and he wanted to pass it on before he died. But if all of these guys are dead already, why? I mean, shouldn't he have had come forward in 1991 when Romero, or is he afraid of friends or friends of friends that aren't dead? Tara's body was moved again to its final resting place, supposedly buried somewhere inside Valencia County somewhere. The bike was said to be discarded at a junkyard. It's theorized that Romero was never brought to justice because his father, Lawrence Romero Sr., was the chief of police at the time. Several of the witnesses believed that there was a cover-up. Brown had choice words for Sheriff Rene Rivera, who was a deputy in '88, that he believed helped cover up Calico's murder. Your sheriff there is not innocent. Months after making his statement to the police, Brown passed away. So he's alleging that Rene Rivera helped Romero Sr. covered this up. A surprising amount of deaths and misfortunes seemed to plague the group of people involved with her disappearance. Of the 4 boys suspected of her abduction and murder, only one is believed to be alive today. One of the unnamed suspects, in some poetic justice, was supposedly hit by a truck and died. I was not able to verify his death, but I've read this from multiple witness reports. Former Sheriff and Commissioner Lawrence Romero Sr., considered by witnesses to play an influential role in the cover-up of Calico's murder, suffered the loss of 2 children since then. Romero Jr. was cited by various witnesses and was believed to be the boy that struck Tara with a vehicle, abducted and murdered her, then buried the body somewhere in Valencia County. To get an idea of what a lunatic he was, I was able to verify that in 1991 he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound playing an actual game of Russian roulette. Romero Sr. then lost a daughter in 2013. And again, this story about the Russian roulette, that sounds a little bit far-fetched. Perhaps one of his drug associates wanted to take him out, and if they were arguing shortly before, and they were drunken and or high, again, this is not an uncommon situation among drug users and dealers. Charles Houghton made a chilling confession to Donald Dutcher, saying that he was constantly haunted by her voice. According to Dutcher, Houghton took the easy way out. I wasn't able to uncover any details about his apparent suicide, but I believe it was drug-related. Houghton's death was indeed verified by an obituary from 2008. As for Sheriff Rene Rivera, he ended up losing his position as chief in 2010. and has long been criticized by locals for being corrupt and perpetuating the crime that's plagued Balin. A simple Google search will reveal a rabbit hole of complaints and discussion related to Rivera. Mystery still surrounds the case. The task force ended their investigation in 2014 and won't be reopening it unless a confession is made or a body is discovered. Tara is still missing. It's quite curious, though, because early on, what was it, in 91, supposedly there were 3 suspects that committed suicide at that point. Now, according to this article, there's other individuals involved, some of which hadn't died until 2008, another one of which was struck by a truck and died. So how many individuals exactly were involved? Or were these just people who told other people? And this was all considered an open secret in town? And how can they not verify what kind of truck the sheriff's son was driving? Or is this a second or third vehicle? If he has another main vehicle, that might make more sense, and then they drove it there and just simply switched the plate at a junkyard or something. I don't know. This is highly bizarre. A couple more little details here. There were rumors that she had been getting threats, that Tara Calico was getting threats, and also that Jeff Abeta was a drug dealer, possibly running in a drug dealing gang in conflict or competition with Romero Jr.'s. And some of these individuals could have been involved in this plot. And there was actually a People magazine article, late August 2017. The article came out June 2018, where in this article it says, witnesses said Calico was followed that morning by a pickup truck, and investigators learned that in the months before she went missing, threatening notes were left on her vehicle. Interesting. And people were also possibly stalking her mother, which is why she stopped biking. Why is this not known early? This is really bizarre. I don't know. This is really bizarre. So apparently she had broken up with this. Is Abeta her ex-boyfriend or her current boyfriend at this time? This is all very, very bizarre. I knew my parents knew immediately that some foul play had happened, says Chris Calico, Tara's older brother, 52. We didn't have any idea what. I knew nearly 3 decades later, they may finally learn the truth. Tara's case has seen a flurry of activity in recent years. A multi-agency task force examined it in 2013 and 2014, a key burst of momentum, and both the FBI and Valencia County Sheriff's Office are probing at least 2 living local suspects. So how many people were involved if all these other people died or committed suicide, and now there's still 2 living local suspects? Though they declined to discuss their probable theories or the suspects' names. Also, the car wreck she got into was in high school, so it doesn't state the year, but does that car wreck have something to do with the ex-boyfriend or some of these other individuals? What is going on? I don't know if there were more details ever revealed on what the circumstances of that car wreck were either. Law enforcement sources tell People that Tara may have been taken by someone whom she knew. It's a possibility endorsed by Sergeant Rowland and former Valencia County Sheriff Rene Rivera, who worked as the case's lead investigator for a decade, starting in '96 and left office in 2011. Citing 2 informants, Rivera thinks Tara could have been killed by at least 2 teenage boys from the community who acted with 2 accomplices. He tells People one theory was that she was attacked by boys riding together in a pickup truck that crossed her path on her bike ride that fateful September day. As Sheriff Rivera has said, the boys' families then helped them cover up their crime. He still believes Tara is likely buried somewhere in the county. Current investigators are skeptical of a conspiracy, so criminals can only act alone. Although both Rivera and Ron Lopez, a retired chief deputy district attorney long involved in the case, acknowledge previous complications, such as information that seemed to leak from within the sheriff's office. So there's all these complications and yet no conspiracy. And it just goes on to highlight Melinda Esquivel and her podcast documentary. But that's curious. So 4 main perpetrators and then family members and or other friends and gang members might have also known about it? Or drug dealers? Huh. Another article here is on TaraCalico.com. Baylen, New Mexico is one of New Mexico's greatest mysteries. A young woman from a small, typically seen as safe town vanished without a trace. Rumors and so many questions have been circling for the last 29 years. Now there is renewed hope that answers may also finally be found regarding the disappearance of Tara Calico. This isn't just an urban legend, just a story out there or a photograph or something people heard about or warned kids about. Michelle, Tara's sister, said, "This was a person and she deserves it." Her sister Michelle is not ready to stop looking, and after years of disappointment, she is now taking matters in her own hands with the help of a friend. Melinda Esquivel didn't have many friends until she bonded with Tara on a band trip in high school. She said, "Nope, you were hanging out with us and took me and hugged me, and that is how we became friends," Esquivel said. After Tara's disappearance, Esquivel moved on with life. Then after one Christmas dinner with friends, Tara came up again. The response I got from those at the table who were my classmates were, "Oh, Melinda, the whole town knows who did it." It was after that conversation the Justice for Tara Calico mission began. Melinda Esquivel, who is a filmmaker, decided to create a documentary, but when she saw the case file at the sheriff's office, the mission took a new turn. They were in shambles. There were files with people's names on it, and there was nothing in there, Esquivel said. That's weird. So everything was removed? That doesn't seem sketchy at all. It was like, okay, now what? What do we do now? So we started investigating. The investigation took them to places they didn't expect. According to Esquivel, people did not want to talk about what happened, and says through the course of her investigation, her life and her family's lives have been threatened. Wow. That's quite mind-shocking in a case where supposedly all these suspects are dead. However, she says progress in the investigation has been made. According to Esquivel, different areas that were overlooked before are now being searched, unearthing secrets that have been hidden for years. She also believes that there are too many powerful people involved who do not want the case to be solved. People have passed who have strong ties to the community who may have deflected people coming forward from talking and getting involved. I think that has made a difference, Esquivel said. Michelle and Melinda have shared all the information they've gathered with investigators at the Valencia County Sheriff's Department, who remain the lead agency on the case. The two are also releasing what they've learned through a podcast that is now being shared around the country. Hollywood stars and many others are joining the fight Justice for Tara. Despite the picture many believed could have been Tara found in a parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida, months after her disappearance, Michelle and Melinda believe the story goes no further than Valencia County. Much of the information covered cannot be released to the public because the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are still building a case. A new detective was recently appointed to the case. So that's interesting. There were also supposedly, I don't know if they mentioned this on the podcast or this was elsewhere, that Romero Jr.'s van was spotted in Port St. Joe at approximately that year. I don't know what that means. Would that be too coincidental or near Port St. Joe? However, Michelle and Melinda do not believe that the story ever leaves Valencia County, this whole situation. So all quite bizarre, with so many mind shocks. But it's curious because at the time, for people just reading the case in passing, like they do nowadays for a lot of cases, I covered quite a bit of cases, and there are always coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists who never think that police could ever be involved in any kind of cover-up. So they don't even entertain these notions that they consider outlandish conspiracy theories. But in a certain amount of cases, this is actually what happens, and that's why the case remains unsolved. So it's very curious why so many coincidence theorists out there refuse to acknowledge the possibility. They think invoking Occam's razor, which they invoke completely incorrectly, somehow disqualifies conspiracies or law enforcement cover-ups from being possible. Obviously, they're possible. Obviously, they happen in a certain percentage of cases, and obviously knowing which case it is very difficult without having enough evidence. But of course, quite silly and disrespectful to victims to not even examine all possible avenues, because these are why some of these cases remain unsolved. And possibly, and in terms of family members of the perpetrator, so if the perpetrators are all dead, suicide, murder, drug overdose, hit by truck, whatever, their family members, particularly if they're, I guess, powerful people in the community, maybe tied to politicians in the area or just really rich people, perhaps they don't want their family members' names dragged through the mud, so they'd rather the whole thing be forgotten. But it's kind of brazen to be threatening documentary filmmakers' lives. If that's true, that's brazen. The audacity. I mean, it's rough, but hopefully, if the FBI supposedly is now involved in the case, so that does look good. That does look good, so hopefully there will be justice served soon, if at nothing else, just closure. But the people that threatened others from coming forward, they should also be held accountable as well. Tampering or interfering with an investigation, intimidation, all these things. So, I hope you guys found another edition of MindShock True Crime informative and interesting. If you did and you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You can also just go to youtube.com/mindshock to manually check for updates and peruse our ever-expanding back catalog. If you want to keep awareness up in this case, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patreon is to get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And today we're going over the haunting Dior Coons Jr. case. A missing child case that has baffled many, law enforcement and the nation itself. I have actually not heard of this case until it was requested recently, but we will be doing a deep dive in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront in an attempt to discover what exactly went down in Idaho regarding the Dior Coons Jr. case and what the future for the case holds. As always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help MINDSHOCK get more mind-shocking content out there to keep up awareness not just in this missing persons case, but in other cases, wrongful convictions, and unsolved cold cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, just for a quick primer on the case here, we're going to start with the Idaho Statesman article, updated October 28th, 2021 by Nate Eaton, EastIdahoNews.com. Dior Coons went missing 4 years ago. Family says the day will haunt the rest of our lives. Dior Coons Jr. went missing July 10th while on a camping trip with his family in the Salmon Chalice National Forest. Despite extensive searches and national media attention, there's been no sign of the 3-year-old. 4 years ago today, so this article published October 28th, 2021, so we'll be coming up on 5 years in a few months. Dior Coons Jr. disappeared while on a camping trip in Lemhi County. The Idaho Falls 2-year-old vanished July 10th, 2015 at the Timber Creek Campground with his parents, Jessica Mitchell and Vernal Dior Coons. Dior's great-grandfather, Robert Walton, and Isaac Reinwand, a friend of Walton's, were also on the trip. There has been no sign of Dior since that day, and nobody has been charged in connection to his disappearance. Mitchell and Coons were named as suspects in January 2016 by former Lemhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, but they have never been arrested. So already we have a very curious statement here. So they're named not as POIs, not as persons of interest, according to the Idaho Statesman here, but they were actually named as suspects by the former Lemhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman? That's kind of weird. So they were named as actual suspects. Mitchell and Coons. Huh. So we'll find out what's going on here. While no major developments have occurred in the case over the past year, the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office closed part of the Timber Creek Campground June 28th to July 1st for a search. Sheriff Steve Penner declined to comment about what crews did at the site, but said investigators will follow up in the area as environmental conditions change. Trina Bates Clegg, Dior's grandmother and Mitchell's mother, agreed to speak with EastIdahoNews.com about the anniversary of her grandson's disappearance and where the case stands today. Here's a lightly edited transcript of the interview. Nate Eaton, can you believe it's been 4 years ago this week that baby Dior disappeared? Trina Bates Clegg, Dior's grandmother. No. We go back so many things. It's like a timeline. You start thinking, okay, today's the day we were cleaning out the camper, and I just remember him being so excited helping clean out the camper and jumping on top of the cushions and little things like that before they did go. How excited he was to be part of that and go camping and live. Somewhat I remember from my childhood of going up to Leodore and camping with my grandma and grandpa. We found pictures from 1983 of that campground, and we were all up there, and that was my last time up there. It's such a beautiful place, and now it's such a haunted place to me. I still find such comfort going up there because it's so beautiful. Eaton says, it seems like a lot has happened over the last year, but yet not a lot has happened. Your father, Robert Walton, passed away, and we're sorry to hear about his death. How are you doing since he died? Clegg responds, rough, really rough. There's just been so much over the past 3 weeks. We had private investigator David Marshburn come in and do some new searches, and then my father passed away. I feel like I haven't had a chance to grieve for my father because there was so much going on, so it's still very difficult. I wanted the answers so much before Dennis Coons died in January, and then I said, no, we'll get the answers before my dad dies. When Marshburn came in and gave us some new information, I thought we had it. It doesn't mean we don't, but I thought for sure we would know something, and then my dad passed away. I had someone close to me say, does it scare you that you may never find the answers? That was a really big reality, that as a grandparent we've lost the 2 great-grandparents, and that was a little rough, thinking I may never find the answers. That's kind of a messed up question to ask somebody like that. Eaton says, I'm sure people have asked if your father has anything to say about Dior before he passed. Clegg responds, no, he just kept telling Jessica that he was very, very sorry. Sorry that he took his eyes off that baby, and he just kept telling Jessica that he was so sorry. Eaton states, you mentioned David Marshburn. He's a PI from North Carolina who came to Leodore a month or 2 ago with his cadaver dogs. He went public and said that his dogs hit on a spot at the campground. The sheriff's office hasn't said what that hit was. It kind of gave a lot of people hope that there might finally be closure. Is that where you went when he told you this news? Okay, and let me interject here just briefly. I mean, what do most people think about this case? That it was some kind of accidental death that got covered up? I mean, what are people thinking here? Because I don't see too many options here, but let's continue here. Clegg says, absolutely. And I'm still not giving up that hope because I know that there's more to come. I still expect to see baby Dior as that same 2.5-year-old little boy. It brought a lot of hope, and it still does bring a lot of hope because it's another person out there fighting for baby Dior. Not necessarily fighting for anybody in the family or anything like that, but someone that's out there. He promises me every day, Trina, I'm not done, we're not done. Just to have that again, and I know that Lemhi County and Bonneville County and missing and exploited children, they're all out there for the same thing. But when Get Someone comes in and they are so gung-ho and positive, and David's come here with a lot of his own money, he said he didn't expect me to give him a dime. I offered to help feed him and let him stay in my home, but as a PI and trying to stay neutral, he can't do that. He said, I don't expect you to do anything for me. You are the family member of a missing child, and I don't expect that. David and I have become very close. I talk to him on a regular basis, and I just feel like he brings a lot of hope to the case. Eaton states, a few weekends ago, the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office did work at the campground, and they have not announced anything significant that was found. So this is 4 years later, and they're still doing searches. I mean, you got to admire that. That's not to say that there wasn't anything. There might be processing time, but basically there's not a lot of new info. Have they told you anything? Are you still wondering like the rest of us? Clegg responds, yes. Absolutely, we're still wondering. We're still waiting for Lemhi County to do their job, and Penner and I talk quite a bit. He has just said, Trina, I need you to remember that I need you to be strong, and I need you to continue to be patient. I wait for the answers to come from him of what did you find? Is it anything? Is it related, etc.? That's where I have to remember to get my answers from is from him. He's the lead on it. I still lean on David. I still lean on Bonneville County. If I go away for the weekend, I tell them where I'm going to go so they will all know where I'm at. I want to make sure I can be there to support Jessica or Vernal or anyone when and if there is news that breaks. Eaton states, has your thought about what happened to Dior changed over the past year or 4 years? Clegg responds, honestly, I still have hope that he's still alive, but everyone keeps saying that at this point, he's probably not alive. I still want that 2.5-year-old boy brought back to us. I can't lose hope, but I'm losing hope he's still alive. Eaton states, every year when we've done interviews, you've said you just want to know what happened. If it was your daughter, it was her boyfriend, whoever, you just want to know. Clegg responds, I want closure. So, baby for baby Dior. If he isn't with us anymore, I would like him properly laid to rest. I would like to know not necessarily what happened, but I just want the closure of it. If we have him, we can get closure, but there's another chapter of this. I'm not ready for that chapter because this little boy didn't do anything to anybody. We loved his smile, and his laugh brought so much joy to us. There's nothing this little boy could have done to deserve anything that could have happened to him. If it does come out that somebody has to be prosecuted, the whole thought of having to sit in a courtroom and listen to what happened step by step is way more than I think we've been through in 4 years. Eaton states, we did a story with you at Eastern Idaho State Fair where your window was shattered. You had one on the back of your SUV, One Hope, One Dream, with a picture of Dior, and someone shattered it. Have the trolls, the haters, calmed down, or is it stirred up every time something new comes up? What? How messed up is that? And does that have to do with a guilty party, per se? If there is a guilty party that would have done that, I mean, that's really messed up. We see a lot of true crime cases where there are attacks on family members. I mean, very disturbing stuff. Clegg responds, it's always there. My husband gives me a heads up of what's starting and what's coming up. He can just see when things are starting to get bad. I still get nasty little Facebook messages. Eaton states, what do you want to say to those people? Because, you know, they're watching right now and they'll probably type a comment below. Clegg states, all I want to say is what I've said for so long. You can't judge, you can't do anything, and if you say something bad and you find out it has nothing to do with our family or my daughter or Vernal or me or even Isaac, you can't say anything. I've judged every one of them. I have pointed fingers at everyone. Everyone inside that circle and everyone outside that circle. I've pointed fingers at everyone in the Leodore area just thinking, do you have my grandson? But it doesn't make me a better person for having those feelings or pointing the fingers. I'd love to point the fingers, but it doesn't in the end make me a good person. I have to eat my words if I say it was you and it wasn't you. I have to eat my words at the end. I'm not ready to say anything. I just feel like I listen to Penner and I follow that. I just have to wait and be patient. Wow, this is a very interesting, impressive, and impartial statement from the grandmother here, because she's stating she's suspected everyone. She's pointed her finger at everyone at one point or another. How often do family members do that, or at least admit to doing that? I mean, that's quite interesting, is it not? Huh. Is she really just putting truth and justice above all, including relationships with family members? Eaton states how Jessica. Clegg responds, since David came into the case and David has approached her, Jessica has found a voice. She talks to David and she communicates well with him, and she has really been more open to listening to him and walking through many things. She's doing as good as can be expected. I know with the death of my dad and this anniversary and stuff, I know a lot of things are building up, but she's doing better right now than I think she's done in a while. Eaton asks, do you guys talk with Vernal anymore? Clegg states, I don't talk to him much myself. If I need to, I get a hold of his sister Tanisha. I do communicate with her, and I do communicate with her aunt. We still try to keep in communication. Eaton asks, how about Isaac? Have you talked with him? Clegg responds, I actually took David to Isaac's house. Isaac talked to me. He always has, and I just wanted him to know that my dad was sick and then wanted to introduce him to David. Eaton states, are there any misconceptions or rumors or anything you've seen that you want to clear up? Clegg responds, there's just always drama. I know when Penner was trying to go up and do the intensive search that there was so much drama going on. When I called to talk to him, you could just feel the tension because he was trying to get things set up to go up to Leodore, get the permitting done, but there was so much drama being caused that he was having to take care of the drama rather than focus on getting up there. That's hard for me because I want to call him every day, every hour, and ask what's going on, but that doesn't do anything for him because he knows that I want answers so bad. I hate to say it, but it's really not a priority for the public to know first. It's for the sheriff to know, and then the family to know, and then from there, the rest of everyone else to find out. There's no first priority on anyone else except the sheriff and the family, and then from there, we'll find out. Eaton responds, why do you think there's such a fascination with this? There's national media, online chats. I get asked about it at least every other day. There really is an intense fascination on this story. Clegg responds, I know it started on Facebook. We have so many connections with Facebook. I have a family that lives way out of state. I created some really great friends, one of them in Montana, and she did some really great things for me. It's just those people who truly believe there will be an answer, and they love baby Dior. He had that face, and he touched so many people in the beginning just because they could relate. They had a kid that age, his beautiful eyes, his laugh on some of the videos, and he just captured so many people. I've had a couple of people ask about whether we're going to do a memorial or anything, not after last year and all the social media drama and threats that came with it. All we did was walk the river and held signs for him. There were people that said the nastiest, filthiest things, like we have no support anymore, and we're doing this memorial, and we should up in the campground. Well, I should be working and paying my bills. Do I want to be up in Leodore? Absolutely, but I can't today. So this is what I'm going to do in honor of my grandson. Because of those things, we're keeping it very private this year. We're not going to walk. We're not going to put ourselves out there to be beaten on and bashed anymore. I mean, is this... Are these people that are doing this, are they alleging that the entire family is responsible for covering up some kind of accident? I mean, is that what's warranting their response? They believe that and they think this is all a put on or a show or something? It's not like it's a celebration day, it's a mourning day. You wake up and you can just feel it crush your heart. Every minute of this week, you just start thinking about what we were doing today 4 years ago. It hurts you, and it's just like one of the worst days of your entire life. That phone call, the drive, there's no part of it you can sit and think of anything pleasant on that day. Everything has turned just 100% horrifying about that day. July 10th will just be a day that will haunt the rest of our lives. Okay, so that's the background there from the grandmother, some basic thoughts. So let's go into this write-up here on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit, a great subreddit for true crime discussion. This was posted 2 years ago by Quirky Motor. Best of 2020 nominee post. Extensive summary regarding the disappearance of the Dior Coons missing person case. 5 years ago, I guess this... Okay, 5 years ago in July 2015, a 2-year-old Idaho boy went missing while on a camping trip. Here is an extensive write-up in regards to disappearance. There is also a TLDR, a timeline, and a rundown of the characters for those who like to skim. I wanted to do this write-up for a few reasons. First, because I couldn't find a solid timeline for the case online, and second, because it seems like most evidence, in quotations, in this case is actually catchy headlines and snippets of information taken out of context. It drives me crazy that so many cases can be driven by how loved ones act when a family member goes missing, so I wanted to dive into the case more deeply and share my findings with the world. In reality, there's very little hard evidence in this case to point in any one direction. The characters: Dior Coons Jr., 2 years old, disappeared on or around July 9th or 10th. Somewhere in Idaho. Wow, that's interesting phrasing there, because we do have information that it was from that specific campground. So this poster here is, I guess they're opening the door to the possibility that if we don't take on blind faith the words of the family members, is it possible there could have been an accident elsewhere and it was staged as some kind of wandering off at a campground? I mean, that's bizarre, but let's continue here. Vernal Dior Coons Sr., Dior's biological father, Jessica Mitchell's fiance or boyfriend, claims he was camping with his son when his son disappeared, says he trusts Jessica 100%, believes Dior was abducted from the campsite, says he left him with Grandpa for 15 to 20 minutes. In that time, he disappeared. Law enforcement and P.I. Klein believe Vernal is not truthful. Jessica Mitchell, Dior's biological mother, claims she was camping with her son when her son disappeared, says she left him with Grandpa for 5 minutes. In that time, he disappears. Says she trusts Vernal and his story. Believes Dior wandered away and passed away in the mountains near the campsite. Law enforcement P.I. Klein and P.I. Vilt believe Jessica is not being truthful. Okay. Alright, we're definitely getting into MINDSHOCK land here, because... Okay, so her story is slightly different, but she's insisting that she trusts Vernal and his story. She's also stating that she believes he passed away. Why would she believe that if the body has not been recovered? I mean, if he wandered away... I mean, I guess if he wandered away so far that he would have died. I mean, is she stating that he just wandered so far outside of the search radius that he couldn't have survived on his own? And that if he did run into people, they would have definitely turned him into they would have notified law enforcement? I mean, is that her belief? And I mean, I guess that's not that crazy, but I mean, the point here that she trusts Vernal, I mean, I have to bring up brain fingerprint scan technology. I just can't not do it. Because in cases like this, and all missing persons cases, I mean, people suspect the family, yeah, sure, whatever, but just to rule things out, every single person involved in the case needs to be brain fingerprint scanned. This technology is not like polygraphs. Polygraphs are inadmissible in court. Brain fingerprint scan has been admitted in court at least once, but it's not about that. The brain fingerprint scan technology simply analyzes brain waves to see if there's recognition of information. So it's completely irrelevant whether the subject is intending to be truthful or to deceive. It bypasses the intentions of the subject. So that's why it's so awesome technology. It's so accurate. I think the creator still has $100,000 or $150,000 reward for anybody who can beat it. I believe that reward has never been collected. This is used by the military and government agencies. That's how accurate this is. This is really the next level technology extended from the polygraph, but it's not like a polygraph at all. It doesn't matter if the person is nervous, not nervous, doesn't matter if they're intending to lie, deceive, or they intend to tell the truth. It simply analyzes the brain waves. So that's really, I mean, yes, we can continue this podcast. We can go through all the theories and upturn all the stones. But if you want to solve this case as quickly as possible, or at least rule out the family, they need to be brain fingerprint scanned. This is the scan that Stephen Avery subjected himself to in the Making a Murderer series. He had no knowledge, there was no recognition of the state's allegations against him regarding the murder of Teresa Hallback. So, I mean, I just had to say it because it just needs to be said. But let's continue here. Grandpa Bob Walton, Jessica Mitchell's grandfather. Bob Walton is old, 76, confused, and on oxygen. Jessica and Vernal claim the camping trip was his idea. Bob refuses to speculate on Dior's disappearance. In fact, usually laughs when asked about the case. He also claims he doesn't trust Isaac, and then in parentheses in this write-up here is, wait, why did you invite him then, Bob? Okay. He claims he was never asked to watch Dior that weekend. Bob also claims that Dior was alive on the trip. Bob died in 2019. Huh. Isaac Reinwand, slightly developmental disability, possibly not confirmed. Grandpa Bob's former neighbor and fishing buddy. He is the only camper that weekend who law enforcement says hasn't changed his story. Law enforcement has also asked him to not release any additional information to the press. Isaac believes that Dior wandered away and passed away someplace near the campsite. What does passed away mean? So it was an innocent accident. He tripped, fell, whatever, hit his head on a rock, something like that, and then it was covered up. So law enforcement is stating that Isaac Reinwand, Grandpa Bob Walton's buddy, who he says he doesn't trust, is the only one who has not changed his story. Make of that what you will. Statistically, that would lean to him being the only one who's telling the truth. But, again, that's just statistically, that doesn't mean that's what happened here. Private investigator Frank Vilt, hired PI, first PI hired by the family, retired U.S. Marshal, does not believe the family is telling the truth. Thinks it is possible the family gave away or sold Dior? Resigned from the investigation, citing his mistrust of the parents' stories? Wow, I wasn't expecting that one. So he's saying, so I guess he's believing here that Dior is alive and he was either given away or sold. Wow. And just through his frustration, he just flat out resigned. Okay. Private investigator Philip Klein, second PI hired by the family. Although we have to say that there were all those additional searches and possibly some kind of dog hit, in which case that would point to an accident, but Private investigator Philip Klein, second PI hired by the family, later fired by the family, has hours worth of video interview with the family on YouTube, believes the family killed Dior intentionally or neglectfully, and is not telling them the truth. Why would they intentionally kill him? This is crazy. Klein also makes a variety of accusations against the family to the media, and some digging into his background reveals that he does not have the best reputation. Okay, this is really weird, though, because, again, if the family is truly guilty, would they be hiring, like, a former U.S. Marshal PI? Wouldn't they want to find, like, the dumbest PI who's just going to do whatever they say if they pay him? I mean, again, I'm just trying to logically examine the motivations, unless, again, some of the family members don't know the truth, and if other family members were responsible for something, they wouldn't necessarily be in charge of some of these decisions, because it just says hired by the family. It doesn't say specifically which members of the family. But this is absolutely insane. We have one PI who thinks that Dior was sold. We have another PI who thinks that he was killed, possibly intentionally, either intentionally or neglectfully. But this PI apparently does not have a good reputation. Okay. Description of Dior: white male, born December 30th, 2012, 3 feet tall, 28 pounds. Clothing, jewelry description: camouflage print jacket, blue pajama pants, green and black checkered socks, brown cowboy boots with a lighter brown camouflage print. These cowboy boots were reportedly 2 to 3 sizes too big for Dior. I don't know what to make of that. Distinguishing characteristic: Caucasian male, blonde hair, brown eyes. He has a birthmark on the back of his neck. Background: Dior Coons Jr. was born December 30th, 2012, to his mother, Jessica Mitchell, and his father, her boyfriend, Vernal Dior Coons Sr. Vernal also goes by Dior, but for clarity, I will be referring to him as Vernal in this write-up. Neither Jessica nor Vernal have criminal records. Jessica does, however, have 2 children from a previous marriage that are in the custody of her ex-husband. According to an interview with Jessica on East Idaho News in 2019, this arrangement was voluntary on Jessica's part, and she still saw and sees her older children regularly. So this is not mandated by the court. She clarifies she never gave up her paternal rights, nor did she at any time lose custody of the children. Her ex-husband was simply the children's primary guardian. According to Jessica's family in their interview with East Idaho News 2019, the custody agreement was made so that the older children could have a more financially stable life. In the media, Dior's family often refer to Dior as Little Dior or Little Man. Bob Walton usually calls him the kid or that kid. Idaho Falls and the trip. For the first 6 months of 2015, Jessica had been working as a caretaker for her elderly grandfather, Bob Walton. Bob Walton, age 76, was in poor health and on oxygen at this time. According to Vernal, the family decided to go on a camping trip on Thursday, July 9th, 2015, after Vernal got off work at around 5 p.m. The other thing that's a little bit bothersome is the lack of clarity on whose idea this camping trip even was. And if you're going to stage something and cover something up if he was already dead or if an accident had already happened, would this guy the grandfather invite along his fishing buddy who he supposedly doesn't trust? I mean, that doesn't really make a lot of sense either. Unless this is on the fishing buddy, but okay, let's continue here. So wait, they randomly decide to go on a camping trip when Vernal gets off work at 5 p.m. July 9th, 2015. And how random is it? I mean, this is always a problem, because in cases, whenever something is out of the ordinary, that's usually a red flag. Because if they go camping every weekend or every other weekend or whatever, on holidays, regularly, then it's not that strange. But if they never go camping, and then all of a sudden they just randomly want to go camping. Now, again, that doesn't mean it has something to do with whatever happened, but you can't rule it out. I mean, that's clearly out of the ordinary for them, if that's the case. Sometime in the evening around 6 p.m., the family piled into their truck, picked up Grandpa Bob Walton in his SUV, which was hauling a trailer, and then picked up Grandpa's friend and former neighbor, Isaac Reinwand, who Jessica and Vernal had never met. Jessica's interview with P.I. Philip Klein, December 2015, revealed this information. Why did it take that long? Well, that's kind of weird. Isaac appears to be aged in his 30s. What? So this guy in his 70s, his fishing buddy's in his 30s. How common is that? According to an interview with East Idaho News, Isaac met Bob 5 years earlier when Bob hired Isaac to do some yard work. Okay, that makes slightly more sense. Isaac appears to have some developmental disabilities, most apparent slow processing speed. Many people have raised questions about this friendship. We will get more into detail regarding that later. The group drove in 2 vehicles for 116 miles. Wow, so this is an impromptu last-second trip? What? An over 100-mile trip randomly as soon as he gets home from work? Does anybody else find that a little strange? I know, this is kind of weird. Okay, so the group drove in 2 vehicles for 116 miles north to Leodore, Idaho. Then they drove an additional 10 miles west to Timber Creek Campground. This campground is accessible only by a rocky dirt road, and an additional 8 to 9 miles usually takes about 45 to 60 minutes to navigate to the campground at night. The family said they pulled into the campground around dark. Well, that's not a good sign. Isaac's 2016 interview with East Idaho News revealed this information. Sunset in Leodore on that day is 9:20 p.m., so many sources have guessed that the time the family pulled in was about 9:30. Note, as the sunset is the only definitive time we have, the time the family left Idaho Falls is based on the time that they arrived at the campsite. So again, we have some unverified information, but okay. The drive. Along the way, the family claims to have stopped for diesel, stopped at the Silver Dollar restaurant in Leodore. In parentheses, it states that it was closed. So are they claiming to have stopped and eaten there, or simply stopped to try to eat there and it was closed? I mean, there's no clarification here on that. And finally stopped at the convenience store to pick up some groceries. This is from the Newsline 2016 interview with Jessica. It is important to note that no one outside the family saw Dior at any of these places. So no CCTV, no nothing. I mean, if this is the middle of nowhere, I guess it might not be that crazy that they don't have security cameras in Idaho, but none of the workers at these stores remember seeing Dior. Newsline 2016 interview with Jessica. And no video cameras were available at any of the places the family went to that day. Stated by Lemhi Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, August 2015. After stocking up, the family made the 8-mile trek to the campground, arriving around dark, and went to bed with Jessica Vernal and Dior sleeping in Grandpa Walton's truck, Isaac sleeping in a tent, and Grandpa Walton sleeping in the camper. Isaac's 2016 interview, East Idaho News. Wait a second. So how big is the camper? Why are they sleeping in the truck instead of the camper? Okay, that aside, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm also going to bring up satellite technology. Now, it might be unclear to make out exact people. Again, I am not going to hallucinate or pretend I know the exact details of top secret government satellite surveillance programs. I do not. But they at least could possibly verify these vehicles went where they said they went at which particular time. They might be able to verify that. Again, I don't know if that has been done or has not been done, because officially, if this is national security, whatever, they're not going to release that for a missing persons case, but they could. I'm just saying, it seems like that there are further avenues to pursue here. If one wanted to pull out all the stops for truth and justice at any cost, I mean, there's brain fingerprint scan technology, and there is satellite surveillance technology that theoretically, if went through the proper top secret channels, could be retrieved. Continuing on here, July 10th, the morning. According to the family, around 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. after the family had had breakfast, Jessica started her period and asked Vernal to return to town to pick up some supplies, including feminine products and groceries at the convenience store. Stage Stop Junction. Jessica's interview with the PI, Philip Klein, November 2015. Now, call me crazy. I am not a female. I am not a woman. I know that definition is a lot more lax these days. But wouldn't someone know that ahead of time before going on a camping trip? away from civilization to bring some kind of basic supplies? Call me crazy, I don't know. Vernal, unless something happened prior and it was very, very tragic and traumatic, and this was like some kind of last second thing, in which case one might not bring proper supplies. Or this whole story is made up. Vernal, Jessica, and presumably little Dior left and went to town. According to Vernal, this trip downhill took about 20 minutes. We will get back to that statement in the other things section below. Once in town, they stopped at the stage shop where Vernal asked the worker if they sold diesel. When the clerk said no, then they went to the diesel pump 2 doors down, but there was no diesel there, and then finally to Peterson Welding to finally get fuel for the truck, according to Jessica's interview with PI Philip Klein, November 2015. At this point, they returned to the convenience store to get snacks and feminine products before heading back to the campground. In one of Private Eye's Klein's interviews with Jessica, she explains that they went to the stage shop to get Dior Jr. some fries. French fries for the toddler? Okay, continuing on here. In this same interview, Jessica claims that this older man was sitting at the table in the store and was staring incessantly at her son. Wow. Okay, so let's say you are a parent that was responsible for the negligent death of your child. Would you make up stories about suspects that were seemingly interested in kidnapping your child? Just a question there. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. Or if that really is true, obviously you would expect her to report that. But is this the first time she is stating that? According to this here, there is a receipt that confirms that they were at the store and purchased things around this time. East Idaho News interview with Lemhi Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, August 2015. It is also important to note that no one on July 10th in Leodore can remember seeing Dior that day, despite the receipts that prove that Jessica and Vernal made purchases in town that day. East Idaho News interview with Lemhi Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, August 2015. So hold on a second. Did they see Jessica and Vernal? Because if they didn't, someone else could have made those purchases, right? But if they did, they just didn't see them with Dior. So I'm guessing could anybody verify about this older man sitting and staring incessantly at her son? Did the owner of the store, could they verify that there was an older guy there staring or not? So I'm guessing they never found the older guy, or did they? And he claimed that Dior was not with them. And would he claim that if he was the one who kidnapped their son? But again, just going through every single possible variable here. At 12:38 p.m., Jessica sends a text to her mom saying that they are leaving Leodore to return to the campground. Interview with Jessica's mother, Trina Clegg, 2015. If we assume, as Vernal claims, the trip only took 20 minutes in the daytime, the family was in the town of Leodore from about 11 a.m. at the earliest, or 11:40 a.m. at the latest, to 12:38 p.m. Later, Jessica worked with the sheriff's office to make a composite sketch of the man. More info of that in the other things section. Okay, hold on a second. So we have a lot of theories branching here, because the other thing is, I don't know these people. How many grandfathers would honestly take the side of their children over their grandchildren, particularly a toddler, if there was some kind of accident? Unless, of course, if it truly was an accident, he didn't want to have his kid prosecuted for the accidental death of the I guess maybe there'd be some grandparents who would be complicit in some kind of cover-up, theoretically. Unless this is all on the up and up until a certain point. Because if this impromptu trip was legitimate, and Dior really was perfectly fine for the beginning of the trip, and an accident happened later, then perhaps none of this up to that point is strange, and it only gets strange after a potential accident or wandering off of some kind. Okay, July 10th, after returning to the campsite. Once the family returned to the campsite at around 1 p.m. or 1:10 p.m., the timeline gets a little shakier. The adults decide to go fishing with Isaac in the creek that is only 50 feet away from the campsite, down a little hill. While you can hear the creak from the campsite, you cannot see it from the area that they were camped in. Isaac claims to see Dior around this time in between 1:10 and 1:30 p.m. at the campsite. Isaac's 2016 interview with East Idaho News. Wait a second. You cannot see it from the area they were camped, but Isaac claims to see Dior at the campsite. That's a little vague. So is Isaac lying here? Or is the campsite area being referred to vaguely where Dior might have been slightly... I mean, what are the exact vantage points? So are they saying here that Isaac is lying? Or possibly lying just to cover for himself? To make him not look negligent? Although, again, he's not the parent. There are several stories being told... Okay, hold on a second. Isaac claims to see Dior around this time between 1:10 and 1:30 p.m. at the campsite. According to Vernal, it was nearing Dior's nap time. At about 1:30 p.m., the adults, minus Grandpa Bob, leave to go fishing and leave Dior with his great-grandpa. Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13th, 2015, with East Idaho News. Now, another point here. Have they ever left him with Grandpa Bob here? Because if he's not in good health and on oxygen, is it safe to leave Dior with him? Because if Dior's running off, I mean, what are Grandpa Bob's capabilities here? His great-grandpa. I mean, I don't know. That's a valid question, is it not? There are several stories being told at this point, so I will try to summarize what happens next. In some interviews, the family says Dior should have been napping. It is unclear why no one put Dior to bed before the fishing trek. Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13, 2015, with East Idaho News. So he should have been napping, but nobody put him to bed. Interesting. According to Jessica, her grandpa said that Dior was playing in the dirt or playing with his shoe under a tree. Jessica herself says Dior was under the tree eating candy. She also claims that little Dior said that he wanted to stay with Grandpa and eat candy, not come with her and Vernal to the creek. This is Jessica's interview with PI Philip Klein, December 2015. I mean, also, like, we don't know their parenting style. Like, how often is the toddler allowed to call the shots on what he is doing? Particularly when safety is a factor. This is an important point, as Bob Walton says he doesn't remember being asked to watch Dior. He clarifies by saying it could have happened and he either forgot or he didn't hear. Bob Walton interview Philip Klein, December 2015. Those are all great points, because a guy of his age with his health problems, he might not be lying, because if he doesn't remember or he's hard of hearing, I mean, that's a problem, because we really can't make anything of that information. Even a brain fingerprint scan might not be that effective with Bob Walton here. With everybody else, it should be, but again, he's so old at this point. But Bob claims Dior was alive and playing in the campsite at this time when his parents were prepping to go fishing. This is Bob Walton's interview with PI Philip Klein, December 2015. With that, Isaac, Vernal, and Jessica leave the area to go fishing in the creek. Jessica says she looked back at the camp to make sure Dior wasn't following them. Is it just me, or is that weird phrasing? Newsline interview with private investigator Peter Vilt. Wouldn't the phrasing more naturally be to make sure he was staying near his grandpa? Because that was the plan, or nearing his great-grandpa. But once at the creek, Isaac and the couple spread out over an area of about 150 feet, with Isaac being upstream and the couple being further downstream. Sheriff Bowerman, during a radio interview July 2015. Somewhere in between 2 p.m. and 2:20 p.m., the family realizes Dior is missing when the parents return to camp and realize Dior is not with Grandpa Bob Walton. Bob claims he looked away, and when he looked back, little Dior was gone. He assumed Dior had gone to the creek to find his parents. Bob Walton interview, Philip Klein, December 2015. Okay, this is the major first red flag for me, like super major. Is it common for, like, so what's he thinking? So he's not physically capable of going down to the creek to check? Or does he think it's perfectly acceptable for this toddler to go wandering around looking for his parents at the creek and he's not able to, and he doesn't want to do anything about it? Or does he want to alert others? He's just not physically capable at his age and physical condition. I mean, this is major here. This is a huge major point here. Jessica says they were fishing for only 5 minutes, while Vernal says it was 15 to 20 minutes later when they returned to the camp. Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13th, 2015, with East Idaho News. Jessica and Vernal searched the campsite and creek for about 20 minutes before calling 911. At 2:26 p.m. or 2:28, according to some sources, Jessica called 911. I mean, can't that be verified? I mean, I know it's only 2 minutes, but still, I mean, if it's an official 911 call, and was on the phone with dispatch for about 4 minutes. Meanwhile, Vernal gets in his truck, drives a half-mile down the road to get cell service, and places his own call to 911 at 2:22 p.m. Okay, I would need an explanation on why they're calling 911 separately. Because if there's no service, how is she calling? Because if she has no service, so he's going to go get service. Unless the service is spotty and she can't get service that second, so he goes to make the call. That would be an innocent explanation for 2 calls. So his own call at 2:22 p.m. On the 911 call, Vernal says that Dior has been missing about an hour. This is from Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13th, 2015, East Idaho News. So I'm guessing the police have not released information about any of these discrepancies. Around this time, Isaac returns to the campsite and Grandpa Bob Walton informs him that little Dior is missing. This is from Isaac's 2016 interview with East Idaho News. Search and rescue teams arrive at the campsite around 3:45 or 4 p.m. This is from Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13th, 2015, with East Idaho News. So search and rescue teams are arriving, theoretically, according to this story here, within 2.5 hours. That's not too bad. If he simply wandered off, you would think they'd be able to find a little toddler who only had a 2-hour head start on him. Around this time, if that story is legitimate, of course. Around this time, after searchers had arrived, Jessica claims to see Isaac carrying a muddy shovel. She also claims that the shovel had blonde hair on top of it, but when Jessica tries to collect the hair, the wind blows it away. This story about the shovel is only mentioned by Jessica once in a more recent interview. It is not a factor verified in any way, shape, or form. This is Jessica's interview with PI Philip Klein, November 2015. So in November, she states this one time. So I guess it's possible law enforcement told her not to mention that detail, right? I mean, that's perfectly plausible for an innocent explanation there in the direction of Jessica. But regarding Isaac, I mean, what do they think happened here? Why would Isaac be carrying a muddy shovel with a blonde hair on it? Unless they're all being truthful and it wasn't a blonde hair, Jessica just thought it was because she's panicked because her toddler's missing, if we're looking at everything on face value, assuming nobody's lying. Soon, the small camp was crawling with volunteers who were looking for the boy, and law enforcement was already beginning to interview all 4 adults who were camping that weekend. By July 12th, over 200 people were at the campsite searching for Dior on foot, horseback, ATV, and helicopter. Later, drones and dogs were brought in to look for the little boy. No trace of him has ever been found, not a shoe, a scrap of clothing, or any of Dior's things. Okay, hold on a second. So, the only human search that first day, search and rescue teams, it does not state here whether they had dogs or ATV, horseback, helicopters that very first day. I would like clarification on that. Aftermath. The FBI and local authorities have worked together on this case for the last 5 years. Many interviews have been conducted with both parents, Bob Walton and Isaac Reinwald. I detail some of the information from those interviews below. In January 2016, the law enforcement named both of Dior's parents as suspects in their investigation. Law enforcement claims that both Jessica and Vernal failed lie detector tests repeatedly, and that both of the stories have changed and morphed over time. Interview with former Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, East Idaho News, 2016. Jessica's story has differed on 4 or 5 occasions. Bob Walton's story has also changed, and law enforcement believes he knows more about the disappearance than he is saying, although they concede Bob often seems confused or forgetful. Interview with Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, former Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, East Idaho News, 2016. The only person who law enforcement, both the county sheriff and FBI, believes is telling the truth, in part due to his consistent stories over the last 5 years, is Isaac Reinwand. Interview with former Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, East Idaho News, 2016. So the other wrinkle here that I do want, just to upturn every stone, is it possible Isaac Reinwand is this guy pretending to have some kind of mental disability, and he really, I don't know, he's maybe not a serial killer, but if he did kill the boy or accidentally hit him, whatever the case may be, or if the boy there would be traces of that, though, if he stumbled into the creek and then got buried. I mean, how could he have maybe he covered that up, the traces of it? But if he is a mastermind genius, then he could stay consistent. Now, I'm not saying that happened. I'm not saying it's likely in any way. I just want to address every theoretical possible theory here. Cadaver and tracking dogs have been brought to the site of the disappearance at different times, but the dogs' findings have either been dead ends or have been found to be related in some cremains which had been spread in the area by a local woman. What? This was a Reuters 2015 article. So these are not related to this case, so other cremains. The family has also hired 2 PIs over the years, both of whom have quit, citing inconsistent stories from the family of Dior. Both men continue to work the case on their own. More info on that below. That's curious. I mean, I wonder if it's ever been compiled, the list of all missing persons cases where all the private investigators have quit. Or a fair amount of private investigators have quit. Wow. I mean, this is a baffling case. I mean, another thing I want to touch upon, is it possible Jessica... Is it possible? So there's 2 other theories that can stem here where I can see if the parents are not responsible, but their stories are changing and they're lying. If Jessica and Vernal are involved in something else that's illegal or whatever, and there were other people there maybe, like really bad people, and they could never reveal that information, perhaps they're just panicked and their story changed because of that. Or is it possible there was some kind of kidnapping going on and they couldn't reveal information because of that, but then they called 911 anyway, so it's kind of... I mean, I'm not saying these are likely in any way. I'm just trying to go through the gauntlet of like every single possible explanation to where they are or are not responsible, but could still be lying about things. Okay, so the timeline recap here. July 9th, 5 p.m., Vernal gets off work. 6 p.m., family packs truck, leaves for the camping trip. 6 p.m.-ish, family picks up Bob Walton, Jessica's grandpa, and his friend Isaac. Somewhere between 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., Vernal stops for diesel. No one sees Dior. Around 8:30 p.m., Caravan arrives at Leodore, tries to dine at the restaurant, but it's closed. No one sees Dior. Okay, so they weren't lying about actually dining there, because it was phrased weirdly earlier. Around 8:30 p.m., family gets snacks at the convenience store instead. No one sees Dior. Around dark, 9:30 p.m. approximately, family arrives at the campground, goes to bed. July 10th, 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m., Jessica asks Vernal to go to the store to pick up feminine products. 11 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., Vernal, Jessica, and presumably Dior arrive in Leodore. No one sees Dior. Arrival time until 12:30, Vernal, Jessica, and presumably Dior shop around in Leodore. No one sees Dior. 12:30 p.m. receipt shows Vernal and Jessica purchase things at the convenience store. No one sees Dior. 12:38 p.m., Jessica texts her mother to say they're leaving the store in Leodore. 1 to 1:10 p.m., arrival at the campsite. 1:30 p.m. is Dior's usual nap time. 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m., Jessica, Isaac, and Vernal leave to go fishing at the creek. That actually makes a little bit more sense, because if he's supposed to be taking a nap and he's supposed to be down, I mean, theoretically, that would be the time for them to go fishing if they're leaving him with a responsible adult and a physically capable adult. 2 to 2:10 p.m., Vernal and Jessica realize Dior is missing. 2:22 p.m., Vernal's 911 call. 2:26 p.m., Jessica's 911 call. 2:28 p.m., Jessica's 911 call, according to Lemhi County Sheriff's Office. According to PI Philip Klein, it was 2:26, but okay. I don't know if the 2 minutes makes a difference, but 3:45 to 4 p.m., search and rescue arrive at the scene. So that's all that's stated there on July 10th. Well, actually, hold on. We have vague information here. Between the 10th and the 12th, it says search crews search for Dior on foot, helicopter, dogs, horses, ATVs, and drones. It does not state they were all used on the 10th. It states they were used between the 10th and the 12th. So it's unclear exactly what was used when on which day, unless they were all used on every day. But presumably, if they were used on the 10th, they should have. I'm assuming the drones and helicopters theoretically could have spotted him. I mean, how far can a toddler get, unless we're veering into missing 411 territory, which I am not alleging we are. September 15th, 2015, Frank Vilt tells the press he is trying to locate the creep in the Jeep. More information below. September 25th, 2015, Frank Vilt, private eye, resigns from the investigation, citing the family being less than truthful. January 25th, 2016, parents named as suspects by Lemhi County Sheriff's Office. March 1st, 2016, Klein claims Jessica told him, quote, "I know where the body is," end quote. Lemhi County Sheriff's Office does not think this is a credible lead. So are they saying that the Klein PI made that up, or what? July 15th, 2016, Dior's missing jacket found at the Dior's home. A jacket like the one Dior was apparently wearing the day of his disappearance is found in Jessica and Vernal's apartment. What does that mean, though? Because if nobody even saw him that day, I mean, it can't be verified what he was wearing. So, I mean, I don't know what... Like, you can't really do anything with that information one way or the other. It's found at Dior's home? I mean, what does that mean? I mean, is anybody alleging they brought Dior back with them? That'd be kind of weird. So, and then they sold him later? Is that a possible theory? I don't know. November 13th, 2017, Philip Klein, PI, is fired by the Coons family from the investigation. And would they fire him would Jessica fire him if she revealed to him that she knows where the body is? Wouldn't they want to keep him on payroll to make sure he doesn't leak that? Or what? Again, it doesn't say who's doing the hiring or the firing, so maybe not, depending on who it was. Interviews, weird statements and tidbits from various interviews. In the Klein interview, Bob Walton says 2 interesting things about Isaac. He claims that Isaac is only his friend because, quote, "if you get too old, you want someone to be there in case you keel over," end quote. He goes on to say he doesn't trust Isaac to stay in his house, not steal his money, or to watch kids. When asked at this point why he's friends with Isaac, Bob simply laughs. Bob laughs in response to many questions during his interviews and is a little odd. He also says things like, "That's what I hear," or "I guess so," in response to most questions. And how much of his mental state, due to his physical condition, is responsible for that? Vernal, in the same interview, mentions above that he trusts Jessica 100%, but also says that mother expletive killed my son, talking about Bob Walton. He seems to imply that Bob wasn't actually watching Dior like he should have been. So he's not stating that he actually murdered him, but I'm guessing that refers to negligence. In their first interview, Jessica and Vernal are together being interviewed by the press. Vernal repeatedly interrupts or cuts Jessica off in a really odd way, like he doesn't want her to talk. Vernal also spends most of the interview kissing up to investigators and searchers, praising them for all the hard work they do every day. He spends approximately out of 14 minutes in the interview talking about this and the various search techniques he saw in the search helicopter. At the very end of the first interview, Jessica claims that a worker at the stage shop told her that on July 10th around 6 p.m., she saw an unkempt man at the store buying candy for a toddler he was with. The toddler, who was blonde, just like Dior, was apparently bawling and crying. The man was driving a black Jeep Rubicon, creating the story of the Jeep in the creep. Vernal and Jessica's early interview, July 13th, 2015, with East Idaho News. This story has never been verified. So she's not the one who saw the guy. She claims that a worker at the stage shop told her that at 6 p.m. she saw this man. September 2015, P.I. Vilt talks about trying to track down this creep in the Jeep and making a composite sketch, but nothing ever came of it. Also, how likely is it that a guy... Oh, so this was at 6 p.m. So there... Yeah, originally I'm thinking that this person was saying he was there before Dior's disappearance with another kid, in which case, what's the likelihood that he would try to abduct a second one? But it's actually after that. This is July 10th, 6 p.m. So the allegation here, if this is true, is that that was Dior himself. This lead was looked into as another family reported a man in a Jeep and matching the above description staring at their toddler son while they were hiking in Swan Valley, Idaho, near Idaho Falls. They reported the incident to the police, who connected it to Dior's case. Vilt resigned from the investigation only a few weeks later. Okay, hold on a second. Wait a second. So there was another family. So this is Swan Valley, Idaho. So this is not that close. So Swan Valley is over 150 miles southeast of the Timber Creek campground and the Leodore area. So, I mean, not on the other side of the country or anything, but not super close, although, I mean, close enough to theoretically be related. So it's roughly 2-hour, 45-minute drive. Weird. So there is a police report to verify this other incident. Not, supposedly not the incident here in Leodore, but the incident in Swan Valley, Idaho, near Idaho Falls, of a guy who had the same Jeep staring at their toddler son while they were hiking. That is kind of weird. There's no date here on when that happened. But Vilt is resigning from the investigation only a few weeks after this. P.I. Vilt explains to Newsline in 2016 that he believes it is possible Jessica gave up Dior for adoption sometime during the trip, either with or without Vernal's knowledge. Okay, wow. While this seems like a far-fetched idea, Vilt is a retired U.S. Marshal, an LA County deputy, so he does have professional experience in missing persons cases. Whoa. Okay, hold on a second here. So if she gave Dior up for adoption, so what, like illegal adoption? Like she just handed the toddler away without Vernal's knowledge? Did she do this at the campground? And that's why she doesn't want to blame Vernal, and she says she trusts him 100%? Also, again, I don't know any of these people, but if some of them might have mental issues, in which case their statements might not add up, even if there is no criminal investigation. This is baselining and controls that we have to keep in mind if we're being scientific and logical here. Because let's say a cupcake goes missing. Let's pick the most innocuous issue, or even not an innocuous issue. Let's say someone gets a gift at a particular time at a party. If certain people have mental issues, they might not give accurate depictions of timelines, like who came to the party, what time, what they were driving. There might be a whole bunch of changing stories. Again, if that's the baseline, when there is a highly stressful, traumatic situation, why would anybody expect anything to stay consistent there? So again, this is obviously very dependent on what kind of individuals these are. But that would be absolutely insane if Jessica gave Dior up for adoption in the middle of that camping trip. And is it possible Grandpa knew? Huh. And they staged that part of it, and maybe Isaac doesn't know anything about it. Huh. In Jessica's most recent interviews, she paints Isaac as a total creep who was rude to her and the family, making snarky comments about baby Dior, such as, "Why would you take a baby camping?" from the KTVB Special Report 2019. However, in her 2015-2016 she describes Isaac as a quiet guy who never spoke to her or Vernal on the trip. Huh. At some point, she also brings up the story of Isaac with the shovel and the hair. In one 2019 interview, she even claims that Isaac was drinking the whole time and not looking for Dior. If this is true, it isn't information I can find anywhere else. Okay. In Isaac's interview with the press, he seems confused and takes a while to answer, but the core parts of his story have stayed the same. Since 2016, Isaac says the authorities, FBI and Bonneville Sheriff's Department, have asked him to not release any additional information, although he gives short interviews occasionally. The two things Isaac is adamant about is, one, he doesn't know where Dior is at and he doesn't know what happened. And two, he is positive that Dior was at the campsite on both July 19th and July 10th. Okay. Well, see, that's weird then, because it's like we have all these pieces that, like, none of these theories add up perfectly regarding who's lying, who's not lying, and who would be in the know regarding any kind of adoption situation or possible accident. So Isaac is adamant that Dior is, see, if we didn't have that piece of information, that we'd have things to rule out theoretically, because we're going through, it's almost like multiple choice. Like, if A is true, then, 1A or 1B can't be true or could be true. But here we actually can't really rule anything in or out because of statements like that. So if he's complicit or not complicit, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of problems here. I could see why this case was requested to be covered on MINDSHOCK. Now, this isn't any hard evidence, but if you watch early interview with all four adults, Isaac Reinwand comes across as the most believable of the group. This has been talked about extensively on Reddit. And it is odd to feel like the person telling the truth is the oddball friend of Grandpa and not Dior's three family members. The other thing, too, if... again, just spitballing here. If Jessica and Grandpa are in on something, and Vernal is not, but he has the utmost faith in Jessica, where he just, beyond reproach, then even if she's lying, if he refuses to believe it, and he might, I mean, who knows how that can manifest in inconsistent statements. Isaac claims that Dior was alive on both the days of the camping trip, but when pressed, he fails to provide details on what Dior was doing. He claims on July 9th he saw Dior in the child's seat and later saw Dior throwing things into the fire. Besides this, no detail is given. Okay, that's a little strange then, because he can't describe what he was doing, but he just remembers seeing him. I mean, if he's that uninterested in the baby, as, a lot of men that age are, particularly if maybe he has some kind of mental disabilities as well. If he's just completely disinterested in the child or anything the child is doing, or, I mean, he's just not paying attention to him, but he clearly knows he's there from noise and just movement. Other clarifying things. This campsite is remote. This is not a campsite with bathrooms, showers, trails, hookups, parking lots, park rangers, etc. This is a campsite that does not even have a garbage service. It is only open a few months per year, weather permitting. The road to the campsite from Leodore, a town of fewer than 100 residents, is 8 miles of dirt and rocks, which is only passable in the summer months. There is one portable toilet and 2 spigots for portable water, which have water in the summer months. There is no parking lot, no ranger or ranger station, no paths or trails, and no amenities. It is practically a few fire pits and picnic tables in the wilderness. No other campers were in the area when Dior and his companions were camping. Huh. So this would be the perfect place to arrange some kind of illegal adoption or whatever, or to cover up some kind of crime. According to different websites, the drive time between Idaho Falls and Leodore takes in between 1 hour 45 minutes to 2 hours 30 minutes. Then remember there's an additional drive time to the campsite, about an hour. So total drive time is 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours. According to some local people on online forums like Web Sleuths, the drive from Leodore to Timber Creek Campground can take 20 minutes downhill if you have a good truck with high clearance in the summer months, but can also take as much as an hour when going uphill in the dark, especially if the weather is poor. Keep in mind, this area itself is also very remote. The nearest medical attention seems to be 47 miles away from Leodore, even farther from the campground in Salmon, Idaho. The entire Lemhi County has a population of under 8,000. According to Lemhi County Sheriff's Office, the man seen staring at Dior was later identified and cleared. Okay, wow. So that was not a made-up story. So the Sheriff's Office has stated here, I'm guessing this is from East Idaho News interview with Steve Penner, Lemhi County Sheriff. Interesting. So I wonder how exactly he was cleared, because again, in a lot of cases, the true perpetrator was cleared by law enforcement early in the investigation. So I know a lot of so-called true crime aficionado, they take it as gospel, as if law enforcement can never make mistakes ever, as if criminals can never be smart enough to outsmart law enforcement. As soon as they hear cleared, that's gospel in their minds that can never be questioned, and then they veer off into wrong directions. Now again, I'm not saying whether that was a legitimate or illegitimate clearing. I'm just saying when something is unsolved, it's unsolved. But this is important because this shows us that this was not made up. I mean, that's a pretty good point in favor of the parents, though, that it was not made up. What are the chances statistically that there was some guy randomly staring at a toddler, some unkempt man? So this was not the man in the Jeep. This is just a random guy that was staring. I mean, again, there's not a lot of clarification here. Are there 2 alleged men? One, the guy in the Jeep who allegedly had a toddler who looked like Dior. And was this another random unkempt guy who was staring at Dior at a different time when they were in town? So if he was identified and cleared, I mean, how exactly was that done? But so much time had passed between Dior going missing, this man being located, he was unsure if he saw the family that day, let alone little Dior. But wait a second, so how could they have cleared him then? Did they basically just find the guy and talk to him and he simply said he doesn't remember? And that's how they cleared him? Because that's not clearing somebody. That's kind of weird. After they were named suspects in their son's disappearance, Jessica and Vernal broke up. He took a job as a truck driver out of state, and Jessica married someone new within the year. Okay, next question would be, whoever she married, how long did she know that guy? And did she sell off or give up Dior in order to start this new life? I mean, that doesn't make sense, though, because why not just, I mean, I don't know. They have never been charged with their son's disappearance. Jessica's mom was so shocked by the wedding that she didn't even attend the ceremony. Wow. What does everybody make of that? So, what does it usually take for a mother to not attend her own daughter's wedding ceremony? Wow, okay. However, she believes that her daughter is innocent in Dior's disappearance in this interview with Newsline Special 2019. Huh. So, Okay, I guess, is it possible she was just upset with her daughter for getting married that quickly? She doesn't think she has anything to do with Dior's disappearance, but she's just that upset with her for this rushed wedding, or maybe she doesn't like the husband. I guess there could be, yeah, there could be explanations there that have nothing to do with Dior's disappearance. Grandpa Bob Walton died of cancer aged 80 in 2019. If you watch the Missing 411 documentary on the case, it is mentioned that Isaac Reinwald has a criminal past. According to KSL.com, Isaac has one 2006 charge for domestic battery, a misdemeanor. This information is only available at KSL.com, an NBC affiliate out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Isaac is not a child molester it should add a convicted there. Isaac is not a convicted child molester, convicted sex offender, or felon like some online forums or discussions suggest. Obviously, domestic battery is not okay, but I just wanted everyone to know that it's not like some criminal mastermind was out in the wilderness with Dior Jr. that weekend. Although, if he was a criminal mastermind, he's gotten away with it if he was responsible. Law enforcement believes that Dior was alive for at least part of the camping trip. I want to know why they believe that as well. Because it says here they believe Isaac's testimony is credible. Is that the only reason? Do they have any other solid evidence to believe that he was alive for at least part of the camping trip? They do not believe Dior went missing before the trip ever took place, but claim they are looking at all possibilities. According to both Bob and Isaac, the camping trip was planned about a week in advance. It was not spontaneous. So, yeah, it is weird here because if Isaac is not involved here, why would he be going along with these lies? I mean, like what's going on here? P.I. Vilt, P.I. Klein, and Lemhi County Sheriff's Office all agree the most consistent story of the camping trip comes from Isaac Reinwand, Grandpa Bob Walton's friend. This is from the East Idaho News interview with Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, January 2016. They also say that despite this, Isaac lawyered up early in the investigation. Is this really just a criminal mastermind playing dumb? Sheriff Bowerman also says that all four adults have given numerous interviews and have taken several polygraphs each. No one has been overly uncooperative. East Idaho News interview with Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, January 2016. The lead investigator on Dior's case now, Sheriff Steve Penner, organizes searches for Dior every year. He tells Newsline in a 2016 interview that in remote areas of Idaho, he has done many searches for people which come up empty-handed, only for the bodies to be found several years later in a same small search area. It is easy to get lost in the Idaho wilderness. Oh, I don't like that quote at all. I don't like that at all. That's clearly missing 411 territory. Because some of these people, they turn up in exact spots that were searched. We're not talking about deep in the wilderness. In some of these missing 411 cases, it's right next to the main road. So clearly a spot that had been searched many times, and the body ends up there later. So I do not like that quote at all. That is an eerie quote. So there's searches year after year after year, but then the body just magically shows up one year. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Because he's stating here in the same small search area. He's not stating, as they expand the search and they turn up. I mean, he's saying in the same area that was searched. In 2016, P.I. Klein claimed to have found the clothes Dior was wearing at the time he went missing. This was a camo print jacket similar to the one Dior was described as wearing when he disappeared. He also claimed Jessica told him that she knows where Dior is. Jessica disputes this, and the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office doesn't take the lead seriously, as there is no proof Jessica ever said that. It is not in Klein's 10-hour-long interrogation of Jessica, so it's unclear when she said this to him. Both parents have revealed that, so it's not on tape anywhere. Both parents have revealed that the Sheriff's Department has offered them plea deals to reveal the body and testify against the other. Obviously, neither has taken the plea deal. Okay, wow. So is that common in these types of cases? Because I haven't seen the statistics on how often both parents are offered plea deals to reveal the body and testify against each other. So, wow. So let's say Jessica gave him up for adoption. Obviously, she couldn't take the plea deal because there is no dead body. And why would he take the plea deal? So there's clearly scenarios where they wouldn't take the plea deal, but if they were both complicit, I mean, the only reason not to take the plea deal is if they're both thinking, okay, they got nothing on either one of them, so why take the deal even if they're both guilty? So, yeah, I mean, that really doesn't tell us a lot either. P.I. Klein currently has several lawsuits filed against him and his firm for planting false evidence and, in general, being a fraud. But hold on a second here, because if he finds out the truth through illegal means, was he planting evidence against actual guilty parties that he knew for 100% were guilty? Because that's an important distinction there, because obviously cops do that also. You know, cops don't always plant evidence to frame a guy. Sometimes they plant evidence on a guy they know for sure is guilty. He likes the spotlight, but a tiny bit of digging into his background paints a picture of a scummy guy. I don't know how this write-up person determined that. The only reason he's used in this write-up is the fact that there are 10 hours worth of videotape interviews on YouTube. These interviews have been helpful as they really get into detail with all 4 people who were at the campground. P.I. Vilt, on the other hand, is a retired LA County Sheriff's deputy and a retired U.S. Marshal Service fugitive hunter. Yes, that was his job. He has helped find 13 missing people in his time as a PI and seems generally credible and professional. So this guy's experienced. And he thinks Jessica gave up Dior for adoption, possibly without the knowledge of Vernal. Here are some of the questions I have thought about in this case. Why would anyone leave for a camping trip late in the evening only to travel 3 hours and hundreds of miles in the middle of nowhere with a guy you never met, a grandpa on oxygen, and a toddler? I mean, when you phrase it that way. Why did the family even go on the camping trip? Some sources say the trip was Bob's idea. He wanted to go camping in Leodore as he had camped there as a child. In Vernal's interview with Klein, Vernal says the trip was a celebration as Jessica had been able to hold down a job for 6 months. But her job was taking care of her own grandfather. Wow. Did Grandpa even want to go on the trip, or did they bring him because they had to? Oh, wow, that's a great question, because if her job is to take care of him, and there's no one else who can take care of him, they take him because they can't leave? I mean, wow. That's crazy. Why not camp someplace closer if Grandpa really did want to go camping fishing, especially since Jessica was on her period and they had a toddler with him? And someplace where medical attention could be nearby. I mean, this guy's on oxygen. This is kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of camping spots there. So, yeah, that's a great question there. Why was Isaac invited last minute? Jessica and Vernal claimed they didn't know he was coming until Grandpa said they needed to stop and pick him up on the evening of July 9th. And what's the relationship there? Like, Grandpa's calling the shots? Is he saying he's not going to go with them unless they pick up this guy? Or did he want to witness? Did he suspect something? I mean, what's going on here? Did they suspect that they were going to kill him because he was kind of a burden? I mean, who knows what goes through the mind? I mean, again, we're talking about a really old guy here. I'm not saying there's any truth to any of his thoughts, but was he really thinking this? And he wanted maybe a witness or a young guy that could help him? Jessica and Vernal claimed they didn't know he was coming until Grandpa said they needed to stop and pick him up on the evening of July 9th. So on the way there, Grandpa's basically yelling at them, stop and pick this guy up right now. Did the guy even know he was going? I mean, what is going on here? Why was Grandpa friends with a cognitively disabled guy 40 years his junior? Well, again, even if he wasn't necessarily his friend, if he had done yard work for him, whatever, and he's like the only younger guy he knows, if he's looking for a witness or he's fearing for his own safety, it kind of makes sense that he might want this guy if he doesn't know anybody else. Why would you leave for a camping trip and forget feminine hygiene products and groceries? And if you did, why did you not stop to get these items before going to the campground to pick these things up? We know they stopped at the stage shop on the evening of July 9th. Why did they suddenly leave the campground in the morning to get diesel? Maybe this was just a code word for pads and tampons, but either way, it's weird. Why does no one in the entirety of the trip remember seeing Dior Jr.? There are only 80 people in Leodore, so it's not like Dior would be one face among hundreds. That's a good point. Why, if it was Dior's nap time like Vernal claimed, would Jessica and Vernal leave the campground and go fishing? Did they take fishing poles to the creek? Both of them or just one of them? That fact changes from interview to interview. If they thought Isaac was so weird, why did they ask him to show them the fishing holes so they could fish with him? Why did they fish for only 5 minutes before returning to camp? Did they expect something bad to happen? Okay, so here's just another thought here, too, though. Okay, with or without Vernal's knowledge, possibly with, if they're trying to get rid of Dior, was the whole plan to bring Grandpa and then blame Grandpa? When Dior, so they set this whole thing up at this remote campground for him to wander off when they actually had gotten rid of him earlier? Or did they just tell somebody to go pick him up, but would the Grandpa go along with that? Or is he so mentally out of it? I mean, they couldn't trust that he was that mentally out of it. So, I mean, I don't know. This is weird. Why did they fish for only 5 minutes before returning to camp? Did they expect something bad to happen? Well, that's a major question right there. Why were they fishing in a very small creek which reportedly has no fish? Interview with P.I. Klein and Sheriff Penner. Why did they leave a 2-year-old with an old man on oxygen in the middle of the wilderness? I mean, I've asked that before. Why did they return from the creek? Was it to put Dior to bed, to check on Dior, or to show Dior the fish in the creek? This changes from interview to interview. How long was Dior missing when the 911 calls were made? Was it an hour like Jessica claimed at first, or was it 20 minutes like she claimed later? Was Isaac brought on the trip as a scapegoat? That's dark. Was Isaac brought to watch Grandpa so Jessica and Vernal didn't have to? Okay, I can see that. Was the camping trip really Grandpa's idea? He wasn't even well enough to get around, let alone fish, so it's always seemed odd to me. Was Dior ever alive on July 10th, 2015? Was Dior ever even at the campground at all? If not, what reason does Isaac have to lie? Is Isaac lying? Is Isaac simply confused? Did he see Dior once or twice and fill in the blanks? Is Isaac lying because he is scared? Is Grandpa lying? Did Grandpa forget to watch Dior? Did he fall asleep on the job, so to speak? Did Klein find the missing jacket, or did Dior simply have several camouflage jackets? I mean, there's no other friend or family member who can verify how many jackets this toddler had who had been at their house. I mean, it is kind of a weird question, but still. If Jessica and Vernal are responsible, why have neither of them taken a plea deal? I mean, I already addressed that. If Dior was alive, why did no one see him in Leodore? Theories. Here are all of the theories I have heard of for this case. Accidental or neglectful death at the campsite, lost and died in the wilderness, animal attack, intentional homicide, abduction, given away for adoption, or sold in Leodore. Wow, so if there was a specific connection in Leodore, possibly that old guy who was staring at the toddler, I mean, why would they admit that, though? Unless that was an intermediary third party and someone planned for him to be blamed because he would have given it off to 2 or 3 or 4 other parties by that point, so it would never lead to him, but, I mean, that's still kind of risky. Unless he was, I mean, if he was paid good money. I mean, some people pay a lot of money for illegal adoption, so to speak. Huh. That's a curious one, but it would explain why they had to go that far out of the way specifically to Leodore, if there was a connection there. Foul play or accidental neglectful death before the camping trip, and there are probably plenty more. Red herring, in my opinion. The jacket, this proves nothing. Kids have multiple jackets. I agree with that specifically because we have no verification of what he was actually wearing, because we have to take... Like, there's no CCTV, there's no nothing. It's just the family's word, so it means nothing. Jessica knows where the body is. Unverified. Law enforcement doesn't seem to care. I don't necessarily think that's a red herring. That's just a question mark. Obviously, there's nothing to pursue there until anything else materializes from there. Jessica and Vernal acting weird during interviews. Sure, they act weird, but how are you supposed to act when your child is missing? Again, if we can get their baselines, do they act weird in innocuous situations? If they do, okay, nothing to see here. But this is why baselines are important. So theoretically, it could mean something. Shovel story, unverified. Isaac's criminal past seems unrelated. Well, I'm not sure about that either, because if he's one of these criminal masterminds that's playing stupid, but yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, because why would he do something to the toddler? They're fishing with him, then they go up and he's already missing, so he would have had to circle around back some way. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. My conclusions: when I started researching this case, I truly believed the parents killed Dior on or before the trip. Now I am not so sure. Isaac's consistent story makes me think that Dior was probably at the campsite at some point for Isaac to have those memories. I think he at the least saw Dior on the 9th. I am not so certain that Dior was alive or around the campsite after the family returned from the store on the 10th. But of course I can't be sure. This is mostly due to the bizarre timeline for the whole trip. I think a neglectful or accidental death hit him too hard, smothered him on accident, hit him with the truck, didn't watch him and he drowned, of Dior on the morning of July 10th seems to make the most sense for the timeline and the bizarre trip into town. I think the other most likely scenario is that Dior wandered off and succumbed to the elements or a predator because no one was watching him closely. What do you think happened to little Dior? I mean, you would think even if he was attacked by an animal, wouldn't there be some kind of traces somewhere at some point? I mean, it's not like they didn't do extensive searches. An interesting comment here. Maybe Isaac's whole reason for being there was to be a scapegoat, which would mean Dior was meant to go missing on that trip. The whole case is just so bizarre. There are so many weird elements to it. And here we are 5 years later, and Dior is still missing, and this whole case is still the tangled web it was to begin with. This was posted 2 years ago. Another interesting post here. What if they used Isaac's developmental issues to trick him into believing Dior was on the trip when he wasn't? Did he actually see Dior, or did he see them doing things that convinced him Dior was there? Holding Dior, talking to Dior as if he were there. Maybe between his disabilities and other manipulation, he only thought he saw Dior and was convinced by the parents that Dior was there. Wow, this would be dark indeed if this is what happened. I mean, has this ever happened in any other case ever? The response here: this might actually be possible and would make sense of some of the inconsistencies. Isaac is telling the truth when he says he saw Dior, but what he actually saw was the parents lugging around a dead body, not a live child. I admit it sounds a little Weekend at Bernie's, but given Isaac's apparent developmental difficulties, fooling him might not have taken much effort. Maybe the parents dropped Dior's body out there somewhere, hoping a delay in finding him would conceal his time and manner of death. Maybe they're as surprised as anyone else that his body still hasn't been found. Wow. I mean, these are some dark theories being proposed by people discussing this case on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit. Another response here: false memories are incredibly easy to implant even in very intelligent people. It's possible that Isaac is absolutely convinced he saw the child at the campsite, and as far as he knows, isn't lying. Polygraphs are bunk, but if he truly believes his memories, he technically isn't lying. Now, here's the thing. What is the intelligence level of Jessica and Vernal in order to even come up with a plot like this? To implant false memories. Because, I mean, that's clearly not the go-to of people looking to cover up some kind of giving up their child or cover up some kind of accidental death. I mean, that's not the go-to. And also, couldn't they do tests on Isaac to see how easy he would be tricked in, like, other situations? Here's another interesting post. Has anyone suggested they had alcohol on this trip? All drunk, something happens, they don't actually know where the kid is, all make up a story. Isaac keeps to the story out of fear because they may have bullied him into believing he was to blame and will go to prison. How close were they to the water? The response is that it was 50 feet away from a small creek, so very close to the creek. So if they're all completely wasted, would they not want to admit that? They're all wasted with an old grandpa on oxygen who may have fallen asleep. They convince Isaac to go along with their story, otherwise they both turn on him and blame him. Interesting. So they really don't know what happened to the kid. Huh. So is that why they failed all those polygraphs? Because they are lying and being deceptive, but not exactly about what exactly would happen. Another post here. I don't know if you saw the People magazine show that covered it and showed the video Isaac did with the private investigator. He was so nervous, had a bullet in his hand that he kept fidgeting with. I am totally convinced Vernal has threatened and scared this poor man to death that he is forced to lie. After watching all the lies of the parents going into town, saying all these people saw little Dior, and then when questioned they all said they never saw him, the parents out of their own negligence caused the death of this poor baby and are covering it up and threatening those with them to stay silent. But I also think after watching that show, the detectives said they are still working it even now and they will solve it. So that's kind of weird though, because did the parents really think there would be no investigation? Does this make sense to anybody? Like, why are you going to say all these town people saw Dior if they didn't see, do they think those people are never going to be questioned in the case of a missing child? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Now, a far darker theory, I don't even know if I want to go down this rabbit hole, but this is MINDSHOCK, so we might as well go down it. Is it possible this community of Leodore, is it possible they had someone snatch him and he really was out and about and they really did see him, but they all lied about it because this community is involved in some kind of, this is a really dark theory. If we're going down human trafficking theories and if we're going down with law enforcement involvement, obviously they would point the finger at the parents and say they're suspects and they're guilty. Because how often do they flat out state suspects and not persons of interest? I mean, this is all really weird. This is MINDSHOCK. I mean, I'm not going to discredit that for anybody who's unfamiliar with the work of former FBI head Ted Gunderson. He exposed a lot of law enforcement and political circle child trafficking, going up quite high into the ranks. A lot of coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists, they never want to examine those theories, but unfortunately this is a world where criminals exist and they do prey on children. And, is there any other profession, so-called profession, other than politics, where where almost 100% of them are already criminals? So it's kind of weird how, all these authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists hallucinate that politicians would never be involved in this. I mean, almost 100% of all politicians are criminals, so statistically, they'd be more likely to be involved than any other person of any other profession. So, again, whether they also have some law enforcement in their pocket, that's going down some really dark rabbit holes. But that's the only way I could think of it, because why would the parents say all these people saw him? How did they not know the police was going to verify? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. That doesn't make any sense. And because if they're that dumb, how did they pull this off? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Another poster has some interesting thoughts here. Uncharted 4 posted this 2 years ago. This case has always seemed odd, but I think that it's two irresponsible people being negligent with their kid and an accident happened. I don't think the trip was for any special cover-up. I don't think it's weird to go camping. I've made sudden decisions to go places just because I want to do it. The grandfather was sick. He knew he was sick and possibly dying at that point. I know he died years later, but if he has terminal cancer, the impending doom could be weighing on him. He wanted to revisit a childhood memory and go see this place. Because he's sick, he needs her to go as the caregiver. I'm sure they took this as an opportunity to have Grandpa pay for everything and they get a trip out of it. I mean, do we have corroboration that he did in fact pay for this? Not really suspicious on him bringing Isaac along, as it's his friend. He probably didn't have many. Also, he knew Jessica and her boyfriend wouldn't be paying much attention to him, as they'd probably treat it as a getaway for them. So Isaac was company for the grandpa. I think it's pretty expletive they will leave a 2-year-old with a man who himself needs a caretaker to go fishing, though. Has anyone mentioned that? Why would anybody leave their kid in the care of an elderly person with medical issues in the middle of nowhere? Because they're completely irresponsible and negligent. Wasn't something mentioned that Isaac thought it was bad they brought the kid because of his crying? Maybe that had something to do with his disappearance. 2-year-olds can be tough times for the best of parents. I think something happened that first night or early morning to him. They may have hit him with the truck and he died. Then they had to cover it up. Something may have happened in the truck while they were sleeping. I don't think it was intentional, but the behavior after the fact is suspicious, and they can't keep their story straight. That drive into town was to probably hide the body away from the campsite. Whatever did happen, it's a tragedy for that little boy. Response here, I agree with your thoughts with one exception, being that I'm pretty sure that whatever happened to Dior was unintentional, but caused by the grandpa. His weird replies, is that so? And laughing are things I have come across in people with Alzheimer's who are hiding it. They can't remember what happened, so they give strange non-committal answers. I strongly feel Grandpa accidentally killed Dior during that first night or early morning. I think the parents didn't want Grandpa to be in trouble with his medical history and tried to protect him. And again, to me, this would suggest accidental death rather than purposeful. I don't think they'd cover for Grandpa if it was intentional. Law enforcement feel neither parent is truthful, but it could be that they are only involved in the hiding of his body rather than the actual death. The trip into town was body disposal, and the fishing a setup so that Isaac could witness Dior going missing. Okay, wow, that's the best explanation I've seen so far regarding Isaac. Huh. Wow. That's actually, that might be one of the best theories so far. I mean, if there was an accident with the vehicle, though, with the truck, you would think law enforcement would find something on it. Someone mentioned that there was blood on the back bumper of the truck, and someone else posted that it was determined to be animal blood. Just some more conversation here in the comments. People are saying if he got carried off by a wild animal, the wild animal could have theoretically carried him quite a distance before eating him or whatever outside the distance of the search area. Also, another theory here is that if he died during the night, I mean, what was the temperature overnight? Or if he had some kind of medical episode and died, I mean, how would they react? Would they be afraid that they let him sleep in the truck instead of the camper? I mean, what's the situation there? And then they went into town to establish alibi, whatever. Other people are speculating because what's on Vernal's 911 call, because his call has never been released. And some people find that strange because Jessica's call was released. So is there something in Vernal's 911 call that for whatever reason can't be released? So that's all for now. I would like to get the opinion of all the MindShock listeners out there. I don't know if I have enough here to form a McGuire theory. I mean, there's just a lot of missing information. And if the MindShock listeners do want a follow-up episode on this, I can go over some of the body language and micro-expressions of all the interviews released. I mean, there's so many hours, but then again, this is MindShock. I just, without looking at them, I don't know if there'd be enough there just from these other missing pieces. I mean, why release one 911 call and not the other? I mean, I would say that should be priority number one. And then just accounting. I mean, there's so much to account for and so many missing pieces. I mean, I think brain fingerprint scans would I mean, you'd have to do that on all these people that are still alive in order to get, I mean, that's probably the fastest way to solve this thing. Because you could at least rule things out. As of right now, it's kind of hard to rule anything out. Just because, I mean, all theories seem to have pieces missing, depending on who you believe is guilty. Either way. But hope everyone out there enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are looking at the mysterious Missy Bevers case. The 2016 murder committed by an individual wearing police SWAT gear roaming around a church of all places. I mean, this is one bizarre crime, still unsolved, unfortunately, despite video evidence of the suspect. Of course, the costume offered quite a bit of disguise, but perhaps not as much as thought. We'll be going into that, as well as a vehicle spotted. So there seems to be quite a bit to go on, and this case has been requested quite a few times by MindShock listeners. So we are finally going to do a deep dive into the Missy Bevers case and all avenues of investigation in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, not falling for any logical fallacies. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to members-only streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Keep up awareness in all of these unsolved cases, as well as missing persons cases and wrongful convictions that we cover on MindShock. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So I'm just going to do a super quick overview first, and then we will dive deep. For those that are not familiar with the Terry Missy Bevers case, Terry Missy Leanne Bevers was killed inside the Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, Texas, April 18th, 2016. The case remains unsolved. She was 45 years old at the time of her death. Cause of death, homicide by multiple puncture wounds to the head and the chest. Missy Bevers arrived at the Creekside Church of Christ at 4 a.m. on April 18, 2016, to prepare for the fitness class she was holding that morning. An hour later, several of her students found her dead. It is believed that Bevers was only in the church for moments before she met her killer. This is a write-up from everybodywiki.com. I don't believe she was dead when she was found. I mean, maybe she appeared dead. I think the official report is that she died before with the paramedics when they had arrived. Police have released surveillance video footage from the church showing the killer walking through the church holding a hammer. The hammer was found to be consistent with Missy Bevers' wounds. The suspect is shown breaking windows and going through offices. They are wearing a black helmet, black boots, black gloves, and a black vest with police in white lettering on the front and back. Their walking gait is very distinct. Their feet are turned outwards, and it has been theorized that they could be wearing shoes that are too large for them. Police estimate that the person caught on tape is 5'8", plus or minus an inch. They originally stated that the suspect was male, but they have since stated the suspect may be of either gender. So, right off the gate, we are dealing with a case that is definitely not run-of-the-mill in any way. This is just very bizarre because we do have this individual caught on tape. And I'll be getting more into the nuances of the gate and what the video does and doesn't suggest or prove. But the thing with this heavy-set individual, unless one wants to theorize this is not a heavy-set individual, and part of the disguise is making them look heavy-set, I don't know how likely that is, but if it is a heavy-set individual as it appears, it's difficult to distinguish. It's much harder to tell the difference between a male and female overweight, heavy-set individual by the way they walk versus, let's say, a more average-sized individual. A female would, of course, have more distinct movement than a male, or vice versa based on their body type. Of course, there are exceptions as well, but it is difficult. At first glance, it would seem like this would be a male, but there's just certain points of the video, the way the person was standing, theoretically, some of it, to me, subjectively, looks like it could very well be a female, but we'll be getting into that later. Let's do a more in-depth look here. This is from TrueCrimeEdition.com, March 2nd. Who killed Missy Beavers? What should have been an easy crime to solve is now a cold case. On April 18, 2016, while getting ready to teach a fitness class at a local church, Terry Missy Beavers was murdered by an unknown assailant. 6 years on, her case is still unsolved. Missy was a 45-year-old mother of 3 from Red Oak, Texas. She took fitness very seriously and taught her own classes. She was an active member of the community and had no known enemies. Just after 4 a.m., Missy arrived at Midlothian's Creekside Church of Christ to prepare for her early morning fitness class. She taught a gladiator boot camp and was prepping the room for a famously intensive session. Missy was found by her students at 5 a.m., who quickly called emergency services. She had a head injury and multiple puncture wounds to her chest. She was unresponsive when she was discovered. Missy died shortly after the paramedics had arrived, and investigation into her murder began immediately. Chilling video from the church showed a person carrying a hammer while opening and closing various rooms around the building. At one point, they broke open a door with the hammer. The person's clothing included a helmet, gloves, and shin guards. They also wore a vest emblazoned with police. I would actually say most of the footage and images taken from the footage, it does look like a man definitively, except for this one image here. There's just something, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but there's just something female about the the way that this individual is leaning. Although, of course, if it is some kind of back or leg injury, that could account for that as well. But there's just something feminine about this pose. I don't know what else to make of it, or another way to describe it. Again, these are just my observations. Let's continue here. The footage of the person in riot gear was analyzed, but the gender of the assailant was inconclusive. The killer was between 5'2" and 5'8". Their feet predominantly pointed outward, and they walked with a limp. Glass from broken windows scattered the floor of the building, guiding police on a trail that helped track the person's movements in the riot gear. They also found marks on the church's back door indicating how the perpetrator accessed the building, initially leading police to believe that the incident may have been a robbery that had gone wrong. However, after searching the property, it was evident that nothing was missing from the church, nor from Missy, who was still wearing her wedding ring. The police were concerned there hadn't been a homicide in the area in years, and they weren't used to dealing with a murder investigation. The video footage was released to the public in hope of finding the person featured in the video, and the police told viewers to note the specific gait with which the person walked. Within hours of its release, the police department was inundated with tips from the public, and the FBI and U.S. Marshals stepped in to help field calls. The police subpoenaed Missy's phone and recovered messages detailing flirtatious and intimate conversations on LinkedIn. That's interesting. Is that the platform of choice for that? There were also strange and creepy messages from a man Missy had shown a friend a few days before her death. That would definitely be interesting. See, the thing with controls is, though, the thing about controls is how many women receive creepy and strange messages on an average day. Like, did Missy Beavers never in her whole life... Now, again, this is going back to 2016. Obviously, social media is a thing. Obviously, there's a lot of communication here. But, yeah, perhaps it's a little bit more rare in 2016 than 2020, although I don't know. I mean, this isn't like 2006, 2005 area where it's just starting out. But in the year 2016, how many people, how many women of her age? I guess let's do strict controls here. I would assume women in their 40s probably receive less random messages than women in their 20s or 30s. I mean, I don't know. And probably more than in their 60s or 70s. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing here. I haven't seen any conclusive studies. I mean, would all be anecdotal, I guess, based on where people live and such, or what websites they go to, or what social media platforms they are active on. Is that coincidental? Because if these are the only creepy and strange messages she's ever received, then that would be suspicious. If she's been receiving these similar types of messages all the time, then that would be more problematic. But let's go to the DallasNews.com, the Dallas Morning News. Slain fitness instructor Missy Beavers received creepy and strange messages days before death, search warrant says. This is by Tom Steele, May 5th, 2016. Terry Missy Beavers, the fitness instructor killed at a Midlothian church last month, received a message that was creepy and strange just days before her death, according to a search warrant. And this article is curious because in a lot of recent information I've found here, it's kind of just summed up that there was nothing in the warrants of phones of family and friends, and there was just nothing there. But this article paints a different picture here. Beavers, 45, was found dead at Creekside Church of Christ on the morning of April 18th. Police said she had multiple puncture wounds to her head and chest. Beavers had shown a friend a LinkedIn message she had received 3 days earlier, less than 3 days earlier. The search warrant affidavit says the message was from a man neither of them knew, and they thought it was creepy and strange. The friend did not remember the name on the account, police said. Police said Beavers had been receiving messages from another person on LinkedIn since January that were flirtatious and familiar in nature, according to the affidavit. Some of the messages, which police also described as intimate, were deleted and then partially recovered by police. Police said in a separate search warrant that text messages between Beavers and her husband, Brandon Beavers, indicated that they were having marital and financial difficulties. The affidavit also said the phone records indicated intimate, personal relationship, or with an S, external to the marriage. Police believe Beavers had been in contact with her killer. The killer may have used a cell phone to record the slang, according to the affidavit. Police have not named a suspect or motive in Beavers' death. They are working to identify a person in SWAT-type tactical gear seen in surveillance video walking through the church and swinging what looks like a hammer. Police said in an affidavit that the footage indicates the person has a distinctive walk caused by an injury to his or her right leg or foot. Husband said that she didn't know her killer. A lot of weird statements here. You would think that they'd be able, even if she didn't know the name, even if the friend didn't know the name of the person who sent her this weird, creepy, strange message, they'd be able to track that down just through the LinkedIn database, through search warrants and all these things. So I guess it has not been stated here whether or not that was followed up on. So we have to assume they know. Going back to the True Crime Edition write-up here. Okay, so there were strange and creepy messages from a man Missy had shown a friend a few days before her death. Police believe that she had been in contact with her killer, and the names of the people on LinkedIn were never released. Missy posted a lot on social media about her upcoming boot camps, and the night before she was killed, she said that come rain or shine, the class would still go ahead. Unfortunately, her advertising made her movements easily trackable. So on Facebook, she posted this on her Facebook account: no excuses, you are gladiators. If it's raining, we're still training. Tomorrow begins week 1, endurance, and it's weight day. If you've been using the same weight for the last 2 camps, it's time to go up. 5 a.m. Creekside Church of Christ. We now have cover under the front awning. 5 a.m. Creekside Church of Christ, and then 9 a.m. Midlothian Conference Center. We are moving to the Midlothian Civic Center. So she's posting here where she's going to be at 5 a.m. the night before, 7:55 p.m., April 17th. So, okay. I'm gonna do this aside right now because this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time. So early on, some people theorized that this is some kind of psychotic who's just cruising places looking for a victim. But is that too coincidental? Let's go to the Midlothian crime statistics for this. So on neighborhoodscout.com, they pull some stats here. Because if this was in a place like a highly populated area, New York, LA, Dallas even, you could possibly make the case that there's roaming psychotics that may or may not do something like this. This is Midlothian, Texas. This is Midlothian, Texas. So the crime index, it has a 59 on the crime index, safer than 59% of U.S. cities in totality. So that includes both violent and property cases. So the crime rate per 1,000 residents is 0.91. Violent crime rate per 1,000 residents. So Texas averages a 4.5. Midlothian averages a 0.91. So your chances of becoming a victim of a violent crime in Midlothian is 1 in 1,098, but in Texas averages a 1 in 222. And for property crime per 1,000 residents, Midlothian's an 8.77. Texas averages a 22.62. The national median is 19. And the national median for violent crime per 1,000 residents is 4, and Midlothian's a 0.91, Texas a 4.5. So the chances of becoming a victim of a property crime in Midlothian is 1 in 114, in the rest of Texas, 1 in 44. I'm assuming they're counting basically absolutely everything as a property crime, which of course there's various degrees of property crime as well. On city-data.com, we look at the amount of murders in Midlothian. So they do not get a lot of murders or violent crime in general. So in 2006, 0 murders. 2007, 1 murder. 2008, 0. 2009, 1. 2010, 0. 2011, 0. 2012, 0. 2013, 0. 2014, 0. 2015, 0. 2016, 1. Missy Beavers. 2017, 0. 2018, 0. So murder is definitely not common in Midlothian, Texas. So here's the thing. Obviously, FBI statistics would suggest that Missy Beavers was either killed by a significant other, some kind of a romantic interest, or a friend or coworker or acquaintance or someone known to her. So what are the chances this is a random crime in Midlothian, Texas? See, if this was somewhere else, if this was in a major city, you would still, when she's posting exactly which church at exactly what time the night before, and just the nature of the crime, it still would be unlikely, but it would be more of a theoretical possibility. Now, I'm not going to write off that possibility. This is MINDSHOCK. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and this case is as of yet unsolved. But how many murder victims make a post the night before they're murdered on exactly where they're going to be at what time? And if this is some small town where the average murder rate is 0 for many years, I mean, it's kind of too coincidental. Now, is it possible someone saw her post who didn't know her specifically? So if it was, let's say, an acquaintance of an acquaintance looking to kill somebody, they picked this random day, they did see her post, even though they didn't personally know her. Is that possible? That's possible, I suppose, but either way, it is not someone just driving around at 4 o'clock in the morning looking for a random place to break into while wearing police SWAT gear. So, yeah, we do have to start with the people known to her. Now, if there's all these messages of extramarital affairs going on, there could be some jealousy at play. There could also be other motives, and we'll be taking a look at those as well. But continuing the post here on truecrimeedition.com. After his alibi was verified, Brandon Beavers was questioned by investigators wanting to know who would harm his wife. He told investigators he couldn't think of anyone who would like to hurt Missy. Judging by the fact that Missy's licensed gun was left in her car in the church car park, Missy didn't think there was anyone who wanted to harm her either. And what a shame that is. What a shame. Brandon told the police that his marriage to Missy was great and that they were happy. Still, investigators found out that the marriage was in disrepair and fraught with financial issues and infidelity. On April 22nd, Brandon's father, Randy, went to a dry cleaner's in town with a woman's blood-stained shirt, asking for it to be cleaned. He told the employee that the blood was from breaking up a dogfight, but Missy's murder story had been all over the news, so the employee called the police. A warrant was issued for the shirt, and when analyzed, it looked like someone had already tried to clean the blood off the shirt beforehand. Police also noticed that Randy had a similar physique to the person in the security footage from the church, and he walked with a limp. However, Randy was in California when Missy was murdered, and his alibi cleared him as a suspect. Brandon's sister, Christy, corroborated her father's story that the dogfight happened and that the report eventually came back as positive for canine blood, but the damage was done by then. The community chastised Randy, and despite all of the statements being made public, he was, in their eyes, guilty. A few weeks later, police found security footage from a nearby sporting goods store and discovered a Nissan Altima driving around a nearby car park a few hours before the murder. This video was also released to the public, but the car owner never came forward and no one knew who the car belonged to. And Nissan Altimas are quite popular as well, so that's kind of unfortunate that the make and model of the vehicle was not something a little bit more rare that could be easily tracked, and supposedly that's probably why they used it, if this is directly connected here. There was another vehicle that the police didn't enlist the help of the public in finding. It was a dark SUV seen leaving the church car park on the same morning around 4:30 a.m. Some months later, in the fall of 2019, the police realized that a tip had been phoned in multiple times during the investigation. The new lead was regarding former Lancaster police officer Bobby Wayne Henry. He was also a tactical officer who admitted to police that he still owned his riot gear, but it didn't fit him anymore. Henry was a licensed security guard who worked Missy's funeral and attended Mass at Creekside Church of Christ. Henry was suspended from the police due to an aggravated sexual assault in 1996. He owned a similar car to the second vehicle police were looking for information on, and he also walked with a limp. Police sought the advice of a forensics podiatrist to compare the walk of Henry and the masked assailant in the video footage, but the findings were inconclusive. However, the main issue with Henry being a suspect in Missy's murder was that he was 6'1", far too large to be the person in the security footage. However, the second search warrant issued by the police turned up multiple devices that contained child pornography. In June 2017, Henry was arrested for the pornography charges and took part in an interview from jail with Dallas's WFAA News. He denied knowing Missy or even her name, and eventually his alibi for the night of Missy's murder was corroborated. He was released without charge after 70 days in jail. To date, he hasn't been charged for the pornography in his possession. He was also ruled out as a person of interest in Missy's homicide. That's weird. Despite help from the FBI and seemingly strong suspects, the case reached a dead end. Unease quickly rippled through the city of Midlothian, with Missy's killer still free to wander the streets. Internet sleuths began to comb the internet for clues to try to find Missy's murderer, but some of them went too far in their search. Most recently, Missy's daughter Hannah spoke to Inside Edition and recalled the struggles she and her family have been through since her mother's death. I've had people on Facebook message me and say, "Your dad did this. Your dad killed your mom." My dad loved my mom, and I know that 100%. Missy's killer was between 5'2" and 5'8". Their feet predominantly point outward, and they walked with a limp. This person could be a man or woman. Police are still looking for the owner of the Nissan Altima. So, okay. A couple things. Let's look at the stepfather here because there are some issues with this guy. The other thing, too, actually, while we're looking through this footage here, I mean, what is this guy doing? Is he trying to stage this as some kind of robbery, but then he doesn't even take anything? So, I mean, it's kind of weird. If you're staging it as a robbery, wouldn't you actually stage it as a robbery? Or is this just a certified loon? I mean, it's kind of weird. And if he knew he did, the other question is, did this individual know whether or not there was CCTV footage here? And so are there two vehicles in question then? The Altima and a dark SUV that the police actually did not make public or ask the public for help finding? Does that mean there was more than one individual involved here? Because why are there two vehicles? Supposedly neither has been cleared? I mean, this is kind of weird. So let's look at his gait here. Randy Beavers here. Similar gait, no question. No question, similar gait. Feet point outward slightly, yes. See, the thing is, a lot of people walk like this. That's the problem with doing these types of analyses. You might not necessarily be able to rule them out. Does that rule them in? Also, some people believe this is Duper's delight here on why he's just so smiley in regards to all of these charges, and even the blood on the shirts at the dry cleaner. So here's the thing regarding that. There's no way he'd be dumb enough to send that to a dry cleaner. He would get rid of it. So even if he's guilty, I mean, this doesn't mean he's innocent. Just because, I mean, people have dogs get into fights, blood gets on clothes. I mean, none of this is strange, especially not in Texas. So that doesn't mean he's innocent just because the blood on the clothes that he happened to turn in belonged to dogs. That doesn't mean he's innocent in any way. Doesn't mean he's guilty either, because, I mean, how dumb would one have to be to take clothes to a dry cleaner from a murder victim? I mean, that's kind of weird. So this was kind of like a whole bunch of nothing, but he seemed happy, again, according to this interview here, we'll listen to a clip from it, that the police were investigating these things.
The dry cleaner had your shirt listed as a woman's double XL shirt, just listing.
The what?
Your shirt. The dry cleaner listed your shirt with the bloodstains on it as a women's.
Well, my wife's white shirt had bloodstains on it too. So both of us had bloodstains on her shirt and mine. So because it,
So there are two shirts of blood on it.
Yeah.
The one only listed one.
The one on list of one. Where's the other shirt?
The dry cleaners.
So the dry cleaner calls and says there's blood on.
I don't know what I don't know the conversation between the cleaners and the police station. Okay, I don't know that
So
conversation.
you're saying there's blood on two shirts.
There's two shirts that's got blood on. Okay.
And then, Randy, even though it's brought you this attention, would you say that you're glad that they're looking so closely
You better
at all
believe
of
it.
this?
You better believe it. You better believe it. If they weren't, they wouldn't be doing their job. Okay, so by them doing this, it tells me that they're being diligent and doing their job on any tiny little whatever comes across is being looked at, and it should be. So that's great.
So what does everybody think about that clip? I mean, is this Duper's delight here? It's just kind of weird. I mean, it's kind of weird. I don't know what to make of it. Supposedly, his alibi did clear. So what does that mean? I mean, I still keep thinking about the two vehicles, though. I don't know if there's a big enough deal made about the two vehicles. There's two unidentified vehicles. If we're dealing with two individuals, I mean, is it beyond the realm of possibility that a roving psychotic in SWAT gear just happened to be going to that church and someone else was there to kill Missy, and the person that killed Missy is not the person in this outfit? Or they are both working together, which would seem to be more likely if there were two individuals involved in this church in the middle of nowhere in Midlothian, Texas, which averages 0 murders per year. So, I don't know. What does everybody make of that? Let's go over a couple more articles to see the current state of the investigation. This is also Dallas Morning News. After 5 years, Midlothian police remain determined to find Missy Beavers' killer. Their investigation into the slaying remains open, and the department receives new tips almost daily. So actually, so here's the timestamp. I don't know if this is accurate here because again, as I've mentioned before, closer to the early 2000s, like for example the Maura Murray case, some of these other cases, CCTV technicians have stated that the timestamps are usually wrong. I mean, even on bank ATMs, even on government surveillance systems. I mean, even the Pentagon had the wrong date on the 9/11 release of the Pentagon footage. So to hallucinate that timestamps are infallible is weird. Now, I don't know what those stats mean by 2016. By 2016, did that improve from around a 50-50 ratio of accurate to non-accurate? I would think so, right? So again, I'm not a technician. It would be interesting to know at what year did timestamps become more accurate in CCTV footage. I mean, obviously they're not 100% accurate even today. I mean, there's a bunch of inaccurate timestamps everywhere, but it's probably a lot better than 50-50. So if we take this timestamp as accurate, this guy's wandering out around the church. It's already 3:58 a.m. So if Missy Beavers posted on her Facebook the class starts at 5 a.m., this might be the most problematic aspect of the entire case here. Because if she posted a 5 a.m. start time, I mean, what is the average amount a fitness trainer or anybody gets to work early? A half an hour, maybe? Would this random guy or someone who's looking to kill her who knew her, regardless, would they be, if someone's looking specifically for her to kill, how much earlier are you going to get to the church, especially the off chance that someone else is there? I mean, I don't know the normal hours of the church. I don't know how many activities are there normally. But I mean, people driving by, whoever, how much earlier would a killer, especially dressed in SWAT gear if they're not police, how much earlier would they want to get there to stage some kind of robbery gone wrong or something? Would they get there at 3 something a.m. over an hour earlier than when she's supposed to be there? That's a problem. That's a problem. Because if they know she's going to be there at 5 and they know other people are going to be there for the class at 5, they'd be looking to get there, I get, maybe at 4. How much earlier than 4, though? Would they be looking to get there an hour and a half earlier? Why would she be there for just a fitness? I mean, how long does it take to set up a fitness class at a church? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it would take longer than 10 minutes, but I don't think it would take hours. So I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. I haven't really heard anybody try to tackle the timeline here. Why would they be there that early? And if they're making noise, breaking all these windows, that she didn't hear that? I mean, how exactly did this all go down? I mean, see, we're missing a lot of details here. And is there other footage that has not been released? So CBSNews.com has a write-up here from April 22nd, 2016, which states that an unknown person meanders door to door moments before Missy Beavers arrived. So this report here states that the suspect broke into the church at 3:50 a.m. So over an hour earlier. Beavers entered the building at 4:20 a.m., so she came 40 minutes earlier. So the suspect was there over a half an hour before she got there, 40 minutes before the advertised time of the class. So a participant in Camp Gladiator, that's Beavers' program, arrived at the church at 4:35 a.m. It is not clear how soon after that arrival Beavers was found, but 2 911 calls were received by the police at 5 a.m. Wait a second. So it took Whoa. It took 25 minutes to call the police? I don't know if this timeline has been adequately explained here because this isn't quite making sense to me. It took the person 25 minutes to find Beavers, and they did not see the suspect leave. So if the suspect left immediately after killing her at between 4:20, I mean, if she entered the building at 4:20 and the first person got there at 4:35, that's a small window. Because all these articles state that she was discovered at 5 a.m., so someone else was there for 25 minutes before discovering her. So Yahoo.com also has a write-up here with a timeline by Jason Sickles, April 22nd, 2016. 3:50 a.m., suspect first appears on video surveillance. So the suspect could have been there earlier, especially if they're breaking in through the back. Who knows how long they were scoping out the building from the back. 4:16 a.m., Miss Beavers' pickup truck is on video surveillance driving into the lot. 4:20 a.m., she walks into the building. 4:35 a.m., participant in Camp Gladiator arrives at location. 5 a.m., first of 2 911 calls received from location. 5:03 a.m., initial patrol officers dispatched along with EMS. 5:10 a.m., officers arrive at the location. Yeah, I'm curious about who this other person was here and at what time the attack took place and her body not being discovered until 5. So also this vehicle was recorded by several different cameras near a gun store 2 hours before the murder, near the church. The Nissan Altima spends 6 minutes in the SWFA outdoors parking lot, much of that time with its lights off. The church is on the opposite side of the divided highway, less than a half a mile away. Curious. That's curious as well. There's some interesting posts on the Web Sleuths forum about this. Now, I'm going to do the lead into these posts here just for some background, because some people are debating whether this is targeted or random, whether these are church robbers, because this happens into Sunday morning when there would be money at the church from Sunday service, and there'd be hours to kill, pardon that phrasing. And this is describing the video, Moshimo said this, walking down the hall, dragging their hand absent-mindedly along the wall. There is nothing about their demeanor that says, I am going to kill someone in a few minutes. Also, proponents of premeditation often say something to the effect of, the killer knew exactly when she would be there. She wasn't coming, they were coming. A class worth of fitness enthusiasts coming to a parking lot with one exit. It had been raining and they were moving the class inside. Plenty of reason for someone to show up early to help get the gear inside. I spent all night going over Missy's Facebook photo posts several times. As I read, Missy commonly brought one or more of her daughters with her to her workouts, even the 5 a.m. workout. Nobody got there exactly on time. Missy arrived and entered the building at 4:20, 40 minutes earlier than 5 a.m. The first class participant arrived at 4:35, 25 minutes early. Now, did they arrive and just hang in the parking lot or something? But in any case, they would have still seen the other person, the other car. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Not to mention, who plans to murder a fitness instructor in hand-to-hand combat, even armed with a hammer and tools? That is just a stupid plan. Responses here, that's an excellent point. Missy Beavers had a Facebook post in which she said that some campers were known to come in 30 minutes early. If I'm this super intelligent killer looking to do a hit on her, and I've done all this research, and she pulls in at 4:20, giving me potentially a 10-minute window, no way I'm going through with the plan. Well, what about a non-intelligent person who didn't do any real research and who was just given one tip that she's got a class there at 5 a.m.? I mean, not all killers are super intelligent killers who do a lot of research. But another post here by Moshimo, playing my own devil's advocate. Here is a possible exception to the killer not knowing exactly when Missy would be there. I researched the workout group Missy was affiliated with. They, at least now, have a phone app that appeared to feature check-ins. I've never heard it mentioned before, but if her class was using something like that, surely law enforcement would have found out. Missy's photo also revealed that she used or started one or more workout scheduling related pages that are unfortunately no longer available, not even on the Wayback Machine. I wanted to say I found one other fitness related phone app that had a check-in feature, but the app looked like it was one of several things Missy tried out and moved on from quickly. Man, this guy's doing a lot of research if he's going back through all these posts to see exactly which app she was using. Her photos go back 2 or 3 years, so obviously some finds are more relevant than others. So I consider the killer knowing her arrival time via instant check-in app to be a weak possibility, but I found it, so there it is. I think the only way you would be signed up for alerts would be through Missy, which limits access to class participants. Although, I don't know, see, some apps have security features like that, some don't, where anybody with a certain link, so if somebody that was a member sent them a link, or they found out some other way, I mean, I don't know. Another post here, I'm thinking about motive for the suspect wandering around in the church in police gear in a location with visible surveillance cameras. Suspect had to assume the tapes would be watched by law enforcement and the church leaders immediately after. If suspect just bored and curious and having his way with the church, just some sort of sociopath that does this, breaks into places and wanders around, loves the thrill maybe. Does the suspect have a motive related to the church, like wanting to scare them or make them lose trust in law enforcement? Does suspect have a motive related to law enforcement? Is he trying to lay shade to law enforcement? Frame them for stuff? Is suspect just wandering around looking for something interesting to steal? Of all the motives to put suspects in the scenes we have seen on the surveillance videos, planning to beat a woman to death with a hammer in about 15 minutes seems so far-fetched. Unless that's exactly what he wanted, or the individual wanted everybody to think. We may never know the suspect's intention when he finally encountered beavers. Does the information we have today give us any indication as to whether beavers succumbed to her injuries immediately, or was her condition that she got medical attention right away, not 35 minutes later she would have survived? I mean, that's a good question too, because she wasn't instantly killed by the assault. Supposedly she died after EMT had arrived, minutes after 5 a.m., which, you know, dozens of minutes after the initial attack. Another interesting post here, I think Beavers was targeted, and I think the killer needed to perform the kill away from her house where her children were. So to me, the church was just a convenient location. The timing couldn't have been better with the hubby out of town. He was supposedly on a fishing trip in Mississippi that was corroborated. Dark outside, rainy night, a killer's trifecta, so to speak. As to the nonchalant nature of the killer, he has done evil deeds before. The SWAT outfit is a perfect ruse for a quick getaway without witnesses suspecting a thing if witnesses should come about. Yep, of course police are on the scene, perfect blending in and getting away. Although, of course, if Missy usually took one or more of her kids to her classes, that would be strange. But if there were two people involved, if someone hired this individual that's dressed in the SWAT outfit and they are also there, because if there's two vehicles we're looking for, if the person in the other vehicle was there to make sure that Missy came in alone without any of her daughters and then gave the go-ahead, is that a possibility? Another interesting post by Moshimo here. I also agree that the suspect's demeanor doesn't scream experienced burglar. Watching how unwieldy they are with their tools while failing to enter that one door, they strike me as someone that has little to no experience with them. That excessive disguise also speaks of inexperience. Like maybe they thought they could fool their way out of a bad spot in a last resort. When I watch other CCTV videos, a hood and gloves seems to provide the same effect and is far less conspicuous should you have to interact with someone before or afterwards. So that leaves someone with a vendetta against the church, someone familiar enough to warrant such a total disguise, yet unfamiliar enough to not realize that Missy and her group were coming in at the same time. Of course, for us, that is unsleuthable. Well, or it could be a somewhat incompetent hitman, or possibly a competent hitman with the accomplice in the parking lot to give definitive time orders. So another interesting post here by Raz, more recently, 2018, not that recent, but in my opinion, knowing where she was killed is huge. The fact that the murder was off camera indicates knowledge of the church and its working cameras. Suspect, in my opinion, knew where to ambush her without being recorded. Not only that, but the suspect needed to find the best place to surprise her, thus getting the upper hand. How was the suspect able to escape without being seen on camera? Could all of the above have been luck? Maybe some, but not all. Suspect knew too much about the church, the cameras, and where best to murder and ambush beavers. In my opinion, this indicates that it was someone familiar with her routine on rainy days, someone who knew where his presence would be recorded and where it would not be. That, in my opinion, should narrow the list of suspects considerably. Another post here is quite curious. Supposedly, the perp simply covered the camera before Missy arrived. Wow. Interesting. Other people are speculating maybe the murder was caught on camera, and that's why we only got to see certain parts of the video. But without all of this being definitively clarified, I mean, that's curious because, yeah, there's too much we don't know. Is it possible the suspect didn't know about the cameras, was meandering, and then when he noticed it, or he or she noticed the cameras, they covered the cameras, and there was no ambush of Missy in an area where there were no cameras? The cameras were simply taken out of the equation. I mean, this is all unknown. It would be nice to have all of this clarified. Someone actually made a video here just driving around the church in a circle in the parking lot. So what are the possibilities? I mean, there do appear to be several different entry and exit points. That's curious. So if we're dealing with two vehicles here, what are the chances that one of them got away, both of them got away without the person who arrived early seeing them? I don't know. That's curious. Another really interesting post on the timeline here by Pat the Rat on Web Sleuths, January 17th, 2017. I've been going back and re-examining the timeline. Timeline states suspect in police gear was captured on surveillance at 3:50 a.m. Missy enters church at 4:20 a.m. Participant in her class arrives in parking lot at 4:35 a.m. 911 calls are made at 5 a.m. Okay, so supposedly they did workouts in the parking lot and her truck was there with the door open and the truck bed open, and she just wasn't there. So did the first arrival just wait there next to her? So all of this, did the murder happen while the other person was waiting in the parking lot? That's weird. But carrying on with this post here, paperwork from the police department states that Missy was setting up her room for the boot camp for about 30 minutes. At which time she then heads towards where the suspect is waiting. Neither is seen on tape again. If this is accurate, that would mean she entered the building at 4:20, but did not head towards the suspect until 4:50. This gives the murderer only 10 minutes to murder her and escape before her body is found at 5 a.m. It also means that at least one of the boot camp participants is in the parking lot at the time of the murder. They arrived at 4:35 a.m. Granted, they may have been listening to music and unable to hear any screams within, but they would have seen a person dressed in police gear leaving the door to the church. That means the murderer left through another entryway, which would have added to what they had to accomplish in that short 10-minute window. Police arrive at 5:10 a.m., at which time, presumably, the murderer would have been unable to leave the parking lot by vehicle. Why is it that after Missy is murdered, the suspect is not seen again? Did they leave through a window? No surveillance cameras in that portion of the church, ? Reports have indicated her body was located in the southwest corner of the church, so with her body being discovered at approximately 5 a.m., people would have been inside the church heading towards her body for at least a couple of minutes before it was found. That cuts an already closed 10-minute window even closer. So if the reports and police documents are accurate, imagine this from the murderer's point of view. You've been in the church since 3:50 a.m., waiting on Missy to show up, assuming this is a targeted hit. Well, here's the thing, though. If it's not a targeted hit, and this guy or girl is walking around the church making noise and breaking windows, they're not afraid that Missy's going to hear them? Did they stop making all that noise once Missy arrived and then just lie hiding in wait, which of course is this timeline? But if this isn't a targeted hit, I mean, is it possible that this person caught on camera has nothing to do with her murder and they just got there, beat up the church basically, and then left? And they were gone for a whole half hour before she was murdered? I mean, what does this timeline really prove here? So anyway, continuing with this post here, you've been in the church since 3:50 a.m. waiting on Missy to show up, assuming this is a targeted hit. You surely hear activity within the church when Missy enters at 4:20 a.m. Missy likely is going back and forth to her vehicle several times in order to bring the equipment inside. Although it is likely this ended by 5:35 since the person in the parking lot did not enter with her or help bring any equipment in or help set up the room, which would be the most likely scenario. Very strange that they did not go to her, but rather remained where they were and waiting for her. So from 4:35 a.m., they simply lie in wait for her to come to them until she finally does so at 4:50 a.m. Imagine them looking repeatedly at their watch, knowing the class starts at 5 a.m., and knowing that anyone else could enter the church at any moment. They know they have to kill her with a hammer, no less, and get away before anyone can stop them, and at 4:50 a.m., they now only have 10 minutes before class is scheduled to start. You know Missy is physically fit, and there's the possibility it will take at least several minutes to subdue her, unless she is attacked first from behind and knocked out. However, the autopsy report states she died from puncture wounds to head and chest, not head and back, suggesting a frontal assault. You've been waiting 30 minutes since you heard her enter, and she's still not coming to where you are. So do you go to her, which for some reason they did not want to? Was there surveillance cameras in that room and they feared their face might be exposed in the encounter with Missy? Or keep waiting, even if that means you miss out on the opportunity? Is it possible they made noise to lure her to their area or call out to her? Or were they so confident of her schedule they know she'd go to the corner of the church before she started class, either to use the bathroom, pick up class roster, or something else? If they waited until 4:50 a.m. to murder her, they had nerves of steel. That would seem to indicate this was not their first rodeo. Unless they didn't know about the class at 5 a.m., I guess, because then they might think they had a lot more time. I don't know. I mean, this is all very bizarre. This is all very, very bizarre. Is it possible that they took off their helmet and had a full conversation with her for 20 minutes? And then killed her? Again, we don't really know anything about anything right now. This is all just conjecture and trying to make sense of this timeline, which it's more and more mysterious the more you look at it. So these are quotes here from the MPD presser, April 18th, 2016. Captain John Spann. Like Chief said, we have some video surveillance. The video in the church works on motion sensor, so we can't say for sure when he got into the building, but the first time he appears on camera is about 10 minutes before 4 a.m. But that's not to say that he wasn't in the building prior to that, because he may not have been anywhere where they captured video. Female reporter asks, do you know if this happened very quickly, if she arrived? And Captain John Spann responds, pretty quick after she got there. Again, the timeline from the boot camp members that were arriving there, again, we know the time she entered the church, which I believe is going to be around 4:18 a.m., again, approximate time. We see her in the video. She's walking down the main hallway in the vicinity of where we locate her, but when she gets out of range of the camera, it doesn't pick up motion, and the camera turns off, so we don't have anything. Like I said, we have no video of the assault actually taking place. And on April 22nd, there's another press conference. Assistant Chief Johnson stated the suspect arrived at the church first, forced entry into the location. Missy arrived a few minutes later. Excuse me, the first surveillance captured the suspect on video was about 10 minutes before 4 a.m. Miss Beavers arrived at about 4:16 a.m. in the parking lot, entered the church immediately. A few minutes later, she was inside the church, not realizing the intruder was already inside. And shortly thereafter, she was murdered inside of the church. We're not going to discuss the details of how Miss Beavers was murdered. Our communication center received some calls at around 5 a.m. reporting the incident. So he's stating she was murdered shortly thereafter. I mean, what does that mean? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes? It's kind of weird. Alright, so let's go to Reddit. Unresolved Mysteries, one of the best subreddits for cold cases and unsolved cases. This was posted 5 years ago by the Nerd Father. I believe he had some great posts on the Springfield 3 case as well. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you check that out on MindShock, the Springfield 3 mystery series. Who killed Missy Beavers? On April 18, 2016, 45-year-old fitness instructor Terry Beavers, who often went by the name Missy, was brutally murdered inside Creekside Church located in Midlothian, Texas in the early hours of the morning. At the time, she was getting preparations ready for a fitness class, Camp Gladiator, before her students were to arrive at 5 in the morning. Once class was soon to begin, that's when Missy's students discovered her lifeless body. Her death was caused by puncture wounds to the head and chest. As the investigation went underway, the police discovered surveillance footage inside the church with the suspects dressed in tactical gear SWAT. This person was dressed to the nine, from the vest, pants, boots, and even a helmet, along with a hammer that was used for Missy's murder. This is where things became peculiar. Whoever this POI is, they had a very unorthodox and unnatural posture and stance, especially when walking aimlessly. Whether this was intentional or not, it cannot be confirmed. Nevertheless, the footage did allow the police to build a timeline of events. Surveillance shows the suspect inside walking around casually and opening the many doors. Not only that, this incident took place at approximately 4:15 a.m. in the morning, just 45 minutes before Missy's class was to start. Although presumed to be male, officials are still unsure of the gender of this individual. Subsequently, investigators started to look at Missy's personal life. Due to search warrants, the police were able to find possible motives. Missy was a mother of 3 kids and having a lot of troubles financially with her marriage, specifically on her part with unfaithfulness. Texts and other forms of messages found her being flirtatious with another male. With that being uncovered, police finally had their biggest break in the case, yet unfortunately that avenue did not provide any substantial clues that would help determine Missy's killer. Missy's husband Brandon told police he strongly believes the murderer is a female and knew her on some form of a personal basis. Oh, that's weird. Furthermore, he suggests that this unidentified person attempted to make this tragedy look like a burglary gone wrong, mainly due to surveillance showing this individual opening doors and breaking glass windows. And we'll be coming back to Brandon's behavior and statements. Is this something he would say if he knew, if he was responsible, just to throw people off track, or possibly even his own father? And we'll be going into the different scenarios on whether, if his father, Randy, is the murderer, does Brandon know? And how would that scenario play out in the situation where he does know and in a situation where he doesn't know? And then, of course, if Randy is not the killer and Brandon knows he's not the killer, then how would his behavior exhibit in that situation? We have to look at all the different possible scenarios. The strangeness of this case didn't stop there, however. A few days after the murder had happened, Missy's father-in-law, Randy Beavers, went to the dry cleaners bringing in a women's double extra long sleeve shirt covered in blood. He told employees that it was merely from a Chihuahua dog that was recently injured and taken to a vet. Out of suspicion, employees contacted the police and the shirt was subjected to DNA testing for evidence. Nevertheless, the vet was able to confirm this incident. Although the shirt became ruled out, investigators still had their eye on Randy. More interestingly enough, Randy, the father-in-law, is roughly the same height and weight of the stranger captured on surveillance. While this crime was making its coverage on various television news channels, the family of Missy was brought into the public eye. During a particular broadcast, the father-in-law was interviewed. As such, Many people noticed that his demeanor was slightly different in terms of emotion. Not only that, the way Randy walked was practically identical to the POI in the surveillance footage. 8 months have passed, and despite all the information, the case is still unsolved as of today, December 28th, 2016. And no updates have been made that's been released to the public. Missy's murderer is still free. I think the case deserves a lot more attention than it's receiving. Whether the killer is male or female, I cannot say for certain. That being said, in my eyes, this case should be solvable. I can't fathom the notion of this simply being an act of sheer randomness. To me, it was methodical, deliberate, and personal, with the killer knowing Missy on a level of friendship or simply acquaintances in one way or another. This unidentified person had an idea of Missy's schedule and planned their attack accordingly. I'm hoping this case will be solved soon. And supposedly, the father-in-law, Randy, was in California when the murder took place. So does that mean it couldn't have been him? Or was it really the father and son who were in cahoots to some extent to take Missy out, in which case they both staged alibis that could be semi-corroborated? Again, I don't know if we have definitive evidence of exactly how they were corroborated. Supposedly the husband, Brandon, was in Mississippi fishing with no cell service, so it took a while for people to find him and then tell him what had happened. A few other people also chimed in stating that they are females and they walk the same way, especially when they have boots that are slightly larger than their size. This is called being duck-footed. And males or females can be duck-footed. An interesting post here. She was bludgeoned so much in the head and chest that the wake was closed casket. Whoever did this committed overkill. A professional hit would not have attempted to disfigure Missy the way that this killer did. Unless, of course, the killer was given specific directions on what to do. Again, we don't really, without knowing any of the details of if this was a hit, what kind of hit, etc. Some more posts here. I think the husband's whole family is in on it. That's maybe what is making it hard for police to arrest Randy. The son-in-law and the husband were both telling media that they thought it was a jealous woman. Anyone who had seen the footage can tell it's a man with a beer gut. Why would they do that unless they were trying to throw suspicion off of Randy? And Brandon's quote here, strongly believe that the murderer is a female and knew her on some form of personal basis, end quote. It's kind of weird putting yourself into the shoes of the husband. Why would you exclusively believe that, though? I don't know. Unless he has knowledge that if she was having an affair with a married guy, and that married guy's wife wanted her out of the picture, or was jealous, is that why he would make a statement like that? And it's possible it is an honest statement, based on some kind of knowledge of an affair? I would think the police would have investigated all of the spouses, but... Another post here, certainly not random. I think the marital problems, the husband's convenient trip away, and the demeanor of both his parents lends a lot to the theory that this was a very planned family murder. The other scenario that makes sense to me is some sort of infatuation turned stalking escalating to murder, not necessarily sexual. A woman could have strong feelings for her as a mentor or coach. There's been other instances of women killing those they'd love to emulate or be. It's a weird psychology behind it, but it happens. I hope it's solved soon. Here's another post by a user, I only have 2 cats. I know this is an older thread, but I attend Camp Gladiator classes in a different town, but not too terribly far from Midlothian. And the reason I can't believe it was random is that the classes are rarely inside. Camp Gladiator is an outdoor fitness program. You only move to your predetermined alternate indoor location if there is a greater than 50% chance of rain or if it's below freezing. Also, most of the time, the workouts involve setting up cones, whiteboards with instructions written on them, and they always have to set up a table with a Camp Gladiator tablecloth and get their iPad to set up to allow students to check in. The perpetrator had to know that because it was raining heavily. Missy would be setting up indoors at that particular location. They knew she'd be there 30 to 60 minutes before the class started because it takes time to set up, which is why I believe they arrived so much earlier, because they wanted to make sure they were there first. I think they took advantage of knowing she would be indoors alone for a pretty big window of time because it was storming during her class time. No way this is random. The perp waited for a rainy day. I hope this gets solved soon. It's a shadow over the whole Camp Gladiator community, and she deserves justice. There's also that wrinkle in the theory that because sometimes she brought daughters with one or more of her daughters with her, so. Here's a very interesting post on Randy here. From what I've seen and read about Missy's father-in-law, he seems to put on a front or bravado. Example, laughing and joking with reporters, not showing any emotion of her murder. The impression I got with the whole bloody shirt incident is that he was treating it somewhat like a game. He knew all eyes were on him and his son, and it seemed like he thought it was humorous. Sort of like, look, I have this bloody shirt, but instead of giving it to the police and explaining, I'll take it to the dry cleaners and wait for them to call the police. He knew it would cause even more finger pointing, but he knew it would come back to his dog's blood anyway. Maybe just fun and games for him. Saying all that, his alibi does check out. Couple more interesting posts here. I have a random weird thought, not a theory, but a thought. What if Brandon and the father-in-law are not guilty of the crime? Yes, the father-in-law has a similar way of walking and standing, but is it just me, or doesn't it seem like the killer is acting? To me, it appears as if they are trying to match the father-in-law's gait. Look closer. When the father-in-law moves, his feet are duck feet, but his feet are far apart. Look at the perp, their feet are ducked too, but their heels are closer together. It's not the exact same gait or stance as father-in-law, it is different. The way they are moving and swinging out their leg and their arms, the way they walk, it's as if the perp is trying to walk like the father-in-law, or walk like they think a man would walk. I think it's a woman. Okay, side note, why do I feel this? Well, I was involved in theater, and when I was much younger, oftentimes they would cast females as males. I was cast as a man, and I did an awful job. It was very obvious that I was trying to be a man. I indicated with every movement that I was a man, but it truly showed. And looking at this video, it seems to me the person is indicating, look at me walk, I'm a man. As this is buried near the bottom, I'll throw out a totally weird idea. Has anyone checked the mother-in-law? Is she in the picture? Is she simply copying her husband's movements because she thinks all men walk that way? What if the mother-in-law killed Missy because she was pissed or sad that Missy treated her like expletive, cheating and whatnot? What if she killed her knowing that her son and husband had alibis? Maybe the reason father-in-law is acting oddly and laughing is because he knows for a fact that the person in the video is not him, but someone very close to him. Far-fetched, and as no one from law enforcement is going to see this, I can simply spitball here. Either way, it's terrible, and no matter what Missy did privately, it's a horrid crime, and she didn't deserve it. Okay. Other posts here, definitely cannot rule a woman out. On this we agree. My wife's response when I pointed out the manner in which the perp swung the hammer was simply, they swing the hammer like a girl. Huh. Interesting. Well, also, is it suspicious that her husband and the father-in-law are both out of town that day? They just happen to both be out of state. I mean, is that curious by itself? I mean, I guess you'd have to see how often they go out of state. If they go out of state every other week, I guess that's not suspicious. If they almost never go out of state, that could be a little coincidental. Another interesting post right here. What's interesting to me about this case is that whoever the perpetrator was, they presumably owned all this SWAT gear ahead of time. Whether it's actual cop riot gear or just a fancy dress, whoever it was would arouse too much suspicion obtaining such an outfit just before this well-publicized murder. So does that make him a cop, a son of a cop, a fantasist? The possibilities are endless. So here's another write-up from 4 years ago, also on unresolved mysteries, some astute observations here that we can dissect. So they go over the basic points of the case. At 5:06 a.m., one of Missy's students frantically called 911 after discovering that she had been brutally attacked. Described as unresponsive and having puncture wounds to her head and chest, the beautiful fitness coach had been bludgeoned to death. Authorities soon released references to ongoing financial and marital struggle within the Beavers' household. Search warrants revealed police allegations of flirtatious and familiar messages sent between Missy and an unnamed individual. Public opinion focused harshly upon Missy's husband and his family. However, after almost a year of investigation, no arrests have been made. Police have emphasized that Missy's family is not a focus of the investigation, and that they are now examining her murder as an untargeted type of hit. Just a few observations that stick out to me based on some of the theories I've been reading about this case. I don't believe this was a teen on a vandalism mission. There are way too many targets of opportunity for a vandal that the person in the video passed up. There's a glass table next to the door the subject half-heartedly attempts to pry open. That's ripe for the smashing. There's a few metal garbage cans and other objects on the floor that could be smashed with the hammer. There's an accordion wall divider that would be pretty easy to destroy with a claw hammer or pry bar. The subject also passes up what appears to be an exterior door entryway that has quite a bit of windows. A vandal is looking to destroy things for the thrill or fun of it. They aren't going to pass up every conceivable item in the place that could be vandalized. I like the level of detail this poster put in possible vandalizing. I mean, are they an experienced vandal? I mean, these are good points, though. Good points that many people might not consider. I mean, the level of detail here in this write-up. If this guy really is a vandal looking to cause a ton of damage, it does seem they passed up quite a bit of opportunity here. Continuing on, I also don't believe this was an attempted burglary. The subject passes up quite a few doors without even checking to see if they're unlocked. He also barely enters most of the rooms that he looks into, which means he probably isn't looking for stuff to steal. The subject also isn't moving with any sense of purpose, something that even a rookie burglar isn't going to do. The half-hearted attempt at prying open that one door certainly doesn't help the case for this being a burglar either. For someone who brought along a disguise capable of masking their identity for a decent security cam system and a hammer and what appears to be a small pry bar, indicated some level of planning and thought. They're not exhibiting any of the actions you'd typically see associated with a burglar. That only leaves one option in my mind: a targeted killing. I've been searching for the Facebook post that supposedly announced the change of venue for that morning's class, in search of what specific details it contained, but haven't had any luck, seeing if there was anything the killer may have been searching for when he looked into the few rooms in the video. The theory that I'm homing in on at this point, based on the family and presumably her close associates being cleared of any involvement in the crime, is the possibility that she may have had a stalker or someone who made passes at her that were rejected. Looking at some of the events she attended or taught at based on her Facebook posts showed she had contact with a lot of members, random members of the public. She was a slightly older but attractive and physically fit woman. The subject in the video appears to have some sort of physical ailment, causing the weird limp gait, and appears to be short and overweight. All things that could cause someone to search out a physical fitness trainer in the hopes of bettering themselves. It's entirely within the realm of possibility that she may have taught someone in one of her classes that was potentially unhinged or suffered from mental illnesses that latched onto her. This person may have come onto her or become overbearing to the point that she was forced to reject them. And this could have happened so subtly that it wasn't something she would have picked up on as physically threatening or worthy of mention to any family or friends. Yeah, I mean, you would think the police have exhaustively looked into every single person who was part of her boot camps that would match that description. Also, I'm still kind of stumped as to whatever happened with the two vehicles. Because if the vehicle was a rental or borrowed, I mean, weren't all, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's still, it's a fairly common vehicle. So I guess it would be difficult, particularly if it wasn't local. If someone borrowed a friend or family member's vehicle from way out of town, I mean, how would they not know about the case and the time frame in question unless they had that vehicle borrowed for a couple of weeks and then that specific day didn't stick out? I mean, it's kind of hard to figure that out. Continuing on here, on top of that, it appears the subject brought the object he appears to be carrying with him, the hammer and possible pry bar, yet he doesn't really seem to be using either of them for what they'd be used for in the first two theories, vandalism and burglary. Seeing as how, at least in my mind, we can rule out those first two theories, it would seem to reason that those objects most probably were brought to kill Missy Beavers and to make her death as painful as possible. The brutality and suffering of death by hammer does seem to fall in line with the scorn stalker theory, it would seem. Yeah, I mean, if a burglar got caught in the act, unless he's completely psychotic, see, that's the thing. If this person is so mentally unhinged that they're not even really vandalizing or burglarizing, maybe they just wanted to do damage to a church. I mean, if this is a random thing, somebody stumbles across them, if they're that mentally unhinged, they might do damage to a witness that a non-mentally unhinged person wouldn't do. Just trying to cover the bases here, but I'm not saying that's anywhere near more likely than a targeting killing. Edit to add, the one thing I can't seem to make sense of is the disguise. It was a very specific and unusual disguise, and could be relatively easily identifiable if it was an outfit someone had owned for any period of time. There are plenty of other ways, in my mind, to completely disguise yourself to security cameras and casual observers that are a lot less readily identifiable, if concealment of your identity was your sole concern. The only thing that seems to make sense is that the police theme was chosen for a specific purpose, possibly to confuse Missy or other potential witnesses. Even if that was the case, I think it would stand to reason to most logically thinking people that the getup doesn't really closely approximate any modern law enforcement officer you'd see walking around in the wee hours of the morning by himself. I don't see any way that a lone woman standing in what she's probably assuming it is an empty building isn't going to be startled by some dude dressed all in black with a covered face and helmet, whether the jacket he's wearing is emblazoned with police or not. With that said, if we're dealing with a killer who is suffering from some sort of mental illness or deficiency, the oddity of the disguise could start to make more sense. Wow, here's an astute response here by Scratch Hamster. Perhaps the police disguise was chosen in case the killer encountered anyone other than Beavers. The staging of a burglary and the costume might have been part of a contingency plan to escape a confrontation with anyone else who might have been there. Assuming the attack was planned and the target was Beavers, the killer may have calculated the possibility that someone else could show up early, and this offender would want to be able to deal with it. A uniform could give them a chance to impersonate an officer responding to an emergency either before or after the murder, and then make an escape. I doubt this person cared if Beavers believed the tactical gear was real or not. The goal was to kill her anyway. Interesting. Yeah, we do have to keep in mind contingency plans. And yeah, it gets muddled because if this is somebody, an unhinged lunatic who can think rationally in certain ways but not other ways, in which case they could be thinking contingency. They could possibly be thinking staging a burglary or some kind of vandalism, but it wouldn't necessarily be done in a particular exact fashion. Again, without knowing the nature of their mentality, it's really impossible to discern this. The other thing that doesn't make a lot of sense, though, is if this suspect got there earlier, why would the suspect be breaking anything at all? Because if Missy got into the church and she looked like it had been broken into, her first instinct might be to leave immediately and call the police, not to investigate. So wouldn't that decrease the likelihood that she would stick around? I mean, Unless that was part of the staging and then the suspect cried for help from the corner where there's no camera. And then that would lead credibility to something going wrong if a couple things got smashed up. So that Missy thought someone was in trouble. I mean, is that a possibility? Another post here regarding the contingency plan and looking like a police officer. This theory doesn't seem to make much sense either. That costume wasn't in any way believable enough for pretty much any well-reasoned adult to think it was a real cop. The killer didn't appear to be wearing any duty gear or carrying any firearms. He was carrying a hammer and appeared to have the pry bar either slid into his belt or was wearing something that allowed him to clip it to his waist. What would have been his plan if he'd been spotted before or after the murder? If the plan was to run away, the whole make potential witnesses think I'm a cop wouldn't work, as it would be readily apparent a cop wouldn't run away. And running away is just as easy if you're wearing a less unique disguise. If his plan was to try to talk to or reason his way out of the situation with a potential witness, this also falls on its face because no real cop is going to be dressed like that with no gear. Unless he wanted to paint suspicion on the cops, so if he's running away at a distance, people would say, oh, there was a guy in SWAT gear with police running away from the scene. So if he's trying to frame a cop, that makes more sense, particularly if he wasn't intending to have any kind of up-close interaction with anybody. All right, so we briefly touched upon the other POI. Basically, there's two main POIs. The father-in-law, Randy, and this other guy, Bobby Wayne Henry. Security guard, former cop, former military, happens to have the same type of limp. The problem is he's supposedly too tall. And supposedly there might have been an alibi. So it obviously on video you can do certain things to make yourself look taller, platform shoes, whatever, or whatever, helmets, but to make yourself look shorter that's a little bit more problematic. So let's look at this post here. Also, Unresolved Mysteries, new SUV for POI cited in the Missy Beavers case. Also, this was 4 years ago. So this is a podcast by Gumshoe Stories. They mentioned this, as well as search warrants, court documents. So Bobby Wayne Henry, former cop, former military, at least 2 women have accused him with rape allegations. He was charged for possession of child pornography as well. According to the podcast, he is full of tall tales, shot a friend in the knee in a hunting accident, requiring the friend to have his legs shortened 4 inches and ending the friend's military career. He made harassing phone calls to alleged rape victims. He is listed in the probable cause on the search warrant. He has a small, dark SUV. The search warrant states that he worked and attended church with Missy and her family. Although investigation has revealed this is questionable, even though on the search warrant. Bobby Wayne Henry has a similar gait to the person on the surveillance video. He worked security for Missy's memorial service. Yeah, I mean, that would be really coincidental. But I don't know. It's kind of weird. According to the Gumshoe Stories podcast episode 1 and documents for probable cause for the search warrant, a top forensic podiatrist that law enforcement brought in could clear everyone in Missy's life except Bobby Wayne Henry. He was the only suspect or person of interest that was not eliminated via gate. So they eliminated, or maybe they never tried to eliminate Randy, but according to this, basically everybody was eliminated. I don't know. According to his mugshot info, he's 6'1". And supposedly the height range is 5'2" to 5'8", given by law enforcement. So, I mean, 6'1", I mean, that's a bit off of 5'7", 5'8". And then if he's 6'1" plus the helmet, I mean, I don't know. The height has been revised several times by law enforcement. Missy Beaver's husband said he was told the suspect was a 6-foot-tall male initially. Which is weird, because then they switch to not sure if male or female and a bigger range. So what do we make of this guy's gait? I don't know, it might be a little bit more similar than than Randy's, but yeah, it's weird. So this guy was also a security guard for the church after the incident. Huh. Other people also commenting he does not appear to be 6'1" in the video in this parking lot, and how much does he hunch over, which would make him look a lot shorter than 6'1" even if he was. An interesting post here. He's been a POI. Some have said he may have been cleared, but I am sure he did it. As I have said, I followed the case since the day it happened, spent straight up nights reading and reviewing it all. I have been in contact with a few people from Midlothian. They were the first ones to tell me of Henry and the feeling that he did it. The cops already had him circled in the case, but didn't really release a lot of info to the public, obviously. There's numerous things they have not released, mostly of the actual attack. They also told me about Henry's SUV when everyone else was focused on the car that was circling the parking lot of a nearby store. Then I found this video when I was Googling and going through every article I could find, and after I seen Mr. Henry's mugshot, I realized that it was him. And there is definitely a reason they released it to the public like this. They want someone to have an aha moment and recall something that might have seemed odd or the like from the night and morning of Missy's murder. Another post here. I thought it was odd they focused so much on that silver car. It was probably someone who was lost and stopped to look at their GPS or made a phone call or something. It's just an unfortunate event that happened nearby. I find it very weird that her husband and father-in-law just happened to be both conveniently out of town the night before she was killed. And both managed to make it home right around or on the day she was killed. So them being innocent, even if they didn't directly kill her, is still suspicious. So apparently, some people are saying there's at least 3 women who he sexually assaulted. And he allegedly sexually assaulted at least one in police uniform brandishing a gun. Huh. Other posters are saying here not only was he a cop, but he was actually a SWAT team member. Huh. Some astute posters here are saying that his 6'1" height was before whatever injury he had, the lanky leg. So his current posture, and because of his leg, he would be a bit shorter than 6'1". I mean, I don't know how much shorter, though, but especially with that helmet on. And if there was some kind of distortion in the security video, I mean, it is, and from being mounted up high, I mean, how accurate is the height? Because originally they had a pretty big range. Was it 5'2" to 5'8" or something like that? And then they're kind of sticking with 5'8"-ish. I don't know. I mean, you would think they would have accounted for any possible distortion in the angle of the cameras, but I don't know. Here's another interesting post. It's not just the lanky leg. The affidavit for probable cause to the Midlothian Police Department, secured to get a search warrant on Bobby Wayne Henry, lists several reasons why he was suspected. He had a hat with a light on it like was in the video, had the SWAT-style clothing, had a dark SUV that, like the one seen leaving the church that morning, which only recently came out thanks to the FOIA. He had allegedly accosted women while in uniform and brandishing a gun. The court documents have a gun listed as found at the scene. Granted, it could have been a gun Missy armed herself with and not the perps, or it could be a plant. Although, supposedly she left her gun in the truck, so it would not have been her gun. Bobby Wayne Henry's alibi is not solid. Claims he was home that night. Then somehow worked security for her funeral. Her father-in-law was, and several other men were surveilled by law enforcement, and the videos were looked over by a forensic pathologist podiatrist, and the only man with a janky leg he could not rule out as being the perp is Bobby Wayne Henry. They only have a partial DNA that is allegedly a mixed sample. It is not known where it was retrieved from, or if it is even the perp's. I was hoping they had a better DNA case because without a confession it would be hard to convict anyone solely on that church surveillance video. I hope there are some ballistic evidence or fibers. Otherwise, I don't have a lot of faith this case will ever be closed. So I found a couple more interesting posts here. Here's one pointing to Randy. So supposedly this is someone local. They posted this on social media. Randy, Missy's father-in-law, was my husband's boss from August 2013 to November 2015. And we and everyone who works with my husband think he is the one in the video. He walks 100% the same and is the same height and weight. From talking to everyone else who knows him, the majority say he is 100% capable of doing this, and probably did. He was always threatening his employees and had just been forced to resign due to embezzlement. The company didn't have 100% proof, so they basically said, resign and forfeit your retirement, and we won't open a full investigation. So I'm thinking Missy knew and had proof of what he was doing, and told him she was going to tell. He left his job so fast. His wife was his secretary and lived in a mobile home on the job site. He left all their paperwork and files, etc. They had left hundreds of employees' paperwork with their social security numbers, DOB, addresses, etc. So my husband grabbed them and we burned them. This is the person making the statement. They also left their bank statements, which I saved, just in case they ever did want to open the embezzlement case. The statements are pretty incriminating, so I can only imagine what Missy knew. I'm sure Randy told his son, and he told his wife, and it blew up from there. I could be 100% wrong, but with the information law enforcement is saying and the information I know and have, I'd say Randy was definitely more than capable and more likely did it. See, that's curious if this is all true. But that does point to him being dumb, though. Because why would he just leave all that paperwork? I mean, how long does it take to just... I mean, obviously it might take a while to put everything through a shredder, but just to dump all the paperwork in some cardboard boxes and just get out of there and, do whatever, burn them or whatever, or just, hide them in a basement. But why leave them on site? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Is this the guy who would have this kind of intelligence to pull off this crime? I mean, I don't know. I mean, sometimes dummies get lucky, but I mean, can you really count on that? All right, so the final point we're going to look at is, of course, the police conspiracy. So some alleged that the security footage, the quality of the security footage was intentionally reduced by law enforcement, and that particular security system has much higher video quality, but they didn't release it because you can make out the features, at least around the eyes. And some online sleuths have pasted in Randy's face into what we have of the security footage to see if it matches. Obviously, it's impossible to really tell. And of course, if his alibi is 100% solid that he was in California, then it couldn't have been him, of course. I mean, I would like to know how they determined the exact alibi, but I'm assuming there's witnesses, but is there actual CCTV footage or airport security footage that would place him in California at the time this was going down? Actually, there's one more post I will get to before we get to the police conspiracy. So on Unsolved Mysteries subreddit 3 years ago, there's a thread here on this case, and this poster, LV Little J, has this to say. What is known? Miss Terry Missy Beavers, a 45-year-old fitness instructor, was found murdered in the early hours, April 16, 2016. Her body was found at the Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, Texas, where she had arrived 4 a.m. to set up for an early boot camp fitness class. Surveillance cameras around the church had caught the unknown assailant armed with a hammer walking through the halls of the church wearing police-issued riot gear. The assailant also walked with a limp, favoring their right leg and walking with their feet pointed outwards. Police estimate that the distance from the floor to the top of the person's headgear is approximately 5'8", plus or minus an inch and a half. So even if we go, let's say 5'10", that's to the top of the headgear, not to the top of the person's actual head, which could be 1 to 2 inches shorter than the helmet. Yeah, it's a tough one. The assailant can be seen wandering down the halls of the church, attempting to break into several doors and shattering windows, making the motive a suspected robbery or vandalism. Beavers' husband has stated that his wife did not know her killer. So he's made a lot of conflicting statements according to this. What is not common knowledge? Beavers was suspected to have been having an affair with several members of the Midlothian Police Department, as well as one of her fellow trainers at the church camp she worked with. The reason for the unusual walk is suspected to be due to the assailant wearing shoes that were too big. Beavers' body has been found bludgeoned, as well as her eyes carved out and breasts mutilated. More will be updated as interviews are still in process. So these are allegations made by LV on Unsolved Mysteries subreddit. I don't know how much of this is corroborated. But if she is having an affair with several members of the Midlothian Police Department, I mean, this almost reminds me of the Zodiac killer case. If you haven't checked out the Zodiac series, check that out. MINDSHOCK has the most in-depth and comprehensive coverage of the Zodiac case. If victims knew their killer, again, some of the victims allegedly, possibly having an affair with police members, police officers. Actually, one more thing before we get to the police conspiracy. Here's an interesting article from ExpressDigest.com. Husband says he is done searching for his wife's killer. Now, would this make Brandon more or less suspicious here? But let's look at this article here on ExpressDigest.com. The husband of a murdered Texas fitness instructor said he is done with the hunt for her killer. Terry Missy Beavers, 45, was found dead with multiple puncture wounds to her head and chest at Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, where she had been setting up an exercise class around 5 a.m. April 2016. Authorities later released CCTV footage of a suspect dressed in a helmet, gloves, and a vest with police written on it, walking through a church and carrying tools consistent with the injuries she suffered. For months, her husband, Brandon, 43, cooperated with authorities in the search for a killer and even tried to search himself. But in an email to the Crime Stories podcast, he says for the sake of his children, he is ending the search so he can memorialize his wife properly. The children are not terribly fond of apprehending this person. They don't want to revisit those emotions. They have told me this, he wrote in part. Now, okay, I can't read this article. It's so mind-shocking. How many cases do the children or husband said that they're not fond of apprehending the person responsible for the death of a family member or loved ones? Now, this is allegedly him. If he's the one who wrote this email, he's speaking for the children, so maybe the children don't really believe this, and this is his story for whatever reason. We have to keep that in mind as well. But continuing on here, they see here the daily anxiety I have in finding this person, and I think they are tired of the mentality this puts on our day-to-day life. This behavior has not left Missy the real legacy she deserves, particularly in my children's eyes. From this point forward, the only thing I will discuss is who Missy was, her contributions to my life, the children, the family, and numerous other people that she loved. Back in May 2016, Brandon told People he was convinced that his wife's killer was no stranger, and also revealed he was spending his days trying to figure out how to make their young daughters feel safe again. I think it was a woman, he told the magazine. I still think whoever this person was knew my wife and had a motive. Brandon said he also believed the suspect went to great lengths to stage the scene to look like a robbery gone wrong. He added, there's no reason why an individual would break into a church dressed in that type of clothing and stage a robbery, or what would appear to be a robbery, going through the building, breaking glass, and opening doors. If that person really was there to commit a robbery, why did they kill my wife and leave her wedding ring on her finger? At one point, authorities said they wanted to speak to the owner of a Nissan Altima that was seen in the area before Beavers was killed. Surveillance footage captured the silver or light-colored car pulling into a parking lot less than a mile from the crime scene. No arrests have been made in the case, and authorities have not even confirmed whether the suspect is a man or a woman. The last remaining lead involves a car pulling into an SWFA sporting goods parking lot at approximately 2 a.m., Assistant Chief Johnson said at a press conference Friday, CBS reported. They're seen pulling into the parking lot and leaving just a few minutes later. Police said the car was a 2010 to 2012 Nissan Altima with an oval sticker on its bumper, but added that the driver is not necessarily a suspect. Authorities earlier obtained warrants for cell phone information related to several members of the Beavers' family. Johnson confirmed none of the victim's family, friends, or coworkers are considered suspects. Now, again, police also do say that in certain cases where they want them to let their guard down, but who knows? They did provide more information on the suspect captured on CCTV, describing the individual as between 5'2" and 5'7", and appearing to have lighter skin. Investigators have still not determined if the person was a man or a woman. Meanwhile, Brandon's mother, Marcia Essery Tucker, took to Facebook to urge the killer to turn themselves in. So apparently his mother does want justice to be served. Are you getting a bit nervous, shaking in your boots that look too big? You should be. It's just a matter of time now, the victim's mother-in-law wrote. Things would be a lot easier on you if you just go ahead and turn yourself in. I'm sure the officials will take that into account. Go ahead and clear your conscience. You will feel better. No sense in having your family witness you being picked up by the police and leaving that lasting vision on their minds forever. We are all waiting. It's one way or another. Her message came less than a month after search warrants revealed that just days before her murder, Beavers had received a creepy and strange message from an unknown man on LinkedIn. Here's another Facebook post from Marcia Tucker. My second letter to the murderer of Missy Beavers, May 7th, 2016. It has been 2 weeks since I wrote the first letter to you, almost 3 weeks since you murdered Missy. I would guarantee your life has been more miserable than ours. Our life has been filled with peace that you wouldn't understand. Something only a God-fearing, saved by Jesus person truly understands. We have been blessed by so many wonderful people willing to share our grief by praying with us, preparing meals for her family, and just blessing us with all of their actions in so many ways. How about you? Are you feeling all the love from your family and friends, or do they suspect you, thinking something is not right with you? How did it make you feel when so many people all over this nation said such glowing things about Missy? You probably sat back and thought, how little do they really know her? I assume you were jumping up and down when the news about her life was not as perfect as a lot of people thought. See, these posts are kind of weird, though. Why would you bring attention to that, though? Huh. That's kind of weird for the people suspecting her. I mean, is she Randy? So she has a different last name than Randy Beaver. So, and this is the mother-in-law? It says this is Brandon's mother. So is Brandon's mother... So, okay. So are they separated? Or they just have different last names for a reason? I don't know. This is all very, very weird. I don't know. This is weird. If, for the people that believe that she's responsible and she's just writing these messages to cast attention away from herself, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. This article also says authorities claimed someone tried to clean up the crime scene. Huh. So this is Brandon Beavers' full email. My family's story. While we all have good days and bad, the children are not terribly fond of apprehending this person. They don't want to revisit those emotions. They have told me this. They see here the daily anxiety I have in finding this person and think they are tired of the mentality that this puts on our day-to-day life. They want normalcy and happiness. I want justice. But I too fear the reality of bringing this case person to trial and the emotional uncertainty that may go with it. So you have to ask yourself, do you bang your head on the wall every day with this? Do you allow the unsolved aspect of this to infiltrate your thoughts, put yourself in a foul state of mind every day when you have 3 kids to focus on? Starting 2018, I'm done allowing this uncertainty to control me this way. I will leave the headbanging and brain rot to the investigators. Trust me when I say they are qualified. I have spent most of this time feeling my responsibility to Missy was to find this person. That's just not realistic. My duty to Missy is to memorialize her life, and that is exactly what I will do for her and the children's sake. She deserves this for all that she has contributed to our lives. I'm done talking about this investigation, theories, etc. I wish all of the whack job social media stuff would go to hell. Why do these people not realize they have left a door open for my children to peer into one day? How damaging could this be? No factual basis for all of the speculation whatsoever. This behavior has not left Missy the real legacy she deserves, particularly in my children's eyes. From this point forward, the only thing I will discuss is who Missy was, her contributions to my life, the children, this family, and numerous other people that she loved. You bet I loved her. I know without a doubt she loved me. Don't you see the real value in this? There is no value in discussing events that led up to her murder or to speculate if she was targeted and why. I mean, I don't know. That's a weird thing to say. I mean, when a person is killed, there's, of course, the timeline has to be established. This sounds really strange. Does this sound like somebody who doesn't want suspicion cast upon them or their family members because they know something? Or does this really come off as genuine and he just wants to be done with it? And if that's the case, why specifically mention that there's no value in discussing events that led up to the murder? What if the perp enjoys listening to all of this rhetoric? What this person needs to hear is who they took from us. The mother, the wife, the daughter, sister, friend, etc. These topics are more relevant and purposeful than anything else as far as logic is concerned. The activity surrounding this investigation is best left to the investigators. They have way more concrete information that isn't up for discussion or for sale. Yes, you can share this. It's all I have to say right now. Thank you, Brandon Beavers. Okay, so yeah, I really don't know what to make of that. Like, it's weird because you do have true crime cases where innocent parties have said something somewhat similar, although not exactly, and then you have other cases where the family member was responsible and they were trying to divert attention away. So that doesn't really tell us anything by itself. The most suspicious part of that is saying that it's kind of there's no value in focusing on whether or not it was a targeted hit or not. I mean, how would you find her killer unless you do that? And if the police were that capable, they would have already closed this case. Here's actually an interesting article from the Washington Post. A Washington Post examination of 8,000 homicide arrests across 25 major U.S. cities since 2007 found that in half of the cases, an arrest was made in 10 days or fewer. The analysis underscores what police leaders and homicide experts have said about the passage of time working against detectives. But it also dispels the notion of a 48-hour rule that most cases, if solved, are wrapped up in 2 days. Only 30% of the cases led to an arrest within that time frame, the analysis found. 2/3 of arrests were made within 1 month. For cases that remained unsolved after about a year, 5% ultimately led to an arrest. Wow. Wow. So basically, 10 days to a month is when cases are normally solved, and then there's a gigantic drop-off of 5% or less after a year. So here's the thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say about Brandon Beavers' letter here. And I can't speculate because I don't know these people. And everybody's different. But I believe all victims of any violent crime deserve justice. And everybody has kind of their line in the sand on what's appropriate or not to get that justice. But who is anybody to really say? I mean, and even the discomfort of children in younger years in just being exposed to all this, which is obviously terrible. But is that better than to not have the person caught and not have justice be served? I mean, I can't answer that question. This is all subjective. I just find it strange for anybody to definitively state that justice doesn't need to be served just to protect discomfort. I mean, yeah, the discomfort is probably absolutely horrible for anybody that has to deal with this. But in most cases, people just naturally want justice. And I think it's normal for people to want truth and justice. So again, I don't really know what to make of that email. So the final point we're going over is this change.org petition, which is very, very curious. So this was posted by True Discovery Investigation. This petition calls for a federal investigation of Texas's Ellis County Sheriff's Office and the Midlothian Police Department. An innocent woman was brutally murdered by an assumed police SWAT officer more than 2 years ago, and the investigating agency is withholding the truth and preventing justice, presumably to protect their own. The beginning of a national crisis is taking place in Ellis County, Texas, and requires federal intervention. Missy Beavers, 45, wife and mother of 3 daughters, was found murdered inside a Texas church shortly before 5 a.m. on April 18, 2016. Missy was a fitness instructor and was there to set up for a class, but was allegedly attacked and brutally murdered by perpetrators, with an S, dressed in police SWAT tactical gear. Missy was found unresponsive by an unidentified student and later declared dead by the now retired Ellis County Justice of the Peace. The circumstances surrounding Missy's murder and the subsequent conduct of the MPD, combined with the current state of this investigation, constitutes a federal case in pursuit of capital criminal charges. Criminal observations. CCTV surveillance from inside the church was grossly altered to conceal the identity of the perpetrators, yet MPD released it, soliciting help from the public. CCTV surveillance from the gun store across the street shows a 2012 silver Nissan Altima circling the parking lot shortly before the murder, and that video was also altered to conceal the identity of the vehicle owner and or its passengers, yet MPD also solicited help from the public. The owner of that car has never been identified, and MPD refuses to acknowledge its connection despite an anonymous source identifying the police SWAT vest and mallet tools inside the car well over a year ago. Several vested citizens also have enhanced the videos, and in doing so, recognize one or more passengers as well. There are at least 2 perpetrators inside the church, evident by their size, frame, and shoes, yet MPD insists there is only one. MPD led the public to believe that Missy was bludgeoned to death with a hammer because she had multiple puncture wounds to her head and chest, consistent with tools that one of the perpetrators was seen carrying throughout the church. Yet FBI crime data shows that Missy was shot in the head. The MPD refuses to release any investigation reports, autopsy, 911 transcripts, preventing investigative effort from outside sources. The MPD has turned away help from outside agencies, Ellis County, FBI, and the Texas Rangers. Missy was known to be friends and associates with many law enforcement officials, one of which is now the lead investigator for her murder. Missy was allegedly seen out at a restaurant with the sergeant over MPD's Criminal Investigation Division 3 weeks before she was killed. The weekend that Missy was murdered, a former ECSO lieutenant who abruptly retired 3 weeks earlier was arrested for stealing guns from the Ellis County CID evidence room. Many of the firearms were tied to other serious crimes with strong evidence that to suggest one of them was the murder weapon used in a 2013 MS-13 gang murder. Missy purchased a gun 6 months before she was murdered, which is when the gun theft activity reportedly began. Missy always left her gun in a specific place inside her truck. Her gun was not mentioned in any of the search warrants, including the one filed for her truck. Missy's murder happened within days after the gang leader rejected a 15-year plea deal and a few days before new evidence presented that was powerful enough to dismiss the murder charge against him. This gang leader was extradited back to El Salvador on an ICE hold to face charges for another murder, and the former officer is now serving 18 months in federal prison. The murder charges were also dismissed for 5 of the 6 gang members, with one scheduled to be released in 2020 with 7 years served. It is important to note that the Ellis County's chief investigator, an Irving police gang unit officer, and a civilian witness, all 3 tied to this murder investigation, all died within a few months before the trial, with cause of death investigation outcomes that merit further investigation. Unaware that they were stolen, the gun store across the street from the church was a recipient of 3 of these stolen guns. Regardless if the gun theft activity is tied to Missy's murder, it speaks to the character and integrity of the law enforcement agencies and officials within Ellis County, and the Midlothian Police Department's silence speaks to an issue of the abuse of power, obstruction of justice, and lack of accountability. We hold our public officials to the highest of standards, and when there is a shared concern of the size and scale among citizens over the course of many years, federal intervention is the only course of action to impose change. A good majority of the residents of Midlothian are living in fear, and consequently they remain silent. There are many who have tried to come forward but were either retaliated against or threatened into silence. Missy's mother and brothers have also remained silent without any advocating on her behalf, and her 16-year-old daughter recently went as far as raising $15,000 to further fund the investigation. This is not okay. Supposedly, the police also turned down that $15,000, and they would not accept it as just a reward for information or whatever. So that's kind of weird. This investigation should focus on the evident corruption, coercion, conflict of interest, abuse of power, and obstruction of justice, with shared responsibility within the city of Midlothian, Ellis County, and state of Texas representatives. Given the well-documented pattern of abuse over the course of many years, any criminal proceedings brought before any court other than the federal courts that are responsible for hearing capital cases would not only be dangerous, but it is unjust and unconstitutional. No one is above the law. Except maybe Steven Seagal. We stand in uniform as we present this petition for change. We, the people, assert that a federal investigation into these agencies is necessary to demonstrate America's commitment to restoring a sense of fairness within all justice systems across America, and to show the world that the state of Texas nor our country will stand for abuse of power nor corruption in our society. And good luck. There's a lot of interesting information in this change.org petition, but how much of it is coincidental? So I'm going to leave it at that. The MindShock listeners can chime in with their thoughts on this, because this is all very, very mind-shocking. And one of the most baffling cases in recent history. It's almost like the Delphi murders case, where you have video evidence and yet no conviction. No one even arrested for the specific charge. It's kind of weird. Does that mean there's some kind of conspiracy afoot with altered or planted footage? Is that why the cases haven't been solved? I don't know. It depends on who the perpetrator is. It's kind of, a lot of the coincidence theorists, they say, oh, it's not some conspiracy, but how would you know until after the case is solved? Unless you know who did it, you can't say whether it's a conspiracy or not, because the case is unsolved. But the longer it goes unsolved, the higher the chances are it is a conspiracy. Because look at all these other cases. Even cases that aren't definitively solved, like the Ture Calico case. If you haven't checked that out, check that out on MindShock. It seems like there's a lot of law enforcement involvement in that case, which may have prevented it from being solved. But plenty more to go over in the Missy Beavers case as well. There's more information we have to go over in an attempt to solve this case. It's just really unacceptable that it has not been solved with the amount of information available. We can only hope that law enforcement have held it back because they are securing a conviction. But after how many years? How many years have to go by before we say maybe they don't know what they're doing? Again, we went over those Washington Post statistics, which seem to line up with all known stats. The longer a murder goes unsolved, the less likely it is to be solved. Now, new DNA evidence and new generation DNA technology is solving a few of the older cold cases, but it's not like the uptick is huge, unfortunately. Hopefully it will be, but at the moment, there's just a couple cases here and there that are defying the odds, which are good, but the majority of the cold cases and unsolved murders are still unsolved. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime, found it interesting and informative. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. Like and share. Keep up awareness in this case as well as other cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, not suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.